The young genius Yu Yang came to Huanghai City to work as a bodyguard, and let's see how he reached the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 1. Yu Yang goes down the mountain. People come and go on this day at the Huanghai railway station. In the outbound crowd there is a young man. I saw that this person looks very ordinary, about 1.7 meters tall. Wearing a casual outfit, carrying luggage in his hand. The boy's name is Yu Yang, was ordered by the teacher to go down the mountain to be a bodyguard. When the train arrived at the station, Yu Yang saw that the big city was still lively, and he stayed in the mountains for 19 years with nothing. As soon as he left the station, he took out a cardboard card with the words Yu Yang on it. These two words are also written by him. He just took out the sign and so on. Just saw an Audi Q7 driving across the street. The car just stopped in front of Yu Yang and a person got out of the car. Is that Mr. Yu Yang? The man who came down asked. Yu Yang nodded and said, it's me. Are you here to pick me up? Yu Yang asked. The man hummed and immediately opened the car door and said to Yu Yang, we are all waiting. Yu Yang hurriedly got into the car. I saw this man close the door and got into the car, then started and left the train station. Yu Yang sat in the car and thought, oh my, this car is so comfortable to sit in, when can I buy one too? The master told me when I went down the mountain, just protect the employer. I can live without worries. He also said that it would not be a problem to buy a house and marry a daughter-in-law in the future, and he didn't know who he was protecting. The car took about 40 minutes to drive and it came to a villa area. At the door of one of the villas, the driver stopped the car, turned back and said to Yu Yang, Mr. Yu has arrived, please get off. Yu Yang followed this person and got out of the car. Looking up, Yu Yang thought to himself, oh, the people in the city are really luxurious, living in such a nice house so big. Soon Yu Yang followed this person into the house. Yu Yang looked up at a middle-aged man in the living room. Then I heard the driver who brought Yu Yang talking to the middle-aged man. Mr. Chi, the person you asked me to pick up is here. I saw this. Mr. Chi stood up, came to Yu Yang and asked, are you Yu Yang? Yu Yang hurriedly said, the business. This person took a closer look at Yu Yang and thought, the apprentice that person brought out is really different. Yu Yang, hurry up. And then I heard the middle-aged man say to the driver, shall Li go out first? The driver agreed and walked out. I heard the middle-aged man say to Yu Yang, boy, you probably don't know who I am. I would like to introduce myself. My surname is Chi and my name is Chi Yufeng. You should know what to ask you to do. I heard Chi Yufeng ask. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, uncle, I was going down the mountain, the master seemed to tell me that he wanted me to be a bodyguard to protect you. Chi Yufeng yelled Yu Yang not to protect me. When Yu Yang heard that, who was he protecting? I heard Chi Yufeng say it again. Let you come to protect my daughter Chi Mengru. He went to school in Huanghai No. 1 middle school. I was worried, so I asked him a bodyguard to protect him. At this time a girl came downstairs. Just saw the girl came down from the upstairs and came to Chi Yufeng and said, Dad, who is here? Yu Yang, who was on the side, looked up and saw that the girl was very beautiful. With long black hair draped over his shoulders. A pair of big eyes, high nose bridge. Melon face. Petite and exquisite. At this time I heard Chi Yufeng speak. Meng Ru, your dad just came down to introduce you. Point at Yu Yang, this is the bodyguard dad got for you. Not yet, wait for Chi Yufeng to finish speaking and watch the girl put her face away. Said, Dad, how many times have I told you I don't want bodyguards, I don't like being followed by a big man all day. As soon as Chi Yufeng heard that, Dao Mengru, dad is also for your good, there are so many bad people outside now. Dad doesn't worry about you. Chi Mengru heard it anyway, I don't care, I don't want it anyway, he followed me. Besides, you find me a bodyguard and don't find me a particularly handsome one, just look at the way he wears it. Follow me, what a shame I go out. Chi Yufeng heard Mengru, he's looking for a bodyguard for you, why do you want to be so handsome? Not to find you a boyfriend. Chi Mengru turned around and said to Yu Yang, hey, if you come to our house as a bodyguard you will definitely know martial arts. Yu Yang will know a little when he hears it. You know martial arts, I heard that you are very good at fighting. You will come back lightly and you will perform a flip and a somersault for me. As soon as Yu Yang hears it, it can't be done. I'm here to be a bodyguard, not a monkey. I cannot agree to your request. Chi Yufeng looked at it from the side, thinking that that person's apprentice really wasn't a coward. At this time Chi Mengru gave up after listening to it, turned back to Chi Yufeng and said, Dad, look at how disobedient he is. Chi Yufeng said as soon as he heard it, oh Mengru, don't make trouble. People are bodyguards. To protect you, you can't make unreasonable demands on others. At this time another person came in from outside. Just to see this person entered the house and said to Qi Yufeng, who was in Yufeng's house. When Qi Mengru heard this, she rushed over to this person and called out to her mother. After a long time of trouble, this is Qi Mengru's mother, Lu Akan. After a long time of trouble, Lu Akan went out to party with friends today and just came back at this time. At this time Qi Mengru said, "Mom, Dad has to find me a bodyguard. I don't want bodyguards to follow me. You tell Dad let him stop looking for a bodyguard for me. Besides, you see that the bodyguard he found for me is not handsome at all. Dressed so rustic I would be ashamed to go out with him." At this time Qi Yufeng was talking on the side Mengru. "I said just now the bodyguard I found for you is to protect you, not to introduce you to a boyfriend. Why do you have to be so handsome? What are you afraid of not wearing? Didn't he just go down the mountain? Wouldn't it be better to take him to the clothes store to buy a few sets of clothes when the time comes?" At this time his mother Lu Akan also spoke. "Mengru, just listen to your father. The outside is indeed very chaotic right now, so find someone to protect you. When you go to college next year you will be further away from home. To find someone to protect you, my father and I will feel more at ease." When Qi Mengru heard it, she pouted and said to Lu Akan that even if you want to hire me a bodyguard, you have to hire me a very handsome one. At this time I heard Qi Yufeng say that there is no need to say any more, the bodyguard will definitely use Yu Yang. Qi Mengru snorted angrily and ran upstairs. Qi Yufeng sighed and said to Yu Yang, "Oh Yu Yang, don't laugh, this girl has spoiled me." Yu Yang thought that it would not be easy to protect this eldest lady. Chapter 2 Yu Yang goes to school. Yu Yang thought again, as long as I do my job well I don't care. At this moment I heard Qi Yufeng say it. "Yu Yang, tomorrow I will ask someone to take you to buy clothes." As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it was no longer necessary, "Uncle Qi. I was well dressed." When Qi Yufeng heard about it, "Where did he go? You come here to be a bodyguard, you may go out often or something. How can you do without 2 sets of decent clothes?" Yu Yang had no choice but to agree. At this moment Yu Yang suddenly remembered something and asked Uncle Qi, "You asked me to go to school, but I have never been to school. The characters I know are taught by my master." Qi Yufeng heard it. "You don't have to worry about this, I have already arranged it for you, and the transfer students arranged for you will be in the same class as our Mengru." Having said that, Qi Yufeng asked Yu Yang, "You have lived in the mountains since you were a child, you should not be able to drive, and I have prepared a bicycle for you, what do you think? You should be able to ride, right?" "Bicycle?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "I can ride a bicycle." Qi Yufeng nodded and said, let's go out and have a look. You go pick a bike you like. I will send you to learn a driver's license when the time comes, and I will give you a car at that time." Yu Yang was very happy when he heard it. After saying this, he and Qi Yufeng walked out of the room and turned to the side. Yu Yang saw a red Porsche sports car at a glance. "This car is Qi Mengru's," and then look into the shed next to you to see that there are bicycles. Qi Yufeng said to Yu Yang, "Pick one." Yu Yang picked one of the bikes and pushed it out. "When it comes to Uncle Qi, that's it." Qi Yufeng said, "Then you will ride this to school tomorrow. I may have something to do with the company tomorrow. If you have anything to do you can tell Li Bo the housekeeper. Li Bo is the one who picked you up at the train station." Yu Yang heard it was good, he thought that Li Bo was pretty good. "My daughter is in class 2 of senior 3. After you arrive at school tomorrow, go to Principal Shu to get your books on medicinal use or something. I'll let Li Bo take you to buy some new clothes later." So the two returned to the house again. Qi Yufeng asked the housekeeper Li Bo to take Yu Yang out to buy clothes. This Yu Yang looked up when he followed Li Bo to the Yellow Sea building. Yu Yang thought, this place is too big. Huanghai building is the most famous shopping mall in Huanghai City, which contains a variety of products such as clothing, bags and more. When Li Bo was picking clothes for him, he found that Yu Yang was expensive and he never bought it. "I just bought 2 sets of clothes." Yu Yang said to Li Bo, "Let's buy these first." Li Bo asked immediately, "Will it be less to buy 2 sets? We are always to blame. I can't bear it." Yu Yang is all right, I will tell Uncle Qi when the time comes. Is it not a waste to buy so much? I have another set with me. Li Bo thought to himself, this man is too frugal, the clothes on his body are old and he is not willing to throw them away. So the two of them strolled around for a while and bought some changed underwear or something, went back home at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Li Bo took Yu Yang upstairs and pointed to one of the rooms. "You live in this room," said this, and took Yu Yang's luggage into the house. Yu Yang thanked him continuously. "Li Bo is welcome, if you have anything here in the future feel free to contact me." Saying this, he went out and closed the door. This Yu Yang opened his bag and put some of the things he used in the cabinet next to him. Soon he also fell asleep in bed. Yu Yang had the habit of getting up early to practice the exercises every morning. When he woke up and opened his eyes, it was already dawn. So he got up from the bed and went to the toilet. Yu Yang just walked to the toilet. He heard the sound of water with flowers inside. Yu Yang thought, who is this? He was wondering. The door of the toilet suddenly opened and a person. Yu Yang looked up and was startled. This person was none other than Chi Mengru. Chi Mengru just came out of the toilet when she raised her head suddenly and startled him off. You rascal, you bad guy. Yu Yang's face is innocent and he said that I also live above this building. Chi Mengru said to Yu Yang as soon as he heard it, HMPH, I don't believe it. Did you deliberately want to peek at me? Yu Yang heard, I don't see you very often and you don't look good. In fact, Yu Yang was deliberately writing a dream. Chi Mengru is so pissed off. Why am I not good looking? I don't look good. You bastard, I don't want you to be a bodyguard, huh? After saying this, I ran into the house. Yu Yang saw a special injustice. It turns out that in order to facilitate Yu Yang to better protect Chi Mengru, Chi Yufeng arranged Yu Yang's room on the second floor next to Chi Mengru's room. When Yu Yang saw Chi Mengru was gone, he went into the toilet and he was dumbfounded. What happened? This Yu Yang, he has been growing up in the mountains and he has been with his master and the others since he was a child. He has never used a flush toilet. He thought to himself, how to use this thing. Yu Yang thought to himself that this person in this city is too advanced. Going to the toilet is different from that in the mountains. He remembered that when he was in the mountains he dug a hole in the toilet and put a tank in it. In summer the smell is particularly pungent and there are many flies. Wait until he arrives here today to see the toilet repaired in this city. He won't use it, so he opened the door again and came out of the toilet. To the backwoods to find a place where no one is. Before he solved it, and then he practiced boxing for a while. At 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning he returned to the front. Just finished eating with Li Bo, ready to go to school. When Yu Yang saw Chi Mengru, as soon as he got outside, Chi Mengru glanced back at him and then got into the Porsche sports car. Chi Mengru thought, I asked you to follow me. I see how you can keep up with today. I have to dump you. So just as Chi Mengru drove the car out of the yard, she stepped on the accelerator and the Porsche sports car rushed out. His dream is like a big villain. I see if you can keep up with me this time. When he looked back from the rearview mirror he was dumbfounded, just to see if Yu Yang is following behind. Chi Mengru was also taken aback when she saw it, thinking that this kid is fine. I can even catch up with my car on a bicycle. Chi Mengru couldn't think of it. I'll see how long you can follow. So he stepped on the accelerator again. Drove for a few more minutes and he looked in the rearview mirror. The two eyes stared round. What's up? As soon as he saw Yu Yang he followed the bicycle unhurriedly and let him ride it at about the same speed as his Porsche sports car. The dream is, as he thought, what a monster, can this bike still ride like this? So he waited until the school and he did not leave Zhang Yu Yang behind. It's good to wait for Chi Mengru to drive the sports car into the campus. Get out of the car and see Yu Yang, and he has arrived. Chapter 3 Transfer Students. When Yu Yang arrived he put the bicycle next to Chi Mengru's Porsche sports car. Looking up, Chi Mengru is standing next to Porsche and staring at him. Then heard Chi Mengru say to him, hey you bastard, go to the principal's office with me to pick up your books or something. The other students were very puzzled when they looked at it, thinking, who is this? Dressed in such a rustic way, she seems to know the school girl. But someone next to me saw it and thought, hey, it seems that something is wrong. It seems that our school flower is not very friendly to this guy. After a long time of trouble the school girl was talking about Chi Mengru. Because Chi Mengru is beautiful and he drives a Porsche sports car when he goes to school, so there are many people who like him. Today when I saw Chi Mengru and this poor boy who knew everyone, I thought, what was the relationship between the two of them? Looking at Yu Yang smiled at the classmates who were watching the fun and came to Chi Mengru. Thank you, let's go. Chi Mengru snorted, turned around and left. Yu Yang thought to himself, it seems that this eldest lady is also a knife-mouthed, tofu-hearted. Although he likes to lose his temper, his nature is still good. He thought and walked to the door of an office with Chi Mengru. I heard Chi Mengru say the principal's office is here, I'll go first. Then you will go to the classroom by yourself. Ran away as soon as he spoke. When Yu Yang looked at each other, Mengru left. He raised his hand and wanted to knock on the door. At this moment he heard a very unusual sound coming from the office. Yu Yang thought to himself, what is this for? He didn't knock on the door. Listen carefully. I heard a woman say inside. Lao Shu, you are amazing today. Just listen to the man inside. You're pretty good at playing too. Yu Yang thought to himself after listening to this, what the hell is the principal even fooling around with the female teacher in the office, although the door is quite soundproof, but with the perverted hearing of Yu Yang. I heard very clearly, so he has been standing at the door listening with interest. After another 10 minutes while he was listening, the door of the office suddenly opened. Walked out of a middle-aged woman who was about 40 years old. The woman was startled when she opened the door and saw Yu Yang outside. Wait for him to take a closer look. Yu Yang was only 18 or 19 years old. I thought that some student might have come to look for Principal Shu to do business. Thinking of this, I saw the female teacher shouting into the office. After Principal Shu, someone asked you to talk. He twitched and left. I heard someone in the office say, who is looking for me? Come in. Yu Yang walked into the office and looked up at the office, and then looked at a man who is about 50 years old sitting in the office. I heard someone ask at this moment, are you looking for me? Yu Yang nodded and said, yes. Are you Principal Shu? Just listen to this guy say, it's me. Who are you? My name is Yu Yang. I was a transfer student and I heard Yu Yang say it. I saw Principal Shu and heard it. I got it. Look at him taking out a new school uniform from the cabinet next to him. Took out another bag. Said to Yu Yang, this is your thing. It doesn't matter whether you wear this uniform or not, but you must wear it when the flag is raised on Monday. This bag contains some books you need to use. It turns out that Yu Yang didn't come to report before. Qi Weifeng had already arranged for him. And also gave the principal a shopping card for the Yellow Sea building. To get this thing done. At this moment I heard President Shu speak. I'll call your head teacher and ask him to take you to the classroom. While speaking, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number to go out. When I finished talking to the person on the phone, I heard someone knocking on the door outside. I heard Principal Shu say come in, then pushed open the door and another person came in from outside. Yu Yang looked back and saw a male teacher from outside. As soon as the teacher walked in, he listened to Principal Shu talking to him. This is a transfer student from your class. Yu Yang, please lead him to the classroom. The teacher agreed and turned back to Yu Yang and said, this classmate, please come with me. Yu Yang followed the teacher out of the principal's office to the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. The teacher said to the other students, fellow students, this is the new transfer student in our class, Yu Yang. Everyone is welcome, and then look at the class with only some sparse applause. This teacher didn't say anything, just said to Yu Yang, I'm your class teacher, my name is Wei Junkai, and you. Find a seat and sit down, ready for class. Yu Yang turned his head and looked around the classroom. All the seats were occupied, only the seat of Qi Mengru was vacant. He didn't say a word, he went directly to Qi Mengru's side with his school bag. Qi Mengru saw that Yu Yang sat next to him and immediately stood up and said, teacher, I ask you to change a seat for this classmate. Wei Junkai heard that this classmate has taken all the seats and he won't be next to you. Where do you let him do it? Just then Yu Yang spoke, teacher, I don't want to change seats, I just sit here. I didn't change anything. Qi Mengru was furious when she heard it. He just wanted to say something and listen to Wei Junkai, don't say it anymore, go to class. Qi Mengru had no choice but to sit down and look back at Yu Yang fiercely. Yu Yang pretended not to see, thinking to stare as you wish. This Junkai started to lecture. Yu Yang listened. What are you trying to talk about? He didn't understand a word. So he sat there and put his hands together on his dantian. Began to practice the royal dragon art. Qi Mengru stole an eye, looked to the side and saw Yu Yang sitting there with the back straight as if listening to the lecture very seriously. Just like this the class ended soon, and when the get out of class was over, Yu Yang also quietly ended his practice. Waiting for Wei Junkai to finish class and walk out of the classroom. There was chaos in the classroom and Qi Mengru also went out with another female classmate. Yu Yang did not move until he sat down. He sat there and didn't move, but someone wanted to trouble him, and at this moment 2 people stood up in the back row and walked towards Yu Yang. I can see that these 2 are tall and they can be about 1.8 meters tall. The 2 are called Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun. These 2 people are the kind of people who usually do not study well and like to fight. Today they saw Yu Yang's rustic clothes, and the 2 next to Qi Mengru, the school beauty, were holding back their energy and wanted to make Yu Yang a whole. As soon as these 2 came over, Yu Yang felt that the 2 comers were not good. Yu Yang thought, I don't care who you are. At this moment Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao came to Yu Yang. I heard Deng Heidao say to Yu Yang, the boy saw that Yu Yang didn't lift his head at this moment and said, don't bother me. Deng Heidao, what do you want to fight? When the 2 of them hear it, Dare to talk to our brother Chun like that. As soon as he spoke he reached out to catch fish and sheep. If you have any comments or suggestions on this book you are also welcome to join our book group account. 870,667,954. Chapter 4 Turning the War into Jade and Silk. Looking at Yu Yang he reached out and grabbed Deng Heitao's arm. I heard Yu Yang say go out, and then saw him throw Deng Heitao out of the classroom with a flick of his hand. This time Deng Heitao fell hard. The classmates in the classroom were startled thinking that this guy is very strong. Deng Heitao was so big he let him throw it out with a flick of his hand. Fan Yongchun who was next to him gave up and pointed at Yu Yang. You dare to beat Deng Heitao. We didn't play today the people who dare to beat my Chun brother. At this moment Yu Yang stood up and said about brother Chun right. I'm here to learn. Yu Yang did not want to conflict with others, but he thought again later that if he didn't stand up for himself others would think he was easy to bully, so, he stood up. Yu Yang pointed with one hand Fan Yongchun you go alone, or you all go together, but I suggest that everyone go together because it will save me the trouble of playing one by one for a while. Fan Yongchun heard it the good boy is crazy enough I don't need anyone else today just me Fan Yongchun will deal with you. Said this and punched Yu Yang in the face. And then look at Yu Yang standing there without moving still grabbing Fan Yongchun's arm with one hand and shouting to go out. Fan Yongchun performed a trapeze and went out. After seeing Yu Yang followed he reached out and raised a guest table and chased out. Stepped Fan Yongchun under his feet and said to him brother Chun right. Are you convinced? Do you want to know what it would feel like if this desk fell down? The other students also came out. I thought this kid is too sturdy does he really dare to smash it? Someone whispered this kid is really too sturdy it seems that he really dares to smash down. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. The two are usually at school who dares to provoke them. Both of them are big men one is nicknamed the rhinoceros and the other is the leopard. I didn't expect to let this Yu Yang grab his arm and throw it out this guy should be less messed up in the future. At this moment Chi Mengru and his female classmate also came back. Li Yuan and Chi Mengru saw a group of classmates around the door of the classroom and he was still wondering. I thought to myself why everyone was crowding around here he followed his female classmate and hurried to the door of the classroom and asked what was going on. Why are you all crowding at the door of the classroom? One of the classmates turned around and told Chi Mengru the matter again saying that Yu Yang was really too fierce. The rhinos and leopards in our class were beaten by him. As he thought in his dreams this kid is really not a good person, the first day of school to cause trouble. Chi Mengru thought no matter how he is my bodyguard if he really causes something our family has to take responsibility. Thinking of this he hurriedly squeezed into the crowd and said in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang what are you doing? Watching Yu Yang turned around and said to him oh this man wants to hit me so he didn't hit me he was hit by me. At this moment the female classmate next to him spoke Yu Yang put down the table if you really want to smash it you will die. Yu Yang took a look at the girl. Is also the kind of family with relatively poor conditions because this classmate is wearing very old clothes but they are very clean. A pair of phoenix eyes with curved eyebrows. Looks very handsome. Yu Yang smiled at the girl and put down the desk. Chi Mengru was unhappy at that time thinking about this villain. As soon as he said this to the other girl I ignored he immediately put the table down. At this time Deng Heitao and Fan Yongchun also got up from the ground. Although they were thrown out of the classroom by Yu Yang. But Yu Yang has kept his limits, they were both dropped. It's not a big deal and when these two came to Yu Yang they said that brother Yang will be our boss in the future and we will mess with you in the future. Yu Yang saw that their personalities were very real. Yu Yang also likes this character. As soon as these two came to him and called him the boss Yu Yang said immediately. The two of us are good friends from today onwards I dare not be the boss, as long as you don't bully me in the future. Deng Heitao and Fan Yongchun thought to themselves we are bullying you just for the last 2 times it would be good if you didn't bully us. I just heard Deng Heitao say brother Yang how dare we if you don't bully us we will have fun. Yu Yang was also happy when he heard it. Just like that the three of them turned their battles into jade and silk and reconciled. In the future Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao can help Yu Yang a lot in dominating the Yellow Sea City, so the desk was moved back to the classroom. Soon the second class also started. Yu Yang looked up and a female teacher came in from outside. When he saw it he knew and thought isn't this the one who was fooling around with the principal named Shu in the principal's office? Yu Yang thought anyway you don't provoke me and I don't provoke you it's better that you leave me alone. This woman's surname is Peng and her name is Tang Ruhua. Officially Yu Yang saw the one fooling around with the principal in the principal's office in the morning. He took a physics class. The classmates in the class don't like to take his class, but they don't dare to mess with him knowing that his backstage is the principal. The lecture is not good. This is Yu Yang listening to it. He fell asleep on the table in a daze. Chi Mengru stole a glance and looked at Yu Yang. I thought that this guy had really bad behavior. He fought with his classmates on the first day of class and he went to sleep when he didn't go to class. Since Chi Mengru's seat was in the second row not far from the podium, Yu Yang was lying on the table and sleeping, being seen by Tang Ruhua, and then see Tang Ruhua coming to Yu Yang and talking about this classmate. I actually fell asleep when I stood up for class. Watching Yu Yang raised his head and said impatiently, "Don't mind me." At that time the other students in the classroom were dumbfounded, thinking that this kid is fierce enough, dared to contradict teacher Tang. I thought that there must be his suffering in the future. At this time Tang Ruhua was so angry that he immediately reached out and grabbed Yu Yang's clothes and the collar, said, "You go out to me." I heard Yu Yang say at this moment, "Ouch, you are amazing, you can play well. Are you taking medicine?" Tang Ruhua's face changed at that time. Right away, "What are you talking about?" What Yu Yang said just now is exactly what he heard at the door of the principal's office in the morning. At that time Tang Ruhua thought that the door of the principal's office was so soundproof, how could he hear it? I heard Yu Yang say at this moment, "You better leave me alone, if you don't want me to say something." Tang Ruhua panicked when she heard it and hurriedly said, "This classmate, don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to go to class, just sleep. Everyone is very curious when they hear it what is going on. Why do you think teacher Tang is afraid of Yu Yang?" Chi Mengru was also very puzzled and turned her head to look at Yu Yang. The fifth beautiful teacher. I thought to myself, what did this guy just say? Why was teacher Tang so frightened that he didn't dare to care about him? Not only he was puzzled, but the other students in the class were also puzzled. This Tang Ruhua. At this time the class started again. See him soon put the textbook on the table and said to the classmates, "You will study by yourself." After finishing speaking, he took the textbook and left the classroom. As soon as he went out, Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao walked up to Yu Yang and asked, "Brother Yang, you are really good, but what do you mean by what you just said? Why are you afraid of teacher Tang when you say that?" Yu Yang said happily, "Nothing. But when I went to the principal yesterday to get the textbook, I heard something." Just watched Fan Yongchun put his thumb up and said to Yu Yang, "You knew and then listened to him again. In fact, we didn't really fall in love with this Tang Ruhua's class. But not yet. And no one dared to provoke him. His backstage is the principal. If you offend Tang Ruhua, then wait to be expelled. But brother Yang, you are sure that there will be no problem after doing this?" Yu Yang said nothing after listening. "He didn't dare to mess with me." Just look at Fan Yongchun's thumb up again. Brother Yang is really a master. And then heard him say, "Alas, I don't know what's going on in our school. How can you use such a teacher? The lectures are not good and every day I know that I'm fooling around with the principal." At this moment the female student sitting in front of Chi Mengru turned around and said, "Yes, teacher Tang's teaching was not good at all. I don't like taking his class either." When Yu Yang heard it later, the whole class was dissatisfied with this candy flower. Yu Yang thought to himself, as long as he leaves me alone, nothing will happen. Just then the class bell rang suddenly. Everyone hurried back to their seats and sat down. At this moment another female teacher came in from outside. I saw the female teacher walk to the podium and put the textbook on the table. Looked at everyone, he saw that there were more people in the class. I just heard the female teacher ask, "Why is there an extra student in our class?" Just after he finished asking, he saw a classmate standing up among the students in one row. Speaking of Mr. Guo, this is a transfer student named Yu Yang who was just arranged by the head teacher Mr. Wei. This is the class monitor called Fisherman. His father was Yu Bingliang, the deputy mayor of Huanghai City. When the fisherman and the female teacher finished explaining, they sat down. I heard the female teacher say to everyone, "Everyone has been learning English for a long time, so today let's say hello to the teacher in English, and then I will reply to you in English." The classmates agreed in unison. Just at this moment to see the squad leader Fisherman stand up and say, "Stand up." All the students in the classroom stood up and Yu Yang also stood up behind, and then heard other students shouting, "Hello teacher" in English. Look at Yu Yang standing there and didn't move, and he didn't shout with everyone. After making trouble for a long time, this Yu Yang really doesn't know anything about English. Some of the characters he knew on the mountain since he was a child were called by his master and several of his masters. So he never learned English at all. So he just stood up but didn't say anything, happened to be seen by this female teacher. Look at this teacher again and ask Yu Yang, this classmate, why don't you talk to everyone? Yu Yang's face was flushed and the other students in the class thought that this kid can't speak English right. Chi Mengru was also very puzzled. A look at Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun behind. I think it seems that our brother Yang is also the kind of person who doesn't like to study, like us. Then I heard the female teacher ask this classmate again, don't you know? Just heard Yu Yang say that I have not learned. This female teacher heard that you have not studied. Yu Yang nodded and listened to the female teacher. Then let's talk about the most basic. Introduce yourself in English. Just listen to Yu Yang say, teacher, I haven't studied English in a day. When the female teacher hears that, all right, then you sit down first, and then went on to talk about this classmate. Please briefly introduce yourself. I heard Yu Yang say, my name is Yu Yang, and then he briefly introduced himself. Chi Mengru looked back at Yu Yang and then whispered to him to answer the teacher's question to stand up. Yu Yang just wanted to stand up when he heard the female teacher say, you do it first and you will hold your English book after class for a while. Come to my office, remember it is last semester, if you don't have it borrow it from your classmates. After speaking he said to the other students, everyone, we will start the class next. And soon the third class is over. I just heard the female teacher say, okay, let's finish the get out of class. Before leaving I did not forget to remind Yu Yang again. After borrowing English books, come to my office before class in the afternoon. Yu Yang agreed and watched the female teacher walk out of the classroom with the textbook. As soon as this female teacher left the class, all the classmates rushed out of the classroom and went to the cafeteria to prepare for lunch. Chi Mengru walked in front of Yu Yang, took out a stack of colorful papers and looked at Yu Yang and said it was a meal ticket. Said, show Yu Yang and ask, what is this? Chi Mengru glared at him and said, this is a meal ticket which is to be used when making meals, save you starving. After speaking he shoved the meal ticket into Yu Yang's hand and ran away. At this time Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun, come over, holding Yu Yang one by one, said brother Yang. Today our brothers treat you to a guest, please go to the cafeteria for a meal. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it I asked him to talk at noon and he took out a stack of meal tickets in his pocket. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao, see brother Yang, where did you get so many meal tickets? It seems that your family is quite rich. Just heard Fan Yongchun say, brother Yang, are you pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? In fact your family is rich, so you deliberately dressed like this to go to school, right? Yu Yang heard that this meal ticket is not my own, it was given by someone. Deng Haidao heard that it was a good one. Brother Yang just arrived at school in the morning and someone gave you a meal ticket. Was it given by a rich family daughter? What Deng Haidao didn't expect was that he really made him guess right. Yu Yang nodded and did not deny that Deng Haidao looked more energetic. Our brother Yang is brother Yu Yang. You should not be supported by a rich family daughter with a meal ticket, right? Yu Yang, after listening to Deng Haidao's head is a violence. When it comes to I'll wrap you up, go to dinner. As soon as Fan Yongchun heard it, how could our brother Yang let this little meal ticket be taken care of? Brother Yang, let's go or else the place will be occupied by those guys for a while. So Yu Yang, Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun came to the school cafeteria. Chapter 6, Dragon Gang. Just when the three of them were about to reach the cafeteria, Li Yuan saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of the cafeteria. When Deng Haidao saw this group of people, I just said, why are these guys here? As soon as he finished speaking he saw a person rushing towards this group of people. He took a closer look and it was Yu Yang. When Deng Haidao saw it clearly, he and Fan Yongchun also chased after him. When the two of them ran to get the money, they would have already been lying on the ground when they went to see them again. There are only 3 people standing there. Yu Yang, Chi Mengru and another female classmate of Chi Mengru. After a long time of trouble, when the 3 of them, Chen Yang and Deng Haidao, were about to arrive at the cafeteria, they saw them far away. This group of people surrounded Chi Mengru and his female classmate. It turned out that Chi Mengru and his classmate came to the cafeteria together as soon as school was over. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the cafeteria, before they got in, a group of people came out. One of them is called Xie Wenken. This person is usually domineering in the school. His father is the famous Xie Tianba on the roads of Huanghai City, is the head of a big gang in the city, the Crazy Tiger Gang, so this kid is usually domineering in school, specializing in molesting female classmates. It turns out that he has long liked Chi Mengru, but Chi Mengru has always refused men thousands of miles away. There are also many male classmates who have chased him, but they have been rejected by him without exception. He also secretly wrote a love letter to Chi Mengru and asked someone to bring it to him. When Chi Mengru found the love letter in the table hole, she threw it into the trash without saying a word. When this kid knew that he was angry and wanted to be hard, there is a dog-legged man under his hand called Ji Jiao Wai. Just give him an idea, said Mr. Does not need to be hard. Girls love vanity. Give him some bags, cars, brand name mobile phones and so on, sure to win. Xie Wenken angrily scolded me that you are a pig brain. Do you know whose daughter he is? His father is the chairman of the Knights group. Do you think the tricks to deal with other girls can be used on him? Want what he can't buy. Ji Jiaohui was scolded at that time without words. Xie Wenken said, I really don't believe it. We will go to the cafeteria tomorrow to block him. He will have to be willing, if not I will come to the overlord to force the bow. This kid is simply a bully in the Yellow Sea. He also goes to school here. Chi Mengru and the others are in class 2 of senior 3. This kid is in class 1 of senior 3. This kid usually doesn't study well at school, and also established a gang called the Shenlong Gang, bullying female classmates. Do everything, just don't do good things. As long as he takes a fancy to which female classmate does not follow. He arranged for someone to go to his house when school was over. He relied on that his father was the leader of the Crazy Tiger Gang and knew people at the police station. Even if others call the police, it is useless, so this kid usually does all kinds of evil. That's not it. He is coming again today to arrest Chi Mengru. When he was eating in the cafeteria today, one of them looked out, just saw Chi Mengru and his female classmate coming. I saw this kid hurriedly came to Xie Wenken and said, Xie Xiao, that Chi Mengru is here and there is a pretty girl next to him. Can Xu Xiao give the girl next to him to our brother to play with? Xie Wenken heard no problem and then said, let's go out to gamble people. This kid came out with a group of people and happened to meet Chi Mengru. Watching him wave his hand, and a few boys surrounded Chi Mengru and his classmate in the middle. Chi Mengru was also frightened when he saw it. He knew Xie Wenken and the others. I know that these people usually bully female classmates in the school. It's definitely not a good thing to surround him today. Chi Mengru said to Xie Wenken, what do you want to do? Xie Wenken delighted Chi Mengru. You don't know how to praise. It's your blessing that I, Xie Wenken, can see you. Don't look at your father as the big boss. As long as I say a word, believe it or not, your father's company will be seized tomorrow. I advise you to follow me immediately. Chi Mengru once heard Xie Wenken, you rascal, go away. Or I will tell the teacher. Xie Wenken, when you hear something, tell the teacher. Which teacher do you think dares to control it? Unless he gets impatient. The movement here also attracted many students to come and watch the fun. Some students saw that Chi Mengru was surrounded. I just wanted to see that this Chi Mengru couldn't run away. Some teachers passed by and saw Xie Wenken and the others, were hiding far away. Xie Wenken was a little impatient at this time, said to Chi Mengru. I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to promise to be my woman? His dreamy little face flushed red, said, you bastard. As soon as Xie Wenken heard that the Tao was good, Chi Mengru, if you don't eat toast, you eat fine wine, and then listen to him again, take it away from me. I saw that several people walked in front of Chi Mengru at this time. I just stretched out my hand, but I haven't waited to touch Chi Mengru's clothes. At this juncture, Yu Yang and Deng Heidao, 3 of them came. As soon as he arrived here, Yu Yang found Chi Mengru surrounded by the crowd. Yu Yang then rushed over. Before the group could figure out what was going on, they were beaten by Yu Yang and lay on the ground. Even Xie Wenken was knocked down on the ground. When Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun came to the front, they were dumbfounded. Both of them thought in their hearts that this kid is too powerful. No wonder we were caught by him and threw it out casually. So many people never hit him. Thinking of this, the two walked up to Yu Yang and said, Brother Yang, are you in trouble? Yu Yang didn't care at all, asked what happened. Does this kid have any background? At this moment, Xie Wenken, who was on the ground, got up, pointed Yu Yang, good boy, do you dare to sign up? Do you know who I am? My father's name is Xie Tianba. Who in Huanghai City does not know him? The police will give him face. If you dare to hit me, just wait for you to go to the prison and nibble on Wotu. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I never heard of it at all. I don't care who your father is. You offended me, I still beat you. When Xie Wenken heard me offend you. When Yu Yang heard that you didn't bully me but you bullied her, he pointed at Chi Mengru. Xie Wenken took a look. You have a relationship with him. Yu Yang heard that. Of course, this is my cousin. Chi Mengru, who was on the side, was furious when she heard this, thinking about this kid in her heart and see how I will deal with him when I get home, and said I was his cousin, but he thought about it again for the sake of saving my face. Let him go this time. As soon as Xie Wenken heard that there is a seed, you can give me a name. Yu Yang said after listening to it. Yu Yang, class 2 of senior 3. As soon as Xie Wenken heard, good boy, you wait for me, and he left with a group of younger brothers as he spoke. Chapter 7, Beauty Pursuit. This time the students watching the lively cheered. Said Yu Yang played well. There are a few female classmates and Yu Yang doesn't feel that Yu Yang's clothes are rustic anymore. One of them said in a low voice, he looks quite handsome if you look closely. I just heard another person say yes, how safe it is to find him as a boyfriend if he is so capable. Not to mention that these female classmates are insane there, besides Yu Yang and the others waiting for these guys to leave. Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun came to Yu Yang and said that brother Yang, that Xie Wenken, his father, was Xie Tianba, the eldest brother on the road in Huanghai City. I guess you beat his son, he can't play. Yu Yang said after listening to what he was afraid of. He's going to come to our school to go wild, so I'll beat him up. Let's go, let's eat. Saying this, he didn't care that Chi Mengru and Fan Yongchun entered the cafeteria together. Seeing that Chi Mengru was still standing there, he was stunned just now before he could see what was going on. The gang fell on the ground. After a minute or so, the female classmate who was with him tugged at his clothes and said, let's go to dinner, your cousin is gone. Only then did Chi Mengru react and quickly said, Li Dongmai, what are you talking about? Where is my cousin? After making trouble for a long time, the classmate who was with him was the one sitting in front of him, called Li Dongmai. When he heard Chi Mengru say that he was not his cousin, that's not right, he just said it was your cousin. The dream Rui heard. Don't listen to his nonsense, this guy is a big bad guy, don't listen to his nonsense, he's not my cousin at all. When he was talking, he stretched out his hand to pull Li Dongmai and said, let's go and have dinner. After eating quickly, Chi Mengru went with his female classmate Li Dongmai. Go to the girls' dormitory and get ready to rest. At this moment Yu Yang came. Chi Mengru saw that Yu Yang came and asked, what are you doing here? We're getting ready for the girls' dormitory. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he said, oh no, I just wanted to ask if you have any English books. I asked Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun, both of their English books have long been thrown into the book. Just then Li Dongmai next to him spoke, Yu Yang, I have an English book in volume 1. But at home I have to bring it to you tomorrow. Yu Yang looked at Li Dongmai and thought about this girl. I am very fond of this Li Dongmai. This girl, if I need help with anything in the future, must help think of this Yu Yang and say thank you. Li Dongmai is welcome everyone as a classmate. Yu Yang thought to himself that since there is no English book, he will wait until tomorrow to find that beautiful teacher. Just like this, the fish and sheep with nothing to do returned to the classroom. I saw that Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun were also in the classroom. As soon as Yu Yang came in, Fan Yongchun asked, brother Yang, have you borrowed English books? Yu Yang said after listening that what he borrowed is borrowed, but he will bring it to me tomorrow and he will not be able to make up the class in the afternoon. At this time Deng Haitao on the side also spoke, brother Yang, have you prepared the money for making up lessons? Does Yu Yang ask for money when he hears how to make up lessons? Fan Yongchun heard it, of course. Teachers have to pay for make-up lessons for students. How much did Yu Yang pay? Deng Haitao immediately said that at least one class would cost 100 or 200. Yu Yang thought. The beautiful teacher wouldn't want to take my money, right? Yu Yang thought to himself, if he really needed it he would have to pay 100 or 200 yuan for each class. I definitely can't make up for this class. In the blink of an eye it was time for class in the afternoon. As soon as the class started, Yu Yang fell asleep on the table. Chi Mengru next to him thought, this guy is really a pig. This teacher doesn't care too much about sheep. When the get out of class was over, Yu Yang started doing it right away. Chi Mengru glared at him fiercely and then got up and left. Yu Yang thought, how can I offend this eldest lady? Li Dongmai in the front seat wondered what the relationship between the two was. In the second class at the beginning, Yu Yang did that again, practicing his royal dragon art. So the 3 afternoon classes were spent in Yu Yang's sleep and practice. Yu Yang was about to leave after school when he saw a female classmate approaching with a bottle of juice in her hand. Speaking of Yu Yang classmate, Yu Yang gave you a look back, this girl. I saw the girl with a ponytail, a pair of big eyes and a chubby face. It turned out that the girl's surname was Lu and her name was Lululu. He saw Yu Yang in front of the cafeteria at noon. Violently beat Xie Wenken's gang and he felt that the peach blossoms were flashing in front of him. he told a female classmate next to him. I want to chase Yu Yang. The female classmate next to him heard it. Forget it, I said. Lulu, how many boyfriends have you changed? Lulu heard what happened. That's not what I like. I like Yu Yang now. I want to chase her. If I catch up with him I will live with him and not change. His female classmate didn't say anything. In fact Lulu and the others are also in class 1 of senior 3. He really bought a bottle of juice in the school's canteen in the afternoon after school and came to Yu Yang in class 2 of senior 3. When Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao looked at each other, Lulu came to deliver juice to Yu Yang and they said, Brother Yang, the beauties have come to bring you drinks on their own initiative, take them quickly. And then I heard Fan Yongchun say, I said, Lulu, you are not funny, you only buy it for Brother Yang, why don't you buy it for both of us? After Lulu heard it she turned her head and glared at them both, said, don't you two know to buy it yourself? And then turned back to Yu Yang with another smile, said, Yu Yang, shall we go to the movies tonight? Yu Yang wanted to agree. He has been in the mountains for so many years. I rarely see girls. Therefore he is still very curious about women. He was just about to agree to Lulu's request when he turned around and saw Chi Mengrujian standing behind him and staring at him. Yu Yang suddenly thought. I was hired as a bodyguard, what do you think? I ran away after school and disappeared. Thinking of this he turned around and said to Lulu, I have to go home to work after school. As soon as Lulu heard it, which parent still wants their child to work? What's going on in your family? Where is your home? Do you want me to help you? Yu Yang didn't use it as soon as he heard it. Life is very tiring, you girls can't do it. As soon as Lulu heard it, that's fine. Then I went back too. So his dad's bottle of juice was placed on Yu Yang's table. He turned around and walked away. At this moment Chi Mengru, who was next to him, felt a little less angry. Just now he thought that this kid was really going to leave. I thought that no matter what, you are my bodyguard, if you run away after school you will be gone. I had to ask my dad to resign him. The 8th martial arts film. When Lulu saw it, Yu Yang definitely didn't want to leave with him. He also had to leave, and before leaving he turned around and said something to Yu Yang. Then we can go out another day when we are free. After he finished speaking he left the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. At this time the classmates in the class also left. Yu Yang and Chi Mengru also walked out of the classroom and were about to go home. Chi Mengru drives his Porsche sports car in front, Yu Yang rides a bicycle in the back. Chi Mengru thought while driving, how did he ride the bicycle? It can keep up with my sports car. Chi Mengru can't think of it. Did not throw you off when the morning came. I will drive faster when I go back. Thinking of this he wanted to speed up the Porsche sports car. At this time he looked up and saw a van in front of a fork in the road. This car waited until Chi Mengru's Porsche sports car and directly crossed the car in the middle of the road. Chi Mengru quickly stepped on the brakes. I thought, how does this person drive like this? Yu Yang, who was riding a bicycle in the back, could see clearly and he knew that something might happen. Look at Yu Yang hurriedly kicking hard a few times, came to Chi Mengru's Porsche car, at the same time on the other side of the road, and drove over a few vans. This road is blocked strictly. Look at the doors of these vans. As soon as they opened, dozens of sweaty hands came down from above, all carrying steel pipes in their hands. I saw one of the big men took a few steps forward and said to Yu Yang, boy, are you Yu Yang? Yu Yang heard the business. I saw this big man rushed to the back of the 100 songs for me. Yu Yang hurriedly shouted when he saw it. Wait, what else do you want to say when this big man hears it? Just listen to Yu Yang, then say again. I can stay here, but can you let him go first and talk? He uses a Chi Mengru. Speaking of, you let him go first, this matter has nothing to do with him. This big man said that he was good at the back and waved his hand to get out of the way, and then saw those vans fell back a little and got out of the way. At this time Chi Mengru in the car was frightened. He has never seen this battle. Dozens of big men stood in front of them holding steel pipes. When Yu Yang arrived next to him he put down his heart a little bit, rolled down the window and watched. He listened to Yu Yang. Let those big men let him go first. Chi Mengru also knew at a glance that staying here is also a burden. He also knew that Yu Yang was for his own good. The dream is like being anxious, thinking although you can fight but there are dozens of people, can you do it? But he knew that he couldn't help Yu Yang's blindness. Take a look at those big men. Out of the way, he had no choice but to start the sports car, hurried away. Chi Mengru was driving the car thinking in her heart she didn't know if this kid could do it. He is for me, only to provoke this group of people. What should he do if he wants to be good or bad? At this time Chi Mengru's attitude towards Yu Yang has unconsciously changed. Let's turn around and talk about Yu Yang. Seeing Chi Mengru gone he was relieved, said to these big men Yil. Come on, let's go together, save me the trouble of playing one by one for a while. The big man headed by a wave said, give me on. Look at these dozens of people who rushed directly to the fish and sheep, and one of them swung the steel pipe and hit Yu Yang's shoulder and smashed it down. Looking at Yu Yang did not get off the bike. Riding a bike to the side with a flash followed by a leg lift, just kicked the big man's wrist. Look at Yu Yang reaching out and grabbing the steel pipe, followed by Hu and waved to the back, is hitting the big man behind him on the head. This one fell to the ground swaying, and then look at his right and rushed over a big man, picked up the steel pipe and smashed it down according to his head. Watching Yu Yang bow down, the front wheel of the bicycle touches the ground. Such a turn behind the wheel will smash the big man to the ground. At this time there were a lot of people watching the fun. Some people say this is a movie. How did you not see the camera? Someone else said next to it, this is not like making a movie. It seems to be really moving. Who is this guy? Pretty awesome. A person faces so many people, not even under the bicycle, instantly knocked down more than a dozen. This is even more exciting than the martial arts films on TV, and someone was holding a mobile phone video beside him. Looking at Yu Yang, all these dozens of people were quickly knocked to the ground. When Yu Yang finished the fight he couldn't ride his bike anymore and he was in trouble for a long time when he was fighting just now. There are two big men holding hooks to hook his front and rear two wheels. Pulled hard and the two wheels were torn down. But Yu Yang was heartbroken. Uncle Chi just gave him a bike. Give it to these boys. Broken. Yu Yang saw that the bicycle was also broken, can only walk back. Although Chi Mengru has already left, but Yu Yang came in the morning, has already ridden down the route with his amazing memory. Wait for Yu Yang to watch it as soon as he gets home. Chi Mengru sitting in the living room. After a long time of trouble, Chi Mengru was very worried about Yu Yang when she got home. So he sat in the living room and waited for Yu Yang to come back. As soon as Yu Yang came in, Chi Mengru asked, "Are you okay? Are there any injuries?" Yu Yang thought to himself, when did this eldest lady care so much about me? Think here. He immediately said nothing. On those people no one can make me hurt. He heard Chi Mengru say it as soon as he finished speaking. Humph, you just blow it. Since you are not injured I am relieved. I'm also afraid that you are injured and can't protect me. After he finished speaking he got up directly from the sofa. Ran upstairs. Yu Yang felt happy when he saw it. I thought that the eldest lady was clearly concerned about herself, but also pretended not to let himself see it. Chi Mengru's attitude also changed slightly in Yu Yang's heart. Just then a person came in outside, said to Yu Yang, "Is Mr. You still used to living here?" Yu Yang saw that this person was the Li Bo who brought him here. Look at Yu Yang again, scratching his head with his hand, and said to Li Bo, "I'm quite used to it, that is I don't use that toilet very much." Then he told Li Bo that he went to the toilet this morning and could not operate the flush toilet. Uncle Li was not happy when he heard it. He also wanted to hear our President Chi say that he grew up in the mountains. It is normal to not use the toilet to pour, and then listen to Li Bo said, "This is fine. If you have any questions just ask me directly. Come with me, I will teach you how to use it." In this way this Li Bo led Yu Yang upstairs, very patiently taught some things that Yu Yang can't. Chapter 9 Class Flower. In this way Li Bo spent an afternoon handing Yu Yang some high-tech products commonly used in the city such as flush toilets and washing machines. Soon Chi Yufeng also came back at night. He asked Yu Yang when he was eating. "Are you used to living here?" Yu Yang hurriedly said Uncle Chi is used to it. As soon as Chi Yufeng heard about it, "That's fine. I'm also worried that you're not used to living here. I usually have something to do in the company, I'm busy and I rarely come back, some things at home. I left it all to you and Li Bo." Yu Yang heard that, "Uncle. You can rest assured everything has me." Soon after eating Yu Yang returned to his room. On the morning of the second day Yu Yang still got up early and went out to practice. When Yu Yang finished his practice he arrived at the front just for dinner. Yu Yang is ready to go to school with Chi Mengru after dinner. Today the weather is a bit bad, cloudy. When Yu Yang finished eating and Chi Mengru came out he found that it was raining. Chi Mengru turned around and said to Yu Yang, "The big bad guy, it's raining today, why don't you ride your bike, take my bike instead." Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Is this appropriate?" I saw Chi Mengru pouted and said, What is inappropriate you do not pull down. I'm also afraid that the rain will pour you into a chicken in a while, but you still don't appreciate it. Ignore you. Yu Yang thought to himself, how did this eldest lady change her sex today? So kind. Yu Yang can also see that Chi Mengru's attitude towards him has changed. He also felt that this eldest lady was not forgiving, but she was still in a good mood. He saw that Chi Mengru took the initiative to invite him to take his car today, go to school. He also wants to ease the relationship with Chi Mengru. Thinking of this, when he saw Chi Mengru was angry, he hurriedly chased after him. When it comes to eldest lady, don't be angry, how could it be? But what I just thought was that I was just a bodyguard and I was afraid that it would be inappropriate to take your car. Chi Mengru glanced back and said, Yu Yang, what's inappropriate? The bodyguard is also a person. Also, thank you yesterday, helped me. In addition, it is raining today, so I will let you go to school in my car and you will ride a bicycle when the weather is clear. While speaking, the two walked to Chi Mengru's Porsche. Both of them got into the car. Yu Yang sat in the passenger seat and watched Chi Mengru start the car skillfully. Start and go straight. School. This time on the road did not encounter anything. Safe and steady all the way to Huanghai is the first high school. When Chi Mengru parked the car and the two got out of the car, the other students were stunned. One by one cast envious glances. Some people said they didn't see it. This kid came here today in the school flowers car. The ability is quite great. Yesterday I saw that the relationship between him and the school flower was not very good. Two people walked into the teaching building amid the envious eyes of a group of classmates, came to the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. Yu Yang just sat down in front of Chi Mengru. Li Dongmai ran over to Yu Yang and said to Yu Yang, Student Yu Yang, I brought you the English first volume book you asked me to bring to you. Yu Yang hurriedly stood up and said, Oh, thank you very much. Li Dongmai said at a glance, You're welcome, we are all classmates, I should do it. While Yu Yang and Li Dongmai were talking, there was a person beside them who gave them a vicious look. Who is this person? This person is the Lu Ming we mentioned earlier. Lu Ming likes Li Dongmai. Li Dongmai is also very beautiful. He and Chi Mengru were both named school beauties in the school. This is Lu Ming. His father is the deputy mayor of Huanghai City. This kid is usually very lecherous, but when he was studying in Huanghai No. 1 middle school, he dressed up in the school. Very gentle look. He has always liked Li Dongmai. But Li Dongmai just wanted to study hard and never thought about anything else. When he saw Li Dongmai and Yu Yang talking there today, Lu Ming was pissed and he thought to himself, boy, look at how I can punish you when I get the chance. Just then the class bell rang and Li Dongmai quickly returned to her seat. Ready to go to class, Yu Yang put away his English books and was going to find a beautiful teacher to give him makeup lessons when school was over at noon today. Yu Yang wondered whether he would be charged or not. He thought again that the beautiful teacher is so good, shouldn't he take my money? He is cranky here. Chapter 10 Supplementary Lessons. Soon the morning passed and it was time for school at noon. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao went to the cafeteria to eat and they were going to look for it. The English teacher made up lessons for him. When Yu Yang was about to go, Fan Yongchun said, You see, we should do it with brother Yang. Our teacher Guo personally gave him makeup lessons. Deng Heitao also said by the side that is how powerful our brother Yang is. Our brother Yang is romantic and suave. Everyone likes them. Yu Yang couldn't listen anymore and said to them both, I said you two to stop. I'll go first after that. He took the English book and went to the teacher Guo mentioned by Fan Yongchun. He had already asked Deng Heitao and Fan Yongchun, and soon Yu Yang came. At the door of the office, just as Yu Yang was about to raise his hand and knock on the door, he heard a man talking inside the office. When Yu Yang heard it, hey, the voice sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered, isn't that the bastard Principal Shu? What is he doing here with the beautiful teacher? Thinking of this, Yu Yang stood at the door and listened. I just listened to the Principal Shu inside saying, Mr. Guo, don't eat your toast, you will be punished. I can see you, that is your blessing. Do you just want to be a contemporary teacher or do you want to be a regular? After a long time of trouble, this female teacher surnamed Guo is not an official teacher of this school, is a substitute teacher. After a long time of trouble, the substitute teacher's surname is Guo and his name is Guo Waner. Speaking of this, Guo Waner was also a very hard-working child since childhood, born in a rural family. It is also his dream to become a regular teacher in this school. This pot and bowl is also very beautiful, 21 years old this year, when he came to Huanghai No. 1 high school. For a time many unmarried male teachers paid attention to their appearance. Trying to get Guo Waner's attention, this President Shu. I want to get Guo Waner. This guy has something to do with several female teachers of which the Tang Ruhua we mentioned earlier is also one of them. But he feel they are not as good as Guo Waner, so he came to Guo Waner's office today. As soon as he came here, Guo Waner usually knew this Principal Shu, not a good person. This Principal Shu is called Shu Deming. Guo Waner looked at Shu Deming. Came here. Guo Waner asked Principal Shu, are you alright? Shu Deming heard that Mr. Guo didn't know that you were in our school for a while. How is the work? When Guo Waner heard it, I felt pretty good. I heard Shu Deming continue to say, Mr. Guo, you are also quite capable. Now we have an idea to turn you into a full-time teacher. Guo Waner was very happy when she heard it. I heard Shu Deming continue to say, but Mr. Guo, how can you thank me? When Guo Waner heard Principal Shu, I'll buy you some good cigarettes. Shu Deming was delighted when he heard it. Mr. Guo, you don't have to buy me cigarettes or anything else. As long as you can promise me one condition, you will be able to change right away. Guo Waner asked what conditions. Shu Deming heard that Mr. Guo is very simple. As long as you promise to be my woman from now on, you can turn right now. Guo Waner was furious when she heard this and said immediately, President Shu, this is impossible. If that's the case, I'd rather not turn positive. Shu Deming will not turn if you say something, and you have to promise today, and you have to promise if you don't. Talking. As soon as he stretched out his hand and ran towards Guo Waner, he grabbed it, and at this moment he showed his true colors. Guo Waner stepped back and said, Principal Shu, if you do this again, I will call someone. As soon as Shu Deming heard something, you called someone, you called, and after calling someone, I told them you were seducing me because you want to be a proper teacher. Guo Waner was furious when she heard it. But he didn't dare to call anyone, and then Shu Deming rushed towards him again. At this time Guo Waner was unavoidable, her back was already leaning against the wall. When Shu Deming's hand was about to touch Guo Waner's chest. At this juncture, Yu Yang is in a hurry outside. I thought this shit principal. Sure enough, he is not a good person and he wants to tease the beautiful teacher again. Thinking of this, I saw that he took out a silver needle from his body. Opened the door as soon as he inserted it into the keyhole. Yu Yang quickly came to Shu Deming's back and reached out and grabbed the collar of his clothes. Scolding you for what a bullshit principal. Shu Deming looked back and saw that it was Yu Yang. You dare to take care of my business and tell him to go out to me quickly. What did Yu Yang hear? I came to find a beautiful teacher to give me makeup lessons. You don't disturb me. I saw Yu Yang when I was talking and said with a shake of my hand, let me go out, and when I was looking at Shu Deming I felt that my body was clear. Slammed into the corridor outside the office with a thud. The fall was quite serious this time and he almost broke the old guy's bones. Shu Deming got up and said towards the office. Good boy, you wait for me. I have to fire you. Just heard Yu Yang say if you don't leave I'm going to beat you. After Shu Deming finished speaking he also left. Guo Waner was terrified, said classmate Yu Yang. You beat the principal, he will fire you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it was alright. It's just the teacher. If it wasn't a coincidence that I came here today. I'm afraid something will happen. And then heard Yu Yang speak again. By the way, didn't you ask me to make up the class? I wanted to come yesterday, but yesterday I couldn't find an English book. So it didn't come. Don't worry about him. If he wants to fire me, I'll beat him. Let's get started. Guo Waner thought about it. Anyway, things have already happened and it's useless to be afraid. If it's a big deal, I won't work here. Think here. Said to Yu Yang, well, let's start. At this moment Yu Yang suddenly remembered that Fan Yongchun and the others told him that teachers would charge for supplementary lessons, so he immediately asked. Teacher Guo, how much do you charge for making up lessons for me? Chapter 11, Beauty Sister. Guo Waner asked very strangely, what's the fee? Yu Yang said, don't teachers have to charge for making up lessons for students? I listened to what Fan Yongchun and the others told me. Guo Waner heard it. Said there is indeed such teachers who pay students to make up lessons, but don't worry, I'm different from them. I never charge students make up lessons. Yu Yang thought. Yu Yang thought to himself after listening to it, I said the beautiful teacher is so good, why would she ask the students to charge? Then listened to Guo Waner. Said let's start now, take out your book first. Yu Yang took out the English book from the bag. I heard Guo Waner ask Yu Yang, have you never learned any English at all? Yu Yang nodded yes. Guo Waner was very puzzled and asked if it was wrong. As far as I know there have been English classes since junior high school. Why didn't you study it? Just listen to Yu Yang say. I never went to school. I know these words are taught by my master. As soon as Guo Wanner heard that it's okay, so let's start from the most basic. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Mr. Guo. You don't have to worry about it all day. I'm just a year of high school. Actually Yu Yang meant he was a bodyguard. Just to protect Qi Mengru from going to high school. After a year whether he will continue to protect Qi Mengru at that time is still unknown, if after a year he stops being a bodyguard. He might do something else, because when he went down the mountain what his master said was, only let him be a bodyguard for 1 year, it is enough to protect Qi Mengru for 1 year. He told Guo Wanner that he only attended high school for 1 year and Guo Wanner misunderstood. Guo Wanner said to Yu Yang about this classmate. Why did you only take 1 year of high school? You don't want to go to school just to mess around, classmate Yu Yang. Your parents worked hard for you to study, but also want you to grow up and have a future. Must not think about taking this year, high school to fool the past, since you went to high school. You must read this book. Yu Yang said to Guo Wanner teacher. I have no parents. Guo Wanner heard it. Thought no wonder this kid. I have no confidence in life at all, I just want to mess around. After a long time he was an orphan. Guo Wanner is also a very kind-hearted person. When he heard Yu Yang say that he had no parents his eyes were red, shed tears, and then said to Yu Yang, sorry classmate. The teacher did not do it on purpose. If you have any difficulties in school in the future feel free to contact me. I will be your sister from now on. Yu Yang is not bad to have such a beautiful sister, came to this city. No one knows. He did not expect the beautiful teacher in front of him, with such a kind heart as soon as he heard that he had no parents, to be his sister. Yu Yang thought, just hit this. I also want to learn English well. Thinking of this Yu Yang said that you will be my sister from now on. Guo Wanner nodded. Said to Yu Yang then you can't do this again. What a mess, you have to promise my sister that you must learn English well. Yu Yang nodded and said, I will study hard. Followed Guo Wanner and said in the future when you call me teacher in private in front of your classmates you can call me sister. After he finished speaking he started to give Yu Yang a makeup lesson. Since he has never learned English he has to start from the most basic. It's coming soon in the afternoon class. I just heard Guo Wanner say okay let's go here today class is about to start. At this moment Yu Yang looked up at Guo Wanner. What, sister you seem to be sick. Guo Wanner was furious when she heard it. What did you say? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, no sister, are you constipated? Guo Wanner was surprised after hearing that. How did you know? As soon as Yu Yang heard it I saw it. I studied medicine. Yu Yang. When he was a child in the mountains his uncle taught him medicine. His uncle is a master. Guo Wanner said can you cure it? Yu Yang can hear it. While speaking he took out a piece of paper and wrote a recipe for Guo Wanner, and handed it to Guo Wanner. Then listen. Yu Yang said taking this formula every day will be fine. Guo Wanner is also dubious. I thought it would work. And then heard Yu Yang say don't worry sister your illness will be cured within 2 days, if I'm not wrong. This disease has been bothering you for a long time. In the beginning it was just a struggle to go to the toilet, which became more and more serious, right? Guo Wanner thought to herself this kid really has 2 strokes. After a long time of trouble Yu Yang was right. This time Guo Wanner completely believed it. Guo Wanner reached out and took the prescription and said to Yang if there is no effect by then see how I clean up you. Yu Yang listened. Said it's okay sister if it doesn't get better by then. You can do whatever you want with me. Talking, he saw the water glass on the table, he stretched out his hand. Take it and unscrew the lid and drink it. Guo Wanner looked at it and thought that this stinky boy picked up my cup and drank it. And see Yu Yang finish drinking, said da mouth. This water is delicious. Chapter 12 Campus Disturbance. Then he went on to say how about my sister giving me this cup. Guo Wanner heard that this cup was used by me. Can I buy another one for you another day? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it I wanted this. Guo Wanner said. Then I will go first. Take it to brush it and then give it to you. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was no longer needed I took it back and brushed it myself. While speaking he picked up the cup. Said to Guo Wanner, sister I'm leaving first. Guo Wanner hurriedly called Yu Yang. Do you have a cell phone? Yu Yang listened. Turned around and asked my sister what was that. Guo Wanner thought with a black line on her forehead that this kid might not come from aliens. The phone does not even know what it is. After a long time of trouble Yu Yang grew up in the mountains, never seen it at all. Cell phone or something. So today I heard Guo Wanner ask him if he has a cell phone. He was curious to ask what is his sister's cell phone. Guo Wanner saw Yu Yang's curious expression. He was sure that Yu Yang really didn't know what a mobile phone was. Guo Wanner reached out from her pocket and took out his own mobile phone. Guo Wanner is very economical. The mobile phone he uses is the same Nokia mobile phone as before. He took out his mobile phone and pointed it. Yu Yang said, "Did you see it? This is the phone." Yu Yang with a strange expression on his face stepped forward, took the phone, looked at it and asked, "What can my sister do with this thing?" And then Guo Wanner told Yu Yang about some functions of the mobile phone, and then Guo Wanner said to Yang, "If you have it too, I can ask for your number on the phone." After he finished speaking he followed suit. "But it's all right, wait for some day. My sister gave you a copy of Yu Yang. I am so thankful to my sister." After that Yu Yang went back to the classroom. Wait until Yu Yang returns to the classroom. He got it, "Beautiful sister." The cup is very happy. He thinks that there is still the taste of beautiful sister on it. He hid the water glass in his clothes and walked to his next to the seat and then quietly put the water glass in the table hole. Chi Mengru on the side saw Yu Yang there. "I thought, what is this kid giggling at? Did you get the money?" Thinking of this he asked, "Hey, bastard. I said, what are you happy about? Did you find the money?" Yu Yang said to Chi Mengru with joy, "I'm happier than picking up money." Chi Mengru heard the word cut. Do not say forget it. At this time the class bell rang. All returned to their own. The seat is ready to start the class. At this time many vans came outside the school. Every car is full of people. I saw these cars parked at the gate of the campus. In these cars there are a total of 40 or 50 big men. I saw one of the big men shouted, "Quickly open the door." The old man at the door knew at a glance that these people were hooligans. Can't be bothered. He did not dare not to open the door. He also knew that even if he did not open the door these people would definitely turn in, so he opened the door. The door just opened to see these people all rushed into the campus. When these people came to the campus of Huanghai School, I heard someone shouting, "Yu Yang, you bastard, get out of here quickly and die." Some students heard the movement downstairs, lying on the window to have a look. Just look at the darkness below, there can be dozens of people. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao also came to the window. I thought, what are these people doing? Just then a few people downstairs shouted at the teaching building together, "Yu Yang, get out of here, you bastard." Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao listened. I thought that these grandsons dared to scold our brother Yang. Yu Yang also heard it. I thought it must be the guys from the Crazy Tiger gang. At this time the students who were about to prepare for class did not go to class. They all lay on the window and looked down. Even the teacher is watching. Only Yu Yang sat there and didn't move. At this time not only the people in class 2 of senior 3 are looking down, but even class 1 of senior 3 are watching. There are many classes that are in class for a while and they are not in class, all lying down and looking down. I thought, who provoked this group of people? Some of them heard it and the group of people below were scolding Yu Yang. Some people asked who Yu Yang was, said if they knew. Yu Yang was the one who beat Xie Wenken at the entrance of the cafeteria that day. Xie Wenken has not come to class for several days. I heard that Xie Wenken's father is a black man. People came to revenge. For a time Yu Yang's name sailed on the campus. The following people scolded for a long time and did not see Yu Yang appear. At this time Yu Yang in the classroom was lying on the table as if he had fallen asleep. Chi Mengru next to him knew at a glance that it was the last time Yu Yang beat Xie Wenken. Someone came to seek revenge for Yu Yang. When he saw Yu Yang, Chi Mengru was dumbfounded, thinking that this guy's heart was too big. The people downstairs are scolding him. There are more people coming back this time than when they came home last time. I thought this kid is not afraid at all, and mind. Lie down on the table and sleep here. Thinking of this he quickly reached out and pushed Yu Yang, said, "Hey big bad guy, don't sleep downstairs. Those people are scolding you." When Yu Yang heard it he said to Chi Mengru, "Let them scold him, I'm going to bed first, don't disturb me." Chi Mengru almost wanted to strangle Yu Yang after listening to it. I thought that this stinky boy was worried about him and he died of anger if he didn't appreciate it. At this moment I saw the teacher talking. Yu Yang is downstairs, what's going on? Why are so many people looking for you? Do you want to go down and solve it? Let so many people make such a noise on campus, all affect the class. Yu Yang listened. I thought to myself, go down and send these people away. Otherwise they have been arguing with me here so that I have no way to sleep. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Good teacher, I'll go down here." After he finished speaking, he immediately came out of the classroom, an open space on campus. Yu Yang waited downstairs and was very dissatisfied, shouting at this group of people, "Hurry up and shut up for me. You dare to disturb my sleep, it seems that I have to beat you all today." Chapter 13 Mad Tiger Gang Headquarters. These people saw a person coming out of the teaching building. "I know it may be Yu Yang, there is one of them," out of the team crowd. Asking at Yu Yang, "You are Yu Yang?" Yu Yang is official as soon as he hears it, and then heard Yu Yang say again, "You are still together. Come on, lest I fight one by one later, I have to hurry up and go back to sleep." This big man heard the word. "Yu Yang, today is your day of death. Dare to fight against our crazy tiger gang. Let you know the consequences of doing the right thing with us today." As soon as Yu Yang heard that Dao Xiao is talking nonsense, "If you want to fight or not, just leave me quickly," this big man heard that. "Good hope. You can be as crazy as you are now. You don't need anyone else, just me. Lu Donghai is enough." Finished. Rushing towards Yu Yang and raising his hand according to Yu Yang as a palm. Yu Yang looked at it and thought that this kid really has 2 strokes. He saw that the palm called Lu Donghai called at his brother Qin. Yu Yang dodged to the side, resorted to phantom not to dodge this palm. The two of them fought together. This Lu Donghai did have 2 hits, but he was still far worse than Yu Yang. Hit and hit to let Yu Yang kick. Is kicking this kid on the waist, and then see the plop on the ground. Yu Yang. Followed by saying, "I let you go together and you want to go on one by one. So much trouble. Let's go together this time." At this time a group of students in the teaching building cheered. All applauded and played well, for Yu Yang played well. Let these boys went to our yellow C number 1 middle school to be wild. Looking at Yu Yang, he raised his head and said with joy to the group of students, "Nothing to beat them. It's easy, although the classroom is on the 2nd floor, but Yu Yang's words were spread to the ears of the classmates word by word. After speaking, I saw Yu Yang and rushed towards these dozens of people. At this time Lu Donghai, who was lying on the ground, spoke. "Everyone gave me the abolition of him. Look at these people copying each other just like Yu Yang." Also rushed over. The hands of each of these people has a steel pipe. All the students in the teaching building were stunned. Some people thought to themselves, although Yu Yang fights very hard, but so much people beat him one. There is a saying that 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. Seeing that these people surrounded Yu Yang, everyone thought that this time Yu Yang was going to suffer. At this time there was a person in the classroom of class 2 of the 3rd year of high school who was secretly happy. "I want to kill this kid. Let him get close to Li Dongmai and beat him. Life cannot take care of themselves to be good." This person who has this idea is officially the monitor of the people. Let's talk about Yu Yang again. Don't care at all. Rushed into the crowd. Like a small boat in the sea. It will sink if you are not careful. And then look at Yu Yang in the crowd. Unhurried punches and kicks. After a while the students in the teaching building saw the big men flying out one by one and fell to the ground screaming. No more than 5 minutes, in front of the teaching building. There is only one person standing there in the open space. This person is Yu Yang and the rest are lying there. The classmates in the teaching building were cheering for a while, and then heard Yu Yang say, "I don't care if you are the Mad Tiger Gang, or what, help, it is best not to provoke me. I also let you go this time, but if you want to come to me next time I will be more than welcome to trouble you." At this time Lu Donghai also got up from the ground, pointed at Yu Yang with his hand and said, "Good boy, let's wait and see if you have the kind." After he finished speaking he rushed to 100 others. Said that if you can still walk, lift up those who can't walk and let's go. After speaking, look at these big men, one by one got up from the ground carrying those who were more seriously injured, and left. Huanghai School. Went back to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. In the Yellow Sea is a very remote place. There is a company. In fact, on the surface this is a company, but in it can be entrenched in the Yellow Sea as the largest gang. Crazy Tiger Gang. This is the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Xie Tianba, the head of the Crazy Tiger Gang, is usually convenient. Register to **** company. But in essence nothing is produced here. At this time in the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang, gathered a lot of people. In one of the rooms, sits a middle-aged man. This person is Xie Tianba, the head of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Xie Tianba, I'm in a hurry at the moment. His son was in school 2 days ago, beaten. When he learned about the situation he was very angry. After inquiring he found out that it was a person named Yu Yang, put Xie Wenken, labeled like this. At that time Xie Tianba said angrily, "Where can such a Yu Yang come from? Dare to beat my son like this?" The results ask. Someone told him that this Yu Yang is a student of Huanghai no. Huanghai School. Xie Tianba said yes as soon as he heard it, then send someone to catch this Yu Yang for me, so he sent a few people to the door of the no. Huanghai School in Huanghai City, watching Yu Yang after school, and then arranged for someone to block Yu Yang on the road. What Xie Tianba didn't expect was that when the people who went there came back all of them were bruised and bruised. I only know when I ask. Xie Tianba, who all let this Yu Yang beat him, said, "Oh, it seems that this Yu Yang still has 2 hits. I went to dozens of brothers and there was no way to get him. So he asked again, who are you? Willing to catch that Yu Yang to meet me?" Just then a person came out and said, "The helper is not just to catch one unknown junior. I can go. This person is Lu Dahai." When Xie Tianba saw Lu Dahai, he was relieved. Because Xie Dahai usually stretches out his hand is very good. Usually 2 or 3 people beat him, he doesn't care, so he said, "Well then let you lead some brothers to catch me that Yu Yang." So this Lu Donghai only led dozens of them. Dayan came to the first high school in Huanghai City, but he never dreamed of him with these people. Not only can't it Yu Yang to catch them, but let Yu Yang beat dozens of them all by himself. When Lu Donghai returned to the Crazy Tiger Gang headquarters, when I saw Xie Tianba asked what happened at a glance. "Didn't you catch that Yu Yang either?" Lu Donghai heard that I underestimated the leader. Yu Yang, that kid didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. A few of us together but still not his opponent. Chapter 14, The Independent Gang. Xie Tianba was taken aback when he heard this and said, "How come such Yu Yang is so powerful? Since even you are not his opponent." When Lu Dahai heard it, he immediately said that if Yu Yang, the gang leader, did not get rid of it, it is likely to become a disaster in the future. Xie Tianba listened. Said, "Since you are not an opponent, it is even worse to send someone else." Speaking of which, Xie Tianba paused, and then said again, "It can only issue the order to kill the rivers and lakes." Said here, he immediately ordered, "From now on immediately post a notice. Who can kill Yu Yang to 200,000, can catch him, to 400,000. Immediately after he finished speaking, someone went down and began to post notices, issued a killing order in the arena. At this time Yu Yang didn't know anything. Wait until the gang leave. He also turned around and returned to the classroom. When he returned to the classroom, he was looking at the whole class, showing a kind of worship. Especially those female students who looked at Yu Yang and thought Yu Yang was handsome. This time Yu Yang's name is in Huanghai City. One middle school can spread Yu Yang back to his seat and sat down. The teacher said a quiet, and now the class starts. The classmates in this class, be quiet and start the class, and soon a class ends at the end of the get out of class. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao came to Yu Yang. In front of him he said, "Brother Yang, I have something to tell you." Yu Yang said at a glance that I said Deng Haitao was doing something sneaky. Deng Haitao. As soon as I heard about Brother Yang, you came with us. While talking, he and Fan Yongchun left the classroom, and Yu Yang was also very puzzled. I thought, what these 2 boys want to do? He saw that Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao had left the classroom, and then he followed suit. The 3 came to the woods next to the playground. As soon as I arrived here, Yu Yang heard Fan Yongchun say, "Brother Yang, I have an idea. I don't know what you think." As soon as Yu Yang hears it, he can say anything. Everyone is a brother. Just listen to Fan Yongchun then say, "Brother Yang actually called you here today, and there is nothing else. That is, there are many people in our school now established. Joined the gang today. Chen Jun from class 5 of senior 3 also invited me and Deng Haitao to join the team. But Chen Jun, this kid, is not a good person. Set up a gang and everyone was admitted into it. Our brothers felt that there was no future for him to mix with him, so we thought of you. It would be better if we set up a gang. Yang, brother, you are our boss." Yu Yang thought about him when he heard it, and he had this idea for a long time. I heard Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao put it forward today. To set up a gang. Yu Yang said immediately, "I also have this idea. But we are not like them, and it is this gang and that faction. Although we also set up gangs, just hold a group together without being bullied by other students. We cannot just bully other students. Cannot molest female students. After we develop and grow in the future, we will gradually go out of school. Slowly wait until we have money and then gradually launder As soon as Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao heard that Brother Yang is too good, we will mess with you. Brother Yang, we will do whatever you say. Then I heard Fan Yongchun say Brother Yang, then give our gang a name. Yu Yang's gang called as soon as he heard about it. Yu Yang the hero Tang has never been to school since he was a child, and some of the words he knows are also taught by his master, when he was young. His second uncle would often tell him some stories, including the Lengshan hero in the water margin. Yu Yang is particularly envious. The hero inside is in addition to violence Anliang. So today Fan Yongchun asked him to give the gang a name and he remembered it. He just wanted to set up this gang I set up, so that all of us can live a good life and have money to spend, if there is. People outside bully us, whoever he is, we will not let him go, and if there are other gangs doing bad things to us. But also to fight injustice and fight injustice. Thinking of this, he said to Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun, the two of you are responsible to recruit new members to join, but it must be that kind of character integrity, can be trusted to let him join. If we develop and grow later, a few of us are high level. Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun heard about Brother Yang. You can rest assured this matter is left to us. So in this short period of time in the school's woods, a new gang, the hero Tang, was born. The establishment of the hero church must set off some huge waves in the Yellow Sea City. After speaking, the three returned. The three people in the classroom just came back. The class bell rang again and the class started again. Yu Yang is still the same as usual, just started the class. He began to sit there to practice his royal dragon art. Chi Mengru next to him wondered in his heart, thinking what the three of them were doing with Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun sneaking out just now. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Yu Yang and saw that Yu Yang was sitting there motionless. The dream is like thinking about this kid. To do that motionless, it looks like listening to the lecture very seriously. At this time Yu Yang suddenly turned around and whispered to him, "What are you looking at?" This time can frighten Chi Mengru. Angrily stomped on Yu Yang's foot under the table with his foot. Yu Yang ginger feet. Moved to the side, Chi Mengru did not step on it. Can make Chi Mengru angry, whispered to Yu Yang, you badass. You deliberately scare me to see how I clean up you." Saying this, Chi Mengru turned around angrily. Yu Yang thought to himself that this eldest lady is really strange. He was staring at me just now. Did not expect me to ask him what to see. It frightened him and even blamed me. I thought it would be better to leave this miss a little farther away as well. So soon the morning passed and it was time for school. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao began recruiting members for their gang. Such a publicity you really don't say, because Yu Yang was on campus that day. Which one person beat dozens of people that skill. There are many people who admire Yu Yang very much. When I heard Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao mixed with Yu Yang, there are many people who want Fan Yongchun and the others to introduce Yu Yang. Did not expect today. I heard that Yu Yang also created a gang and Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao were recruiting members there, so this group of people all scrambling to find Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao to register to join their gang, the hero Tang. This look. You really don't say that dozens of people have joined in a while. Yu Yang and their gang, when Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao. When the two told Yu Yang about the result, Yu Yang was also very happy. After eating in the cafeteria at noon, Yu Yang followed. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao said that they should continue to recruit members to join him, and then they would go to his beautiful sister for makeup lessons. Chapter 15, The Breath of Horror. After he finished speaking, he went straight to Guo Wanner's office and walked over, and soon came to the door of the office. He knocked. I heard Guo Wanner say inside the door, "Who is coming in?" Yu Yang pushed the door and walked in, waiting for Guo Wanner to look up and see that it was Yu Yang. Said, "Yu Yang, you are here?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Yes sister, what are you doing?" He looked at Guo Wanner, sitting there worrying. Yu Yang saw that Guo Wanner's face was wrong and he hurriedly asked, "Sister, what happened to you? Who bullied you?" "I told my younger brother that I would beat him." Guo Wanner heard it. "Yu Yang, maybe I can't be a teacher here anymore." Yu Yang immediately said, "Why? Did the principal surnamed Shu bully you? You waited for me to beat him." He turned around as he spoke. Going out, Guo Wanner hurriedly got up, came over and grabbed Yu Yang and said, "Yu Yang, I don't blame you, you promised me. I'm not teaching here, you have to study hard. We must pay more attention in the future. He will definitely trouble you. Although we have been together for such a short time, I know you are a good student. I am most worried about leaving here as you. After all, you only offended Principal Shu for my sake." Yu Yang heard that sister, You do not have to resign. I protect you. Guo Wan'er said happily, you are still a little kid, you still protect me. At this time someone knocked on the door outside. Guo Wan'er hurriedly walked over to open the door. When he opened the door, a person came in from outside. Guo Wan'er saw that this person was the principal Xu Deming. Xu Deming just saw it as soon as he came in from the outside. Yu Yang is also here, Xu Deming said, in broad daylight. What are the lonely men and widows doing in the room? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, our principal, fooling around with the female teacher. Also said others, did you force Mr. Guo to resign? Xu Deming heard Daozi. In this school I say the final. I haven't had time to settle accounts with you, I didn't expect to meet you here again today. Speaking of which, he turned around and pointed at Guo Wan'er. When it comes to what I told you, you'd better consider it yourself. As soon as Guo Wan'er heard about President Xu, I had already thought about it. I resigned. Xu Deming heard, good Guo Wan'er, you have to think about it, and then heard Guo Wan'er say, but President Xu. It doesn't matter what happened to Yu Yang. Because his English is not good, I let him come to me at this time every day to make up lessons for him. He is still young and ignorant, please forgive Xu Deming for listening to what? Forgive him, that is impossible. I want to talk about his expulsion. Yu Yang was talking from the side. I said that old man Xu, you hurry out to me or I will beat you. Xu Deming heard that, good boy, you have to beat me, you have the kind of you come. I'll fire you right away. Have not waited for him to finish. I saw that Yu Yang came to him in a flash, and as soon as he stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, Xu Deming was unable to speak. Yu Yang was really angry because he thought Guo Wan'er was very nice and just met such a sister, did not expect to back. Will be forced to resign by the principal. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xu Deming's neck. Xu Deming felt it at that time. Death instantly enveloped him. On Yu Yang's body, exudes a creepy meaning, even Guo Wan'er on the side. It feels like it has suddenly become winter in this office. Guo Wan'er felt cold all over, was Xu Deming. Was trembling with fright, with a very frightened expression on his face, looking at Xu Deming was running and pedaling. At this time Guo Wan'er on the side suddenly reacted. I thought that I couldn't really let Yu Yang strangle Xu Deming to death. In that case Yu Yang also has to go to jail. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, Yu Yang, let go quickly. Yu Yang did not let go. Yu Yang's release was watching Xu Deming take a few steps back and lean against the wall. If he hadn't leaned against the wall, he would have sat on the ground. Look at Xu Deming again, it took a long time before he recovered. Just at this time I heard Yu Yang say, I tell you Xu Deming. If Mr. Guo hadn't spoken today, I would have killed you today. Xu Deming heard, a good boy, you are so bold. I can fire you right away. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, you can fire me, but I advise you to better think about Xu Deming. As soon as I heard this, I felt a cool breeze on my back. He suddenly remembered Yu Yang's body when Yu Yang grabbed his neck just now. Exudes the kind of terrifying breath, so frightened that he did not dare to say anything. He did not understand why things would come from a student will exude such a terrifying breath. At this moment I heard Yu Yang say again, please get out of here. Xu Deming heard it. Good Guo Wan'er, Yu Yang, you two wait for me. After speaking he hurriedly ran out, and so on back to his own office. After a long time this slowly calmed down. Thinking about the terrible aura that Yu Yang exuded just now, he still feels it. I'm afraid I can't think. It seems that this kid can do anything. It seems that it is not enough to expel him like this. Let's turn back and talk about Yu Yang and Guo Wan'er. After Xu Deming left, Guo Wan'er said to Yu Yang, today you put Xu Deming. I've been called. I'm afraid he will trouble you in the future. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, what is my sister afraid of? If he dares to trouble me, I will beat him. Guo Wan'er heard that Yu Yang didn't want to hear it. She always wanted to do it without moving. At this moment listened to Yu Yang again. Said that the elder sister Xu Deming said that he asked you to promise him something. What was he asking you to promise him? Guo Wan'er blushed when she heard this. Yu Yang blushed when he saw Guo Wan'er from the side. Yu Yang was instantly stunned, because Guo Wan'er is very beautiful. This face a red like a delicate flower in general. Yu Yang blurted out, sister, you are so beautiful. He is inside the mountain. Rarely see women. After going down the mountain, the first beauty he saw was Chi Mengru. The second beauty you see is Li Dongmai opposite Chi Mengru. When he saw Guo Wan'er in class that day, he felt that Guo Wan'er was very beautiful. Yu Yang thought it was better to go down the mountain. After 19 years on the mountain he didn't even have a woman. In fact, when he went down the mountain, he has a dream as long as he can marry a daughter-in-law in the future, then regenerate 1 or 2 children, he was satisfied. He saw Guo Wan'er blushed. Yu Yang felt his heart pounding in an instant. At this time Guo Wan'er spoke. You little brat, what do you know? Don't ask silly questions when you're okay. Yu Yang thought to himself, hey, what happened to this beautiful sister? Chapter 16. At this moment Guo Wan'er spoke. Well, don't be stunned, let's start making up lessons. Only then did Yu Yang take it out. English book is about to start making up lessons. He suddenly seemed to think of something and looked up and asked, sister, that effective? Guo Wan'er blushed and said that you are a big guy, Yu Yang said with a smile. Sister, there is nothing bad to say about it, Guo Wan'er. Nodding gently, Yu Yang said, how about my sister? My medical skills are very good, right? As soon as Guo Wan'er heard about it, she said, goodbye to your uncle. Don't be complacent, hurry up and start making up lessons, just like this during the noon break. Yu Yang is in his makeup class again. After a short period of time it was time for the afternoon class and Yu Yang reluctantly returned to the classroom. He has just returned to the classroom. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao came over and said, Brother Yang, how much did Mr. Guo charge you for makeup lessons? Yu Yang listened. Speaking of, oh, he didn't take my money. When Deng Haitao heard it, he said, hey, you see, Brother Yang is still very powerful, Mr. Guo. I'll give free supplementary lessons. Fan Yongchun heard it next to him, that's why you don't look at our Brother Yang, that is romantic and suave. Before he finished speaking, Yu Yang hurriedly said, 100 songs, DDD, stop talking. Just then the class bell rang. The two returned to their seats ready to start the class, in the recess time of each class in the afternoon. There will also be many people who come to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao to sign up to join Yu Yang's Hero Tang, and soon the Hall of Heroes developed. Can there be 40 or 50 members? More than most of the clubs in the school. Soon one afternoon passed. Yu Yang and Chi Men grew. The two were ready to drive home when they walked out of the classroom. 2 people came to the car. Chi Men grew into the Porsche sports car. Inside, Yu Yang pushing the bicycle. The two were about to leave, and at this moment Yu Yang heard a boy shouting at him. Yu Yang, you wait first. Yu Yang looked back. A boy came over behind him. I saw the boy came to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Yu Yang took a closer look at this guy he didn't know. Yu Yang asked, do you have anything to do with me? This boy heard that you may not know who I am. I am the head of Yulin Hall, my surname is Zhang and my name is Zhang Wenxian. I am looking for you today because there is something I want to discuss with you. What did Yu Yang do when he heard it? This called Zhang Wenxian heard, I would like to invite you to join our Yulin Hall, as long as you lead all your brothers to join us. I will never treat you badly. Yu Yang, who has long heard of this Yulintang. This Zhang Wenxian is in class 5 of senior 3. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. The two have already spoken to him. Zhang Wenxian from class 5 of senior 3. The character is not very good. Today Zhang Wenxian came to find himself. There must be no good thing. What did Zhang Wenxian come to find Yu Yang for? Because Yu Yang and Zhang Xie Wenken were alone 2 days ago. A dozen people and yesterday in the open space on campus. Since the 40 or 50 people are not Yu Yang's opponent, so he moved. The idea of trying to win over Yu Yang, but this guy is very smart. He knew that trying to win over Yu Yang and asking others to go would definitely not work. So he came in person after school today. Find Yu Yang here in person, when he told Yu Yang about his future intentions. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I had no interest in joining your Yulin church. Zhang Wenxian secretly hated when he heard it, thought Yu Yang. No, you and I are now installed, and so I draw you over later. When you become my subordinate, see how I clean up you. Unhappy in the heart, do not wear on the face. Still directed at Yu Yang with a smile. Speaking of Yu Yang, as long as you invite all your brothers here. Join us, I will never treat you badly. As long as you join us. What a woman, money, will not miss you. As long as you join now, I can immediately give you what a woman wants. Yu Yang thought to himself after listening to this kid. Really is not a good person if I really want to join them. Certainly did not end well in the end. Think of this, Yu Yang said. I am not interested in joining your Yulin Hall. Do you understand what I am saying? Please get out of the way, I'm going to the talking room now. Yu Yang pushed it, got on the bike and left the school without saying a word. At this time Guo Wan'er had already left for a long time. But Zhang Wenxian was angry, scolded Yu Yang fiercely. Since you are shameless, let's just wait and see. Let's talk about Yu Yang riding a bicycle on the road, ready to go back to his home. When he came to an intersection, look ahead. Chi Mengru's Porsche sports car parked there, and there are a lot of people around. Yu Yang thought to himself, what's going on here? So he hurriedly came to the front, the trouble for a long time that Zhang Wenxian. When he came to Yu Yang, Chi Mengru left first. He was driving his car and was walking on the road. There is a car just in front of his car, was originally opened very well, but Chi Mengru did not expect that the car was driving suddenly and did not know why he stepped on the brakes, itself Chi Mengru and the previous one. The car is not very far away, the one in front of the brakes, Chi Mengru. I saw the car in front of me suddenly stopped. He also hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Because Chi Mengru did not think of it, the person in front will brake suddenly, his car in the front. The car is in normal driving, the one in front stepped on the brakes, Chi Mengru also hurriedly stepped on the brake squid. The car was driving normally and Chi Mengru didn't expect the person in front to step on the brakes and stop suddenly, the emergency brake. Due to the inertia, the car has drawn a little forward, just hit the back of the man's car. Chi Mengru was also frightened. Besides, the person in the car in front suddenly felt that the car shook suddenly. I knew that there must be a car behind him that hit his car. Just listen to this person swearing, who dares to hit this uncle's car. There are 3 people sitting in this car, a man and 2 women. This person is also very unusual. This is a Gang Yan Jiabang. The young master's surname is Yan and his name is Yan Defang. Today this kid driving a car with 2 women fooling around outside. This kid is not honest when driving. A woman was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Chapter 17, Miss Underworld. This kid is not being honest while driving, holding the steering wheel with one hand and groping with the other hand on the woman's thigh. The woman turned her head and threw a wink at Yan Defang. Speaking of Yan Dashao, people are embarrassed. Just listen to Yan Defang, he said with joy. Xiaolongpi also said that he was sorry. You see, you this waste. While speaking, he stroked his right hand towards the middle. Just listen to this woman say, young master Yan, you are necrotic. Just listen to the woman whispering. The woman leaned on her body as soon as she was soft. The co-pilot's seat said that the young master did not want it. At this time Yan Defang took out his hand again. Just listen to Yan Defang and said, go to the place for a while and see how I clean up you. The 2 of you heard the woman in the co-pilot seat next to you talking. Master, I can't stand pulling now. At this moment the woman in the back seat also spoke. I said, young master Yang, hurry up, can we wait for you when we arrive at the hotel? Yan Defang wanted to speed up as soon as he heard that the road was good. And then, just listen to this woman said to Yan Defang, can't the uncle of Yan Dashao wait for him now? As he spoke he saw him stretch out his hand, and opened Yan Defang's zipper. Yan Defang bowed his head. At that time, as a clever good suspension did not hold the steering wheel, so he hurriedly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car just in time for Chi Mengru. Just driving behind him he stepped on the brakes, Chi Mengru. I did not pay attention to the brakes and the car slipped forward a little. Just hit the back of Yan Defang's car. At this time Yan Defang and the other 2 women were frightened. Yan Defang thought. Who is this? I hit my car today and today I have to let him know how bad I am. Thinking of this he pushed the door and got out of the car. Chi Mengru also got down from the car and he was also frightened. When Yan Defang got off the car he just looked at him when he wanted to curse. He saw a girl standing in front of him. Yan Defang. When I saw Chi Mengru I thought she was a beautiful girl, better than the 2 in my car. Can be too strong. At this moment Chi Mengru said to him, how do you drive the car? Why do you drive and suddenly stop? Yan Defang heard that you hit my car today, what are you going to do? As soon as Chi Mengru heard that it was originally your fault, what about your car? There is no big problem, that is the back 7 just knocked off a little and this thing would have to blame you if you are not driving, the car suddenly stopped. How could this happen? Well, I'll pay you 2,000 yuan, what do you think? Yan Defang heard that it would not work, 2,000 yuan is too little. As soon as you hear it, how much do you want? When Yan Defang heard it he said to Chi Mengru, little girl. I'm not bad for this money, you promise me this money on one condition. I don't need you to accompany me. Chi Mengru looking at Yan Defang, you know that this kid is not a good person. Take a look at what this kid is wearing. Very lavishly dressed with open arms, and the hair on a head is also curly. Think of this, Chi Mengru said. Then you want me to promise you what conditions? Yan Defang translated heard that. Chick, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend this money. I don't need you to accompany me. Chi Mengru heard it. This is impossible. If you are unwilling to make compensation like this, then we will call the police. Yan Defang called the police as soon as he heard what he said. You don't ask me who is Yan Defang in this Huanghai City. Which police officer dared to take care of me? Today you will. He had to be willing to say this. He reached out and grabbed Chi Mengru. At this critical moment Yu Yang came. Look at Yu Yang stretched out his hand and pulled Chi Mengru behind him. Said to Yan Defang, boy, get out of here or I'll beat you. Yan Defang looked at Yu Yang carefully. Said, which woman's crotch started a war and let you out dare to take care of Xiaoyi's affairs? Believe it or not, you will not survive tomorrow. Yu Yang less nonsense. As soon as he hears it. You'd better disappear in front of me right away. Yan Defang will let you know today as soon as he hears about the good boy. Yan Defang are amazing. I saw him raise his hand as he spoke. According to the bridge of Yu Yang's nose a punch came over. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't move, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yan Defang's hand. Yan Defang felt as if his hand was being held by a pair of pliers. The pain made him frown and then he listened. Yu Yang spoke, you go out to me. Just to see how far. Yu Yang threw Yan Defang with a flick of his hand. This time can take Yan Defang. This time Yan Defang fell hard for a long time before he got up again. Just look at him with a finger. Yu Yang said, good boy has the ability. Do you dare to sign up for the name Yu Yang? As soon as you hear about it, sign up. My surname is Yu and my name is Yu Yang. In Huanghai No. 1 High School. Class 2 of the 3rd year of high school. The dream is like behind. Yang listened to it. I thought that this kid was afraid that people would not find him, but he reported it so clearly to people. Yu Yang has just registered. Yu Defang heard what you are. Yu Yang is the one from the Crazy Tiger Gang. The Yu Yang mentioned above in the Zhonghu chasing order. Very puzzled and asked, what do you mean? What are the rivers and lakes hunting orders? Seeing that Yan Defang didn't answer, Yu Yang hurriedly endured it. The pain came to the side of my car. I opened the door and got in, drove quickly and disappeared. Yu Yang saw that everyone had left. Let's go too. Just at this moment Chi Mengru behind him said, hey, I said, big bad guy. Are you afraid that others will not find you? You even gave him his name, told him where you went to school and told him the name of the class. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to come I will beat him. He didn't look back when he said this. He didn't care about Chi Mengru when he got on the bike. And walked away on his own, stomping Chi Mengru's feet in anger. I thought about this stinky boy. I don't know what to do. When he saw that Yu Yang had left, he also hurried into the Porsche sports car. Start the car and drive away so fast. When the two of them arrived at home for dinner, Yu Yang didn't expect Chi Mengru to invite him upstairs to eat. Chi Mengru and his mother usually eat Yu Yang and that Li Bo upstairs, eat downstairs, but surnamed Chi Mengru. But took the initiative to invite Yu Yang upstairs for dinner tonight, and his mother was also very happy. Say Mengru Yu Yang. But it has helped you a lot. The last time he was not in the school. Block you from those people, maybe those gangsters will bully you. Our family should also give him some privileges. That's how Yu Yang came and went upstairs for the first time at Chi's house with Chi Mengru and them. Eat upstairs. Soon after dinner they went back to their rooms to sleep. To the second day, still Chi Mengru driving his Porsche sports car and Yu Yang riding his bicycle. Went to school. Just when I remembered the bell for class 1. A person came outside the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. This was a girl. This girl is not simply because the Yellow Sea is on the underworld. The illustrious Yang Mengjiao, the eldest young lady of the Yang family. After a long time of trouble he came to avenge his brother Yang Defang. Chapter 18 Frame Yu Yang. He was right when he heard Yang Defang tell him that this person was released by the Crazy Tiger Gang and Yu Yang was mentioned in the Zhonghu pursuit order. Yu Yang admired and wondered who this kid is. How dare you provoke the Crazy Tiger Gang? At this time I heard Yang Defang say, sister, you want to avenge me? Yang Mengjiao knew what the virtues of his younger brother were and thought that he must have done nothing good. But this is his brother after all. I thought that no matter what I have to give him this breath. Thinking of this he said to Yang Defang, good. You just said this kid. Is it a student? Yang Defang nodded and said yes, he told me he is in class 2 of Huanghai No. 1 middle school. As soon as Yang Mengjiao heard that, it was good, I would go meet this kid tomorrow to see what kind of person he is. So to the second day. Yang Mengjiao thought to herself, my younger brother must have done something wrong, I have to figure this out. Look at this Yu Yang. Who is he in the end? I thought no matter what, even if my brother is wrong, you can't beat him either. He thought about it carefully. I thought, no, he is in school, how inconvenient we are to move. How can you fix him? He rolled his eyes and had an idea. This Yang Mengjiao has been very smart since she was a child and has been a gangster since she was 12 years old. Is also a person who dares to think and act, he thought to Yu Yang. Then I will let you know today that my Yang Mengjiao is powerful. Thinking of this, he went straight to the No. 1 middle school of Huanghai City and waited for him to arrive here. Just in time for class to come. Today's class happens to be Yu Yang's class teacher Wei Junkai's class. Just wanted to go to class when Yang Mengjiao came. Stood at the door of class 2 of senior 3, looked inside and said which was Yu Yang. Wei Junkai saw a girl standing at the door with a girl around 20 years old. Looks very handsome, he asked, who are you looking for? As soon as Yang Mengjiao heard about this teacher, I looked for Yu Yang. I was his girlfriend. At this time all the students in the class saw Yang Mengjiao. I thought, where did such a beautiful beauty come from, who did he come to find? At this time when Yang Mengjiao said that he was looking for Yu Yang, everyone thought. I thought this kid was lucky. There is such a beautiful woman. We all use an envious look. Looking at Yu Yang at this time, Yu Yang sitting in his seat did not move. This time Wei Junkai spoke this classmate. We are in class, please come back to Yu Yang after school. As soon as Yang Mengjiao heard that it would not work, I will now let him go with me. As soon as Junkai heard this, I asked this classmate if you have anything to do with Yu Yang. Seeing Yang Mengjiao lowered her head, she said with tears. I am pregnant with his child, he does not want me. Hearing him shouting at the classroom. Yu Yang, I beg you. Even if you don't like me anymore, you have to accompany me, the child in my stomach will be destroyed. This time the classmates in the classroom. I was thinking in my heart, what a good girl. Some boys thought to themselves, if you have such a good looking girlfriend, then I will definitely cherish it, and scolded Yu Yang in my heart. I thought, how can this kid be able to find such a person? The beautiful girl results in the belly of other girls, so don't want them. At this time there are some soft-hearted girls. Has already shed tears in front of Chi Mengru Li Dongmai. Turned around and said to Yu Yang with tears, Yu Yang, I beg you. You go out with him to kill the child. At this time Chi Mengru on the side was also annoyed and thought, I originally thought this kid. It's pretty good, but I didn't expect to see the wrong person. Actually did this kind of thing. Chi Mengru also said to Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't expect you to be this kind of person, and you haven't gone out with this girl to the hospital to abort the child. What a good girl. You don't even want it. At this time Yu Yang was depressed and thought, what was going on? Where did this girl run out of? So framed me. I also want to see if I can find a daughter-in-law in this school. Being so whole by you, this time I don't have to think about it anymore. At this time Wei Junkai also spoke. Yu Yang, should you go out and explain Wei Junkai's heart to this girl? Also a little unhappy, Yu Yang thought that he would not go out again. All the students in the class used a bad look. Looking at him, Yu Yang, I thought that if I didn't go out again I would be outraged and this eldest lady won't forgive me. Yu Yang thought I'd go out and see who this woman thought about his uncle. Came to the outside of the classroom and said, who are you in the end? I do not know you. Yang Mengjiao thought of a boy, I will fix you today. Thinking of this, he deliberately said, Yu Yang, I know you like others. You have been with me for a long time, you have been disgusted with me. But can you go with me and knock the baby out of my belly? I won't pester you. I am afraid of Yu Yang alone. Said, who are you in the end? When will we both have a baby? Yang Mengjiao heard about Yu Yang. I know you don't like me anymore. But don't pretend you don't know me. I said I won't pester you. Yu Yang immediately asked, how old am I? Yang Mengjiao thought badly, I still don't know how old he is. Thinking, how could I forget this? He looked up at Yu Yang. I thought he had just started high school. Well, it should be a big deal. Now I will just cover one. Think of this. He said that you are 20 years old this year. You really don't talk about Yang Mengjiao, it's still pretty much the same. This Yu Yang is just 19 years old this year. Yu Yang thought that you don't even know my age. How dare you say that? It was my girlfriend who thought of this. Yu Yang followed closely and asked. Then where was I before I was 20? Yang Mengjiao thought badly when she heard it. How did I not expect him to ask this question? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said that you were not in junior high school before the age of 20. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, don't pretend, I'm telling you the truth. I just came to Huanghai City 2 days ago and I have been on the mountain before. When Yang Mengjiao heard this, she thought it was broken. Thinking of this, he simply stopped pretending and was happy at Yu Yang. Boy, let me tell you the truth. I'm deliberately fixing you today. At this time the classmates in the class know that this girl does not look very beautiful. But it is also very ruthless. How can some girls secretly curse us just now? I also feel that he is pitiful. I didn't expect him to be a liar. Let's talk about Yu Yang again. This is Yang Mengjiao playing with him, Yu Yang thought. You dare to play with me, then don't blame me. Thinking of this, he said to Yang Mengjiao, did you just say you are my girlfriend? Yang Mengjiao heard what happened. I said, how can you treat me, you are quite smart. Yu Yang was good as soon as he heard it. Looking at Yu Yang while Yang Mengjiao didn't pay attention, she took Yang Mengjiao into her arms. Yang Mengjiao just wanted to talk and looked at Yu Yang. Before he could say it, Yu Yang stabilized his as soon as he lowered his head. This Yu Yang was at the door of the classroom and kissed Yang Mengjiao. Chapter 20 The Mysterious Killer. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao saw each other from the side. I thought that this eldest lady might really like our brother Yang, so precious. All the other male students in the class were very envious of Yu Yang. I thought that this kid is really lucky, only Yu Yang. I know clearly in my heart Yu Yang thought this eldest lady is not sure what idea is she thinking of to fix me. At this moment Fan Yongchun next to him said, Brother Yang. This phone is the very popular iPhone 10 at the moment. The value of more than 5,000. Yu Yang thought of what more than 5,000 Yu Yang thought. This Yang Mengjiao must not be at ease, otherwise why did he give me such a precious mobile phone? This we just met and said he fell in love with himself. Yu Yang couldn't believe it when he was beaten to death. Yu Yang said to Yang Mengjiao, you don't play with me, it is impossible for me to be your boyfriend's cell phone. I don't want some female students in the class to think that Yu Yang is really good. If some other boys, it is estimated that they would have agreed long ago. Besides, when Yang Mengjiao heard this, she thought that this kid would do it, so still do not agree. Yang Mengjiao thought that if I can't do it, I have to work harder to think of this. He said to Yu Yang again, do you not like this phone? Then you can choose what Samsung, Huawei, Xiaomi. I will buy which one you like and give it to you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, you hurry up, we are going to class soon, I don't like anything. Chi Mengru sat in the seat and looked at it, thinking that this kid is okay. The rich lady sent such a valuable gift, it is a car and a mobile phone. He didn't promise. Chi Mengru thought that this kid still seems to have a bit of backbone. At this time Yang Mengjiao thought this method is not easy to use. It seems that I have to change my tactics. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, I must let you be my boyfriend, I believe you. I will agree one day. And here he goes on to say, since you don't want this phone, then I don't want it either, that's what it is. I bought it for you, since you don't want it, then I don't want it either. And when I say this, I see its dream as if I raised my hand, worth more than 5,000. The phone was thrown out by him directly, and then he saw that the phone crossed an arc and fell from the window on the second floor. There are many students in the class are thinking of God, such an expensive mobile phone just dropped from the upstairs. The male students all thought to themselves, how nice it would be if they were given to me. After throwing the phone down, Chi Mengru said to Yu Yang, since you don't want the phone, I'll throw it away at this moment. The class bell rang and a teacher came in from outside. Yu Yang said to Yang Mengjiao, we are going to class, can you go now? Yang Mengjiao saw that there was nothing to do this time, and then he said to Yu Yang, I'll go right away, I'll let you agree to be my boyfriend. Having said that, he turned around and walked out of the classroom. Yu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the girl was finally gone, just like that they started class. When the get out of class was over, Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao got together in front of Yu Yang and said to him, Brother Yang, that girl just now. It seems that I really like you, why don't you agree? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, you both thought he really liked me. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao listened, followed by saying that that is not right, he gave you that mobile phone is very expensive, it is the most popular now. iPhone 10, this phone is worth more than 5,000. Yu Yang heard that he only came to see me in the morning trouble, he still wants to frame me, now he says he likes me, do you two believe it? Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao both looked at each other after listening to each other and thought in their hearts that the eldest lady is too rich in order to frame. Our brother Yang actually threw away such an expensive mobile phone. Thinking of this, Deng Haitao said, Brother Yang, that's not necessarily maybe people will really like you from the back. Yu Yang heard about I have nothing, he is the rich eldest. What did he see in me? The three of them were talking very quickly and the bell rang again before returning to their respective seats for class. Yu Yang was thinking, what is this called Yang Mengjiao? He will definitely not be able to play after he leaves. How can I get rid of him? What do you like about me? Say what. I cannot be fooled by him if I really believe his words. It is estimated that I will be miserable in the end, soon one afternoon. In the past he still went home with his dream as usual. Chi Mengru drives his Porsche sports car in front. Yu Yang rides a bicycle in the back. When he came to an intersection, Yu Yang looked up suddenly and was taken aback. On the top of the street lamp on the side of the road stood a man. Yu Yang knew at a glance that this person was definitely not ordinary. Just then I saw this person come down, went straight to Yu Yang and rushed over. Yu Yang knew at a glance that this man was a master and he didn't even dare to drag him off the bike, throw the bike away. This person all of a sudden fluttered empty. Yu Yang followed and asked, who are you? Just look at this person. Hey music, said you are Yu Yang. Yu Yang heard it. It's me. Who are you? This person heard about Yu Yang. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that you have to die today. Yu Yang immediately asked, who asked you to kill me? You don't know this guy, do you? The crazy tiger gang issued a chasing and killing order in the arena, offering a reward to hunt you down. Whoever kills you will get 100,000. Of course if you catch it you can get more. Just tell me, are you going to follow me obediently or do you want to do it? But I advise you to reach out to me, you'd better think about it. As soon as Yu Yang heard this he said, don't talk nonsense. Come over quickly, you have to go home after I finish playing. I heard this man burst into laughter and said, Yu Yang, do not cry without seeing the coffin, then today I will let you know how powerful my old man is. Having said that, this person came in a flash in front of Yu Yang, and patted Yu Yang's chest with a palm. Yu Yang quickly took the phantom step to dodge his palm. When the two started to get started, Yu Yang knew that it seemed that this person was really a master, but he is still far from himself. And then look at Yu Yang immediately resorted to the gust of wind. The fist is like a violent storm, like this person is calling, slapped at this person and thought that it would not work. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful, I really underestimated him. I thought to myself, why should I bother with him? I carry a gun with me, no matter how powerful he is afraid of bullets. Thinking of this, I saw him and Yu Yang fighting each other and suddenly moved to the side in his arms and pulled out the gun as soon as he reached out his hand, which points to Yu Yang. The 21st Golden Phoenix bloodline. Just then I heard Yu Yang say, I don't like people pointing a gun at me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw him raise his hand at this mysterious man. As soon as he raised his hand, he saw a cold light shot straight towards the mysterious man. Before this guy reacted, he felt a sharp pain. Came and followed him, felt a blackness in front of him and then threw himself to the ground. The gun in his hand also scattered. Then Yu Yang walked over and first pulled out a delicate knife from this person's neck, and then walked to the side and picked up the gun. At this time there were a lot of people watching the excitement on the side of the road, when seeing this mysterious man draw a gun, but these people were frightened. Unexpectedly, they haven't seen it clearly, the mysterious man fell to the ground. These people think, who is this person in the end? So smart. When this mysterious man pulled out his gun just now, some people have already called the police. Did not expect to wait for the police. Come on, this person was beaten down. After Yu Yang solved this mysterious man, he was about to leave, and at this moment he listened to the distance. There was a sound of sirens. Yu Yang thought, I have to leave quickly, this gun is on me. If they were found, it must be confiscated. Thinking of this, he hurriedly got on the bicycle, left the scene and returned to the Flag Mansion. He just entered the living room. Saw Chi Mengru sitting on the sofa in the living room. Chi Mengru saw Yu Yang coming in from outside. He immediately asked, how did you come back? As soon as Yu Yang heard that he had encountered some trouble on the road just now, he was delayed for a while. As soon as Chi Mengru heard that there would be no one else looking for trouble for you, right? Yu Yang nodded and said that there is an eye-opener who wants to trouble me. Chi Mengru asked if it was Yang Mengjiao this morning. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it wasn't him. There is a kid. Say what he killed, I can earn 100,000 yuan. Maybe that Xie Wenken. His father wants to find someone to kill me, I will beat them. Speaking of which, she said to Chi Mengru, I went upstairs first and then didn't. When Chi Mengru spoke, he hurried upstairs, because now in his arms is holding a gun. He has to hurry to take him. He can rest assured that Chi Mengru, who is behind him, wants to ask something else. But before he could speak, the kid ran upstairs. Chi Mengru stomped her feet in anger. I thought about this stinky boy. I was such a beautiful woman talking to him, he didn't even look at it. Besides, after Yu Yang got upstairs, he entered his room and hurriedly closed the door. and then locked from the inside, and then he took it out of his arms. Took the pistol out and opened the cabinet. Take out a jacket from the bag and put the gun inside the jacket. And then remember the sleeves of the clothes on the bag and put it in the bag again. Close the cabinet door, he is relieved, and then go downstairs. When Yu Yang arrived downstairs, he was taken aback. How? Because he went downstairs to see Chi Mengru was lying on the floor in the living room. This time can frighten Yu Yang, thinking that he is a bodyguard. If something happens to the employer, he is responsible for it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked a few steps and squatted down beside Chi Mengru, grabbed Chi Mengru's jade wrist and reached out to catch his pulse. As soon as he caught Chi Mengru's pulse, Yu Yang felt very strange. He searched for a long time and couldn't find out what happened to Chi Mengru. He felt that Chi Mengru's body was a little strange. At this time a person came in outside, and this person just entered the living room to take a look. Quickly talk about Mengru, what happened to you? Yu Yang looked up and saw that this person was Chi Mengru's mother. Lu Akan. Yu Yang took a look. It's Lu Akan. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Auntie, don't worry. Miss, she's all right. Lu Akan sees it as Yu Yang. Hurriedly asked Yu Yang what happened. How could Mengru faint? Yu Yang didn't know what was going on when he heard about me. I came down from the upstairs and watched him fall to the ground. As soon as Lu Akan heard that he should be alright, he rushed to the hospital, and as soon as Yu Yang heard that, Auntie, trust me, I will be skilled in medicine. As soon as Lu Akan hears it, hurry up and show it to Mengru. Yu Yang immediately said that it's a bit strange for Miss Auntie to me just now. I have given him a pulse, there is absolutely no problem with the eldest lady's body. I don't know why I suddenly fainted. Listen closely, Yu Yang said again, but don't worry Auntie, I'll call my uncle in a while to ask what's going on. Now quickly carry the eldest lady upstairs to his bed. Looking at Lu Akan again, she quickly picked up her daughter and went upstairs to wait. Put it on the bed in Chi Mengru's room. Yu Yang also followed and heard Yu Yang say to Lu Akan, Auntie, lend me her cell phone. I called my uncle to ask what happened. Lu Akan hurriedly took out the phone from his pocket and handed it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang quickly took over the phone and dialed his uncle. As soon as I connected, I heard the other side of the phone say, Stinky boy. Why did you remember to call me today? Did something happen? Yu Yang quickly told Chi Mengru's situation as soon as he heard it. I heard the person on the other end of the phone say, don't worry, there is a way to wake him up. Yu Yang hurriedly asked what can be done. And the person on the other end of the phone continued to say that as long as he used the member needle method he could wake up. Yu Yang followed closely and asked again, what's the problem? Why did he faint? I heard the person on the other end of the phone say that he has the bloodline of Jinfeng. There is only one way to change his current situation, that is the Shenfeng cultivation technique. Yu Yang asked where to find the Shenfeng exercise. Followed by the person on the other end of the phone and said it was time. You will naturally know that there is another thing to remind you. This God Phoenix bow technique in your Yulong Ju is a match if you find the Shenfeng cultivation technique. Let him practice the words of the two of you on weekends, is of great benefit to you. Yu Yang asked the uncle in confusion when he heard this. How do you know that he has the bloodline of Jinfeng? Did you deliberately arrange for me to protect him? The person on the other end of the phone listened. Said go and distort for him. When it's time to let you know, you will naturally know, and immediately hung up the phone. Chapter 22 Acupuncture and Moxibustion. This time Yu Yang was confused. I thought, what the hell is going on here? After thinking for a long time, he didn't understand. I thought I should hurry up and wake Chi Mengru. Of course, one thing to say is that Yu Yang stepped aside when he was on the phone to fight. So Chi Mengru's mother Lu Akan did not hear the conversation between him and his poetry book. When Yu Yang came to Chi Mengru's, Lu Akan in the room saw that Yu Yang was back. Quickly asked Yu Yang if there is a way to wake up our Mengru. Yu Yang listened. When it comes to Auntie wanting to wake up the young lady, there is only one way. Lu Akan hurriedly asked what was the solution. Yu Yang paused. Said that only acupuncture can wake up the young lady. Lu Akan hurriedly said when he heard it, then you should give him acupuncture. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Auntie may not be suitable. Lu Akan heard what Yu Yang said quickly, because acupuncture requires undressing. Followed him and hurriedly said, Auntie, I don't want Miss Zan to be cheap. Because acupuncture is no joke about this acupuncture point. It must be accurate before it cannot allow any deviation. Lu Akan heard it for the last time. What did she play? I thought to myself, how to do this? If so, do not let Yu Yang cure. And I was afraid that it would be bad for Mengru if it was delayed for a long time if I let him treat it. Meng Ru has to take off her clothes again. Oh, how can this be? Lu Akin was in a hurry and had no choice. In the end he thought about it and let it go. I still call Yu Feng and see what he has to say. Thinking of this he said to Yu Yang. You wait, I'll call and ask our old man to see what he has to say. Yu Yang nodded and said good. Aunt Lu Akin hurriedly walked outside and called Qi Yufeng. When Qi Yufeng heard about this he was very happy. When Lu Akin heard Qi Yufeng he was unhappy and said, your daughter is still lying on the bed and you are still happy. Qi Yufeng hurriedly said when he heard it, didn't he? Oops, love, have you forgotten? The old man we met when our daughter was 2 years old. After Qi Yufeng's reminder, Lu Akin also remembered and he hurriedly asked Yufeng, what did you mean when you mentioned that old man before? This Yu Yang is related to the old man more than 10 years ago. After listening to Qi Yufeng he said that Yu Yang was the apprentice of the old man more than 10 years ago. Do you remember when your daughter fainted when she was 2 years old? At this time Lu Akin also remembered the year when Qi Mengru was 2 years old. When Qi Mengru was 2 years old, Qi Yufeng and Lu Akin just came to Huanghai City. On this day at home, daughter Qi Mengru suddenly had no signs, fell to the ground, but both of them were terrified. The two quickly sent Qi Mengru to Huanghai City People's Hospital. After a doctor's diagnosis nothing could be found. Rushing two people at once like ants on a hot pan, is wandering around at such a time. Suddenly in his home came a gray-haired old man. As soon as the old man arrives here, said to Qi Yufeng and his wife, your daughter. And there is nothing I can do to cure it. Qi Yufeng took a look. I didn't know why at the time, but I had a special trust in this old man from the bottom of my heart, so he said thank you in that case. I didn't expect that when the old man saw Qi Mengru, gave Qi Mengru acupuncture. Qi Mengru woke up after a while. Oops, the couple is very grateful to this old man. At this moment I heard the old man say, your daughter after 18 years. And suddenly fainted like today. By that time only one person can save him. Qi Yufeng and Lu Akin listened. At that time he panicked and Qi Yufeng hurriedly asked who can save the old man at that time. The old man finished listening. Speaking of 18 years later, I will have an apprentice. When the time comes he will come to rescue your daughter. Qi Yufeng and hurriedly asked, where am I going? Looking for your apprentice. The old man was delighted at Qi Yufeng when he heard it. Speaking of 18 years later, I will let him come to your house as a bodyguard for your daughter. Then I will let him come to you. Qi Yufeng thought this was really good. Qi Yufeng quickly gave it to the old man. Leaving a contact information the old man also wrote down. And then the old man floated away, waiting for the old man to leave. Qi Yufeng said to Lu Akin, this old man is definitely not simple. When I saw him, I don't know why he wants to give Mengru. When I was steaming wine I had an inexplicable trust in him. Lu Akin hurriedly said, I have the same feeling. This matter passed in a blink of an eye. In 18 years Lu Akin forgot about this matter and let Qi Yufeng do it today. As soon as I reminded to stay in love I thought of this thing again, so he immediately asked about the rain and wind. What do you mean? Qi Yufeng said quickly, as long as Mengru wakes up. That's it. And the old man said something more than 10 years ago. Say this Yu Yang and our family's Mengru, they are related. After he finished speaking he followed by saying that you should immediately ask Yu Yang to give Mengru acupuncture. And then you hurry out. Lu Akin heard what Qi Yufeng said. Think about it. Hurried back to the house and told Yu Yang. Said that he agreed with him to give his dream is distorted, and then said to Yu Yang, I still have a few things to do, so I will go out first and finish talking. He also left and Yu Yang and Qi Mengru were left in the room. Yu Yang walked in front of Qi Mengru, looking at Qi Mengru. Yu Yang thought that I would give him acupuncture when the eldest lady was in a coma. Acupuncture has to take off her clothes. Can this young lady try to find me after waiting? And then Yu Yang thought again. I am here to cure the sick and save the life. There is a saying that the sick will not be healed. Thinking of this Yu Yang reached out his hand to Qi Mengru. The button of his shirt was unbuttoned and he involuntarily looked into Qi Mengru's neckline. This look almost didn't give him a nosebleed. Because he has been in the mountains for 19 years and has never seen a woman. In love he is a noob and he has never even talked about love. This is the first time he has contacted a girl like this. He made up his mind and closed his eyes. Put some messy thoughts in your mind. Tossed it aside and then he quickly picked up Qi Mengru to help him turn over and put him on the bed, and then started acupuncture for him. Chapter 23 The Beautiful Police Flower. Yu Yang stretched out his hand, picked up a silver needle and stuck it on Qi Mengru's back, followed by Chi Mengru's other parts are also slag. After the needle was pierced, Yu Yang looked at Chi Mengru that like a jade classes smooth back. Yu Yang thought, I'm not doing anything to see. It can always be because Chi Mengru is lying there. Yu Yang vaguely saw the two soft groups in front of him dot the edge of that snow-like skin. Yu Yang's look was incredible. He felt something flowing out of his nose at that moment. Yu Yang was thinking badly at the time. He wanted to turn his head to the side when he thought of this. Unfortunately, it was late at that time on the sheets. There was a little red. What happened? After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang had a nosebleed when he looked at Chi Mengru. Yu Yang thought to himself that this time it was broken. If he woke up, it wouldn't be finished with me. Thinking of this, he quickly put away the needle bag and prepared to go. At such a time, Chi Mengru on the bed woke up. He woke up still wondering what happened to himself. How did you get to the bed? Thinking of this, he did it. At this time he was noticing that his upper body clothes were not on. This time can frighten him a lot. He looked up again just to see Yu Yang. Seeing Yu Yang, he was about to go to the door. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang knew that the eldest would wake up in a while. I thought that when I woke up and saw me in his room, I still didn't find me. Trouble. He was about to leave when he thought of this, but Chi Mengru suddenly woke up at this moment. He saw Chi Mengru woke up. He thought, then I have to go, but I didn't expect him to reach the door and just touch the door handle. Just then listen to Chi Mengru. Said, you stop for me. Yu Yang thought to himself, duh. This time it is estimated that trouble again. And then Yu Yang thought about it again. Anyway, I don't have it. What am I afraid of? Thinking of this, he turned around. At that time the eyes stared like the light bulb. And trouble for a long time. When Yu Yang was giving Chi Mengru an injection, because the bra is in the way. Yu Yang untied the bag. This Chi Mengru also just woke up a little confused. This is up, but directly exposed the two mountains in front. Yu Yang can see clearly when he turns around. Yu Yang stared at how big that eyeball was at that time. Chi Mengru thought, what is this kid looking at? When he looked, Yu Yang looked at him. He looked down and found that his face was red when he was not wearing his shirt. Quickly pulled the quilt from the side, covered yourself, and said, you to Yu Yang. To see what? Yu Yang thought badly. When I saw it, I hurriedly left. He was about to turn around to leave when Chi Mengru found blood dripping from Yu Yang's nose. The dreamer thought that this stinky boy even looked at me. And nosebleed. He was secretly smug when he thought about it. I thought to myself, it seems that my charm is still quite strong. This brat. The concentration is too bad, so the nosebleed. In fact, he did not want to think about it. Which man can face such a superb beauty like him? Naked and still indifferent. At this time, when he saw that Yu Yang was going to leave, he hurriedly called Yu Yang to stop you back. Yu Yang thought it wasn't over yet. Yu Yang thought that this eldest lady might scold herself this time. But what he didn't expect was after Chi Mengru stopped him. Said to him, there is paper in the drawer of the dresser. Yu Yang hurriedly said thanking him and hurried to the front of the dresser. Opened the drawer and sure enough there was a pack of tissue paper in it. He hurriedly took it out. Took out a tissue to block the nose. Not for a while. The nosebleed was stopped. As soon as the nosebleed stopped, Yu Yang said to Chi Mengru, I went out first. Chi Mengru nodded. Speaking of, you go out first, then I will put on my clothes and ask you something. Yu Yang agreed and was ready to go out at this time. The door of this Chi Mengru room is just closed but not locked. As soon as Yu Yang turned around, he saw Chi Mengru's door open. A person walked in outside. Yu Yang saw that it was a policewoman who walked in. I saw that the policewoman was about 1.65 meters tall. A pair of big eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips. The clothes on the chest are also bulging. Yu Yang thought. It seems to be bigger than this Miss Cheese. When the policewoman came in, she saw Yu Yang and Chi Mengru in the room. Chi Mengru was lying on the bed covering the quilt. Yu Yang stood on the ground in the room. Seeing this, he immediately said to Chi Mengru, what are you doing? Chi Mengru looked up. What? A lifetime. Speaking of Lan Lan, why are you here? The policewoman heard the word. How is it that I came to delay the good things of the two of you? This is Yu Yang has gone out from Chi Mengru's room. Chi Mengru. When I heard it, I hurriedly said, Sister Xiaolu, what are you talking about? It's not what you think. After talking for a long time, who is this policewoman? This policewoman is a criminal police officer of the Public Security Bureau in this city, surnamed Chen, called Chen Lu, is a friend of Chi Mengru's cousin Yu Xiaoying. The relationship with Chi Mengru is also very good. He came to Chi Mengru today because there was something he could help him with. When he got to the living room downstairs and saw no one, so he went directly to the second floor, came to Chi Mengru's room. Because he usually has a good relationship with Chi Mengru's cousins. So he didn't knock on the door, just pushed the door and walked in. I didn't expect to see Chi Mengru sitting on the bed with a quilt and wrapping herself up. Yu Yang stood on the ground and he misunderstood. When he heard Chi Mengru say he had misunderstood, he asked immediately, "You said I misunderstood, then you tell me. What's going on here?" Chi Mengru quickly put on her clothes. Said Miss Xiaolu, "He is to see a doctor for me, he is my bodyguard." This Chen Lu heard that the doctor who treated you knew martial arts. Could he still be medical? As he spoke he looked at the bed, on the sheets. With a little blood, he pointed at Chi Mengru and said, "Is this a doctor's visit?" Chi Mengru looked back. He was also dumbfounded, thinking that this stinky boy's nosebleed actually dripped onto my sheets. Then I heard Chen Lu say next to him, "I said Mengru, in fact who you want to be with I don't care, you just gave yourself to him too hasty." Chapter 24 Help. After hearing this, Chi Mengru hurriedly said that Sister Lu is really not what you think. Yu Yang is indeed treating me. Chen Lu heard it. He treated you? What happened to the blood on the sheets? Chi Mengru blushed when she heard this and said it was this kid who was determined. Too bad. He immediately told Chen Lu about why Yu Yang had a nosebleed. Chen Lu said with a sudden realization, "That's not because you're too charming." Chi Mengru said quickly, "How can there be a sister? You are beautiful," said here. He asked Chen Lu and said, "Miss Lu, why did you suddenly think of me today? Do not you have to work today?" Chen Lu listened. Said, "Oh, I almost forgot the business. I came to see you today, I have something to do." Chi Mengru heard it. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I heard Chen Lu continue to say, "Mengru, this is busy, although you can't directly help. But that bodyguard by your side Yu Yang can help." What can Chi Mengru do when he hears it? I heard this girl named Chen Lu. And go on to say, "Have you heard of a perverted murderer these 2 days?" As soon as Chi Mengru heard it, I heard it. Specifically targeting girls and couples who walk at night. I heard it's night time. Couples and single women are afraid to go out. Chen Lu heard that. Yes, we haven't been able to solve this case for a long time and it's all blamed on it. Chi Mengru heard it. Asked, "You just said that Yu Yang can help, what can he help?" As soon as Chen Lu heard it, Chi Mengru said that she was here today. Something happened on the road at the intersection of Huanghai West Road and Huanghai East Road. There was a brawl there according to eyewitnesses. Told us that there was a person at the time, and took out the gun, but the last one with the gun was knocked to the ground, after our careful inquiry. And called up the surveillance and finally found that Yu Yang did this and the gun at the scene was gone. Chi Mengru was horrified when she heard it. Hurriedly asked Sister Na Lu, "Shouldn't you come to arrest him?" Chen Lu said as soon as he heard it, "If I wanted to arrest him I would just do it. The guy who fought with him wasn't a good guy either, and he also had a gun. Yu Yang was at best an over-defense. It's not a big deal because I know that Yu Yang is your bodyguard. I have already asked my brother Chen Yuhu to take care of Chi Mengru. I will say thank you Sister Lu right away. I just heard Chen Lu say that I don't know if Yu Yang will help me with this. I haven't. I thought it was Wu Yingying who asked me to find him. He told me that Yu Yang, the bodyguard your uncle found for you, is very good, so I came to ask him for help." As soon as Chi Mengru heard that Sister Lu was fine, I came to tell him. This kid is actually a very good person to believe that he should. Will help here, he said to Chen Lu. "Sister Lu, you were waiting for me in this room and now I will go and tell him." After he finished speaking he walked out of his room and came to Yu Yang's door, reaching out and knocking on the door. Yu Yang was in the room just now. Came back from Chi Mengru's room and lay on the bed. He just wanted Yu Yang. "Yu Yang, your concentration is too bad just like that. Nosebleed." He was thinking nonsense. Just at this moment he heard someone knock on the door. Yu Yang asked, "Who is it?" Chi Mengru hurriedly said that Yu Yang was the one for me to open the door. "I had something to do with you." Opened the door. Yu Yang hurriedly got up from the bed and put on a dress. When he opened the door and saw Chi Mengru, she immediately asked, "Oh, is something wrong?" Chi Mengru hurriedly said that Yu Yang asked you for a favor, would you like to? As soon as Yu Yang heard that he was busy, Chi Mengru told him that Chen Lu came to Yu Yang for help. Yu Yang immediately said that I didn't want Chi Mengru to hear it. Why? Yu Yang said, why should I help him with this? Catching criminals is what the police should do and I'm not a policeman. At this time I heard someone say a word behind. Did you take away a gun during a fight on the road today? Yu Yang looked up and saw that he was in Chi Mengru's room just now. Of course he didn't know who the police flower Chen Lu was. Yu Yang thought to himself, does this person know that I took the gun away? Yu Yang thought it was impossible he couldn't admit it. He immediately said to Chen Lu, "Hey, what kind of gun was taken away by me and talk nonsense? How did Chen Lu come here?" After a long time of trouble, Chi Mengru went out of the room. When looking for Yu Yang, he also came out of the room. He was afraid that Yu Yang would not agree. I didn't expect that as soon as he walked out of the room he really heard Yu Yang say that he didn't want to go to Chen Lu, and thought to himself, "This brat looks like I have to find a way to scare him," so he came to Yu Yang and said something. He heard Yu Yang does not admit that he is happy. Said, "Let me tell you boy, you can't admit it, we were all caught on surveillance cameras on the road. I wanted to see you as Chi Mengru's bodyguard. Forget it, I want to ask you to do me a favor. All you have to do is help. As long as you pick up this gun and don't do anything bad, plus the guy you hit today is not a good person." He moved first. "I already said it's okay, since you don't want to help, then you can go to the police station with me as soon as Yu Yang hears." "Should I go?" As soon as Chen Lu heard about the good boy, "Wouldn't you dare to attack the police?" As soon as he was talking, he reached out his hand to his waist and was ready to touch the gun. "I heard Yu Yang speak at this moment, the gun is with me." Chen Lu looked up and stared at the two eyes round. "I thought to myself, how fast this kid is. It seems that this kid is still quite shy." Chi Mengru was frightened when he saw it and hurried. Said to Yu Yang, "What do you want to do? Don't put the gun down yet." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "I call it M********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gun. If I take it away, he may be holding him at me again in a while. I'm the person who hates others to point a gun at me if he does. If he really pointed a gun at me just now, it wouldn't be as simple as taking his gun away. As soon as Chen Lu heard it, what else do you think? Do you know that it is illegal for you to do this, and you will go to jail? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, how could you be so unreasonable? It was you who ran over to provoke me first. Why did I say I was breaking the law? At this time Chi Mengru hurriedly said to Yu Yang not to do this. It was his fault just now. You give me a face. When Yu Yang heard it, he said to Chen Lu, if it weren't for him today. Speaking, I will definitely not finish with you today. Chen Lu heard. Yu Yang, as long as you promise to help me with that gun. I don't care about you, and there are benefits to you if you do this a favor. What benefit did Yu Yang get when he heard it? Chapter 25 Catch the Criminal. Chen Lu hurriedly said, if you help me with this, I will reward you at that time. As soon as Yu Yang was interested, he asked, so what are the benefits? I heard Chen Lu say, as long as you help me with this, I will give you a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Yu Yang thought to himself, if he really has 10,000 yuan in cash, I can help. I thought that the hero hauled just now. When the establishment is in need of money, to have this 10,000 yuan is not bad. Thinking of this, he immediately said this, and I helped. Chen Lu and Chi Mengru looked at each other. At the same time, I thought in my heart that this kid is a money fan. I just said no help this time. As soon as he told him that he had money, he immediately agreed. Later Chen Lu thought about it again. No matter what, this kid agreed to listen to Yu Xiaoying. Said this kid is very powerful, do not know how in the end. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang that tomorrow is just Saturday. Then you will come to my house with me tonight and we will start to act together tomorrow. Speaking of which, he turned around again, said Chi Mengru. Is it okay to let Yu Yang come to my house tonight? Chi Mengru is in a hurry. When it was said that it was all right, Sister Xiaolu let him. I will go to your house with you tonight. Followed by him, and said Yu Yang to Yu Yang. Tonight you will follow Sister Lu to his house. Staying for one night is convenient for your action tomorrow. Yu Yang listened, nodded and said, okay. Followed by listening to him say what I said. Your words should count, right? You must give me the money when you are done. Chen Lu and Chi Mengru were almost out of breath next to them. I thought this stinky boy was thinking about getting the reward. Chen Lu said angrily next to him, rest assured that he will definitely give your Yu Yang a listen. Speaking of that, it's almost okay. Then I will go to your house with you tonight. Just listen to Chen Lu said, then let's go now. And then turned back and said to Chi Mengru, I will send him back tomorrow. Chi Mengru heard it and said to him, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, you can borrow it for as long as you want, but don't let it go bad. Chen Lu blushed when he heard it and directed at Chi Mengru. Said angrily, dead girl, what are you talking about? Chi Mengru made a face at him and then ran away from Yu Yang. Watching from the side Chen Lu, Yu Yang thought, Don't say this police flower looks really pretty if you can marry such a daughter-in-law. That's great. Just then Chunlu looked back. Yu Yang was looking at him. That eyeball stares like a light bulb. Staring at a certain part of him, Chunlu shouted at Yu Yang, "Stinky boy, what are you looking at?" This shout can frighten Yu Yang quite a bit. I heard him hurriedly say, "I didn't see anything. I think it doesn't matter what he said when a fly fell on you just now." Chunlu was even more angry, thinking that this stinky boy is now a fly in winter. Obviously he is talking nonsense, he suddenly thought. Thinking that I will lead this kid to my house, will it lead the wolf into the room? And later he thought again, do I still need to be afraid of him? A little furry child. If he really dares to do anything to me, I have to abolish him. Thinking of this, he said angrily, "Don't look at it. Look at it for a while and the eyeballs fall out, hurry up." Yu Yang also knew that he was wrong and left his mansion with Chunlu without saying anything. Took Chunlu's car and came to Chunlu's house. Guan Chunyuan Community. After arriving at Chunlu's house, the morning dew will be removed from the refrigerator. Took out 2 bottles of juice and handed one to Yu Yang, then he himself, followed by him saying to Yu Yang that we will act tonight. Yu Yang was talking on the side. I said pretty big sister, if you want to successfully catch the criminal, then we have to dress up. As soon as Chunlu heard it, he asked with interest, what should we do to change it? Yu Yang followed. I heard Yu Yang say again, I said pretty big sister, if you want to catch this criminal, the only way is this. Chunlu heard it. What can you do? Say it quickly. Just to see. Yu Yang paused and said again. To catch this criminal, only the 2 of us pretend to be lovers. When Chunlu heard this, he thought to himself that this kid really didn't have a good heart. Take advantage of the old lady. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang. I said, what a bad idea you have. You let the old lady never fall in love. Were you not at ease by pretending to be a couple with you? Want to take advantage of me? Just to see. Yu Yang tilted his head and looked at his face full of disbelief. This time Chunlu was pissed off. Said to Yu Yang, why don't you believe it? I tell you the old lady is still here. This Chunlu is also enraged. After he finished speaking, he reacted, ah, how did I tell you this too? At this moment I heard Yu Yang say, who is rare? Is it still very bright when it is so big? Chunlu was so angry that he pointed at Yu Yang with one hand, reach out from the side. Grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it over to Yu Yang. Was caught by Yu Yang raising his hand, and then heard Yu Yang say it. I said pretty big sister, I don't have time to make trouble with you here. If you use my method, the criminal can be caught. If you don't use my method, then you can do it yourself, but I'll stay here for 1 night at most. If I can't catch it, I won't play with you anymore. As soon as Chunlu heard that it was good, I would go ahead and use your method if I couldn't catch it. I will not finish with you by then. Speaking of which, he said to Yu Yang, then I will go now, let's have a meal first. After speaking, he went into the kitchen to cook. The meal was quickly prepared and served on the table. Yu Yang sniffed it and thought to himself. Does it taste good? I don't know how it tastes, and when he eats it he finds that it tastes better and faster. The 2 of them finished dinner and it was night. They waited at home for a few more hours and it was after 12 o'clock in the evening. Chunlu thought about it when he saw it and followed him to the room to change his clothes, and then went outside and said okay to Yu Yang, let's go. I just heard Yu Yang say that since the beautiful sister is pretending to be a couple, we have to pretend to be a little bit like. Chunlu asked how to pretend like it. As soon as he finished asking, he saw that Yu Yang took his hand as soon as he stretched out his hand. This time Chunlu's heart was pounding because of him. Has never been in love. Also held hands by a boy for the first time. He wanted to break free, but he thought about it again. As long as you can catch the criminal and hold your hand. Just like this, the 2 of them walked forward and they arrived in a blink of an eye. At 2 or 3 in the morning. Chunlu's heart just wanted to see. This evening was a waste of time. At this time their uncles walked to a park. They were walking forward when they saw a person jumping out of the grass in front. Just see this person. With stockings on his head and a sharp knife in his hand. Before he could react, Yu Yang next to him moved and saw an afterimage. Chunlu looked up again and saw that the gangster had fallen to the ground, and then heard Yu Yang shouting at him to throw a handcuff over here. Chapter 26 Healing. Chunlu saw that the coke was broken from the back and he wanted to ask this kid to help, but he really found the right person. As soon as he heard it, Yu Yang let him throw a handcuff in the past. He is in a hurry. He took out the handcuffs and threw them at Yu Yang. Yu Yang reached out and took the handcuffs in his hands. And then handcuffed this guy. Just listen to the criminal said. Friends, as long as you let me go I will give you benefits. Yu Yang asked with great interest what's the benefit. Chen Lu in the back thought that this kid wouldn't be tempted, right? Just then listened to the criminal said, as long as you let me go I will give you 500,000. Did Yu Yang say 500,000 as soon as he heard it? Is it a little too little? This time behind Chen Lu is really a little bit helpless. I thought this kid should not really let this criminal go. Thinking of this he hurriedly shouted that Yu Yang couldn't let him go, watching Yu Yang ignore him and listen to him. And then asked the criminal, can there be more? This one is also anxious to say as long as you can let me go. I'll give you 1 million. Yu Yang listened. Without saying a word according to the key part of this kid is a kick, then go up and give it to this kid. A punch and kick. Beat this kid to the ground screaming. Just listen to Yu Yang say while typing. If you really want to have 1 million, do you still use it for robbery? I let you play with women. Let your strong woman talk. He took a few more feet under the boy. Chen Lu looked at it from the back thinking that this kid is still not bad, was not impressed. He was dying when he saw that the criminal was beaten. Chen Lu thought, you can't be killed, we have to go back. As for the confession, if you are beaten to death it will be difficult to handle. Thinking of this he hurriedly called Yu Yang. Stop hitting and hand him over. The police dealt with. Don't beat him to death. Yu Yang stopped when he heard this. After seeing that Yu Yang came to Chen Lu he stretched out his hand and said he could give it to me. What did Chen Lu ask in a puzzled look? Yu Yang immediately said, didn't you say that I will help you catch the criminals and have a cash reward of 10,000 yuan? Chen Lu was dumbfounded when she heard it, thinking that this stinky boy is too anxious. Thinking of this he said angrily that I can't get this money. Take it with you. Besides, this money was given to you by the Public Security Bureau, not me personally. Have to wait for work tomorrow. And then I can give it to you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it would be too much trouble. Chen Lu heard that. What's the trouble? Can I give it to you tomorrow? I'll call my colleague first to bring this criminal back. Having said that he took out his cell phone and gave it to his colleague on duty. Made a call. He just finished the phone and thought to the sound of sirens in the distance, and soon his colleagues arrived. And hurriedly asked when a few police officers arrived at one of them. Did you catch this criminal? Xiao Chen. Chen Lu immediately confronted when he heard it. The policeman said to accept that this criminal was not caught by me but by him. He pointed to the acceptance of Yu Yang and thought to himself. Just this kid, ordinary people can't see any ability. Our police arrested him several times but failed to catch him. And even 2 policemen were injured by him. I thought to myself, where did Chen Lu find such a kid so powerful? I thought of this. He asked Yu Yang, may I ask your surname? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, my surname is Yu Yang. This policeman surnamed Chen heard it. Asked the criminal you caught. Yu Yang said unhappily, what else can I do if I didn't catch it? It was this beautiful sister who invited me. Saying this he pointed to the city road with his hand. When the policeman surnamed Chen asked, who are you? Where do you live? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, why do you ask me where I live? This beautiful sister asked me to help her. Where is the cash reward of 10,000 yuan after the help is finished? As soon as this policeman surnamed Chen heard about it, I said, what happened to you, kid? What kind of attitude are you talking about? The criminal you helped catch. We will definitely reward you. Just ask, where are you? Did you just say no? At this moment Chen Lu next to him spoke. Accepting this is at a friend's house of mine. The bodyguard is usually a bit strange. This time he was able to catch the criminal and he also helped a lot the surnamed Chen. As soon as the police heard that, well then hurry back to the station. While speaking glared at Yu Yang fiercely, just like this group of people. And went back to the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau. When all the things have been dealt with, the day is already bright. This route. He was about to drive Yu Yang back to the flag mansion. He didn't know that when he got into the car he felt a sharp pain in his stomach that hit him with sweat. Then rolled down straight down. Yu Yang looked beside him and asked me, pretty sister, what's the matter with you? The morning dew. Was no longer able to answer his question. Just reluctantly said, we will wait a while before leaving. Watching Yu Yang said nothing. And grabbed Chen Lu's hand. But Chen Lu was furious, thinking that this stinky boy wanted to take advantage of me by taking this opportunity. Watching Yu Yang put 2 fingers on his pulse. I checked it and heard Yu Yang say, I said, pretty sister. You have dysmenorrhea, you have to treat it quickly, otherwise it will get worse every time. Chen Lu was shocked when he heard it. I wondered if this kid was a genius doctor. Look at Yu Yang hurriedly grabbing his hand again. Chen Luxin thought, what was he going to do? At this moment he felt a burst of heat, uploaded from Yu Yang's hand, followed his wrist and stole the top of his lower abdomen. Slowly this air gathered next to the. At that time Chen Lu felt that his whole body was more comfortable, not to mention how comfortable he felt after a while. This stomach hurts no more. At this moment Yu Yang let go of his hand, saying that the beautiful sister should not be in pain right now. Chen Lu thought to himself, I found a treasure today. In fact his dysmenorrhea problem has been for a long time. I have seen it in major hospitals but it has not been cured. I didn't expect it to just let this kid grab his hand. I heard Yu Yang say at this moment, I said, beautiful sister, you are only temporary. It does not hurt. If you want to completely cure it you need acupuncture. When Chen Lu heard it he hurriedly asked, what could you cure me? Yu Yang said yes. This time Chen Lu was very happy and hurriedly said, good brother, can you cure this disease for me? Chapter 27. Yu Yang thought to himself, such a beautiful sister. How can I bear to watch him suffer from back pain and menstrual cramps? Thinking of this he talked about the beautiful sister. I can give you a complete cure for the disease, it's just a needle, you have to think about it clearly. Chen Lu heard that as long as it can be cured. Acupuncture is acupuncture, isn't it acupuncture? I'm not afraid. Yu Yang followed closely, but acupuncture has to be undressed to listen to the morning dew. Speaking of what, you have to take off your clothes. Yu Yang nodded and said yes. Chen Lu thought in his heart, if he could really cure this disease. It doesn't matter anymore, every month is exhausted by this disease. Thinking of this he said to Yu Yang, that's good, now we'll go to my house, you're going to treat me, said here. He started the car and led Yu Yang back to his home. As soon as I got home Chen Lu asked Yu Yang, are you tired? If you are not tired can you start now? As soon as Yu Yang heard beautiful sister, I'm not tired, let's start now. Healing Morning Dew hurriedly said, come to my room. The two quickly came to the room and Chen Lu looked back at Yu Yang. Said to Yu Yang, good brother, if you can really cure your sister's illness my sister will definitely thank you. How about this? If you will, from now on I will be your god sister. If you need my help in the future just say how smart Chen Lu is. Worthy of being a policeman, he must take off his clothes when he thinks of acupuncture for a while. After all this kid is also a boy. So he proposed to recognize his younger brother. He used the relationship between sister and brother to restrain him from the beginning. I thought about this kid. He will feel more at ease when he will make wine for him later, and Yu Yang feels the same when he hears that this beautiful sister recognizes her as a godfather. I'm glad to think that I came to Huanghai City and I didn't know anyone at first. In advance Guo Wanner recognize me as my god brother, this time this beautiful sister. And also recognize me as a godfather. Thinking of this Yu Yang said immediately. Don't worry beautiful sister, I will cure you. Chen Lu heard it. Yu Yang, you can call me Sister Lu. Or call me sister directly. What beautiful sister? I will call you Sister Lu as soon as the strange Yu Yang hears it. Chen Lu nodded after listening and said to Yu Yang that you go first. Turn around, don't peek. Yu Yang turned around immediately after hearing this, but he listened to the giggling voice behind him. He felt itchy. He wanted to turn around and take a look, and then he thought about it just now, sister. People have so much trust in me that they haven't let me out. It would be too immoral if I still peeked. He was thinking wildly when he heard Chen Lu speak behind him. Okay, Yu Yang turned around, actually just now Chen Lu. He was also watching Chen Yang while undressing, thinking about this kid, although I have just used the relationship between sister and brother. He was still a little uneasy when restrained and he was still quite nervous. I thought that I was still a person who had never been in love in the room. I was standing there so I was still a little nervous. While taking off his clothes he looked at Yu Yang from the corner of his eyes. Yu Yang stood there without moving. Chen Lu thought, it seems that this stinky boy is not too bad. He hurriedly took off his shirt 3 times. And then called Yu Yang. When Yu Yang turned around Chen Lu buried his face in the pillow, that blushing can drip blood. Yu Yang looked back at the dry sister's jade smooth back. Yu Yang thought to himself, that's such a good back if you don't touch it with your own hands. What a pity. Thinking of this he said to Chen Lu. Sister Lu, your condition is very serious, I have to massage for you first. As soon as Chen Lu heard that, why did she have to massage? I said, brat, shouldn't you deliberately want to take advantage of me? Yu Yang listened. Speaking of Sister Lu, she has been sick for a long time because of you. You must first massage and then acupuncture will have a good effect. Without massage may not go to the root. Sister, in fact if you don't want to massage it's fine. Then I'll give you acupuncture Chen Lu directly. Is what this kid said is true? He is very contradictory. Should I let him massage or not? If not, he gave me massage, then the disease will not be rooted if it really can't get rid of the root. He thought about how miserable he was every month. I thought to myself, massage is massage. So he whispered, then you can massage me. Yu Yang thought to deceive her sister like this. Isn't it too wrong? While thinking of him, he put his hand on Chen Lu's back, did some massage. This massage lasted as long as possible. About half an hour. He released his hand, took out the real bag and opened it. Weikeng rode for acupuncture, and soon the acupuncture ends. Yu Yang quickly put away the silver needle and said, Sister Lu, I went out first and then finished. After making trouble for a long time, he was doing massage to Chen Lu just now. He touched Chen Lu's back with his hand. He felt, I have the urge to have a nosebleed, so acupuncture pills. He hurriedly ran out. Chen Lu wondered what happened to this kid. He saw that Yu Yang had gone out and he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the living room outside. He felt how comfortable this body was. Chen Lu thought to himself, it seems that this stinky boy is quite a bit of a jerk. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, good brother, my sister gave you a small gift to thank you. Do you have anything you want? As soon as Yu Yang heard about Sister Lu, I really wanted something. Chen Lu hurriedly said, what do you want? Just listen to Yu Yang say, then why don't you give me a mobile phone? Yu Yang thought to himself, if I had a mobile phone I would be able to get the number of the beautiful teacher. As soon as Chen Lu heard that Yu Yang wanted a mobile phone, he immediately said, good sister, this will take you to buy it. Saying this, he and Yu Yang walked out of the door and came to a mobile phone store. To Yu Yang, I picked a new Huawei mobile phone and spent more than 4,000. After buying the phone, he asked Yu Yang again, how many times do I need acupuncture? Can be good. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, Sister Lu, if you want a complete cure you have to listen to Chen Lu at least 3 times with acupuncture. Said immediately, or you just stay here for another day and then go back on Monday so that it will be convenient for me to have acupuncture tomorrow. I call and talk to Mengru. Yu Yang nodded after listening, so he stayed at Chen Lu's house for another day. On Sunday night, Chen Lu drove Yu Yang back to his mansion. On the second day, the two of them went to school as usual. Chapter 28, the concert outside the campus. When the two came to the school gate, they found that they were opposite the school. Set up a big platform. Yu Yang wondered and thought about it. What are you doing? Chi Mengru was also a little puzzled in her heart. In this way, the two walked into the classroom soon on campus. There are a lot of students who have been there to talk about it. Did you see that table outside the campus? That desk. What is it for? Someone said, I don't know. Anyway, we saw it as soon as we got to school today. That desk. Quickly. The class bell rang in the crowd's discussion and a teacher had just walked into the classroom. Just as the teacher walked into the classroom, everyone heard a voice coming from outside the campus. There are close to the window. Look outside. Is seeing the school opposite. There were several people standing on the platform. Some people find it strange. The girl above is so familiar. Then heard on the stage. One of them, a slightly older girl, spoke. Hello my friends, I am the city TV station. The host, my name is Yang Yu. Today I was invited by Miss Yang to host this concert. Miss Yan, the roommate of this concert. In order to express his love to a boy. Next we asked him to speak for us, and then turn the microphone on when he speaks. Handed it to the girl next to it. After making trouble for a long time, this person is none other than Yan Mengjiao, the eldest underworld girl. This Yan Mengjiao. For the whole Yu Yang he really took great pains. Making trouble for a long time, this is one of his tactics. Yan Mengjiao thought. In any case, I want you to bow down under my pomegranate skirt. After you truly fall in love with me, I will dump you. This Yan Mengjiao. Anyway, I did it with Yu Yang. So he carefully planned this courtship concert. Also invited the famous city TV host Yang Yudang on stage when Yang Yu asked him to speak. And then look at Yan Mengjiao reached out and took the microphone and then said. This concert was specially held for the person I love in my heart, Yu Yang. Yu Yang, I'm here to tell you that although you don't like me, but I still love you. So today I held this concert outside the campus. I hope you can promise to be my boyfriend. These words clearly reached the ears of all the teachers and students of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School. Yu Yang's name was once again used by everyone. As you know, this time all the students in the classrooms of the No. 1 Middle School in Huanghai City stopped attending classes and all gathered around the window to look outside. Even the teacher is no longer in class. All the students in class 2 of senior 3 are also around the window. Qi Mengru looked at Yu Yang next to her and thought. That Yan Mengjiao is also a daughter of a daughter. Why did he fall in love with Yu Yang? This kid has nothing outstanding. The place. This is watching Yu Yang are still sitting next to him as if he didn't hear anything. At this moment Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. Two people came over and said, Brother Yang. Look how much your sister-in-law likes you. You should go down and meet him. Just listen to Yu Yang said. What is there to see? He must not be at ease. Go and don't make fun of it. At this moment to listen to the music downstairs everyone listened. Officially a popular song. The wife is the biggest. The person who sings is Yan Mengjiao. Just listen to Yan Mengjiao sing. I want to draw a small circle for you. Surround us both in the middle. Our feelings are like shoelaces. Tie you and me together. I want for you. Weave a waistcoat, to accompany you through the coldest day. I want to set up a stall with you, and work hard with you to earn a little money. The wife is the biggest, the husband is the second. You are my heart, you are my liver. I don't ask you to get rich, you don't need to be an official. This life is destined to revolve around you. After singing a song, Yan Mengjiao raised her head and said to the classroom window of class 2 of senior 3. Yu Yang, I love you. As long as you promise to be my boyfriend, I will love you forever. This time the students in all the classrooms of Huanghai No. 1 middle school were moved. I thought, who is this Yu Yang? Such a rich lady. Here to give him a concert courtship. Why haven't seen him yet? Some people are asking, who is this Yu Yang? Where did such a person come from? How is it so powerful? Let the rich lady be outside the campus. But the concert courted him and said it if he knew. This Yu Yang is Xie Wenken, and the dozens of people who came to the school to make trouble last time. The fierce people who have been beaten. It was only then that everyone remembered. Someone said, have you heard? 2 days ago, I heard this girl also came to our school and gave this Yu Yang a mobile phone and a car, courted him, but this Yu Yang refused. One of the boys said this Yu Yang's brain is not burned out. Such a rich eldest lady wooed her, gave her a mobile phone and a car. Why didn't he agree? There is a girl. Just said, what do you know? Yu Yang, this is a good one, even if you are a rich family daughter. Yu Yang did not agree. Proved. He is not someone who eats soft rice. He did not want to rely on women. This is the real man. If I can find such a boyfriend, I will be satisfied. After listening to the girl sighed and said, it is a pity that Yu Yang doesn't even like the rich lady. Look at me, far worse than others. At this time the movement outside the campus also alerted the security guard at the school gate. One of the security guards went over and said, this is the school gate. Please don't disturb students in class by making noise here. At this moment 2 big men came over and invited this one to the side. Xu Deming in the principal's office also saw this scene. Xu Deming thought to himself, this is still great. Is something that this kid Yu Yang did. So he picked up the phone and called the police, and after a while the police came. He did not expect the police to come, but came. Go faster. In a blink of an eye 1 class passed and the off-campus concert was still going on. At this time Yan Mengjiao sang a few more songs. After singing the song, returned the microphone to the host. This one took the microphone and continued. Are Miss Yan deeply in love? This Yu Yang, so far we have not seen the face of this Mr. Yu. I want to say, if this Mr. Yu Yang you can hear, then come out and let us all meet you. At this time Yu Yang was still sitting in the classroom. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao still did not move. The two thought to themselves, no wonder this Yan Mengjiao is sincere to our brother Yang. Our brother Yang does not go out, the 2 of us can go out. Chapter 29. Ask the beautiful sister for a phone number. Thinking of this, Fan Yongchun stood up, walked to Deng Heitao and said, I said, look at that Yan Mengjiao's infatuation with our brother Yang. Do we have to help? As soon as Deng Heitao heard it, I thought so too. Then what should we do? As soon as Fan Yongchun heard about us, he went down and said that our brother Yang had agreed. Deng Heitao said no. After listening to it, our brother Yang did not agree. Fan Yongchun continued. Did not agree to be afraid of. I see sooner or later our brother Yang agrees. If you do this well, you can also please our future sister-in-law. Deng Heitao said after listening, yes, just do it. Speaking of which, the 2 of them quietly left the classroom of class 2 of senior 3, came outside. As soon as the 2 came here, they directed at Yan Mengjiao. Speaking of sister-in-law, our brother Yang has agreed, but he was embarrassed to come out. Specially let the 2 of us tell you that Yan Mengjiao looked up. 2 big men came up from below. Yan Mengjiao knew these 2 at a glance. The former went to class 2 of senior 3 to find Yu Yang and saw these two. I saw these two people coming today and I heard them say that Yu Yang has agreed. Yan Mengjiao asked after listening, who are you two? Fan Yongchun said, both of us are brother Yang's younger brother. Our brother Yang actually agreed a long time ago. He was just embarrassed to come down to meet you. In fact, he had already agreed in his heart, Yan Mengjiao said as soon as he heard it. What you both said is true. Did he really agree? Deng Heitao also picked up the words next to me. I said, sister-in-law, our brother Yang must agree. You say you look so beautiful. Our brother Yang actually agreed long ago, but our brother Yang felt that the last time you went to court him in front of so many classmates he refused. He felt very embarrassed, so he did not come down to see you. Yan Mengjiao was secretly happy when she heard this, thinking that the kid did not escape from me. You look at the palm of your hand, how I will deal with you in the future. Thinking of this, he was not at ease and asked again. Deng Heitao and Fan Yongchun Yu Yang really agreed. The two said at the same time, can we joke about this? Our brother Yang did agree. Sister-in-law, you put the concert. Quickly withdraw it. All affect the students in class. Our brother Yang is very unwilling. Yan Mengjiao listened well. I immediately withdraw. And then heard Yan Mengjiao say it again. The two of you came to send me a letter. I am very happy. And then listened to him facing the back. Speaking of a person giving them 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes. The two of them were happy when they heard this. At this moment Yan Mengjiao spoke again and I said, since your brother Yang has agreed, he doesn't need to be so embarrassed. I'll see him right now. The two of them will miss you when they hear him. Is this thing not leaking? Thinking of these two people, they hurriedly said, sister-in-law, our brother Yang is now in class. He doesn't want to be there. Was disturbed during class. After listening, Yan Mengjiao nodded and said, okay, then I'll wait until he is out of school to find him. At this moment he introduced to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. He pointed at the 2 girls next to him, introduced to. These 2 are my little sisters, one surnamed Su called Su Xiaomei, a surname Wen called Wen Huan. Only then did the 2 pay attention to Yan Mengjiao's side. Also stood 2 girls. The appearance of these 2 girls is also very outstanding. Both of them thought in their minds at the same time, if you can catch up. One of the words, that luck can be really good. Why did Yan Mengjiao introduce like Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao? What about his 2 friends? He had his thoughts in his heart. Thought, Yu Yang can actually let these 2 come down to send me letters. He must have a very good relationship with them. In addition, they also said just now that they are Yu Yang's younger brother. If the relationship with the 2 of them is good, I can't worry about it with Yu Yang. So he introduced his 2 little sisters, Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. When he finished the introduction, Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao are also similar. Su Xiaomei and Wen Huan greeted each other. For a while the 3 of them chatted well. At this moment Yan Mengjiao spoke. Do you 2 have Yu Yang's phone number? As soon as Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao heard about Dao's sister-in-law, he returned to brother Yang. No mobile phone yet? Yan Mengjiao asked very strangely. He didn't even have a mobile phone, Fan Yongchun said to Yan Mengjiao's sister-in-law. My brother Yang, he really does not have a mobile phone. We did not lie to you. Yan Mengjiao saw that what Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao said was not a lie. He thought to himself, he didn't even have a mobile phone. I gave him such a good mobile phone last time. Why didn't he want it for a while? He was curious about Yu Yang in his heart. Where did this kid come from? In fact, he has not yet felt a girl facing a boy. If you are too curious, you may also leave. The fall is not far away. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao were too. Said to him, sister-in-law, we have already started class and we are going back. Yan Mengjiao heard Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao talking to him. He just came back to his senses and immediately said that it's okay, you 2 go back first. The 2 did not forget to ask them in their minds when they were leaving. Like the girl's phone, and then the 2 returned to the classroom. 2 people walked in. Yu Yang very strange thought. Why did these 2 go just now? At this time classes have already started and they both came back, and soon the morning passed. When school was over at noon, Yu Yang thought to himself, I have a cell phone now, why don't I ask my beautiful sister for a phone number? Think of here. Yu Yang went straight to Guo Wanner's office, walked over, and when he came to the door of the office he knocked on the door. I heard Guo Wanner say, come in, and then Yu Yang pushed open the door and walked into the office. Guo Wanner looked up and said, Yu Yang, do it quickly. Yu Yang just grabbed a stool and sat down. At this moment I heard Guo Wanner ask Yu Yang, the platform set up outside the campus. There is a girl in a concert, what is going on with you? As soon as Yu Yang heard that my sister was making fun of me and he wanted to piss me off. Guo Weiner asked very strangely, what did he want to do to you? And then Yu Yang talked about his relationship with Yan Mengjiao. Chapter 30. A master is here. After listening to Guo Weiner, she thought that the girls now are really brave and dare to say anything in order to make fun of people. Think here. He immediately said to Yu Yang, you must guard against this Yan Mengjiao in the future. Yu Yang nodded and said, don't worry sister. Having said that, Yu Yang said to Guo Weiner that I said Ganji, didn't you ask me last time if I have a cell phone? Guo Weiner listened. Yes, didn't you tell me you didn't? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Yu Yang took his cell phone out of his pocket. He took out his cell phone. Guo Weiner said at a glance at the deposit. Yu Yang, where did you get this phone? So it's worth a lot of money. This phone is Huawei's latest mobile phone. It seems that you bought more than 4,000. Yu Yang heard that it wasn't me who bought it, it was someone else. Guo Weiner, who gave it to me as soon as I heard who would give you such a good phone for no reason. Yu Yang said, because I help people heal. It was only given by others, and then he talked about Zhang helping Chen Lu and treating him. Guo Weiner also believed what he thought. Really, maybe this kid still has 2 strokes. He could tell that I was sick just by looking at me at that time. It seems that what he said was really thought of, and he asked Yu Yang, what is your phone number? Then Yu Yang gave the phone number. Told Guo Weiner. Guo Weiner also used his mobile phone to call Yu Yang's mobile phone. It turns out that Yu Yang bought a mobile phone that day. He would not use it, and then Chen Lu taught him how to use it. Yu Yang learned very quickly and quickly mastered the mobile phone. The use of some simple functions in the internet. He was very happy when he saved the phone number of the beautiful sister in the address book. And then Guo Weiner started English lessons for Yu Yang. Soon the class time will come to Yu Yang, and he is also very happy. Back to the classroom. He just returned to the classroom. A gray-haired old man came outside the campus. I saw this person came to the school gate. Before waiting for the security to open the door, I saw this one jumped into the campus. I stared at the security guard thinking, where did this come from? This old man is probably around 70 years old, but he didn't expect his body to be so flexible. From this white steel electric door all at once. Jumped over. Just look at the old man who jumped into the campus and walked straight to the teaching building. The security guard hurriedly came over. When it comes to the elderly, who are you looking for? The old man stopped and turned around. Asked the security guard, inside your school. Is there someone named Yu Yang? The security guard thought to himself that he was here to find Yu Yang again. The security guard immediately said that some of them were in class 2 of the 3rd year of high school. The old man nodded and said, yes, I was looking for him. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went directly to the 2nd floor, coming soon. The bell rang at the door of the classroom of class 2 of senior year 2 at this time. A teacher walked into the classroom with teaching materials. When the teacher is at the door. When I saw this old man, the teacher was still wondering, who is this old man? He just thought about it in his heart, did not care. And then he walked into the classroom as usual, put down the textbook and was ready to start the class. At such a time to listen to the old man outside. Said, this is the 3rd class too. The teacher hurriedly said, yes, this is the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. May I ask, who are you looking for? I heard the old man say, I look for Yu Yang. At this time Yu Yang also looked up at the old man outside. Yu Yang was taken aback when he saw it. Yu Yang knew at a glance that the old man was a martial arts master. Yu Yang thought to himself, how did Huanghai come to such a master? Yu Yang was wondering when he heard the teacher say it. Do you have anything to do with Yu Yang? This old man heard that I have something to do with him. Hurry up and let him come out to see me. At this moment Yu Yang thought to himself that he was looking for me, but I wanted to see what he was looking for me for, and thought of this. He hurriedly stood up and said, teacher. I'll go out first. The teacher nodded and said, well, you go. Yu Yang came to the old man and said, old man, do you have anything to do with me? Let's talk outside. The old man looked at it and asked. You are Yu Yang? Yu Yang, when it comes to formality, this old man listens well. I am looking for you to go downstairs. After speaking, the old man turned around and left. Yu Yang followed behind and the two came to the open space downstairs. As soon as he got outside, he watched the old man turn around, directed at Yu Yang. Said, boy, today I will kill you to avenge my apprentice. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, oh, avenge your apprentice, your apprentice. Who is he? This old man heard that you still do not know who he is. My apprentice surnamed Yu called Yu Lintao. Yu Yang was startled when he heard it. When Yu Yang didn't go down the mountain, his master told him. There are 3 masters in the arena, one of which is. This is Yu Lintao's master. Yu Yang thought to himself, I have already heard my master tell me the names of the 3 masters on the rivers and lakes and the names of their apprentices, which mentioned the master of Yu Lintao. People gave the nickname Ghost Shadow called Sima Dezhao. Yu Yang thought to himself, how did he meet him today? It seems that I have enough to choke today. Thinking of this, Yu Yang spoke. I said, if your apprentice is not greedy for money, do not come to kill me. He will not die. You have to come to avenge him. I said, are you so unreasonable? The old man said with a sneer when he heard the boy. No matter what, you killed my apprentice, I will kill you today. Pause. The old man asked again, boy, who is your master? As soon as Yu Yang heard about my master, if I told who my master was, I would scare you. This old man heard what you said. Just look at Yu Yang and said to him, the old man. In fact, I do not remember the name of my master, I just remember people call him Immortal. Sima Dezhao listened to the good boy, you are playing with me. How did Sima Dezhao come? Making trouble for a long time 2 days ago on the road. The person who wants to kill the fish and sheep is called Yu Lintao, the apprentice of Sima Dezhao. They all belong to the old man of the Qinglong school, a sect on the rivers and lakes. A deputy master of the Qinglong faction. One of the 3 masters on the rivers and lakes, Ghost Sima Dezhao, making trouble for a long time on the rivers and lakes. There are 3 masters. The first is the Shocking Sword, called Uyang Mountain. The second is called the Bloodthirsty Pixiu, called Lu Tianbao, the 3rd place. People sent the nickname Motong, surnamed Xiao, called Xiao Yi. These 3 are well-known figures in the arena. This time Sima Dezhao was serious. To feed his apprentice Yu Lintao for revenge, the former Yu Lintao saw. He was tempted to kill the fish and sheep issued by the Mad Tiger Gang. Chapter 31 Showdown. In addition, he was also thinking, what would he do with this Yu Yang? I have been studying art for 20 years, is it still better than such a hairy boy? In addition, he also thought of him and the Crazy Tiger Gang. Helper Xie Tianba's son, Xie Wenken, is still a friend. I earned this money. So he first went to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang to meet Xie Tianba, and Xie Wenken's father and son were very happy when he said what he wanted in the future. I thought this time when Yu Lintao went, Yu Yang could not be saved. Xie Tianba put on a table of banquets again, feeding on Lin Dao. Celebrate for Yu Lintao, who is about to kill Yu Yang. This Yu Lintao is arrogant, then hit the guarantee. Uncle, don't worry. This time I'll definitely take revenge for Xie Wenken's life of this kid Yu Yang. Soon after finishing the meal, Yu Lintao set off. It was the only way for Yu Yang to go back to Qi Mansion after school. He was waiting here. Xie Tianba and Xie Wenken. I was waiting for good news at home, but I didn't expect that Yu Lintao would not come back, and Yu Lintao would not come back. Xie Tianba couldn't sit still. Xie Wenken thought to himself, there must be something wrong, why haven't you come back now? So he sent someone to come. Where Yu Lintao ambushed Yu Yang. The person who came here will find out when he inquires here, that Yu Lintao made Yu Yang possible. Was killed. The police have all come over just now. This one hurriedly went back and sent a letter to Xie Tianba. Xie Tianba was heartbroken after hearing this. This month Lin Dao's intention was known by his master Sima Dezhao, and he didn't have to come to me desperately. I must say that I killed his apprentice. This is how to do. He was so anxious that he spun around the room like ants on a hot pan. Later this kid rolled his eyes and had an idea, thought to himself. Simply put all the responsibility on Yu Yang and say that Yu Yang killed his apprentice regardless of our business. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered. Let his subordinates go and ask Sima to recruit. When Sima Dezhao arrived here, he saw that his apprentice was dead. He quit, then turned around and asked Xie Tianba, how did my apprentice die? Xie Tianba heard that the old man is your apprentice. Was killed by a kid named Yu Yang. Sima Dezhao asked, who is this Yu Yang? Xie Tianba heard the old man Yu Yang. Especially not something relying on one's own ability to bully others. He is a student in class 2 of senior 3 of Huanghai No. 1 middle school. And my son Xie Wenken, they are all classmates. This kid is in school. That day my family Wenken saw this kid and molested the female classmate. He went up to stop it. I didn't expect this kid to beat my son with his own abilities. I also sent other people to think about this Yu Yang, to catch or teach a lesson. Did not expect to go to dozens of people even. Nor is this kid's opponent. and then forced me to do nothing, so I issued a chasing order to hunt down this kid and then you. And later your beloved disciple came to our house on this day, found out about this, he grieved and wanted to go to our family Wenken. Revenge. I also advised him at the time. Let him not go, but your beloved disciple will not listen to me, he had to go to Yuyang for revenge. Unexpectedly Yuyang was also killed. Sima Dezhao was furious after he said these words, it was a wow explosion. Yuyang, I have to kill you today. Xie Tianba secretly thought to himself that Yuyang is your day of death today. Thinking of this he pretended to persuade. Sima Dezhao said, alas old man. Yuyang, this kid is very powerful, you old man. It is better not to go. We will avenge your beloved disciple. If Lin Dao hadn't avenged our family's Wenken, he wouldn't have done it. It won't happen if you go to the old man again, there will be 3 long and 2 short. How did you get it, Sima Dezhao? When I heard it I hurriedly reached out and grabbed Xie Tianba's collar. What did you say? You mean I'm not one yet? Xiao Mao's opponent. If I don't bring Yu Yang's head today I won't be called Sima Dezhao. Tell me, where is he? Xie Tianba hurriedly said, the old man is the old man, isn't he? I didn't mean to look down on you in the slightest. I am also concerned about you. The old man, how can you be afraid of a little furry child? You will definitely kill Zhang Na Yuyang, Sima Dezhao. As soon as Sima Dezhao heard Dao Xiao's nonsense, hurry up and tell me this Yuyang, where is he? Xie Tianba hurriedly said after hearing this old man just went to school in Huanghai No. 1 Middle School. And then he told Sima Dezhao the address of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School. He just finished talking about Sima Dezhao. Without saying a word he turned around and quickly left the Crazy Tiger State headquarters. As soon as he left, Xie Tianba thought to himself, Yuyang, good boy. This time you're done. Let's say that Sima Dezhao came directly to the No. 1 Middle School of Huanghai City, jumped in directly from the white steel electric door, and waited to meet Yuyang. He was in a hurry at that time and the real enemy was particularly jealous when he met. I heard him say, Yuyang, you actually killed my apprentice. I will also kill you today to avenge my apprentice. Yuyang thought to himself that this time he would be in trouble. This is since Yuyang went down the mountain. So long the first rival. Yuyang thinks about it, I risk it, I want to see. Sima Dezhao of the 3 masters. In the end, what kind of ability to think of this, Yuyang said to Sima Dezhao, old man, since you want to avenge your apprentice, then you do it. Sima Dezhao heard it. Since you don't want to say who your master is, then I don't care. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. And when he speaks he flashes away, came to Yuyang, raised his hand and ran. Yuyang's chest hit before Yuyang reacted. He did not expect that Sima Dezhao would be in front of him in a blink of an eye. It was too late. If he wanted to hide again, Yuyang had no choice but to use his royal dragon art, and received a palm from Sima Dezhao, heard it at the time. With a muffled thud, Yuyang flew out like a kite with a broken string. At that time a mouth fluttered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There is no doubt that Yuyang lost in this duel, and then saw Sima Dezhao dodged and came to Yuyang before waiting for Yuyang. In response he covered Yuyang with another palm. Yuyang hurriedly used a phantom step to dodge to the side. This palm of Sima Dezhao was too fast. Before the fish and sheep get out of the way, this rise will come. Yuyang thought to himself that this palm was broken. If I were to hit me again I would definitely be injured. Chapter 32. Thinking of this, Yuyang rolled his eyes and had an idea. At this time Sima Dezhao has come to him. Sima Dezhao came. Yuyang said in front of him, boy, today I will avenge my apprentice. Speaking of which he raised his hand and touched Yuyang's chest. Called over. Looking at Yuyang, I don't know what happened, just like a fool I didn't hide. In class 2 of senior 3. At this time many students in the classroom are lying on the window and watching below. After making trouble for a long time, Yuyang went downstairs with Sima Dezhao. The sound of fighting spread to the classroom, so not only high school 2 classes, other classrooms are the same. There are a lot of people going down, watching. At this time in the principal's office, Principal Xu Deming also heard the following fight. Wait for him to look down from the window. Yuyang was beaten by an old man until he vomited blood. Xu Deming thought, Yuyang, you're done this time, let's talk about it. Yuyang below. When Sima Dezhao came to him, Yuyang deliberately did not hide, so Yuyang thought of a way to prepare for it. Victory in defeat, so Sima Dezhao came to him. The palm of his chest was called in vain, he did not hide. It turned out that he had already done it. To take his palm. At this time it was too late to say, it was too fast. Sima Dezhao came to the front of Yu Yang. As soon as it went up it hit Yu Yang's. The front is looking at Yu Yang. On the strength of his palm, flew out and flew out. If you don't know, people think Yu Yang was sent flying by his palm. But this is Yu Yang's preparations. Just now he thought of defeating and winning. After a long time of trouble Yu Yang found out that he was not Sima Dezhao's opponent. He thought to himself, it seems that I have trouble today. He suddenly thought of a way in a hurry. I thought if I pretend to be defeated by him he will definitely kill me on my body. Just with Xie Jin cartilage scattered. I will let him know today that he is powerful. After making trouble for a long time, this medicine was also prepared by Yu Yang himself. But after he was paired up he never used it. Today it just happened to be used by Sima De. So he was pretending to be recruited by Sima De. A palm to fly. In fact, when Sima Dezhao hit the palm, Yu Yang was ready to hit him in front of him. When he was in front of his chest he hurriedly moved backwards. Therefore he would let go of the strength of this palm. This palm looks to be hit. Yu Yang's chest is very serious. In fact his palm just touched Yu Yang's chest. Yu Yang jumped up. To avoid it, while Yu Yang jumped out, stretched out his hand in his arms and took out a glass bottle. A hard work. The glass bottle will be crushed with the glass slag inside to the surface, rushing to Sima De recruited to kill the door. He just froze for a moment. And even the glass slag to face, it all fell on Sima Dezhao's body. But he was pissed off, scolding, good boy, you dare to plot against it. My old man sees that I don't want your life, and when he says this he wants to move forward again. At this moment he suddenly felt that the world was spinning. The body shook and then fell to the ground with a plop. At this time Yu Yang was also not lightly injured. Yu Yang saw that Sima Dezhao had been tricked. The fainting he himself could not hold, also fell to the ground with a plop. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao were too. Also led other students to run out. Followed by many heroes from the hall, the members ran out. The two waited. In front of Yu Yang, Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun hurriedly called, brother Yang, how are you doing? This time some have hatred with Yu Yang. People are happy to see it, especially the monitor Yu Min. I thought about it. You see how much limelight you have made recently. Was retribution after the third grade 2 classes, or I said the final. The other happy person is the principal Xu Deming, the other is recently. The more powerful Yulin Hall. The head of Yulin Hall is about the Zhang Wenxian we mentioned earlier. Since that time he recruited Yu Yang. Yu Yang failed. He always wanted to get rid of Yu Yang. But he never had a chance, and he knew that Yu Yang was very powerful. He was sure. Is not an opponent, so he will. Some other clubs of Shanzhong were annexed, thinking about where Yu Yang will operate when he develops and grows. Seeing that Yu Yang was injured today, he had a chance in his life. I thought, why don't I take this opportunity to completely defeat Yu Yang? Thinking of this, he immediately called a younger brother. This kid was given the nickname Iron Head. It is said that this kid has practiced Iron Head Kung Fu. Only got such a nickname. He immediately called Titu and told him hurry up and get in touch. The other brothers asked them to hurry up and gather here. The boy named Titu hurriedly agreed after hearing this, and left. Zhang Wenxian thought, Yu Yang, this time I see where you are going. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao also saw Zhang Wenxian over there. Fan Yongchun immediately turned back and said to Deng Heitao, guarding Yulin Hall. The gang of boys. Now our brother Yang is injured. Beware of them taking advantage of the fire. Deng Heitao nodded and said yes. I immediately ordered other brothers to come too. At this time many members of the Hero Hall also came. Deng Heitao took out his cell phone and gave it again. The other members also called. All of a sudden there are 70 or 80 people from Tang Dynasty. Zhang Wenxian saw the hero Tang in the distance. All the members are here, I thought to myself at that time. You all came, just let me annihilate you in one fell swoop. Soon Iron Head also contacted Yulin Tang other members. Yulin Church, due to these few days, annexed other clubs within the school. The number of people has grown. More than 100 people, has become the largest community in the Huanghai No. 1 middle school campus. Look at Zhang Wenxian and look at these members. And then said, everyone, gathered you here today. I want to lead everyone to annex the Hero Tang. As long as the Hero Hall is annexed, we can become the only large society on the campus of No. 1 middle school in Huanghai City, to see which one dares to bully us until that time. All the female students are available for us to have fun. These people heard bursts of applause. Defeated Yu Yang to dominate the Yellow Sea No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 33 Escape. The more he talked the more excited he became and the spit of his words flew everywhere. This kid is happy like Yu Yang, has been trampled under their feet. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao also noticed the situation here. The two of them knew that something was wrong. The boys from Yulintang all gathered in front of the teaching building. The two of them hurried to the one next to them. The little leader of the hero church ordered to hurry up and prepare. Prepare to protect Brother Yang by hand. Soon all the members of the hero hall were gathered together and surrounded Yu Yang in the middle. Two people looked this as a little relieved at this moment. Zhang Wenxian waved his head and said to everyone, to kill Yu Yang. After he finished speaking he led more than 100 people who were stupid and brave and rushed over. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao saw what they said. I would say that these boys are not at ease. Look at our brother Yang injured. These guys want to take advantage of the fire. Fan Yongchun hurriedly rushed at Yulintang when he saw that the people from Yulintang had come to him. Deng Haitao said, copy the guy, do this bunch of son of a bitch for me. Yu Yang, who fell to the ground at this time, could see clearly. I thought not. Have to leave quickly, otherwise it seems that I will suffer today. Yu Yang fell to the ground just now and was seriously injured, but not a big deal. He just used Xie Jin cartilage to disperse Sima Dezhao. After being fascinated he also fell to the ground and felt at that time. In front of a dark he quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, opened from the inside to a pill, stuffed into the mouth. This pill is also the healing medicine he used when he was on the mountain. He just fell down to play at that time, the spirit of a lot at that time. Zhang Wenxian led the gang of boys from Yulintang to charge over. He saw that Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao wanted to lead people up. And the Yulintang people fight. Yu Yang just shouted, leave the green hills, not afraid of no firewood, let's withdraw first, and then come back to find these boys to settle accounts. The two heard, yes, the gap between us and the number of Yulintang is a bit big. Have to leave quickly, don't be afraid to count if you have an account, wait for our brother Yang. And then come back to find these boys to settle accounts. Deng Haitao suddenly turned around and came to Yu Yang. When it comes to brother Yang I will carry you and leave immediately. Having said this he reached out and grabbed Yu Yang and shouted at Fan Yongchun with his back on his back, and quickly told the brothers to withdraw, let's go. Fan Yongchun saw that Deng Haitao left with Yu Yang on his back and he hurriedly shouted at the other members. The brothers withdraw. After shouting he also rushed out of the crowd. Also ran. Zhang Wenxian saw Yu Yang ran away thinking that if he can't let the tiger go back to the mountain it will hurt people. Today Zhang Yu Yang will be put to death no matter what. Thought of this he said with a wave of his hand. Stop fighting, chase the fish and sheep for me who killed Yu Yang. Reward 5,000 yuan. As long as Yu Yang is completely defeated by the female classmates in the school everyone can play casually. Under the reward there must be a brave man. When these people heard it they killed Yu Yang and got money and they had female classmates to play with. At that time they were scrambling towards Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao and they chased after them. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao came to the school gate. Seeing that the white steel electric door is closed, Fan Yongchun is directed at the security room. Shouted to open the door. The old man who looked at the door saw Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. Seeing these two big guys he was really a little scared. Hearing that Fan Yongchun asked him to open the door he hurriedly picked up the remote control and opened the electric door. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao rushed out of the campus directly to the road outside. Zhang Wenxian led Yulintang's people also rushed out. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao walked quickly. After speaking the two ran down the road. Zhang Wenxian led the people of Yulintang and was in hot pursuit. Running Deng Haitao was a little unable to run. His strength is not small. At this time they have run for 20 minutes. Also carried a person to run for so long he couldn't hold it anymore. Want to put Yu Yang down and let Fan Yongchun carry it for a while. He ran and looked back and saw that Yulintang's people behind him were about to catch up. Fan Yongchun also saw that Deng Haitao couldn't hold on anymore. Said, if you don't give up I will go back to block them for a while. Deng Haitao was already tired and sweaty at this time. There is no way to speak. If you really want to be caught up by Yulintang's people Yu Yang will be enough today. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao came to a crossroads here. A dozen motorcycles drove over on one of the roads. When the car was about to pass in front of the two there was a person on one of the motorcycles. Suddenly looked up, surprised. Hurriedly Zhang motorcycle rode in front of Deng Haitao. stopped and shouted at him. This is how Deng Haitao looked up and was happy. After making trouble for a long time, this person is Yan Mengjiao, a well-known underworld eldest in the underworld. Today I made an appointment with my friends to go out to participate in a motorcycle race. Did not expect to just come to this crossroads. He suddenly looked. I thought, isn't this Yu Yang's two younger brothers? Who is on his back? When he takes a closer look, isn't that Yu Yang? He wondered how the back is Yu Yang. Yu Yang, what happened to him? Yan Mengjiao thought he can't die if he dies. Isn't that too cheap for him? My revenge is not yet avenged. Thinking of this, he hurried to Zhang motorcycle, stopped in front of Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. Deng Haitao looked at Yan Mengjiao. Hurriedly said, there are those boys behind the sister-in-law who are going to chase and kill brother Yang. Yan Mengjiao looked behind the two and saw Zhang Wenxian. Has already led people to catch up. Yan Mengjiao looked at Deng Haitao and said, don't worry, watch me go to clean up them, and he got off the motorcycle. To a stop in the middle of the road. Zhang Wenxian was chasing with people when he saw a girl standing in the middle of the road. A look at this girl, looks very beautiful. When he came to Yan Mengjiao, he waved at the back. The person behind stopped and watched him come to Yan Mengjiao. Said, who are you? Get out of the way, we want to catch fish and sheep. As soon as Yan Mengjiao heard that she was so bold, you didn't ask me who I was. In the Yellow Sea is underworld which does not give me some face. As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard that, then who are you? Yan Mengjiao, you don't deserve to know. Chapter 34. As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard it, he said with joy, you have such a big tone. I advise you to get out of the way quickly, I don't want to do anything to you today. If you don't let it go. He looked at Yan Mengjiao with narrowed eyes. See, you look good, I will take you away. Research Dream Trading Hall was on fire. I think you have enough to live. I want your life today. He jumped forward while talking. Rushing to Zhang Wenxian is a palm of Zhang Wenxian. Don't say you have really learned it for 2 days. He hurriedly moved to the side and reached out to grab Yan Mengjiao's wrist. Yan Mengjiao hurriedly withdrew her hand and raised her leg, grabbing Zhang Wenxian's crotch. My heart is vicious, I want you to dare to molest my mother today. You must be abolished. This time was too fast. Zhang Wenxian was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid this leg. This Yan Mengjiao has been learning martial arts since childhood. His master is also a very remarkable figure. Zhang Wenxian is his opponent. Zhang Wenxian thought that it was not possible, so let's get on it together quickly. Talking, he rushed behind and waved his hand and said to my admiral to catch this girl. Yan Mengjiao was a little scared when she saw it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and made a call. As soon as the call is connected, listen to him talking on the phone. Come on, Uncle Bao. I was in danger, and then he went to the place where he was. And said it to the person on the phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from Yulintang rushed up. Yu Yang also saw behind when he looked. It was Yan Mengjiao that his head was big at that time. Yu Yang thought to himself when he saw that Yan Mengjiao was really fighting with the Yulintang gang. Anyway, people are helping me. If he really has something good and bad, oops, what about this? Wait for him to see. All the people in Yulintang rushed up and Yu Yang hurriedly faced them. Deng Haitao said to help me put it down. You and Fan Yongchun go to help him. Fan Yongchun hurried Zhang Yuyang and put it on the ground. Speaking of brother Yang, are you alright? Yu Yang nodded and said, I'm fine. At this moment I heard Fan Yongchun say, Deng Haitao, you are here to protect brother Yang and take a break. I went to help my sister-in-law. After speaking, he rushed into the crowd and joined the battle group to help Yan Mengjiao. This Fan Yongchun rushed into the crowd and snatched the steel pipe from a person's hand. The whirring wind of the Zhang Gang club, and knocked down 2 or 3 people in the blink of an eye, but he himself suffered several times, and he was not afraid because of his rough skin and thick flesh. And soon another 10 minutes passed. At this time several large trucks came over the truck on this road in the south. It was full of people, each with a bat and a pole in his hand. After a long time of trouble, this person was the helper that Yan Mengjiao called. This person is the leader of the Yan family. Yan Tianzuo's subordinate, surnamed Chen, called Chen Bao. When he saw this, he was frightened and hurriedly shouted, Miss, where are you? Are you all right? Yan Mengjiao in the crowd. I was happy when I heard it, thinking that the person I called was finally here. Thinking of this, he hurriedly called Uncle Bao. I'm here. The morning newspaper shouted at the back, the brothers dared to bully our eldest lady. Dozens of people jumped down from the big truck behind. Each of them rushed over to Yulintang with a steel pipe in their hands. Our students, which is the opponent of this group of people, was quickly knocked to the ground. This time can frighten these people. Zhang Wenxian at this time has already run away. This guy is slippery than a loach, because when Yan Mengzhao was on the phone he could hear it clearly. Knowing that Yan Mengzhao was calling someone, he didn't take it seriously at first. I thought to myself, who can he call with just such a girl? When he later saw several large trucks that were driving over and were full of people and everyone had weapons in their hands, he was terrified. He thought, no, it seems that this girl still has a little background, but don't be the daughter of some black boss. It would be troublesome if that were the case. Thinking of this, he thought to himself, I have to leave quickly. If I am caught by this group of people, I must have my skin peeled off. I even teased this girl just now. Thinking of this kid greeted the others. He quietly retreated to the back and ran away. How bad do you think this kid is? And leave everyone else here. The morning news hurriedly came to Yan Mengzhao and said, Miss, are you okay? Are there any injuries? As soon as Yan Mengzhao heard that I was not injured, I have to report to the uncle. You came quickly. If it was a little later, it might not have been asked immediately by the morning paper. Miss, do you know who's subordinate to these things? How do you conflict with them? Yan Mengzhao heard that it was not a conflict between me and them. They were chasing my boyfriend, so I did it. Yan Mengzhao said to the morning paper as soon as the morning paper heard about Miss, where is your boyfriend? At this time Yu Yang walked over beside him, cupped his hands at the morning newspaper and said, thank you for your help. Yan Mengzhao pointed at Yang with one hand. Told the morning paper that Uncle Bao was my boyfriend. The morning news took a look at Yu Yang and was very disdainful to think that this kid could match our young lady. Look at the way he is being chased by these people, and finally we have to help him from Our Lady. Thought of this when Yu Yang was talking to him. He waved at Yu Yang and said, no need. It was Our Lady who called us. Yu Yang knew at a glance. This man despised him. Yu Yang didn't say anything. He thought to himself, these people are dog-eyed people. The morning paper turned around. Said to Yan Mengzhao, how do you deal with these people, miss? Yan Mengzhao originally wanted the morning news to capture all these people. But he thought again, and I asked Yu Yang for his opinion. This way it can seem that I listened to his words and think. Here he came to Yu Yang. Said to Yu Yang, how do you think these people will deal with it? Yu Yang said after listening, let it go, these people are also students. Yang Mengzhao nodded and said to the morning paper, Uncle Bao, then let this group of people go. The morning news said yes as soon as they heard it. And then he asked, Miss, is there anything else I can help you with? Yan Mengzhao said, you go back first, there is nothing to do here for the time being. The morning news agreed and then led people into the car, turned the car and left the place. Yan Mengzhao came to Yu Yang. Speaking of Yu Yang, how did you conflict with them? Yu Yang looked at Yan Mengzhao and thought, thanks to him today, otherwise it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, he pointed at Yan Mengzhao and said, thank you for your help, me and these people. There is no hatred that is between the two gangs. Contradiction, because today I met an enemy, suffered a little injury. There is no way I just ran out. Yan Mengzhao listened to her thoughts. The person who can make this kid hurt is definitely not that simple. And then he went on to ask, what are you going to do next? Yu Yang said after listening, I plan to find a place to recuperate first, and after I recuperate the injury I will go back to find these guys to settle accounts. Yan Mengzhao thought, why don't I help him? Chapter 35 Baoshan Temple. That way this kid will trust me a lot. After letting him really like me, I can take revenge and think of him right away. Asked Yu Yang, where are you going to recuperate? Yu Yang, when I heard about it I really couldn't think of where to go. Yan Mengzhao hurriedly said, I know a place, or you go there to recuperate, I feel good. That place is probably there from Huanghai City. About 10 miles away. Yu Yang had no choice but to hear it. Or if the people of the Crazy Tiger gang know that I am injured now, that would be difficult. Thinking of this, he said to Yan Mengzhao, thank you so much. Yan Mengzhao said very unhappily, we are both boyfriend and girlfriend, do you still need to be so polite to me? Yu Yang thought to himself again. Yu Yang hurriedly said to Yan Mengzhao, I do not deserve you, you still let me go. Yan Mengzhao thought to herself, that last time I heard those two people tell me that he had promised to pretend. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Yu Yang, I don't care what you do, I will always love you, I will always chase you until you agree. Yu Yang sighed, thinking, what the hell is this girl trying to do? And then Yu Yang thought again, let him go, what to do with love? Thinking of this, he immediately said to Yan Mengzhao, you just said that there is a place where I can temporarily recover from my injuries, so take us there. Yan Mengzhao nodded, looked back and saw that his friends were still standing there waiting for him. He waved at those people and said, "You go to play first, I will not go today." Those of his friends after listening to that good we go. After that they rode their motorcycles away. Yan Mengjiao turned her head and said to Yu Yang, "You take my car." And then he turned around again and said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao, "The two of you hit a car and followed behind." The two nodded and said, "Good sister-in-law." After speaking he turned back and got into the car and said to Yu Yang, "Come on." Yu Yang had no choice but to get in the car and get behind Yan Mengjiao. While watching Yan Mengjiao, the motorcycle sped out with a twist of the accelerator. Because Yu Yang was seriously injured, his body was a little weak. The motorcycle dashed forward and he appeared to fall from the car. He subconsciously reached out and hugged Yan Mengjiao in front of him. He felt as soon as he hugged him, oh, something was wrong, he felt. The starting point is soft. Yan Mengjiao, who was in front of her, was furious, thinking, where should this stinky boy go? Let him agree. He also pretended not to agree to be my boyfriend, but he took advantage of me, but he was not ambiguous at all. Thinking of this he said angrily, "Still, don't take your hand away." Yu Yang knows that he has touched a place he shouldn't touch. Yu Yang thought to himself, hand ah. You are so lucky, how did I catch him if I didn't pay attention? When he heard Yan Mengjiao's tone was a bit wrong, he hurriedly moved his hand down and said, "If I didn't catch you just now, wouldn't I be dumped by you?" Yan Mengjiao did not speak and continued to ride the bike to the front. Yu Yang, who was sitting in the back, didn't know if he was holding hands on purpose or not, and slowly moved up again. Yan Mengjiao did not say anything. And later Yu Yang covered his entire hand to that place. Soon Yan Mengjiao left the urban area of Huanghai on a bicycle with Yu Yang. And after walking for a while he turned a corner on a dirt road. This dirt road is bumpy. The car is bumpy. Yu Yang's hand also unknowingly rubbed Yan Mengjiao's chest. The whole Yan Mengjiao was uncomfortable, not to mention, "I thought about this stinky boy, he also needed." Then he thought again, forget it, let him need for a while. Anyway, I also said that I am his girlfriend. If it is cheap, I will not let him account for it. It's not good for this kid to be suspicious, and he's going out of his way when he thinks of it. And then he rode for a while. Yu Yang looked up. A punchline appeared in front of him. Yu Yang looked up and saw that there was a plaque on it that said, Baoshan Temple. Yu Yang thought, what did he bring me here to do? He was thinking about it. This time they have come to the front of the temple. Yan Mengjiao said angrily, HMPH, let you be my boyfriend, you don't agree to need it at the moment, it's kinda wonky. Yu Yang was also taken aback when he heard it. Lean back. So hanging did not fall off the car. Yu Yang is also a little embarrassed. Said, I didn't mean to, just now you will ride the motorcycle so fast. I'm also afraid of falling off my hands and accidentally putting it on you. Looking at Yan Mengjiao again, she turned her head and said to him, what are you doing? I don't blame you. Hurry up and get off. Yu Yang hurriedly got off the motorcycle. At this time Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao also took a taxi and arrived here. Paid for the car, the taxi driver left. Just listen to Yan Mengjiao say, Yu Yang, you were recuperating in this temple is now empty. Let's go in and clean him up now, finish. He pushed open the temple door and walked in. Yu Yang and the three of them followed behind and walked in. Closed the gate of the temple. They looked up and did not see that the temple was unoccupied, but the houses were still intact. At this time Yan Mengjiao, who was in front of her, spoke. Yu Yang, are you wondering how this temple is still intact without anyone living in it? Yu Yang listened, nodded and said yes. I heard Yan Mengjiao proudly say, I have been taking care of here all the time. I will put some very valuable things here. In the backyard of this temple I built a tunnel. Yu Yang was very curious after listening to it, so how did you think of putting something here? Yu Yang asked Yan Mengjiao, even more proud of it. Like we are gangsters, how can we do without a little preparation? In case someday. If there is anything, at least there is a place to hide. The tunnel at the back can accommodate at least 100 or 200 people. Yu Yang thought that this girl is really too smart. Yan Mengjiao was talking and suddenly remembered, oops, how did I tell you about such a secret thing? As soon as Yu Yang heard that you wouldn't want to kill someone, right? Yan Mengjiao was happy after listening. You are my boyfriend, it doesn't matter what I said to you. Yu Yang thought to himself again. At this time I heard Yan Mengjiao say to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao, go clean the room and let Yu Yang live in the middle room. Chapter 36, The Assassin Induced. After listening to the agreement, the two went to the room to clean the room. When the two finished cleaning the room, Yu Yang entered the room Yan Mengjiao. And then went to the room. and then heard Yan Mengjiao say, "You are here to recuperate well and the rest are there as well as me." I immediately called and asked my staff to bring some food over. It is estimated that you have to stay here for a while. After he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone, called his subordinates and ordered them to send some food here. Soon the servants' ginger meals were delivered. When the meals came to the table, "This Yu Yang is really hungry. You think he started with Sima Dezhao again, played for such a long time and was injured in the back." Deng Heitao ran behind his back for so long, and at this time it was already a day. After eating, Yu Yang lay on the bed, said to Deng Heitao and Fan Yongchun, "You two go down the mountain and buy me some to come back, because I didn't take the healing medicine with me." "Can only speak now." He asked Yan Mengjiao to find a pen and paper, wrote a prescription and handed it to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. The two people took this prescription and hurried down the mountain to buy medicine. Since both of them were walking in the past, it was very late when they came back. Is equivalent to Yang Yi getting the medicine and preparing it quickly. After taking it, he is ready to sleep. At this moment, Yan Mengjiao, who was next to her, came over. Speaking of Yu Yang, "It's getting late, let's go to bed first." Yu Yang asked, "Where do you sleep?" Yan Mengjiao said happily that I will sleep here. Why did Yan Mengjiao sleep here? He thought to himself. Anyway, let him touch there during the day. In order to make this kid completely like me, I will give him a little sweetness and sleep with him tonight. I thought anyway he can't do anything to me when he is injured. So he proposed to sleep with Yu Yang. Yu Yang wondered, could it be this girl, not to make fun of me, really like me? I wonder if he did it on purpose to make me fall in love with him and then dump me. He was puzzled. Yan Mengjiao, also from the other end of the bed at this time, climbed up and lay down inside, and then listened to him ask Yu Yang, "Why are those people chasing you today?" And then Yu Yang was a member of Zhang Yulintang. I told Yan Mengjiao about why you wanted to chase him, and when she heard it she felt refreshed, supporting his body with one arm. Turned his body over and asked Yu Yang, "You mean that you also set up a society?" Yu Yang nodded and said yes. But for now they are still students. Compared with the real gangs in the society, it is still far from the truth. Yan Mengjiao. When he heard that Yu Yang also founded his own gang, he appreciated Yu Yang from the bottom of his heart. I want to see that he is not old. Has already founded his own gang. This kid will definitely not be in the pool in the future. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought, if you really marry him, it is not impossible. Maybe this kid can really mix a little bit of fame. I have been looking for a capable man since I was a child. Isn't this encountered today? He is still in school, and since he has established a club, he has developed 7 or 80 people. Think of this in his heart. At that time he changed his previous thoughts of teasing Yu Yang. Yu Yang was still weak because of the injury just now, so he fell asleep. Arrived in a blink of an eye, and when Yan Mengjiao woke up the next morning she felt as if something was pressing against her stomach. Yu Yang's hand was also on his pride. Yan Mengjiao thought in her heart that this satyr was still injured even though it didn't stop. Thinking of this, he quietly removed Yu Yang's hand and went to the ground. At this moment Yu Yang also woke up, and when he woke up he felt that his own injury was much better. When he woke up he saw Yan Mengjiao standing on the ground. Yu Yang said, "You woke up?" Yan Mengjiao turned around and said, "Yes, I woke up. How are you hurt?" Yan Mengjiao asked. Yu Yang nodded and said, "Much better." Talking, he also got dressed and got out of bed, came outside. He just moved outside. He found out that there are footprints under the base of the courtyard wall. Yu Yang squatted on the ground to examine it carefully. Yan Mengjiao thought to herself, what is this kid looking at? He also leaned over and asked Yu Yang, "What are you looking at?" Yu Yang stood up and said to him, "Someone came to Yan Mengjiao last night to listen." Surprised asked, "Really?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "The person who came may not be Yulintang who is chasing me, may be someone from the Crazy Tiger gang." At this moment in the next room Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao also came out. Came to Yu Yang and asked, "Brother Yang, how are you?" Yu Yang said, "I'm fine, but it seems we have to pay attention last night." Here is someone. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao were also startled when they heard it. Deng Heitao immediately mentioned, "Brother Yang, did the two of us go down to buy medicine last night?" And then was stared at. Really, let Deng Heitao say it right. It turns out Yu Yang was injured in a fight with Sima Dezhao on campus. And later he used a strategy to stun Sima Dezhao, and was chased and killed by Zhang Wenxian, who led Yulintang. Yu Yang couldn't escape. Crazy Tiger Gang headquarters thanked Tianba. Still waiting there for the good news that Sima Dezhao killed Yu Yang. But the left does not come back and the right does not come back. He couldn't sit still a little and hurriedly sent his subordinates to check the situation. Soon this person came to Huanghai No. 1 middle school to check. When he saw this he was dumbfounded. Sima Dezhao fell to the ground on the campus and he looked in a hurry, entered the campus to check. He looked carefully and found that Sima Dezhao was not injured. This guy didn't know that Sima Dezhao was addicted to a drug. He immediately took out his cell phone. Gave Xie Tianba a call. When he put Sima Dezhao in a coma for some reason Xie Tianba was terrified. I thought this Yu Yang is so powerful. Since even Sima Dezhao is not his opponent. Thinking of this he hurriedly said to this person and I immediately sent someone over. He immediately hung up the phone and sent someone to the campus of Huanghai No. 1 middle school, brought back the unconscious Sima Dezhao. He didn't know until he got it back that he was addicted to the drug. Hurriedly ordered someone to get cold water and sprayed Sima Dezhao over when the old guy woke up. Is yelling at Yu Yang, little bastard, if I don't want to kill you I will swear to avenge today's revenge. Xie Tianba persuaded the elderly. You do not get angry waiting for you. It's not too late to seek revenge from him after a good rest. When Sima Dezhao heard that Daohao was waiting for me he had to kill this kid. Chapter 37 The Assassin Caught. At this moment Xie Wenqin asked which of you are willing to kill that Yu Yang. Sima Dezhao heard from the side. I said that if I want to be able to catch the live ones I will try to catch the live ones. If I don't personally avenge this revenge I can't help but feel the breath in my chest. Xie Wenqin heard good, which of you are willing to catch Yu Yang or kill him. Xie Wenqin's voice just fell when he heard someone talking next to him. Help the Lord, let me go. Xie Wenqin took a look. This person is Lu Dahai. Xie Wenqin asked the see before you were not his opponent. This time I am not at ease. Lu Dahai blushed after hearing this. Said that this time the gang leader was different from the last time. This time the kid was injured. I believe I caught him like the back of my hand. Xie Wenqin listened. Well then you go. Sima Dezhao also spoke beside him. I said thank the Lord. Who is this? Xie Wenqin hurriedly introduced to him when he heard it. This is my capable general surnamed Lu, called Lu Dahai the former. Also suffered losses in the hands of Yu Yang. Sima Dezhao heard that the way was good, and then he turned his head to Lu Dahai and said, as long as you are this time, I will accept you as my disciple if I can catch Yu Yang or put him to death. Lu Dahai hurriedly pointed at Sima Dezhao and said, thank you for the love of the elderly. I will definitely catch Yu Yang and put him to death. Xie Wenqin also talked about the sea, just in case. You bring a gun in the past, no matter how powerful he is not as fast as a gun. Start action at 12 o'clock this evening. Lu Dahai agreed to go down as soon as he heard it, ready to kill Yu Yang at night. At this time I heard Xie Wenqin called him again. To him as repeatedly instructed. The sea, no matter what, even if you can't catch the fish and sheep in the end you have to come back and send me a letter. This kid. He must not be the only one beside him, so you still have to pay more attention. As soon as Lu Dahai heard it, he is a good helper. He was not injured. He is not injured. I am not his opponent. He is injured now, so I want to catch him. Is not like playing. You can rest assured. I will definitely be back before 3 a.m. tomorrow. After he finished speaking he turned and left. This is Xie Wenqin in order to let Lu Dahai worked for him. And found him 2 beautiful women. Soon at 12 o'clock in the evening this kid got dressed and got up from the bed. The 2 women said to him, the see, you have to come back early. We 2 are still waiting for you here. Lu Dahai said to the 2 women. Well, you 2 wait for me to come back, and then accompany the 2 of you well. Having said this he put on his clothes and went outside to ride a motorcycle and went straight to Baoshan Temple. In order not to disturb Yu Yang, when he arrived at the dirt road he left the Zhang motorcycle on the side of the road and came to the gate of Baoshan Temple. Yu Yang, I found someone here to inquire about the situation last night. Immediately he and Fan Yongchun, Deng Haitao and Yan Mengjiao. 4 people discussed the countermeasures. Yan Mengjiao said, I do have a way. It is better that we come to a plan and lead the snake out of the hole. Yu Yang asks, then tell me how to draw the snake out of the hole and then you can count it. Just listen to Yan Mengjiao say that assassin may come to us tonight and pretend not to know. And then I called someone to bring some antlers, and then scatter the antler nails on the floor of the room. The assassin does not come. If he comes, definitely let him come and go, and then you lie in bed and pretend to sleep there. A few of us ambush on both sides. As long as the assassin was injured in the meditation room we came out and told him to catch him immediately. Yu Yang did this as soon as he heard that there was a good way to do it. He definitely wanted the assassin to capture the soulful in the end to see who sent him. After Yan Mengzhao finished speaking, she immediately took out her mobile phone and called and went out and ordered someone to send some antler nails. At this time Yu Yang's injury has been much better, can also get up and move very soon. The antler nails were also sent over and waited for Yu Yang to take a look. This antler nail is full of thorns on all sides. No matter how sprinkled on the ground or shoulder up. Yu Yang is quite satisfied after reading it, right away. A few people nailed the antlers and scattered them on the floor of the room, and soon it was night. Yan Mengzhao hid in this room in a cicada on the right. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao hid in the greedy defense on the left, just waiting for the assassin to come. The time soon came to around 12:30 in the evening. Yu Yang's ears were so sharp that he heard a person jumping off the wall. Yu Yang thought to himself that you really came, let me see who you are tonight. This person who came is not someone else's official Lu Dahai. He quickly came to the door of the room where Yu Yang lived, in trouble for a long time. After a long time of trouble, the person who followed Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao last night had already told Xie Tianba the location of Yu Yang's room. Xie Tianba, before Lu Dahai came, he had told Lu Dahai all the situation and also drew a picture for him so Lu Dahai know that Yu Yang lives in this room in the middle. He quickly came to the door of the room and gently pushed the door with his right hand. The door was not inserted and he looked inside. By the moonlight outside he could see clearly that Yu Yang was lying on the bed sleeping there. Lu Dahai thought, boy, you have today I have to kill you. Thinking of this, he reached out and took out a folding knife from his pocket and he walked into the room. As soon as he entered the door, he felt a sharp pain in his feet. All of a sudden it was pierced by the antler nails, plunged in from the soles of the feet and exposed the shoulders from the soles of the feet. Can hurt this kid badly. Was a scream and fell to the ground. This fell to the ground is amazing. This ground is full of antler nails. He fell to the ground like this. Can be broken. There is a deer antler nail from the back of this kid pierced into it. That time he fainted from the pain. At this time Yan Mengzhao, Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun heard the movement. Also rushed over from the rooms on both sides. At this time Yu Yang also got up on the bed. Yu Yang didn't fall asleep as this kid at all. As soon as you come in from the outside, Yu Yang knows. Yu Yang said quickly, hurry up and grab this kid, don't let the antler nails kill him. Fan Yongchun put on special leather gloves and picked up the antler nails on the ground, and then came to Lu Dahai and said, who are you? Chapter 38. At this time Lu Dahai had already fainted from the pain. Yu Yang didn't look good, but he couldn't let him die. If you die it will be difficult to do. I still haven't figured out who sent it. Thinking of this, he immediately said that the antler nails on his body were pulled out. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao hurried forward as soon as they heard it. Pulled out all the antler nails on Lu Dahai's body. Yu Yang quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a pill from it. Let him eat it, and then Yu Yang took out the silver needle from his body again, stabbed him a few times to stop the bleeding. After a while, Lu Dahai slowly woke up. Yu Yang saw that he woke up, moved a chair in the middle of the room. Let Deng Heidao and Fan Yongchun brought Lu Dahai over. Yu Yang took a closer look and recognized it. I thought this was not the day that led people to school. Go to the one. It seems to be called Lu Dahai. Thinking of this, Yu Yang asked, are you Lu Dahai? Lu Dahai looked up at Yu Yang and said, less nonsense, surnamed Yu. Since you were caught today I also risk it, give me a good time. Yu Yang was delighted. Said Lu Dahai, if I want to kill you I will not save you, just now you tell me who sent you and I will let you go. Did Xie Tianba send you here? When Lu Dahai heard that our helper asked me to come, he asked me to kill you or take you back, and I also wanted to come. Take my revenge last time. Did not expect to be caught by you again. Has been caught by you, I beg to die, give it a good time. Yu Yang listened. When it comes to good I will not kill you, I will let you go again today. After finishing speaking he said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao, you two carry him down the mountain. Do not make it difficult for him. Lu Dahai heard that, Yu Yang, you really let me go? Yu Yang nodded and said, the formation, I will let you go again this time if I catch you next time. Then I will be welcome. Lu Dahai heard, good Yu Yang, you are a personable person. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao were talking next to each other. Brother Yang simply killed this kid, otherwise he might come to trouble you next time. Yu Yang sent him down the mountain as soon as he heard that. If he comes to see us next time it's not too late to catch him again. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao listen, okay. Now that the hallmaster has spoken, the two had no choice but to carry Lu Dahai down the mountain, and wait for two people to move Lu Da to the foot of the mountain. Throwing it to the side of the road, I heard Fan Yongchun say, "You kid is a bargain. If it weren't for our brother Yang to let you go today, I would have to unload you 8 yuan." After speaking, the two turned around and left. Lu Dahai was lying on the ground thinking that when I came I would praise Heiko with the helper. Said that I could catch or kill Yu Yang when I got here, but I didn't expect that people would catch me. Thinking of this, he sighed. Picked up the phone and called Xie Tianba. At this time Xie Tianba was waiting for Lu Dahai's letter, was fooling around with a woman in the room. Suddenly a ringing sound came from the mobile phone. Xie Tianba picked it up and saw that Lu Dahai was playing. He hurriedly picked it up and asked, "Hey, is it Dahai? How's it going?" Just listened to Lu Dahai on the other end of the phone saying that the gang leader failed, but I didn't expect to be discovered by that kid, and now he has me. Xie Tianba heard, "What, you were caught by them?" Lu Dahai said, "Yes, I was caught by them, but that kid Yu Yang let me go again." Xie Tianba heard that. "Where are you now?" Listened to the other end of the phone and said, "I am now down the mountain not far from Yu Yang. I can't walk anymore, please send someone to pick me up quickly." Xie Tianba hurriedly said, "Well, I immediately sent someone over," and then he hung up. Hurriedly dispatched people. Lu Dahai took it back. When Xie Tianba saw Lu Dahai's injury, he hurriedly asked what was going on. "How did you get hurt?" As soon as Lu Dahai heard about it, the gang leader followed him and told him about Yang's injury. Xie Tianba said after listening, "It seems that this kid has already discovered it. If you have nothing to do with the sea, you should recuperate first and you will have a long time in Japan. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Revenge. Let's turn around and talk about Yu Yang." They waited until the second day. Yu Yang's injury was completely healed. He called Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao in front of him. Said that it was time to go back and find the grandsons of Yulintang to settle accounts. "You go back to Zhang, some brothers come over to Jiaoji and prepare. Kill back to find those boys to settle accounts. In the past so many days, do not know how some brothers how." Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. The two agreed and immediately returned to the Huanghai school in Huanghai City. When the two came back, a small leader reported to the two of them a piece of information. Said that there is a group of people in Yulintang who want to take refuge in our hero Tang. The two were very happy to hear it. Speaking of which, we will report to Brother Yang immediately. At this time Yu Yang has already given his cell phone number to the two, so the two quickly called Yu Yang to talk about the situation. Yu Yang is also very strange when he hears it. When it comes to this group of people, why do they want to join us for no reason? This matter must be clarified. The two agreed. When it comes to Brother Yang, don't worry, we will definitely clarify this matter. The two hung up the phone after they finished speaking and said to the little leader, "These people come to seek refuge. Have you left contact information?" This little leader immediately took out a note from his arms and said, "Stay." Which has a small leader called New Delhi, brought his members over to seek refuge. At that time when you were not around, I asked him to leave his contact information. Deng Haitao took the note and immediately called according to the phone number above, and the call was quickly connected. Deng Haitao asked, "Is it New Delhi?" Deng Haitao immediately said whether you wanted to take refuge in the hero Tang 2 days ago. "I am Deng Haitao." The person on the other end of the phone heard it. "You are really Deng Haitao?" Deng Haitao heard that there is still a fake. When the person on the other end of the phone heard that it was right, "I really wanted to take refuge in your hero Sugar." Deng Haitao immediately asked, "Are you not Zhang Wenxian's subordinate in Yulintang? How to take refuge in us?" The cow on the other end of the phone listened to it. I told the whole process of the matter again, and after a long time of trouble Yu Yang and Sima Dezhao that day, hence Yu Yang was injured. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao ran away with Yu Yang on their backs, and Zhang Wenxian followed behind with others, including this New Delhi, when chasing at a crossroads. I didn't expect to just meet Yan Mengzhao. When Yan Mengzhao called people over, Zhang Wenxian scared away and took his men. All left behind. Thanks to Yang Yan, who are all classmates, just let them go. At that time these people were grateful to Yu Yang. Chapter 39. After they came back, this New Delhi called everyone together. Said to the crowd, "Gentlemen, I asked you to come together today to discuss a major matter. Everyone saw that Zhang Wenxian today just run away with his own eyes since Zhang we dropped. Thanks to Yu Yang we are all classmates. Before we let go, so relatively speaking this Zhang Wenxian is not as good as Yu Yang in terms of character. Ladies and gentlemen, you are always fine with me. I called you all together today just to ask everyone who is willing to go to Yuyang with me. I am not reluctant to do so. If any of you want to inform, I'm not afraid of New Delhi. Are you willing to go to Yuyang with me? There are many of these people and they all followed that day. Zhang Wenxian went after Yuyang together. These people also hate Zhang Wenxian in their hearts. When I heard New Delhi said today that he was going to defect to Yuyang, someone asked Niu Zhe, we want to go to Yuyang, but will Yuyang want us? Will he not trust us? Niu Delhi said immediately after listening, no, as far as I know Yuyang, very nice. The gang he founded was never allowed to molest female classmates, and even do not allow others to bully female classmates. If they see it, they will control it. And he is in urgent need of employing people now. He will definitely come back from this injury. After he comes back, he will definitely use Yulintang to operate. If we can cooperate, Zhang Wenxian will be able to cooperate from the inside and the outside, completely driven out of Huanghai City. No. Huanghai School, I believe. Yuyang will take us. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the people below agreed that only a small number of people would go to Yuyang. Disagree. New Delhi is also ready, although he just said that it is free to choose, but he also considered if there is disagreement. All put them under house arrest and none of them could be let go. As a result, most of the people who saw him agree. Only a small part of Zhang Wenxian's best friends did not agree, so he ordered people to lock all these people in one room. He brought these people secretly to the hero Tangs. Saw one of their leaders here, when he was about to defect to Yuyang, because Yuyang, Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun were all absent. He didn't dare to call the shots, so he left his contact information to tell New Delhi, when our brother Yang returns we will report the matter to him. And then contact you again. New Delhi had no choice but to do so. He left a contact information and took everyone back. Just today Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun came back. After Deng Haidao heard what New Delhi said to him, I have to tell our brother Yang about this. He immediately called Yu Yang's mobile phone again. When Yu Yang finished hearing this, I'm very happy. When it's good, you can tell him. We'll be back soon, and then let him take the others. Cooperate with us inside and outside and completely defeat Zhang Wenxian. Deng Haitao called New Delhi again after hearing the promise, said to him, our brother Yang said as long as you can help us cooperate with each other to completely overthrow Yulintang, you can officially join our hero Tang. New Delhi on the other end of the phone happy to hear this. I promised again and again that I will be fine, don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with you when you come back, to overthrow the Yulin church. After speaking, the two hung up the phone. Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun called the other Chen Yuan again, tell them. Don't go to class, hurry up and copy the guy, ready to fight with the boys in Yulintang. For a time many students in various classes did not attend classes. All came to the open space in front of the teaching building. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao saw that all the members had arrived and said to everyone, our brother Yang will be back soon, ready to come back to defeat the gang of boys in Yulintang. Now everyone follow me to find brother Yang. And then arm each of you. Everyone was very happy when they heard it. It turns out that in the past 2 days when Yu Yang was away, Yulintang came to harass him every day, threatening to let them dissolve Hero Tang within a week, otherwise all of them will be kicked out of Yellow Sea. No. Huanghai School. I finally learned today that their boss is coming back soon, and will soon start a war with the people of Yulintang and give them to them. Issued a weapon. The crowd cheered. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao led the crowd and wanted to leave. Just then someone shouted, Fan Yongchun, Deng Haitao, you too, and so on. The two turned around and saw that it was none other than Chi Mengru who called them. As soon as the two turned around, Fan Yongchun asked, what's up? Chi Mengru panted and ran to the front and asked Yu Yang where did he go these 2 days. Deng Haitao said next to him, our brother Yang has been injured these 2 days. Now that he is recovering from his injuries outside, Chi Mengru is horrified when she hears it. Ask him right away. Fan Yongchun said as soon as he heard it, our brother Yang is fine, and he's coming back soon. It turns out that Yu Yang ran away that day. Chi Mengru has been worried. I thought that this stinky boy didn't even have a mobile phone. I can't get in touch with him. These 2 days can give him a lot of anxiety. Yu Yang also let Deng Haitao, let other people protect Chi Mengru. He learned today that Yu Yang is alright and he was relieved a lot. Fan Yongchun said, we have to hurry to see brother Yang. I'm leaving. Soon he and Deng Haitao led the crowd to Baoshan Temple and met Yu Yang. Yu Yang sat in the middle. Said to everyone, I am not at school for a while. Everyone must have suffered a lot of grievances has Yulintang come to harass. Everyone said to Yu Yang one after another, Yulintang these 2 days, what they did. Yu Yang said to everyone after listening. Everyone, now that all difficulties have passed, it is time for us to fight back. Zhang, you guys are here today to distribute weapons to everyone. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang recently asked Yan Mengjiao, which made a lot of people, weapons such as steel pipes and bats. All piled up in the backyard. Soon he led everyone to the backyard and everyone was very happy, rushed up cheering. Got weapons. When everyone got the weapon, they were all happy and thought that this time we also have our own weapon, no longer the kind that can be bullied without weapons. Gang up. Yu Yang was so happy when everyone got these pipes and bats. Yu Yang said to everyone, as long as everyone works together, we will grow and develop in the future. There will be more fairyland weapons than this. Chapter 40. Yu Yang is back. After Yu Yang finished speaking, everyone cheered. Someone shouted that following our brother Yang you can eat and drink spicy food. Brother Yang mighty. Yu Yang waved his hand. Everyone immediately quieted down and listened to Yu Yang. Yulin Church, so many days to bully as we should be. Find them revenge and then drive them out of the Yellow Sea. No. Huanghai School. We will first completely overthrow Yulintang and occupy the Yellow Sea. No. One middle school. And then we are slowly entering the society. The crowd cheered after hearing this. Someone shouted to Brother Yang, you should lead us to do it. I believe that with your leadership our hero Tang will develop better and better in the future. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, then let's first go to Zhang Yulintang and get out of Huanghai. No. Huanghai School. After he finished speaking, he led the crowd to Huanghai. No. Huanghai School. When he arrived in the city, he found another bicycle shop that gave everyone a bicycle. When he helped Chen Lu catch criminals last time, the Public Security Bureau rewarded him with 10,000 yuan in cash. Today he will use the money. To everyone with a bicycle. When everyone got their own bike, very happy, carrying the steel pipe with one hand. The crowd came to the front of the laughing door of the No. Huanghai School in Huanghai City. The uncle who opened the door stretched his head out and saw that it was Yu Yang. I thought this kid is back. With so many people, he thought. These students are usually people who do not study hard and love to fight. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the gate of Yang's school. Yu Yang led the crowd and entered in a mighty manner. At this time the school is in class. Yu Yang and the others came to the campus as soon as possible. In the open space in front of the teaching building, Yu Yang asked Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao to start shouting. The two are tall and loud and they stand together, shouting to Zhang Wenxian upstairs to get out of here quickly. We come back to avenge myself. You have bullied us for so long. Today our brother Yang came back and if we don't hurry to get out we will die. The other people followed behind and shouted to get out of here. Good guy. Nearly 70 or 80 people shouted together like this. The voice can be imagined. Zhang Wenxian, who was in class, heard it clearly. He happened to be sitting next to the window. He stretched his head out of the window and looked downstairs. He was shocked, thinking that this kid was injured so badly last time and it will be healed soon. He came back so soon, but he thought again, what can he do when he comes back? Now the entire Yellow Sea is mine. With such a small number of people dare to come back to me for revenge. Thinking of this, he stood up from his seat and shouted to the other mortals to stop taking classes, and the copy guy went to find that kid Yu Yang to settle the account. Look at the other members of the Yulin Church in the class, all left their seats and rushed out of the classroom. Zhang Wenxian turned his head and said to the iron head next to him, quickly contact other members of the class and hurry up and gather downstairs. T2 agreed and called, and soon all the members of Yulintang came together. At this time Zhang Wenxian has come downstairs and said to Yu Yang, do you dare to come back with the surname Yu? Now Huanghai No. One middle school is mine. It's a dragon, you'd better hold it for me, or a tiger to hold it for me. Don't look at your ability to fight, we have more than 100 brothers here who know each other. It is best to quickly lead all the members of your subordinates to our Yulin Church. And then Yu Yang broke his arm and got out of Huanghai No. 1 high school. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Zhang Wenxian, I think it was you who got out of Huanghai No. 1 high school, right? Zhang Wenxian laughed after listening. I said, Yu Yang, are you here to be funny? You are only 70 or 80 people here, but I have more than 100 people. When Yu Yang heard it, he said to him, what's the use of having more people? Although you have a lot of people today, I also want to drive you out of Zhang. Zhang Wenxian listened. Well, Yu Yang, since you are beyond your control, I will kill you today. After speaking, he waved his hand at the back and said, "Big guy, give me on." Obsolete Yu Yang. His voice just fell. How do you know in the team? New Delhi suddenly said, "Everyone to me, let's defeat Zhang Wenxian. This time it's messed up and the people around you are not prepared." Was attacked by other people and all of a sudden it was crying father and mother. Some people who are going to rush to Yu Yang are also confused there. "I don't know what happened," Yu Yang said. Zhang Wenxian with a smile. "You can't think of it, the people under you have all taken refuge in our hero Tang." Zhang Wenxian was also a little dumbfounded at the time Yu Yang said that the brothers gave me the help of New Delhi. At that time everyone dropped the bicycle and rushed up with a steel tube. This time, because of New Delhi's surrender, led the gang of people under him. The team here can be messed up because these people can't tell clearly. Did the people around you surrender, Yu Yang? As a result, Yu Yang was leading people and rushed over. At that time the people in Yulintang were panicked. At this time Yu Yang also came to Zhang Wenxian and said, "Zhang Wenxian, I advise you to leave Huanghai number 1 high school right away from here. Is my territory." Zhang Wenxian said after listening to the former, "I did not catch you. I didn't expect you to come back today. Today I will experience you." Saying this, he reached out and took out a folding knife from his pocket, said Yu Yang, "Today either the fish died or the net broke." According to Yu Yang's front chest, Yu Yang dodged to the side. The two of them fought together. This time it's all messed up. Yan Mengjiao also came to join the battle. After a look, help Yu Yang to come over 2-on-1. This time Zhang Wenxian can't do it. A Yu Yang, he is not an opponent. Yan Mengjiao this up. He could not resist. One didn't pay attention and let Yu Yang hit the back with a palm. This kid was beaten and he spit out a mouthful of blood at that time and he fell to the ground with a plop. Look at Yu Yang in the past and stepped on it. Speaking of, from now on you get out of the Yellow Sea. No. 1 high school, the site here is mine. Zhang Wenxian heard that. Yu Yang, you waited, I will avenge today's revenge. Yu Yang raised his feet and said, "Okay. I let you go today. If you want to come back to me for revenge, I will accompany you at any time. But if you get caught by me next time, I definitely will kill you. I read today in the sake of everyone as a classmate. That's why I let you go." Zhang Wenxian heard, "Good, Yu Yang. Then I can go," and he struggled to stand up while talking. "Just want to go." Chapter 41. Guo Wan'er was kidnapped. Yan Mengjiao watched from the side and hurriedly said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang, are you sure you want to let him go? He will definitely come back to trouble you in the future. Seeing that he is our classmate's face, I let him go once. If he really wants to come to me for revenge, he can do whatever he wants." Yan Mengjiao had no choice but to look at it. Zhang Wenxian stood up and since then he left Huanghai City and went to the back without knowing where to go. He really came to seek revenge for Yu Yang when he studied art for the second time. When Zhang Wenxian left, Yulintang was completely crushed. There are many classes. The students all gathered around the window door to watch below. Yulin Hall was completely crushed by Yu Yang and everyone cheered. Someone shouted that Brother Yang is mighty, Brother Yang is mighty for a while. At the beginning the sound was not uniform and then gradually. The voices getting more and more homogeneous in the sky above the campus in Huanghai City. Someone kept shouting, "Brother Yang mighty, Brother Yang mighty." This has established Yu Yang's position in Huanghai number 1 middle school. Because Yulintang often bullies classmates, molesting female students. But Yu Yang's hero Tang would never do that. Relatively speaking, everyone prefers Yu Yang to win. Yu Yang, everyone is very happy with this victory. Yan Mengjiao was also very happy when she watched from the side. "I didn't think he was young. There are such things if given time. This kid is not in the pool. Really, I can be satisfied with marrying such a person in my life." At this time Yu Yang was already in his heart. There is no such feeling of wanting revenge at all. Some are just admiration for the sheep. Yu Yang looked at Yulintang. Completely overwhelmed, "I thought we cannot delay everyone in class." So he shouted to everyone upstairs, "We all have a good class. If anyone wants to join our hero Tang, you can contact Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao to sign up." Then turned around and said to Yan Mengjiao, "Thank you so much for helping me. I have to go back to class soon." "You should go back soon." Yan Mengjiao groaned when she heard it. "You see, you are still so polite to me. Why do you want to be so different from me? I'm your girlfriend now, shouldn't I help you?" Yu Yang thought to himself again. When he heard this sentence he felt that one head has two big ones. Yan Mengjiao said that I will go back first this Saturday. Do you have time? How about we go hunting? As soon as Yu Yang hears it's good if I'm free we'll go out together. Yan Mengjiao left very happy after hearing this. Yu Yang thought to himself, what the hell is this girl trying to do? Even if I kissed him that day he didn't have to. So fix me. How can we dump this girl? Yu Yang thought that this girl can do anything. Can't offend him too hard, otherwise the ghost knows what kind of moth he can come up with. After thinking about it he didn't think of a good idea. He simply stopped thinking about it. I thought to take care of him, it's up to fate. Take it one step at a time. At this time the get out of class is over. Chi Mengru also walked out of the classroom and just met Yu Yang head on. Chi Mengru said to Yu Yang at the time, "Big villain, you so many days. Where did you go? Let you come to be my bodyguard, not to let you run around." Yu Yang also felt embarrassed and didn't say anything. Yu Yang thought to himself, no wonder people get angry too. You said that there are bodyguards who lose the employer at every turn and run away by themselves. This Chi Mengru saw that Yu Yang did not speak. He was very excited. Said to Yu Yang, if you don't want to be this bodyguard I'll let my dad resign you. I heard that you were injured. What if you really have 3 longs and 2 shorts? If you are hurting yourself for 3 days and 2 ends. How can you protect me? Although he was very angry when he said this. But his eyes still showed concern for Yu Yang. Yu Yang also saw it. Thought this eldest lady has a bad temper, but the heart is still quite good. Thinking of this he repeatedly admitted his mistakes. The classmates next to him were amazed thinking about this Yu Yang. It was still so powerful just now. Zhang Yulintang who led the hero Tang. Zhang Yulintang's people were beaten down. It was still so powerful just now, and I was told by our school flower for a while to be obedient. Some students thought in their hearts, sure enough the hero is sad for the beauty, and even Yu Yang is no exception, although he is so powerful. But when we see our school flower, he still lost his temper, and even Li Dongmai who was next to him was very puzzled after reading it, thinking about this Yu Yang. Why is he so honest when he sees Chi Mengru? How did they know the inside story? Chi Mengru didn't say anything when she saw Yu Yang, and there were so many classmates watching him. At this moment Yu Yang's cell phone rang and he quickly took out his cell phone to see that the call was from Guo Wanner. He quickly connected. Put it in the ear and said hello. At this time a man's voice came from the other end of the phone and said, Yu Yang. Guo Wanner is now in my hands. If you don't want him to have an accident, go to the Haidong Hotel. Come to room 208 on the 2nd floor. Yu Yang heard this voice. Business Principal Xu Deming. Yu Yang said anxiously at the time. How did you treat Mr. Guo? You wait, I'll come right away. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang escaped after being injured. Principal Xu Deming was very happy, and on the 2nd day Yu Yang did not come back. Xu Deming thought. It seems that this kid is too seriously injured. Even if he doesn't die he probably won't come back for a while. This guy is in the underworld. Know someone. This person has a scar on his face, so he is nicknamed Scarface. He gave the man 1,000 yuan. Let them help him kidnap Guo Wanner and told him that if the matter is done there will be a reward of 5,000 yuan. The Scarface immediately agreed upon hearing it. He just in case. Let a teacher in the school call and tell him immediately if he sees Yu Yang coming back. He was relieved to come to the Haidong Hotel to open a room, just waiting inside. This group of people named Guo Wanner to Guo Wanner. In the distance from the Yellow Sea No. 1 middle school, 500 meters of a residential area rented a house. When he was about to go to work this morning he just walked out of the community when a van rushed over to him. Before he could react 2 or 3 people jumped out of the car, grabbed him. He just wanted to call one of them, took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth. Guo Wanner was not awake at that time. A few people got Guo Wanner into the car and pulled it away. This is Xu Deming waiting in the hotel. The 42nd handsome police officer. Unexpectedly the teacher in the school called him at this time and said Yu Yang is back. Angry this old boy. Scolded, damn, why is this kid not dead yet? Since it came back so coincidentally. Ruined my good thing. But he thought again. There are so many people waiting for him outside. This kid does not come to count his cheap if it really comes. Just to kill him. Also gave me revenge for the first 2 times. Thinking of this he suddenly rolled his eyes, thinking why I didn't inform him about it. He thought again. How can we notify him? Just at this time someone knocked on the door. He hurriedly walked over to open the door and looked out. The 2 boys who officially went to kidnap Guo Wanner and tied Guo Wanner over. One of the boys put the pots and bowls on the bed and said to Xu Deming, "We will go out first, you can enjoy it slowly." These people thought while walking out, "Such a beautiful beauty, it's a pity. Let this old guy play, our brothers have to guard him outside." These people thought while they came outside Zhongmen to close Xu Deming and looked at the bed. At this time Guo Weiner was unconscious. Xu Deming thought, "So much boring. I have to wake him up, watching him struggle. This is the only way to enjoy it." Thinking of this old boy went to the bathroom, got a little water and splashed it on Guo Weiner's face. Then he took off Guo Weiner's belt and tied his hands. At this moment Guo Weiner woke up and he felt dizzy when he woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw that he was in the hotel, and saw Xu Deming next to him, he knew it was not good. He asked immediately, "President Xu, what do you mean?" Xu Deming sneered Guo Weiner, "This time I see where you run. To tell you the truth, I want you today. This time that Yu Yang is not there, I see who will come to save you." As soon as Guo Weiner heard it, if Yu Yang knew about you, he will definitely be rude to you. Xu Deming laughed and said, "Then you let him come." Then he reached out and opened it. Guo Weiner's bag, took out Guo Weiner's mobile phone and said, "Would you like to call Yu Yang now?" Saying this, he clicked. Guo Weiner's phone address book also happened to see Yu Yang's phone number. He immediately dialed the phone, just told Yu Yang. Yu Yang over there was furious. Said Xu Deming, "If you dare to do something to Mr. Guo, I have to peel you off and get cramps." Xu Deming said with a sneer, "Yu Yang, you come here. I'm at the Haidong Hotel. I've prepared it for you to see if you dare to come outside." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yu Yang was furious when he heard it. Hurriedly said to its dream, "I go back first, get something to save Teacher Guo." Teacher Guo was kidnapped by the old guy Xu Deming. Qi Mengru was also horrified. Said, "What's going on with him, Principal Xu?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that, he didn't have time to talk. "I'm going to save Mr. Guo now. I'm late and I don't know what's going to happen." He asked again after speaking, "Do you know where the Haidong Hotel is?" Qi Mengru said that he knew as soon as he heard it, and then he gave the address of the Haidong Hotel. Told Yu Yang, "Look at Yu Yang again." Without saying a word, he came outside and called a car, and he first went back to Qi's mansion. He knows. Since Xu Deming called and asked him to go, he must have been prepared. How could he suffer this loss? So she first returned to the writing mansion. Came to his room, took out a coat from the cabinet and opened it, took out a pistol from inside and pinned it on his waist. And then he hurriedly put the coat away and then rushed out the door. Yu Yang thought while running, "Beautiful sister, you must hold on. And think of Xu Deming, if you dare to give the beautiful sister how I have to shoot you down." Came outside. Quickly called a car and told the driver to go. Haidong Hotel. He was impatient for the car to be slow, kept urging the driver, "Hurry up." The driver thought to himself, "What's the urgency of this one? I've been driving fast enough. Has already reached 120 steps up. He also asked me to hurry up and wanted me to drive this car as a plane." Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, "There is no way for Mr. to drive any faster. My car has been speeding a lot. I am worried that I will be fined." He just finished speaking. Yu Yang stretched out his hand from his arms and took it out. He could have about 500 yuan. Brother said to the driver, "Is the money enough? The fine is all mine, you give me a quick drive." The driver thought to himself, "There may be something urgent. Is also a rich owner." He immediately said enough was enough, followed by him, and Zhang Che picked up the speed again. This car is like a galloping speed. It has passed 3 traffic lights. Originally need to drive from the Flag Mansion to the Haidong Hotel. 40 minutes. This time he arrived in less than 20 minutes, just in front of the Haidong Hotel. Yu Yang rushed out of the car, came to the front desk and said to the 2 waitresses at the front desk, "I'm a policeman, help me check if there is a man named Xu Deming living in room 208. Having said this, he also took the gun out of his arms and put it on the counter. The 2 waiters believed at a glance. The 2 thought that this must be the police handled the case, otherwise who would dare to take a gun? The 2 were in awe of Yu Yang at the time. Both of them can give the police. Happy to help. One of the waitresses quickly rescued and began to investigate the list of hotels. I found it soon and said to Yu Yang, "Comrade, police room 208 is indeed a person named Xu Deming." Yu Yang immediately said that you should inform other guests not to panic. Let them all stay in the room, don't come out for a while and may fight, because those people are all drug dealers. The 2 listened. Hurriedly agreed. After watching, Yu Yang turned around and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The two waiters downstairs are not very old either. Probably around 23 or 4 years old. When I saw Yu Yang, one of them said, "You see, he is quite handsome." I used to. I can marry a policeman. That said that this is not very good. Why did you just not call? The other girl immediately said, "Didn't you see, people want to handle the case. When he comes down for a while I will definitely ask him to call." Let's say Yu Yang came to the second floor and quickly arrived at the door of room 208. Chapter 43. I'm from the Dragon Group. When he arrived at the door there were still a few people at the door. When he came this was discovered by these few. One shouted, "Stop, do not go forward. Who are you?" Where did Yu Yang listen to this set? Still go forward, this time in the room. Xu Deming. I can't wait, I want to be unreasonable to Guo Wanner. He said with a sneer at Guo Wanner. That kid will not come if he comes. But there are more than a dozen people watching it outside. No matter how powerful his fists are, he can't beat his 4 hands. If he dared to come I just took revenge. Saying this he reached out and grabbed Guo Wanner's clothes. Guo Wanner was anxious and angry at this time. Anxious things. He was also afraid that Yu Yang would come out of danger. Gasses this Xu Deming. Since dared to do such a thing. Soon his shirt was torn, revealing the pink underwear inside. Look at Xu Deming, as soon as he reaches out his hand he will come to the hood first. At this time Guo Wanner was so anxious that her tears were about to fall. She thought to herself, is it really going to be ruined by this old guy today? Just then heard a gunshot outside, to frighten Xu Deming. Then Gulu went to the side thinking, what happened? Where is the gunshot? It turns out that the gun was officially opened by Yu Yang. Yu Yang was also anxious, thought to himself, I'm fighting with them here in case that old guy Xu Deming. If you did something to the pretty sister it would be bad. Thinking of this he hurriedly reached out from his arms and pulled out a gun. Bang 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 bang. After a few shots Zhang and a few boys were knocked to the ground and he hurriedly rushed to the door. Took out a silver needle from his body and stabbed it into the door lock and quickly opened the door. When he saw Guo Wanner on the bed he was a little relieved. He found that the pots and bowls, although the jacket was torn, but underwear and pants are still playing well. I thought at the time, if this old boy really did something to the pretty sister, then I absolutely have to be rude to him. Killing him is light, I want to torture him well. At this time when Xu Deming saw Yu Yang coming in he was also frightened and wanted to run out in a hurry, and then look at Yu Yang jumping forward and looking at Xu Deming's ass as a kick. This time to kick Xu Deming as a mouth-gnawing mud fell to the ground with a thud. Look at Yu Yang raised a chair in the room according to Xu Deming's waist as a look. Then heard a click, the sound of broken joints. Xu Deming was suddenly fainted by the pain, even if it can survive. The rest of his life had to be spent in a wheelchair. At this moment Guo Wanner was terrified. She thought, if Yu Yang really wants to. If this old guy is killed then his life will be ruined. Thinking of this he hurriedly called Yu Yang. Come and let me go. Yu Yang has a look. Hurried over to untie Guo Wanner's rope. Speaking of beautiful sister, wait for me here, I will kill this old thing. When Guo Wanner heard it she quickly pulled Yu Yang back and said, Yu Yang, you can't kill him. If you kill him your life will be over. You can't spend your whole life for this kind of person. As soon as Yu Yang heard about the beautiful sister, I will listen to you, then I will let him go. Thinking of this he said to Guo Wanner, beautiful sister, let's go quickly. It is estimated that the police will come after a while. Speaking of this he took off his jacket and smashed it on Guo Wanner's body. Then took Guo Wanner and left room 208, came to the hotel lobby, came to the front desk and said to the two waiters. The drug dealers upstairs just now have been subdued by me. Soon my colleagues will come and take them away and one of the girls will ask, Comrade police officer just shot as you fired it. Yu Yang nodded. Said that the gangsters were particularly vicious, so I was shooting and saying that they were all injured. Which one just gave Yu Yang a query. The hotel guest list. The girl asked a landscape, can you leave me a phone call? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I'm very sorry, I can't leave you a phone number. The girl listened to Yu Yang with a disappointed expression on her face. It's not that I don't want to leave a phone call to you, that's because we don't allow it. When the girl heard the question, which department do you belong to? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, have you heard of the Dragon Group? I am from the Dragon Group. The girl thought that she had long heard that the country has a special department called the Dragon Group. I didn't expect to meet a Dragon Group today. Case investigators. The girl thought of this and said, Comrade police officer, then I don't want your number. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, thank you both. The cooperation allowed me to successfully catch the criminal. Both of you are heroes. The two girls were happy to hear it, not to mention it. I didn't think we could become heroes one day as waiters. Thinking of this, the two excitedly said that both should be done and should be done. Yu Yang hurriedly said, then I'll go first. As he spoke, he pulled Guo Weiner and walked out. One of them also asked he was alone when he went up just now. How come down with another girl? That girl is so pretty. This is also explained that must be the hostage held by the gangster. Must have been rescued by this handsome landscape. Good guy, these two are still guessing here, not to mention these two girls are guessing here. Simply said that Yu Yang led Guo Weiner out of the hotel, and Guo Weiner turned back and asked Yu Yang, hello, how did you become a policeman? And what kind of dragon group are you? As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was fake, he pretended to be. Yu Yang then told Guo Weiner why he pretended to be a police officer just now. As soon as I heard that girl asked you for a phone number, why didn't you give it? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, beautiful sister, why should I call them? And then again, I just finished impersonating a policeman there and I was still shooting there. Still left the phone. Am I afraid the police can't find me? As soon as Guo Weiner heard about Yu Yang, you were there just now. You injured someone, no one should come to arrest you, right? And where did you get the gun? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, beautiful sister, it's alright. I won't let them catch me. As for the gun, it was taken from the bad guys. Guo Weiner heard that it is illegal to own a gun privately. Yu Yang immediately comforted, beautiful sister, don't be afraid, I won't let them find my gun. Chapter 44, Investigating Xu Deming. After saying this, the two took a taxi and returned to the place where Guo Weiner rented. Guo Weiner took out the key and opened the door. Said to Yu Yang, made you laugh, isn't this place very small? Yu Yang looked at the house, although it was quite small. It was very clean. Yu Yang said immediately, how could my sister be? My previous house on the mountain was much worse than this. And then heard Guo Weiner say, you just pretended to be a police officer in the hotel and injured Xu Deming and the others. Will they sue you? If you were implicated because of me, how could I? Feeling sorry to go. Said with tears in his eyes. Yu Yang took a look. Stretched out his hand and hugged Guo Weiner into his arms. Speaking of beautiful sister, it doesn't matter, I won't let them catch me. I will solve it. Saying this, his cell phone rang and he hurriedly took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Yu Yang. I thought, who is this? While thinking about it, he picked it up and put it in his ear and said, hello, who are you? Just listen to the other end of the phone. Yu Yang, where are you now? Did Mr. Guo come out? When Yu Yang heard the voice, it was none other than Chi Mengru. It turned out that when Chi Mengru saw Yu Yang leave, he was also anxious. After a while, he found that the police had come to their school to catch fish and sheep. This time he was worried, thinking that this kid should not be making trouble with Mr. Guo. He quickly found Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao, who wanted to call Yu Yang. Because he saw Yu Yang take out his mobile phone today, he thought, this stinky boy didn't give me his number. Even if he had a mobile phone, how could he know that Yu Yang didn't have time for so many days? And Yu Yang didn't know if he would give it, so he didn't ask him for his contact information, waiting for him from Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao. Asked for Yu Yang's phone number and he called Yu Yang right away. Said, big villain, did you know that the police came over just now? Did Teacher Guo rescue you? What happened to you just now? Yu Yang heard it. There is nothing that is Xu Deming. It is estimated that the rest of his life has to be spent in a wheelchair. Chi Mengru on the other end of the phone heard it. What you will Principal Xu? Crippled. Yu Yang said, yes. Teacher Guo is so good, he actually wants to be rude to him, so I won't maim him. Chi Mengru immediately said, Yu Yang, you better not go back to school these 2 days to find a place to hide. I asked Chen Lu to inquire. To see if I can take over this matter. After speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone and said that after Yu Yang hung up the phone, Guo Weiner was probably beside him. Heard some. Guo Weiner immediately asked, did the police go to the school to find Yu Yang? It's all my sister's fault. It's my sister who harmed you. I'll tell them. The person was hit by me and it has nothing to do with you. As he was talking, he turned around and was about to go out. Yu Yang was behind him, grabbed him and said. Yu Yang immediately said that you don't have to worry about the beautiful sister. I will solve this matter. When you go to the Root Public Security Bureau, will they believe that you beat the person? Can you knock down a few big men? Guo Weiner turned around and hugged Yu Yang and said, but you are all for me, I can't let you. Ruining your future for me. Yu Yang patted Guo Weiner's back lightly with his hand and said, beautiful sister, don't worry about me, aren't I trying to figure out a way? As soon as he was talking he stretched out his hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said, "I'll make a call." Guo Wanner then stood aside. Yu Yang searched the address book for a while and then dialed a number. This call he officially called Yan Mengzhao's. Yan Mengzhao was chatting with a few friends. His cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It showed his boyfriend. Yan Mengzhao thought. Just separated, this kid called me so soon. Thinking of this he hurriedly picked it up and said, "Hey Yu Yang, you miss me?" Yu Yang didn't say a word and immediately said, "Mengzhao, do me a favor." Yan Mengzhao was very anxious when she heard Yu Yang on the other end of the phone. He knew something was wrong. He stopped joking and immediately asked me if I could help. Just listen to Yu Yang say to check it right away. Immediately check to see if there is a patient named Xu Deming living in the major hospitals in Huanghai City and tell me immediately. Yan Mengzhao said after listening. For a trivial matter I will arrange for someone to check it right away and I will let you know as soon as it is found. Is there anything else I can help with? Yu Yang said. And others are temporarily not required. I heard Yan Mengzhao then ask, "What's wrong? Why do you want to investigate this man named Xu Deming?" Yu Yang told Yan Mengzhao the simple story of the matter as soon as he heard it. Yan Mengzhao was also very worried after hearing this and said that you must find a place to hide. If it really doesn't work, you come to me. Yu Yang immediately said that there is no need, you just help me find this person named Xu Deming. I have a place to stay now. As soon as Yan Mengzhao heard that you must hide, don't let the police catch me, come and check for you now. After saying this he immediately arranged for someone to check it. After he hung up the phone. Don't mention it. Yan Mengzhao really found it very quickly. The hospital where he lives. Yan Mengzhao asked Yu Yang if she wanted me to help you. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, I don't need your help for the time being. When Yu Yang ended the call with Yan Mengzhao he said to Guo Wanner that he had found out which hospital Xu Deming's old fellow was in. Guo Wanner asked what to do next. I heard Yu Yang say just let Xu Deming change the verb. Does not admit it as me. They will be healed if they are injured, Guo Wanner said as soon as she heard it. Then he would not agree. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Don't worry beautiful sister, I have a way to get her to agree. I'll go there at night. Guo Wanner said nervously. You can't do anything illegal anymore. Yu Yang immediately talked about the beautiful sister. You can rest assured there will be no yes. It will be here soon. Guo Wanner will be at lunch. Said to Yu Yang, there is nothing in this restaurant so I can only eat casually. Yu Yang said that I haven't eaten the food you made, I can eat anything if I have nothing to do. Looking at Guo Wanner she immediately entered the kitchen. Began to cook. Yu Yang watched Guo Wanner's busy figure outside. Yu Yang suddenly has a feeling that this is home and Guo Wanner is one very virtuous daughter-in-law. For a while he looked at Guo Wanner and was a little stunned. Soon Guo Wanner made the meal. Turned around and saw that Yu Yang was looking at him. He walked up to Yu Yang and asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Yu Yang blurted out, "Beautiful sister, it would be great if I could marry you as a daughter-in-law." Guo Wanner's heart skipped a beat after hearing that. Chapter 45. His face blushed when he said that. Stinky boy, what did you say? You even think about my sister? I am so much older than you. Yu Yang heard it. Said very unconvinced, what happened to the older one? Besides you're not much older than me, aren't you 2 years older than me? Guo Wanner said, the girl who just called you, do you like you too? If he likes you too, then you must cherish it well, no let people down, you understand? Okay, let's eat. And then walked into the kitchen. Brought the meal to the table. Because there is nothing else in the house, he simply fried a few dishes casually. When the meal came he said embarrassedly, look, this is nothing else, I just do a little bit. Yu Yang hurriedly said, it's okay, that's fine. The two of them started to eat and Guo Wanner finished eating. Took the bowl and said to Yu Yang, you can only bring me here in the last 2 days. I'm a little small here, where do you live? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, we two lived together. Guo Wanner blushed. Speaking of stinky boy, you want to take advantage of me again? Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Sister, am I kidding you? Otherwise I'll sleep on the ground. When Guo Wanner heard that, what kind of line would it be? How can I let you sleep on the floor? Guo Wanner thought, although the weather is warm now, it is still a bit cold at night, and no sheets, what should I do? He thought of the fish and sheep to save her today. Injured Xu Deming. When he thought of this he made a determination. Yu Yang, this is for me. I just slept with him. I believe he will not be the case. Thinking of this he immediately went and brought a quilt over. Said to Yu Yang, let's make a quilt by ourselves. Just make do with a period of time, wait until this period of time has passed. Yu Yang thought to himself, it seems that this beautiful sister still cares about herself. Yu Yang had to go to work at night, so he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Guo Wan'er was also lying on the bed. Guo Wan'er had never been in love for such a long time, and suddenly a boy slept next to her. For a moment he felt his heart pounding. Guo Wan'er lay here all afternoon, but she was not able to fall asleep quickly. In the evening the two of them got up and simply grabbed something to eat and ate, and ready to go to sleep again. Yu Yang. He has enough sleep during the day and he is not sleepy at night. I thought that the beautiful sister was next to me, how can I hold him to sleep together? Yu Yang rolled his eyes. I saw him turning over on the bed. Guo Wan'er didn't fall asleep either, with both eyes looking at the ceiling. He felt Yu Yang beside him. He turned around and asked, "You, what's wrong?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he said, "Oh, you guys are quite cold." I said, "Sister." Guo Wan'er said angrily, "Who made you take off so clean?" Yu Yang immediately said, "You don't have air conditioning here, I'm used to it. The place where I used to live was air conditioned." When he was talking he deliberately pretended to be cold and shivered. Only fights. Guo Wan'er softened her heart and said, "Why don't you come over?" Before he could finish Yu Yang's words, he came over at once. As soon as he came to Guo Wan'er he knew that he had been fooled. He felt that Yu Yang's body was like a small stove, not very cold at all. As soon as Yu Yang came over he immediately reached out and hugged Guo Wan'er in his arms. He still said that, "Your sister let me hug you. Quickly warm me up, I'm cold." Guo Wan'er said angrily, "Why didn't I feel that you were cold? Humph, did you do it on purpose? I want to take advantage of my sister," he said, but he didn't push Yu Yang away either. Yu Yang blushed and said, "God, sister, don't worry, I'm just holding you, I won't do anything else." Guo Wan'er did not say anything. The two of them were lying here until 12 o'clock in the evening. No one fell asleep. Guo Wan'er. I feel this nervous. He was in such close contact with a man for the first time in his life. I don't know why he felt very secure when he was held in Yu Yang's arms. Just then I heard Yu Yang talk about my sister. I have to get up and go. Look for the old guy Xu Deming. You wait for me to be back soon. As soon as Guo Wan'er heard that, "You must pay attention. There will definitely be police guarding there. Be sure not to let them find out." Yu Yang said after listening to it, "You can rest assured, sister gone." And soon I came back and said that he got up and got dressed, open the door and go out. He had already inquired about the address of the hospital like Yan Mengjiao during the day, so he found this hospital effortlessly at night. It means that when Yang came here he thought that he couldn't just go in like this, he must have police there. Yu Yang thought for a while. I have an idea, why don't I pretend to be a doctor and sneak in? Thinking of this he went around the back of the hospital and climbed up the wall. Soon he climbed to the top of the second floor and looked in from the window. I saw the lights in this room and there was a man in his 50s. The doctor is inside, and then look to the side, there is also a clothes rack next to it. On the clothes rack hangs a doctor's white coat. Yu Yang thought to himself, how could I steal it? Yu Yang was thinking about it when he saw the doctor standing up and probably going to the toilet, opened the door and walked out. Yu Yang thought that the opportunity had come. Thinking of this he pushed open the window, went into the room and reached out to pick up the white coat from the clothes rack next to him. He put it on. Yu Yang just wanted to go out and think, no, if the doctor came back after a while and found that the clothes were missing he would have to wonder what to do. He was thinking when he heard footsteps outside. Yu Yang thought badly. The doctor came back, looking at Yu Yang. Hurriedly saw a small room next to it. He hurriedly opened the door and went in. Yu Yang waited to close the door and he took a look. After a long time, this is a restroom, maybe it is the resting place of the doctor just now. Yu Yang thought to wait for him to come in later. I can only aggrieved him take him first, was caught. At this time the doctor who just went out pushed the door and came in. When he got to the room and closed the door, he looked up inadvertently and the clothes on the hanger next to him were gone. He wondered, where did the clothes go? Chapter 46. Nurse Kwang Yushang. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the door of the room suddenly opened with a black dong-dong gun pointed at him and heard Yu Yang shout, "Do not move, this time." But this one was frightened. Just listened to Yu Yang followed and said, "Hurry up and close the door." The doctor had no choice but to close the door. Then turned around and said to Yu Yang tremblingly, "Spare your life. I will give you how much money you need, as long as you let me go. You can rest assured I will never call the police, my dear." This one took Yu Yang as a robber. When Yu Yang saw that this guy took him as a robber he almost lost his fun. Just listen to Yu Yang ask, do you live here with a patient named Xu Deming? There are more than a dozen who live with him. This one immediately said yes, there is a man named Xu Deming. There are more than a dozen people who are staying with him at the same time. Yu Yang nodded, followed by him, and asked again, which ward does Xu Deming live in? And there are more than a dozen people who live in at the same time as him. Where do they all live? This one hurriedly heard Xu Deming and the dozen or so people. Where's the ward you live in? Told Yu Yang. As soon as this guy finished speaking, he immediately said to Yu Yang, I told you all. You can spare your life. Just listen to Yu Yang said, as long as you do as I say. I will never ginger you. How? This one hurriedly said, don't worry, I'm absolutely sure what you say and how I do. Yu Yang, after listening, said, good, then you call me a nurse over and then go with me. As soon as this one heard that it was good, I immediately called a nurse to take you there. I just heard Yu Yang say, hurry up and look again. This guy hurried to the phone and picked up the phone. Yu Yang stood beside him, not afraid of what the hell he would do. Just to see this, quickly picked up the phone, dialed a number to go out, said to the other end of the phone, let Xiaoquang come up once. He said as soon as he hung up the phone, do I need to do anything else? Yu Yang said immediately, temporarily, none of your business. After a while I heard someone knocking on the door. This one looked back at Yu Yang. That means what to do. Yu Yang said something to open the door. Followed by Yu Yang, and said, you better be honest, otherwise I will shoot you. Talking, Yu Yang pinned the pistol to his waist. The doctor was thinking about a small mine. I'm sorry, Yu, but there is no way. People do not kill themselves for their own sake if I do not let you come up. He had to kill me. He only thought in his heart, hope this. Hurriedly left the office. He opened the door while thinking in his heart. Yu Yang looked out and saw that he had taken up one outside, very handsome girl. Yu Yang saw that the girl was probably around the same age. 22 or 3 years old, with long black hair. The height is about 1.65 meters. Looks very handsome. Just listen to the girl say. President Joe, did you call me something? It's been a long time. This old man, surnamed Joe, called Joe Pengfei, it is the president of this hospital. Just to see him, listen to the girl ask and say, Xiaoquang, come in quickly. As soon as the girl came in, she immediately closed the door and said, Xiao mine to him. Point to Yu Yang with one hand, you will get this one after a while. Just live in the ward of Xu Deming, who just moved in today. The girl looked at Yu Yang and asked Dean Zhou who he was. What did the dean just want to say this week? Listen to Yu Yang before he can speak. Said, don't ask so much, just take me directly. The girl looked at Yu Yang's ferocious look, but she was frightened. Yu Yang saw that the girl's face changed with fright and he immediately calmed down. Just listen to Yu Yang asked, what is your name? When this girl heard that my surname was Kwang, it was Kwang Yushang. Yu Yang said, after listening, as long as you lead me to the ward you can leave. The girl named Kwang Yushang was wondering, what the hell is this guy doing? At this moment I heard Yu Yang say to him, let's go now. Talking, Yu Yang turned his head and said to Dean Zhou, I'm sorry, but I have to apologize for your grievance. Dean Zhou was horrified when he heard this, thinking that Yu Yang was going to kill him. Before he can speak, just look at Yu Yang, raised his hand and patted the back of his head lightly, and then saw the plop fell to the ground. Just for a moment the mine bath box next to it all looked silly. I thought, who is this person? Why is it like shooting a TV series? It goes up. Dean Zhou just fell down. Dean Zhou should be fine. He was thinking there when he heard Yu Yang say go. He hurriedly followed. Yu Yang left the office, came to the door of Xu Deming's ward on the 2nd floor. In front of Xu Deming's ward there were several police officers there, some sitting and some standing. As soon as Yu Yang and Kwang Yujiao came over, one of the policemen asked, what are they doing? Before waiting for Kwang Yushang to speak, I heard Yu Yang say it. Let's check the patient's condition. The police did not say anything. Put Yu Yang and Kwang Yushang in. Yu Yang came to Xu Deming's bed. At this time Xu Deming was taking a nap in a daze. Yu Yang came to him and said, Xu Deming, who do you think I am? In this lifetime. Xu Deming was sober at that time and he just wanted to shout when he opened his eyes. Yu Yang stretched out his hand from his waist and pulled out the gun to face Xu Deming. Said in his head, if you dare to call me you will collapse. Kwang Yushang next to you thought to himself, who is this person? There is still a gun in his hand. Could it be that he is a bad guy? He doesn't look like it. He was thinking wildly beside him and listened to Yu Yang facing. Xu Deming said, Xu Deming, you dare to let the police arrest me to see that you don't want to live anymore. When Xu Deming heard about Yu Yang, what did you think? Just listen to Yu Yang say if you want to live change your testimony. Xu Deming did not dare to refuse to agree when he heard it, thinking that this kid can do anything. Thinking of this, he immediately said, well, I'll be right now. Just tell the police it's none of your business. Yu Yang heard that if you dare to play any tricks, I will come to kill you. Xu Deming said again and again after listening, I dare not, I dare not. Yu Yang said, I hope so. After speaking, he and Kwang Yushang left the ward together, and went to other wards using the same method to make those dozen people also change their testimony. When he finished these things, he let out a sigh of relief. Yu Yang said to Kwang Yushang next to him, come with me. Kwang Yushang thought that this person won't kill me, right? Chapter 47. As he thought, he followed behind Yu Yang to a secluded place outside the hospital, just to see Yu Yang stretch out his hand. Took out 1,000 yuan in his arms and handed it to Kwang Yushang. I have to thank you tonight. Helped me with this. Kwang Yushang took a look. Said, I can't ask for this money. Yu Yang said to him with a smile, just take it for you. He finished this happy. Kwang Yushang. I felt that although this person looked very ordinary, but when he smiles he is quite handsome. At this moment Yu Yang said again, do you think I'm a bad guy? Kwang Yushang then came back to her senses and said, no. Kwang Yushang thought, if he is really a bad guy, if you let me show it, will he kill someone? He thought again, did he deliberately test me? Yu Yang saw that Kwang Yushang did not speak, followed by facing him and said, I am not a bad person. I specialize in punishing bad guys. My name is Yu Yang. What do you call it? Kwang Yushang heard that my surname is Kwang, called Kwang Yushang. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, you can take the money I gave you with confidence. Kwang Yushang heard how bad it was. Yu Yang followed closely and said, take it for you. You are here as a nurse for a month. It is estimated that I will not earn much money. If I open a hospital in the future, I will let you work here. The salary is definitely higher than here. Kwang Mengjiao nodded again and again. This Kwang Yushang was born in one since childhood, in rural families. Learning from childhood is very good. Because he is particularly fond of the profession of a doctor. He applied for the medical school like the Yellow Sea, because he has no background. After graduation, it took a lot of effort before he entered the Yellow Sea City. The first People's Hospital came to be a trainee nurse, he faced today. Yu Yang gave him the 1,000 yuan, but he still dared not ask for it. Although he is a rural girl, but he will never go. Just ask for other people's money. Yu Yang said as soon as he didn't want to. I am the person who counts. Since it has been given to you, then you will take the money. Kwang Yushang couldn't resist Yu Yang, so he had to accept the 1,000 yuan, and then he said to Yu Yang again, we leave a contact information. Yu Yang immediately reported his mobile phone number to Kwang Yushang, who also called Yu Yang's mobile phone, and then Kwang Yushang said Yu Yang's mobile phone number was stored in the phone. I don't think your age is too big. How old are you? Oh, I'm only 19 years old, Yu Yang said. Kwang Yushang heard that I am older than you. I am 23 years old and I am your sister. They are both young people, and soon he and Kwang Yushang went back and forth and the two became familiar with each other, then heard Yu Yang say, or I invite you to eat something. What do you want to eat? Kwang Yushang heard it. There is a barbecue shop opposite, or let's go eat it. Yu Yang looked across the road and saw a barbecue stall. He and Kwang Yushang went across the road. Ordered some barbecue. Yu Yang asked for a few bottles of beer and the two sat face to face, just like a couple. Kwang Yushang asked Yu Yang curiously. You said you were going to open a hospital just now. Do you know how to do medicine? Yu Yang nodded and said yes. The two chatted for a while, and after eating, Kwang Yushang said to Yu Yang, I have to go back first and get off work immediately. Yu Yang said, well then, if I open a hospital I must come and remember to work for me. Kwang Yushang agreed. He didn't take Yu Yang's words to heart when he left. I thought, how could it be so easy to open a hospital? He doesn't look like he is very rich. Yu Yang took a taxi when he saw that Kwang Yushang was gone. Went back to the house where Guo Weiner rented. Guo Weiner hadn't slept yet. She had been sitting there worrying about Yu Yang. At this time it was almost dawn. Guo Weiner thought to herself, why didn't he come back? When he was extremely anxious. I heard someone knocking on the door outside. He hurriedly asked who. Just listen to Yu Yang said, beautiful sister, I'm back. When Guo Weiner heard Yu Yang's voice, she hurried over to open the door. Said, you are all right, you can finally come back. How's it going? Is it done? Yu Yang saw that Guo Weiner was so concerned about him. Also felt warm in my heart, he said immediately. And tomorrow they will confront the police. Changing the testimony, said that they were injured and had nothing to do with me. Guo Wan'er was relieved when she heard this. Then heard Yu Yang say, "Beautiful sister is so late, why don't you sleep? I'm sleepy." Saying this he also yawned. In fact he is not sleepy at all. He thought about sleeping with his beautiful sister last night. He thought if the matter is resolved tomorrow, it may not be easy to have such an opportunity, so he thought about bursting again. This beautiful sister about. Before Yu Yang came back, Guo Wan'er insisted on waiting here for Yu Yang to come back and wait for Yu Yang to come back. He was also a little sleepy and said, "Let's sleep for a while and I have to go to class in the morning." Looking at Yu Yang, he got into the quilt without saying a word. Guo Wan'er thought, this stinky boy, and take advantage of me. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang directly got into Guo Wan'er's quilt. Did not say anything. I thought he was busy tonight. Is also more tired, just treat him as a child. He also lay on the bed thinking. Turn off the light, he can't sleep when the light is off. Although he thought about him as a child, but he is well aware of this next to him. The one next to him is not a child at all but a real big guy. At this time Yu Yang stretched out his hand. Took him into his arms again. At this time Guo Wan'er suddenly had an idea in her heart. I thought if I could find one like this. Be kind to yourself. Not bad. When he had this idea, startled himself. I thought, Guo Wan'er. What do you want to do with your students as a teacher? And I am older than him. He was cranky here. Until dawn he slept for a while. In fact Yu Yang is holding such a big beauty, who knows if he fell asleep. Until about 6:30 in the morning. Guo Wan'er got dressed. He just came together. Yu Yang also opened his eyes. Guo Wan'er was wearing clothes, and when she looked back Yu Yang was looking at him, startled him and said, "Stinky boy, where are your eyes looking?" When Yu Yang saw that his words and deeds were caught by Guo Wan'er, he also blushed and felt embarrassed. Guo Wan'er said angrily, "Get up. I have to go to class after dinner." Yu Yang then got up and put on his clothes. After the two of them finished eating they went to school. Other students. When Yu Yang came back someone said, "Brother Yang is back, Brother Yang is back." Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao also gathered around and talked about Brother Yang. Yu Yang looked at Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao and they were very happy. After the Yulin Hall was defeated, their hero Tang became the largest community in the school. Chapter 48, The New Principal. Guo Wan'er next to him saw that so many people were so respectful to Yu Yang, and calling him Brother Yang, he thought that this kid should not. Did you also set up a society? How can this work? Young age. If you don't study hard you will set up a society. How can it be done? He saw the crowd surrounding Yu Yang, with a worried look on his face. I secretly thought that it seems that I have time to persuade him. But can't let him embark on the road of breaking the law at a young age, he thought as he returned to his office. I heard Yu Yang say it at this time. Everyone don't be around here and go back to class as soon as everyone hears it before they disperse. Yu Yang, Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao also returned to their own classrooms. Yu Yang returned to his seat and just sat down. I heard the voice of a girl next to me. Said, "Yo, not bad. What a majestic hall." Master Yu Yang looked to the side. Seeing Chi Mengru staring at him with two big eyes, with a very unhappy look on his face. Yu Yang said in a low voice. I say, my eldest lady. It's my own business, okay? Besides, I only need to protect you for a year. You shouldn't be so lenient. When I will protect you in the future, the 1-year period expires. I at least have to earn my own money to support myself. Chi Mengru heard it. HMPH, if you don't study well at a young age you don't go to school well. What other clubs are established? Don't tell me that you want to be in the underworld in the future. Yu Yang said, unconvinced what happened to the underworld. Anyway, I only need to protect you for 1 year after the expiration of the period. I will leave your house and we will not have any contact. Chi Mengru heard it. You have become my bodyguard. I want you to protect me from now on and I want to go to university. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, my little aunt. Didn't it say that it was okay as long as I was a bodyguard for 1 year it would be fine? Chi Mengru heard what happened and asked you to protect me, wouldn't you like it? I went back and told my dad to let you protect me when I go to college next year. And then listened to Chi Mengru say. You set up a society so you won't do bad things in the future, right? Yu Yang said immediately after listening, how could it be? Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. The society I set up is only to lead everyone to form a group and not be bullied by others. In today's society, if you don't bully others, others will naturally bully you. You see, like someone was going to kill me before. If it wasn't for my kung fu, I would have lost this life long ago. Chi Mengru said after listening. I'm just afraid of you. Do something illegal and then you will be caught in the bureau. Anyway, as long as you don't do bad things. Yu Yang knows it in his heart. This eldest lady is actually quite concerned about herself. Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly thought in his heart that it would be pretty good if he could really protect him all the time. At this moment, Master Li Dongmai, who was sitting in front of Chi Mengru, walked in from outside. The two people stopped talking quickly. It's time for class. Yu Yang was still sitting on the seat, cultivating his own dragon royal art, and soon a get out of class will end. Yu Yang was sitting in the seat and a teacher came in from outside and shouted, "Yu Yang, please come with me." Yu Yang looked up and the teacher was their class teacher Wei Zhengkai. Yu Yang stood up immediately, came to Wei Zhengkai and said, "Is there anything Mr. Wei is looking for from me?" Wei Zhengkai has a very strange expression on his face. Said to Yu Yang, "I am not looking for you, but the new principal Yang is looking for you." Yu Yang asked strangely, "Is the school's new principal? But I don't know him, what is he doing to me?" Wei Zhengkai thought to himself, if you ask me, I don't know what happened to the new principal Yang today and he has to meet Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "I don't know. Now Principal Yang is still waiting for you in the office, let's go." Some students did not go out after class and were still in the classroom. They are also wondering in their hearts, what is the new principal looking for Yu Yang? Did Yu Yang know him? Someone next to me said it. Didn't you listen to Yu Yang just now? He didn't know the new principal Yang at all. The other students in the classroom were wondering why the new principal wanted to find Yu Yang at this time and follow Wei Zhengkai. Came to the principal's office. Wei Zhengkai knocked on the door. I heard a voice from the office say, "Come in." Wei Zhengkai walked into the office with Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang entered the office, he saw a middle-aged man sitting across from him. About 50 years old. This person is the new principal of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School. His surname is Yang and his name is Yang Dao. Why does Yang Dao want to see Yu Yang? After a long time of trouble, when Yang Dao arrived at Huanghai No. 1 Middle School, he heard about Yu Yang, and then he knew the former principal Xu Deming. Why did you leave Huanghai No. 1 Middle School? Or related to this Yu Yang? It is said that this Xu Deming has had 2 conflicts with Yu Yang. And Yu Yang formed a new gang in the school. Hero Tang is the largest community in the school and will be the original Yulin Hall. Are all broken. Yang Dao thought to himself, if I want to secure the seat of the principal, first of all you have to have a good relationship with Yu Yang. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang made Xu Deming crippled that day. Principal, he had no way to serve as this Yang Dao, so he was transferred over. Assumed the position of principal. When he knew about Yu Yang's deeds, that's why he called Yu Yang today. He asked Yu Yang's head teacher Wei Zhengkai to bring Yu Yang over. At this time, Wei Zhengkai also introduced Yu Yang to Yu Yang, who is the new principal. Just at this moment I heard this Yang Dao say that, "Mr. Wei, you should do your work first," and Yu Yang and I talked about Wei Zhengkai alone and thought, why does he want to chat with Yu Yang alone? Is this Yu Yang the young master of which rich family? After thinking for a long time, he didn't understand. He hurriedly said to Yang Dao about Principal Yang, and I went out first. After speaking, he walked out and closed the door of the office. Look at this Yang Dao again, and immediately said to Yu Yang that classmate Yu Yang did it quickly. Yu Yang sat on the sofa next to him. Yu Yang wondered in his heart. I thought to myself, what happened to this Principal Yang? At this moment Yang Dao poured a glass of water and put it in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately asked Principal Yang, "What's the matter with you calling me here? Please tell me." Yang Dao said to Yu Yang in Hall 1, "Yu Yang, I will be the principal of this school in the future and I would like to ask you to take care of me." Chapter 49, The Happy Guo Wanner. Yu Yang was very puzzled after hearing Yang Dao's words. I thought to myself, what happened to this new principal? He also asked me to take care of him a lot, but he thought about it carefully later. Then understand the reason. So he said to Yang Dao, "Principal Yang, you are polite." Speaking of which, he suddenly had an idea. Said to Yang Dao, "Principal Yang, I really want to trouble you with one thing." Yang Dao hurriedly said after listening to it, "Do you have anything to say about Yu Yang? As long as it is something I can do. It must be done to Yu Yang's music." Said President Yang, "I believe you can do it." And then listen to him continue. Teacher Guo is very capable. The students have a very good impression of him, but to this day he is still one substitute teacher. I hope that Principal Yang can help him become a regular. Yang Dao thought to himself when he heard it, it seems that this Guo Weiner cannot be provoked in the future. I seem to have heard that Xu Deming was maimed this time because he wanted to covet Guo Weiner's beauty. It really is not fake Yang Dao today. Thinking of this, I immediately said to Yu Yang is good, I will immediately turn him into a regular. Yu Yang hurriedly said, thank you Principal Yang. Yang Dao immediately said that I was Teacher Guo, to handle this matter. At this time Yu Yang took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Guo Weiner. After a while Guo Weiner picked up the phone and said, Yu Yang, where are you? Didn't you go to class? Just listen to Yu Yang talking about Sister Gan. I have good news for you. What good news does Guo Weiner hear? Yu Yang said after selling out. You come to the principal's office now. I am here. After listening to Guo Weiner, she thought to herself, how did he go to the principal's office? But when he heard that Yu Yang asked him to go to the principal's office, he immediately said, okay, I'll come right away. After that he hung up the phone and went straight to the office. While walking he thought to himself about this stinky boy. What kind of medicine is sold in this gourd? He thought about it and soon came to the door of the office, reached out and knocked on the door and listened to Yu Yang. Said, dry sister, come in. Guo Weiner pushed open the door and walked in to hear Yu Yang calling his sister. He looked back at Yu Yang. I thought I didn't tell him. Let him stop calling him sister in front of other people. Only in private are sisters and brothers commensurate. When he walked in, Yang Dao looked up at Guo Weiner and thought to himself. No wonder Yu Yang likes him and Xu Deming, because he is also disabled. Sure enough, it looks like a disaster for the country and the people. He thought to himself, it is really a disaster. Still doing my sister, this word is a bit ambiguous. He thought wickedly in his heart, and at this moment he heard Guo Weiner say, you are Principal Yang. Yang Dao hurriedly said. Oh yes, you are Mr. Guo, please take a seat. Guo Weiner sat next to Yu Yang, thinking to herself, this kid, why did you call me here? At this moment Yang Dao reached out and took out a form from the drawer. Said to him, Mr. Guo, because you teach in this school, special hard work is also very serious, classmates. Your impression is also very good in all aspects. You can fill out this form and you can become an official teacher of this school in the future. Guo Weiner couldn't be happier after hearing this. He even dreamed of becoming an official teacher of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School, if after becoming a formal teacher. His salary can be much higher than that of a substitute teacher, and he can pay his family's debts, because when Guo Weiner went to school the family owed a lot of debt. So he was thinking of coming to Huanghai No. 1 Middle School to be a teacher, because the salary of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School is much higher than that of other schools. He did not expect that after he came here he could only be a substitute teacher, that Xu Deming also coveted his beauty, he thought. Ready to resign, did not expect that at this time he met Yu Yang. Not only will Xu Deming to be disabled, now he has become a formal teacher again because of Yu Yang. He saw Yang Dao handed over the form. He immediately, as soon as he reached out, he quickly took the form and handed it back to Yang Dao. Yang Dao took the form and followed him to say something. What do you do well, and so on. And then he said to Yu Yang. After Yu Yang, I was on the throne of the principal. I also ask you to take care of me. Guo Weiner was stunned when she heard it next to her. There was a very strange expression on his face, and he thought to himself, this is the first time I heard that the principal asked the students to take care of them. He looked at Yu Yang next to him. I just heard Yu Yang say that, Principal Yang, you are polite, we will take care of each other in the future. Yang Dao listened, nodded again and again. At this time, I just heard Yu Yang say, then if there is nothing wrong with Principal Yang, I will go back to the classroom first. Having said that, Yu Yang stood up and Guo Weiner also stood up and said, Principal Yang, I still have something to do there, I also go first. Principal Yang stood up, sent Guo Weiner and Yu Yang to the door. The two walked out of the principal's office and walked a little forward. Guo Weiner turned back and said to Yu Yang, the principal asked you to take good care of him. I heard for the first time that the principal has to let the students take care of it. Yu Yang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, he may be afraid of me. Guo Weiner turned around and looked at Yu Yang with a very strange look. How could Principal Yang be afraid of you? You have no background. Yu Yang said, oh, as soon as he heard it. He may know that Xu Deming was maimed by me, right? Guo Weiner said happily. No wonder the new Principal Yang also asked you to take good care of him, he is afraid of you. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Who will dare in the future? If you have any bad thoughts about you, I will treat him with disabilities. This new principal just wants to curry favor with me so that I don't make trouble. Guo Weiner said on the side, you know how to fight and kill all day long. Don't do this in the future, study hard and go back to the classroom soon, all classes are over. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. This class should be a chemistry class, one don't like it very much and I don't understand it, anyway has long been in class. I didn't attend this class. The two of them chatted and came to Guo Wanner's office at the same time. As soon as Yu Yang arrived in the office he sat down on the chair next to him. At this time Guo Wanner's heart was very happy, he looked at the boy in front of him. I thought to myself, since he came my good luck has come. If it wasn't for him I still don't know what I would be like now. He suddenly thought of Yu Yang again, the last time he was in the office. The body exudes that kind of terrifying breath and he is even more curious about Yu Yang. Although it is not how outstanding this boy looks, it seems that there are many secrets in him. Chapter 50 Teach me to drive. He also remembered that Yu Yang actually founded a society. For a time he was worried again, for fear of Yu Yang embarking on the road of crime. Thinking of this he said to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, tell me if you're in the gang. Yu Yang. Why do you ask such a lady? Just listen to Guo Wanner say. Yu Yang, you are a very good person, can you listen to my sister's words and study hard? Admitted to a decent university in the future. Yu Yang said after listening, God sister, do you think that I am in the underworld and will do illegal things in the future? Dry sister, don't worry, I won't do illegal things. This society I set up is for hold into a group and not be bullied by others. Why some of them can drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house, eat well and drink well. I can't do it, I want to do something. Yu Yang went on to say, goddamn sister. Now there are as many college students as dogs. In this society there are many college students who can't find a job. As long as you have money and power you are the uncle. Sister Gon, do you think that if I didn't know a little martial arts last time can I take you out of Shu Deming's old guy's hands so easily? Sometimes it's not that you don't want to bully others and no one will bully you. Now this society is the law of the jungle. Guo Wanner didn't say anything for a while after listening. I stopped for a while and listened to him. As long as you don't do anything illegal you can feel relieved when you do it, but you still have to read your sister's university. Yu Yang nodded and said, God sister. Well, I will definitely read this university. Guo Wanner only felt relieved when she heard this. The two chatted in the office for a while and then heard Guo Wanner say, you should go back to the classroom, the third class is about to start. Yu Yang then stood up and said, okay, I'll go first. After speaking he walked out of Guo Wanner's office and went back to the internet in the classroom of class 2 of senior 3. He had just sat in his seat when he saw Chi Mengru next to him staring at him and asked in a low voice, where did you go just now? I see that your courage is getting bigger and bigger and you dare to openly truce. Yu Yang rolled his eyes at Chi Mengru and said, who said I was truant? Chi Mengru dared to talk back when she heard Yu Yang, and the fire came up at that time and said to Yu Yang, you haven't skipped class, why did you go just now? As soon as Yu Yang heard that the principal couldn't find me. Chi Mengru got even more angry when she heard it. Speaking of who do you think you are? The principal will also see you in person at this time. Li Dongmai in front of Chi Mengru suddenly turned around and said, you really blame Yu Yang wrong. Just now the new principal Yang was really looking for him. When Chi Mengru heard how big her eyes were at the time she asked in disbelief, how do you know? Li Dongmai immediately said that the teacher Wei the head teacher. Come and call Yu Yang over there. Chi Mengru can be trusted this time. Although he already knew that he had misunderstood Yu Yang just now, he wanted to apologize but was embarrassed. Had to snort at Yu Yang, then turned around. Yu Yang thought to himself, alas, this eldest lady. Why is the temper so big? Yu Yang saw Chi Mengru turned around and he simply lay down on the table and fell asleep. So Yu Yang slept in one breath until after school. When I got to the cafeteria I finished my meal and went to Guo Wanner with my English book as usual to help her with her homework. Soon it was the afternoon class again. The afternoon class was also spent in Yu Yang's sleep and practice. After school in the afternoon Yu Yang and Chi Mengru returned home. Just when he got home the ringing of his cell phone was remembered and Yu Yang took out his cell phone and took a look. Yan Mengjiao called. He hurriedly picked it up, put it in her ear and listened to Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone. Yu Yang made an appointment, let's go out tomorrow, are you free? Yu Yang just remembered and agreed to Yan Mengjiao's appointment to go out on Saturdays and Sundays. Yu Yang thought about it and agreed that Saturday and Sunday would be fine anyway, so he agreed. Said to Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone, I'm free, I happen to be fine on Saturday and Sunday. Yan Mengjiao listened happily, said yes, I will drive to pick you up tomorrow. Soon on the second day Yu Yang just woke up, his cell phone rang. Yu Yang immediately answered the phone and listened to the other side of the phone. Hello, did you get up yet? I'll drive to pick you up now. Just finished speaking, he followed up and said, right, you haven't told me where you live. Yu Yang on the other end of the phone listened, said, do you want to be so early? It's only now that it's less than 7 o'clock, so let's listen to Yan Mengjiao. Said coquettishly on the other end of the phone, did they miss you? When Yu Yang heard Yan Mengjiao's voice, she felt her bones brittle. He said immediately, I will send you the address immediately, I will clean up. Just listen to Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone say, I'll wait for you. Said that he also dialed the phone. Yu Yang hurriedly hung up the phone. It took a long time to get rid of some messy things in my mind. And then walked into the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Yu Zhang address was sent to Yan Mengjiao. At this time Qi Mengru also got up. Yu Yang said to him, I have to go out today for something. Qi Mengru also knew that although Yu Yang was his bodyguard, he didn't want to interfere too much with his private life. He nodded and agreed. After a while Yu Yang's cell phone rang again, and as soon as Yu Yang picked it up he heard Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone saying, I'm here. Yu Yang saw a car parked across the road as soon as he walked out of the Qigong Museum. A slim girl Yu Yang stood next to the car. As soon as I came out I saw this girl trotting to Yu Yang and hugged Yu Yang. Yu Yang said, keeping you waiting. This girl is Yan Mengjiao. Yan Mengjiao just got up from Yu Yang's arms and said that I just arrived, didn't wait too long, let's go now. Having said this he got into the co-pilot and Yu Yang opened the door of the rear seat and wanted to sit in. Just listen to Yan Mengjiao say, what are you doing sitting in front? Are you afraid that I will not eat you? Yu Yang closed the door, opened the co-pilot's door and went up. I heard Yan Mengjiao say, how about we go hunting today? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, okay, I haven't hunted for a long time, Yan Mengjiao asked strangely. Do you also hunt? Just listen to Yu Yang on the side said, I used to hunt a lot when I was in the mountains. Yan Mengjiao listened. By the way, I remember you seemed to tell me that you have stayed in the mountains. Yu Yang said, yes, I have been in the mountains before I came to the Yellow Sea. As he spoke he recalled the days before in the mountains. Yan Mengjiao listened to Yu Yang while chatting with Yu Yang while driving the car. After coming to the big city I never hunted again. I just listened to Yan Mengjiao on the side saying, no wonder you don't know how to drive, before I wanted to send you a car. No wonder you don't. Yu Yang said happily. The first time you went to school to frame me, didn't I just tell you that I came from the mountains? Yan Mengjiao heard the coquettish words, did they forget it? Yu Yang watched Yan Mengjiao drive the car skillfully and suddenly said, why don't you teach me to drive? Chapter 51 Hunting in Distress. As soon as Yan Mengjiao hears that it is good, then I will teach you now. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, don't be so anxious, let's do it today. Come out and play with this car, it's not too late to learn later anyway, I don't have the money to buy it now. Yan Mengjiao immediately said that she will hand over it now. No money to buy what to be afraid of, when the time comes I will give you one when you learn. Yan Mengjiao is also in a hurry, if he says he will pay he will stop the car immediately. Said to Yu Yang, let's change seats now and you should come up from the driver's seat and drive. Yu Yang said with a bitter face, then I won't drive either. Are you not afraid that I will drive out of any danger? There are so many cars on this road, don't worry, let me drive. Yan Mengjiao back. Said to Yu Yang, what are you afraid of? Even if something really happened and you stay with me by my side. There is a companion on Huanghai Road. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die so soon. Haven't married a daughter-in-law yet. Yan Mengjiao heard it. By Yu Yang said at a glance, cut, look at you, you have no ambitions. At this time I heard Yu Yang he said, how do you know there is no mole on my chest? Now Yan Mengjiao is also amused. Directed at Yu Yangjiao angrily said, you are necrotic. Well, let's change positions quickly, I want to teach you to drive. Yu Yang was a little excited when he saw that Yan Mengjiao really asked him to drive. I thought if I learned I will buy one in the future. Thinking that he was about to get out of the car when he pushed the door, Yan Mengjiao said, hello, what are you doing? Yu Yang was very strange, looked back at Yan Mengjiao and said, if we don't go down how can we change positions? Yan Mengjiao, who was looking at the side, rolled her eyes and said, I stand up and then you can move over, okay? And then I go to the co-pilot position, don't we just switch positions? While speaking he stood up and said to Yu Yang, come here quickly. Yu Yang moved to the co-pilot position. This time he and Yan Mengjiao's posture became particularly ambiguous, just like. Yan Mengjiao sat in his arms. Yan Mengjiao felt as if something had pushed his face turned red when he tang. I thought that this stinky boy even set up a tent, think of this, he hurried. Went to the passenger seat. I felt a fever on my face for a while. Yu Yang next to Yan Mengjiao saw that Yan Mengjiao didn't speak for a long time. He said to Yan Mengjiao, "Hey, you taught me to drive." Yan Mengjiao just remembered. He taught Yu Yang about driving. He hurriedly said to start the car first. Yu Yang saw Yan Mengjiao's face blushed and blood dripped. Yu Yang wondered to himself what happened to him. He suddenly remembered the posture when he was changing seats with Yan Mengjiao. Side love or my concentration is too shallow. Fortunately Yan Mengjiao had already started telling him to drive, which was interrupted. His cranky thoughts. At the beginning Yu Yang was not yet skilled and just started the car. Turn off the fire again. Start up again. Turn off the fire again. Fortunately Yu Yang is also very smart and he learned it in a few moments. Start the car. Yan Mengjiao told him how to step on the accelerator. And other driving methods. And then look at the car. Yu Yang kicked the accelerator down to see this car. The sound of the motor roared but it didn't even move. Yu Yang looked at Yan Mengjiao next to him very strangely and said, "Hey, this car, why doesn't it go?" Next to Yan Mengjiao was particularly speechless. Said, "Your handbrake has not been released yet." Yu Yang also blushed, smiled kindly. Release the clutch and kick the accelerator down. Look at the car again. Huo about channeling out like a runaway wild horse. Yu Yang burst into ecstasy thinking, haha, I have learned to drive too. He was amazing this time and scared the other cars on the road. Avoid it thinking, who is this driving so hard? Is this too much to drink? Dare to drive the car like this? After a long time of trouble Yu Yang just learned to drive, so he drove the car very fast. Because he has not mastered the steering wheel, the car is like a painted dragon on the road and Yan Mengjiao almost didn't have a car accident several times. Look at it with two straight eyes and think that this kid is too fierce. Fortunately Yu Yang's ability to understand is very strong, after a while. And his technique slowly became proficient. The car is not like just now rampage on the road. Yu Yang thought to himself as he drove. Did not expect that one day I can learn to drive. The more he thought about it, the more excited he kept accelerating the car and Yan Mengjiao twitched from the corner of his eyes. I thought all 120 steps up this kid is still speeding up. It is really hard to imagine that he is a person who has just learned to drive. After driving for a while Yan Mengjiao said to Yu Yang, "Slow down, it's about to turn next." Yu Yang don't look just learning to drive. After a while he has mastered the driving skills very proficiently. When Yan Mengjiao asked him to slow down he immediately reduced the speed. Yan Mengjiao watched from the side and she was also amazed thinking that this kid is learning fast enough, and soon came to the side of a dirt road. Yu Yang drove up and turned up. The two people drove and walked forward for a while and then gradually entered the mountain. At this moment I heard Yan Mengjiao say that the stop was reached. Yu Yang stepped on the brakes. Parked the car and two people got out of the car and then watched Yan Mengjiao take out some tools from the trunk. What tents are used outdoors? Such as barbecue grills. And then he took out two sets of camouflage uniforms and handed one to Yu Yang. Said, "I want to change clothes, you cannot peek." Go. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, "Where should I change it?" Yan Mengjiao said, "Go there and change it. Stay away from here but don't peek." Yu Yang said, "Cut." To Yan Mengjiao, "I didn't watch it." Having said this he took his clothes and walked not far away to change it. Yan Mengjiao looked at Yu Yang's back. After walking far he opened the door and changed his clothes in the car. Soon Yu Yang also changed his clothes and walked back. Yan Mengjiao picked up a crossbow from the car and said to Yu Yang to go hunting. When he saw Yu Yang's hands were empty, he asked strangely, "How did you not bring the guy?" Look at Yu Yang stretched out his hand from his pocket, took out something and said to Yan Mengjiao, "I brought it." Yan Mengjiao was very strange and leaned in front of her to take a look. Holding a slingshot in Yu Yang's hand, Yan Mengjiao said happily, "What is the age? How do you still use such an ancient weapon?" Talking he said in one move the crossbow in his hand. "Look at this one in my hand, but I got it from abroad. Is 10 bursts. Just heard Yu Yang say that this is not an ordinary slingshot. He has been with me for many years. I used to hunt with it when I was in the mountains." Yan Mengjiao said, very unconvinced. "Well, after a while you still have a powerful slingshot, or my crossbow is powerful." Saying this the two walked forward and passed a forest. Yu Yang felt a dangerous aura. The secret passage is not good, there are people here. Thinking of this, Yu Yang said to Yan Mengjiao in front, be careful. Chapter 52. Yan Mengjiao, who was in front, picked up the crossbow subconsciously after hearing Yu Yang's reminder. At this time he and Yu Yang also happened to walk to the edge of a pool. As soon as he picked up his crossbow, he looked at Yu Yang and jumped forward suddenly, stabbed him in the chest with his elbow and directly said that Yan Mengjiao had stabbed him and fell into the water with a plop. Yan Mengjiao just wanted to get angry. Just then in the woods rushed out, probably there 15 or 6 people, so that each hand a pistol. Hey Dongdong's muzzles all pointed at Yu Yang. Yan Mengjiao looked in the water and subconsciously shouted, be careful, looking at Yu Yang. When he looked at the place where Yu Yang had just stood, he suddenly found that Yu Yang was gone. Yan Mengjiao thought to herself, I thought about this kid. The dozen or so people on the opposite side were dumbfounded, thinking, wasn't this Yu Yang still there just now? Why is it suddenly gone? Just then I heard someone talking from the tree. I hate people pointing guns at me, tell me who sent you here. Someone said. At a glance this kid shot in the tree, and then look at someone at the tree, bang 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 as 3 guns. The person on the tree is Yu Yang. He just said that Yan Mengjiao was pushed into the water and he immediately climbed up the tree. He also knows that there are more than a dozen people on the opposite side if they shoot together. He was also difficult to resist, so he was running to the tree, and then the trees cover themselves. This is to the following people asked him, just finished asking, and hurriedly jumped from this tree to another tree. That is, as soon as he jumped away someone shot at the tree. And then look at Yu Yang stretched out his hand and pulled out the pistol from his waist. In order to prevent accidents when he came, he also pinned the pistol to his waist. Did not expect it really came in handy. Yu Yang has been influenced by his uncle since he was a child, pointing. Marksmanship is extremely accurate. Bang bang, 2 shots. There were 2 people at that time. Fell to the ground at the sound. Yan Mengjiao in the water cheered loudly. Speaking of playing well, all these guys will be wiped out. Seeing Yu Yang jumping back and forth on these trees, his fingers kept pulling the trigger. In a blink of an eye he knocked down 7 or 8 when he was knocking down the 8th person. The bullets inside this gun may be all finished. Watching Yu Yang shaking his hand, a few fluorescent flashes, and 2 or 3 people fell to the ground. This time these people were terrified, thinking that this guy is too powerful and he didn't expect a gun to cure him. Just listen to one of the leaders said. Everyone go. Yu Yang thought about how easy it is to go 3 steps and 2 steps. Yu Yang caught up with one of them and said, stop for me. While speaking he dropped the pistol in his hand, according to the back of this kid's head, to help as a look, and then look at this guy thumped and fainted to the ground. These people looked panicked and shot like Yu Yang. But Yu Yang shot faster and then he reached out and knocked him down. As soon as he reached out his hand he picked up the gun. Haven't waited for these people to pull the trigger. Look at Yu Yang raising his hand, bang 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 bang. A few gunshots knocked the rest of them down to the ground. But Yu Yang didn't kill all of them. All these shots hit these people's legs. Yu Yang thought, I have to find out who sent these people. When Yu Yang showed his skills and knocked all these dozen people down. Yan Mengjiao also climbed up from the water, but he said angrily, these people in the end are by whom the master even dare to come. Are you impatient with Miss Ben's work? Look at him coming to these people, and each one kicked one by one and said who you were instructed by. Look at these people all one by one without saying a word. He and Yan Mengjiao asked for a long time and no one answered. Yu Yang took a look. Said, yes, do not say it. Look at Yu Yang sneered and said, don't think that if you don't say anything I will take you for nothing. While speaking he turned his head and said to Yan Mengjiao, by the way, didn't we bring the barbecue here just now? Hurry up and heat it up. And then bring me the iron stick inside the grill. When Yan Mengjiao heard it she naturally guessed what Yu Yang wanted to do and he agreed. Well, I'll go get it. After listening to these dozen people they naturally knew what Yu Yang wanted to do, but they kept their mouths shut very quickly. Yan Mengjiao talks about the barbecue lit, and quickly brought the iron sign over. I saw the red-hot Yu Yang burnt with iron sticks. Reached out to take it over and said, can you tell me who sent you here? If you don't say it I'm about to do it. Let you taste the taste of this iron stick. Speaking of which Yu Yang sneered at these dozen people. If you want to make this hot iron stick, what will happen if you put it on your wound? When these dozen people heard it they fought a cold war, looked at each other. One of them said, I said. When Yu Yang heard this he said to this person, quickly tell me who instructed you to come. This person heard the word. We are the boss of the Wei family. Wei Ping's men. Yu Yang frowned and said, I have no grievances with your gang leader in the past and we have no grudges today. Why did he want to kill me? This person is shielded again. Shield Yu Yang a look. Say it quickly, said Yang Yang, who was burning red Taikianzi in his hands. This kid was scared when he saw it and said immediately, they read the last time the crazy tiger gang's Zhonghu ordered to kill, so we were ordered. Follow you. Yan Mengjiao said, you guys are so brave. Do you know who I am? This guy right now. Said of course you know who you are. Our helper also specifically charged us. Yan Mengjiao heard what they told you. This one thought to himself anyway, he said. Simply say it all. So he went on to say, he asked us to catch Yu Yang. Kill directly and then take you back. When Yan Mengjiao heard the question, how about taking me back? Look at this for a long time before saying a word. Our helper said he would take you back and enjoy it. Yan Mengjiao was furious when she heard this and followed this kid. Is 1 foot. How far will the real kick this kid out? But he was pissed off and shouted loudly. Wait Ping, I must never finish with you. Where did these dozen people come from? Officially, as they said just now, they were sent by a gang in the city, the old David Ping of the Wei family. In Huanghai City there are more than a dozen gangs, large and small. Among them the Crazy Tiger Gang is the largest. Yan Jiabang ranked 2nd, Wei Jiabang ranked 3rd. Card 53. Make a beam. Although the relationship between the two gangs itself is not good, it is not very bad. This Wei Ping has a son named Wei Wentong who is greedy and lustful. At a gang party he happened to see Yan Mengjiao. At that time Yan Mengjiao was only 16 or 17 years old. Yan Mengjiao is beautiful, but when she goes back she has lovesickness, and insisted that his father Wei Ping go to Yan Mengjiao's father along the left side of the sky to propose a marriage. Wei Ping is also forced to do nothing behind his son's back, found Yan Tianzuo to talk about the matter and listened to Yan Tianzuo. I thought, who doesn't know that your son is lustful and lustful? Just because my daughter is beautiful and beautiful, can you think of this with your son? Because he usually looks down and doesn't see it, he is too embarrassed to refuse directly. It just so happened that Yan Mengjiao was still young. So he pushed the matter on the grounds that Yan Mengjiao was young. Wei Ping didn't say anything, thought to himself. Well, their daughter is indeed still young. This thing is over like this. When Yan Mengjiao was 19 years old. Wei Wentong told Wei Ping again. Said, Dad, no. Since I met Yan Mengjiao 2 years ago I have fallen in love with him deeply. Before you went to propose a kiss, Yan Tianzuo used Yan Mengjiao's age to shirk. Now it's been 2 years, if you come to propose again I see what else he has to say. Dad, my son will tell you the truth today if he doesn't agree this time. That is, Yan Tianzuo may want to start a war with our Wei family. Wei Ping glared his eyes and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Wei Wentong was beside him and he said unconvincingly, Dad, don't believe me. I know that Yan Jiabang's power is not much different from ours now. Yan Tianzuo's ambition is very big. If he agrees to this marriage we can join forces with Yan Jiabang. Maybe we can dominate the Yellow Sea City. And compete with the Crazy Tiger Gang. This Wei Ping is also a very ambitious person. He pondered for a while after listening to Wei Wentong Yang's words. Speaking of Wentong, I'll go right away. Asked Yan Tianzuo to mention this marriage. As soon as Wei Wentong heard about it I also went to Wei Ping to hear it. Said, what are you doing? Wei Wentong said immediately, Dad. I heard that Yan Mengjiao was born with a beautiful appearance and she was very capable. Since elementary school, I would like to see and experience in advance. Wei Ping agreed and took Wei Wentong to Yanjiabang headquarters again. When seeing Yan Tianzuo thought to himself, in the future. You came to propose marriage 2 years ago and was rejected by me, but I didn't expect you to come again today. At this moment Yan Mengjiao came in from outside and he heard clearly what was said in the room. He also knew this Wei Wentong is a womanizer. When he heard that this Wei Wentong was coming to propose marriage, he made up his mind at that time to think of me, let him retreat. When he made up his mind he walked directly into the living room. As soon as he entered the living room he immediately directed at wiping, said hello to Uncle Wei. Yan Mengjiao came in from the outside along the left side of the sky, and immediately said to Yan Mengjiao, Mengjiao, come and do it, come and do it. Yan Mengjiao said next to Yan Tianzuo, Dad, you were talking in the house just now and I have already heard it outside. I do have a good idea. I heard Uncle Weber taught his son to be well-rounded from an early age. I heard that Wei Xiao is full of abilities. Why don't we compete on the spot? If he can beat my marriage I will agree. Originally neither Wei Ping nor Yan Tianzuo wanted to agree. But before the two of them could say anything, Wei Wentong spoke beside him. Miss Yan has long heard that you have been studying art since you were a child and you have 2 strokes. But I have never seen it until now, then today we will compete. Wei Wentong may have his own ideas, he thought of a girl. How much skill can you have? Although the outside rumors are amazing, also gave him a nickname of the underworld queen must be a girl. I have also learned since childhood, I think it is not ambiguous. I really do not believe today but also beat you a yellow-haired girl. In addition he has an idea. I thought for a while in the contest, there will inevitably be contact. I thought this is not beautiful, this guy hit such an idea. This is called bad luck. Yan Mengjiao brought Hongyun Laoni to study art since childhood. Having learned a good skill, Yan Mengjiao saw Wei Wentong at that time. A pair of eyes squinted to stare at him. Yan Mengjiao thought to herself, good boy, see how I teach you to think about this in a while. He said to Wei Wentong, young master, Wei's room is relatively small. Let's compete in the courtyard. Wei Wentong will compete in the courtyard as soon as he hears that it is good. Yan Tianzuo knew thought. Wei Wentong is going to be unlucky today. Although he has also learned martial arts but has been hollowed out by wine. But he was also afraid that Yan Mengjiao Zhang would be hurt by Wei Wentong. He called Yan Mengjiao to the side and said quietly, the child must point to so far. Don't hurt Zhang Wei Wentong. Yan Mengjiao heard about dad, you can rest assured. Wei Ping said to Wei Wentong not to worry about his son. It is said that this Yan Mengjiao worshipped Hongyun Laoni since childhood and learned a good skill. You have to pay more attention to Wei Wentong, and he didn't care at all. When it comes to dad, don't worry. After speaking, the two walked to the field. Wei Wentong stared at Yan Mengjiao's chest and threw forward suddenly. Reached out and ran towards Yan Mengjiao's chest and grabbed it, but Yan Mengjiao was furious. I thought, good boy, today I will let you know that I am powerful. This Yan Mengjiao was not polite at all when she came up. How could Wei Wentong be his opponent? He couldn't stand it without a few tricks. Let Yan Mengjiao earn behind him. According to the back is a palm. This palm beat Wei Wentong. How far out? Fell to the ground with a thud. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Wei Ping looked beside him. He was so angry he pointed at Yan Tianzuo with his finger. When it comes to Yan Tianzuo's revenge, I swear not to be a human being. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly helped him up, and Yan Tianzuo was dumbfounded when Wei Wentong and the others left. Said to Yan Mengjiao, oh, this time you are in trouble. Yan Mengjiao said unconvinced, do we still need to be afraid of them? Yan Tian left a look, since things are already like this. I don't blame Yan Mengjiao anymore, but the liangzi of the two families has been forged since then. Chapter 54, bringing Yu Yang home. Although there have been no major conflicts between the two families since then, minor conflicts have continued to appear until today. At the beginning, the Crazy Tiger Gang issued a chasing and killing order. Wei Ping will know, but this guy, very cunning thought. This one called Yu Yang must be hard to deal with, otherwise it will not be forced. Xie Wenken issued a killing order in the arena, so he has been watching. He has been sending people to observe in secret. Someone told him that day, said Yan Mengjiao and Yu Yang of Yan Jiabang knew Wei Ping. Said immediately after knowing, closely monitoring the state of Yan Mengjiao and Yu Yang. He later learned that Yan Mengjiao was actually in Huanghai No. 1 middle school. The school gate holds a concert like Yu Yang's courtship. When he heard that, he was pissed off. He thought to himself, Yan Mengjiao, I came to the door to kiss you, do not agree now, since take the initiative to chase an unknown junior. He immediately said to his subordinates, give me a strict stare at this Yu Yang if given the chance. Just made it for me. But later he heard about Sima Dezhao. Went to Yu Yang to avenge his apprentice and was also defeated by Yu Yang. Wei Ping gasped at that time, thinking to himself, where did this Yu Yang come from? Since even Sima Dezhao is not his opponent. At this moment Wei Wentong came in from outside, asked Dad, has Yu Yang gone missing? When Wei Ping heard it, she sighed and said, Wentong, this Yu Yang is not simple. Do you know? Even the famous Sima Dezhao was defeated in his hands. Wei Wentong heard haha and said with joy, Dad, why are you so confused? No matter how powerful he is, can he still be more powerful than bullets? Wei Ping was on fire when he heard it and said, bastard. Since ancient times there have been rules not to use guns casually. The gun is a cold weapon. Once used provoke official suppression, that would have caused a catastrophe. Wei Wentong heard about Dad. I did not say. In the Yellow Sea City I do not believe that he is not out of the city. As long as you send someone to follow him closely, sooner or later he will leave. Huanghai urban area. As long as he leaves the urban area we will find a place to start. Just do it covertly, it is not easy to be detected. Wei Ping nodded and said okay, so do it, and sent people to monitor Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao. In a few days. It was reported, said Yu Yang, and Yan Mengjiao drove out of Huanghai City and entered the mountain as if he was going to hunt Wei Ping when he heard the news. Speaking of good, God help me too. Wei Wentong spoke next to him and said, Dad, after killing Yu Yang, why not capture that girl Yan Mengjiao? It happens that the site of the Yan family is bigger than ours. Why don't we take this opportunity to threaten Yan Tianzuo with Yan Mengjiao? Let the site do. In fact, Wei Ping knows what Wei Wentong thinks. Knowing that he still loves Yan Mengjiao, did not give up. Wei Ping to Yan Tianzuo. Not very satisfied, he thought to himself. Why don't I just take advantage of this time? Threatening Yan Tianzuo to hand over some territory. So when Wei Wentong said this proposal, he immediately agreed and said just do it. So he immediately sent someone to follow Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao. When he sent people, Wei Wentong called over one of the leaders, said to him that if Yu Yang was caught and put to death, then hand over the girl to me. This would agreed to lead people away after listening. Therefore as soon as Yan Mengjiao came out of the house, she was secretly watched. He didn't notice it at all, when he and Yu Yang both drove away. This person immediately called the others and said, it seems that they are going to hunt in the mountainous area in the west of the city. So the others rushed in front of Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao and went here to lay an ambush in the woods. So when Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao arrived here, just walked to the edge of the woods, someone wanted to shoot secretly, did not expect Yu Yang to find out at once there is danger. This is like Yan Mengjiao making a warning. These people were discovered by Yu Yang and they rushed out. These people think, do we still use guns in our hands to be afraid of you? No matter how powerful you are still more powerful than bullets. But who knows that Yu Yang will take Yan Mengjiao all at once. Pushed into the water, also pulled out the pistol from the waist. In the blink of an eye they all fell to the ground. Yan Mengjiao looked at these people. All were knocked down, and when I came over I found out that all of them were from the Wei family. But he was pissed off and said to Yu Yang, wait, I'll call someone right away. At this time Yu Yang walked to the side of the car, drove the car to Yan Mengjiao and said to him, get in the car and wait. At this time these people could not run. So Yan Mengjiao sat in the co-pilot seat and soon the person Yan Mengjiao called also arrived. It was Yan Tianzuo's men who came. Right-hand man. Morning News drove over 2 vans. When these people arrived they jumped off one by one from the car, all holding steel pipes in their hands. Just listen to the morning newspaper calling out, where are you, miss? Yan Mengjiao pushed the door and got out of the car saying, Uncle Bao, I'm here. Morning News hurried over. Said to him, miss, are you all right? Yan Mengjiao immediately said, I'm fine, but thanks to one person. Listen to the morning newspaper. Speaking of someone to help you, who is it? At this time Yu Yang also got out of the car and came to Yan Mengjiao in front of Yan Mengjiao. Pointed to the side with his hand and said to the morning paper, thanks to Uncle Bao he would have done it today. I may have been kidnapped by these guys. The morning paper looked at Yu Yang with his eyes. I thought to myself, could this kid still fail twice? I was wrong before. Thinking of this he immediately clasped his fist at Yu Yang and said, thank you for saving miss. Yu Yang also clasped his fists and said, what was the point? At this moment Yan Mengjiao next to her spoke. You are welcome, they are all their own people. I was sacked by them today and I don't have the heart to play anymore. Go back first. Saying this he turned back to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, you and I go home with me to see my parents, I haven't brought you back yet. And you saved me today, I would like to thank you very well. Saying this he didn't wait for Yu Yang to say anything. Opened the passenger door of the car. Pushed Yu Yang up, and the morning paper also ordered people to arrest the dozen people on the ground. Yan Mengjiao drove in front. The morning news drove the car with his subordinates, then went straight to the urban area of the Yellow Sea, opened the past. Soon a group of people came to Yan Mengjiao's house. Chapter 55 Domineering exposed. Yu Yang got out of the car and saw that it was also a villa. Yu Yang thought to himself, is this a meeting with the parents? When he was cranky. Yan Mengjiao next to him said to him, why are you still standing here stupidly? Follow me. After saying that he pulled Yu Yang into the room. Yan Mengjiao pulled Yu Yang into the room and a middle-aged woman ran over from the side, came to Yan Mengjiao and said, "Mengjiao, are you alright?" Only then did Yan Mengjiao let go of Yu Yang and said to the middle-aged woman in front of her, "Mom, I'm fine, but thanks to one person, oh, if it weren't for him, I may have a hard time coming back today." At this time Yu Yang looked at the room next to him. I saw a middle-aged man sitting in the center of the room. There was also a young man sitting next to him, and Yu Yang felt that this person was a little familiar. This middle-aged man is the one next to Yan Mengjiao's father, Yan Tianzuo. Is the younger brother of Yan Mengjiao who was taught by Yu Yang before, called Ren Junfeng. At this time Yan Mengjiao's mother Lu Xiaohui pulled him aside, let him sit down, and asked him the whole process of the matter. Yan Tianzuo looked at Yu Yang next to him. Yan Junfeng thought, this kid looks really mean to be my sister's boyfriend. I was bullied by my sister at ordinary times. If the two of them are really going to be a god, I will be even worse in the future. It seems that I still have to have a good relationship with him. Seeing that Yu Yang was still standing there, he immediately said, "Yu Yang, do it quickly," and he pulled Yu Yang to sit on the sofa when the morning paper also came in from outside. Said to Yan Tianzuo, "Big brother, we have Ginger. The few people who wanted to kidnap the eldest were caught. How to deal with them? I heard Yan Tianzuo say all of them will be detained for me. It seems that the Wei family is helping. Imagine us declaring war. In this case we are not afraid of them. All are locked up for me. Don't let one go. I have to let them give us a statement." The morning news agreed and walked out. At this time Yan Mengjiao, who was next to him, said to Yan Tianzuo, "Dad, let me introduce you to me. This is my boyfriend called Yu Yang. He is very powerful. If it wasn't for him today I might not have gotten away so easily." Looking at Yan Tianzuo, Yu Yang snorted in his nose, with a look of disdain on his face, and then he said again, "Why can he be with you? This thing I do not agree with. A sucker doll. What if he knows some martial arts?" Yan Dream Trading Hall was not happy at that time, said immediately, "Dad, what you said is wrong. You don't think he is young, he is also the boss of the club." Yan Tianzuo was stunned when he heard it and said, "Oh, he is also the boss of the club?" He asked with great interest, "Which gang is he from?" Yan Mengjiao said as soon as she heard it, "He is the largest club in Huanghai No. 1 middle school, the boss of Hero Hall." Yantian Zui said with joy, "Trouble for a long time. This kid is still a high school student. I thought he was the boss of a great gang. After a long time it was just a school club. Just like him, he still dares to want my daughter. No need to say any more. I will never agree to this. And he is not as old as you. Look like this." Yan Mengjiao was not happy when she heard it and said her mother in front of his mother on the runway, "This Yu Yang is really good. If it weren't for him today, I may be about to fall into the hands of the Wei family. Besides, they are students. What's wrong? How do you know that people will not have the time to stand out in the future? Moreover, what happened to the young age? I like him." At this time Lu Xiaohui looked at Yan Tianzuo. He also knows Yan Tianzuo's temper once he makes a decision. Difficult to change. He sighed and said to Yan Mengjiao, "Your father is also for your good. He did, not for you." Yan Junfeng next to him took a look. His father did not agree. He was secretly happy. So he immediately said that this kid has any ability. Yan Mengjiao next to him yelled at him, "Yan Junfeng, although my parents are here now, I can't do anything to you. But when my parents are not around, see how I clean up you. The implication is when you place an order one day, to see how I clean up you." Yan Mengjiao has loved Wei since childhood. Learned martial arts since childhood. What about this Yan Junfeng? I have been greedy for beauty since I was a child, so Kung Fu is more general. Every time he provokes Yan Mengjiao he will be beaten by Yan Mengjiao. Until the last time he molested Chi Mengru. As a result Yu Yang gave him a lesson and he came back to Yan Mengjiao for help, to teach Yu Yang a lesson. Unexpectedly Yan Mengjiao finally fell in love with Yu Yang directly. And also warned him to never mess with that Yu Yang from now on. This time when Yan Mengjiao yelled at him and said to wait for my parents to be away, see how I will deal with you. This time he was frightened, but he relied on Yan Tianzuo and Lu Xiaohui. Both are there, although he lowered his head. The mouth is still muttering in a low voice, "What's so great? What's so good about this Yu Yang?" At this time Yan Tianzuo said to Yu Yang, "You stinky brat, better hurry to leave our home, Mengjiao. Otherwise there is no threat of your good fruit to eat. Full of flavor." Yu Yang was also not happy when he heard it. I stood up with a sigh and pointed to Yan Tianzuo with one hand, sneered and hummed, "I am not willing to come if it is not for your daughter's face." If he didn't pull me over I wouldn't come. I'll leave now. Since Yan Tianzuo became the boss of the Yan family, it has been a long time no one dared to speak to him like that, did not expect today. But was pointed at the nose by a young man and yelled at him. At that time he felt the fire hit the top beam and slapped the table with his hand. Yu Yang just wanted to leave. Just listen to Yan Tianzuo roar, stop for me. Boy, you are so brave. We Yanjiabang market, you want to come, want to go and leave. Yu Yang turned his head and said to him, oh, so what do you want? At this time Yan Mengjiao was talking. Dad, what are you doing? Slapped the table around the sky and shouted at Yan Mengjiao. Shut up for me, there is no reason for you to speak here. Yan Mengjiao grew so big. It was the first time that Yan Tianzuo yelled at him like that. Yan Mengjiao immediately rushed down Lu Xiaohui when she saw her talking about her mother. How can Dad do this? At this time Lu Xiaohui also said to Yan Tianzuo, what are you doing? Meng Jiao is out of danger, just got home and you are like this. At this time Yan Tianzuo ignored Lu Xiaohui and turned to Yu Yang. Boy, you don't think you have set up a club in the school. You are amazing, although you saved my daughter today, but I tell you I can't possibly agree with my daughter to be with you either. I advise you to stay away from our home in Mengjiao. Otherwise be careful to get into trouble. At this time Yu Yang's anger also came up and he suddenly reached out and drew a pistol from his waist and pointed at Yan Tianzuo. Chapter 56 Admiring Yu Yang. Xie Tianzuo saw that Yu Yang pointed a gun at him. He was stunned at first, but then he slapped the table. Yu Yang, you are so bold. At this time the other people in the room were also terrified. Yan Junfeng was so frightened that he got behind the sofa. Yan Mengjiao was also frightened. Hurriedly shouted at Yu Yang, what are you doing? But Yu Yang pointed a gun at Yan Tianzuo and none of them dared to approach. At this time Yan Tianzuo said to Yu Yang, you are so bold, even dared to point a gun at me. I advise you to put the gun down quickly and I'll spare you. Otherwise it would be very difficult for you to leave here today. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. I didn't want to argue with you because of your daughter's face at first. I even shot today, I see who you can keep me. After speaking Yu Yang pulled the trigger with his finger, so scared that Yan Mengjiao hurriedly shouted from the side, Yu Yang doesn't want it. Lu Xiaohui was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes, and at the same time heard a bang. This shot did not hit Yan Tianzuo, just hit the antique vase behind him and the vase shattered. This is when Yu Yang was shooting just now, raised the muzzle a little bit. So the bullet flew over Yan Tianzuo's head and smashed the antique vase behind him. This time even Yan Tianzuo was scared into a cold sweat. Others outside heard gunshots in the room and immediately the morning newspaper rushed in with people from outside. Seeing Yu Yang holding a gun, he said immediately, hurry up and hand over the gun. Look again. Yu Yang turned around and looked at these people, said coldly, what if I don't pay it? Just when this tense atmosphere was about to explode, I heard Yan Tianzuo speak. Here's nothing, you all quit, look at the morning newspaper. Yan Tianzuo spoke. He withdrew with the rest of his subordinates and said to Yu Yang before leaving. If it weren't for the boss to speak, you can't get out of this house today. Yu Yang ignored him. As soon as these people left, Yan Tianzuo laughed. Made Yan Mengjiao look stupid, thinking to myself, what is going on with my father? Can't back, scared stupid. I heard Yan Tianzuo continue to say. I admit that I underestimated you just now. After a long time of trouble, Yan Tianzuo looked at Yu Yang at the beginning. Is not very tall. Looks very ordinary. Because Yan Mengjiao studied martial arts since childhood. When he was 15 years old he made a name for himself. People give the nickname of the underworld witch. So he wanted to let Yan Mengjiao be his successor and handed over all the great foundation he had broken down. Therefore he felt Yan Mengjiao, at least the boyfriend who will be looking for in the future, can help his development. He saw Yu Yang today, looks ordinary. The age seems to be but also petite than Yan Meng, and looks very ordinary. When I learned that Yu Yang was still a college student, he even more did not look down on Yu Yang. Although Yan Mengjiao said Yu Yang is alone, it didn't matter if he knocked down more than a dozen people. I thought of a valiant husband. It is not surprising even if he will work hard twice. How can it be? But just now he saw that Yu Yang was shooting at the moment. That terrible look. Not an ordinary person. Yu Yang just shot at the moment he suddenly felt. Death is so close to him. Although Yu Yang's shot just now shattered one of his favorite antique vase. He was not angry, just thought to himself. This kid is definitely not simple in time. so he just froze for a moment and immediately said. The guy does. Yu Yang saw that Yan Tianzuo was not angry and he didn't know what was going on. I sat down on the sofa again and listened. Yan Tianzuo said, young man, I underestimated you just now. Do not know who taught you your marksmanship. Yu Yang took a look. Yan Tianzuo did not speak like he did just now, so mean. Yu Yang wondered what was wrong with him. Talk to him nicely. He ignored. I just shot and smashed a vase. He still talked to me in Yan use. And later he thought again since he did not want to. We'll expand the contradiction. I don't have to be unreasonable. Yu Yang didn't have it. He really wanted to kill Yan Tianzuo. Now take a look. Yan Tianzuo's attitude changed, so his attitude also improved. Some people may be more curious, isn't the bullet on Yu Yang's body already finished? After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang brought down all those people in the Wei family. He picked up all the guns and put the coat on his body. To take off the guns are all wrapped inside the clothes and then to note on the sleeves, put it on the back seat of the car and took it. One of the guns was pinned to his waist. Yu Yang heard Yan Tianzuo ask him, who did you learn marksmanship from? Yu Yang said immediately, my marksmanship was taught me by my uncle. Yan Tianzuo said immediately after listening, it seems that your uncle is not simple. Yu Yang said immediately after listening, my uncle, on firearms. Very proficient in my marksmanship is what he taught. At this time Yan Tianzuo and Yu Yang were talking here. Yan Mengjiao and his mother, Lu Xiaohui, and Yan Zhengfeng. The hearts of the three were put down. Yan Zhengfeng also quietly drilled out from behind the sofa. Yan Mengjiao took a look. Yu Yang just shot the vase to smash, patted his chest with his hand and said, scared me to death, came hurriedly. In front of Yu Yang he hugged Yu Yang and bit him when he opened his mouth. Speaking of how bold you were since you dared to shoot at my dad just now. See if I don't kill you. Saying this he took a sip on Yu Yang's shoulder. In fact he just wanted to give Yu Yang a step. For fear of any conflict between Yu Yang and his father. Yu Yang also knew what Yan Mengjiao was thinking, so he immediately relented and said he didn't dare. Yan Tianzuo and Lu Xiaohui both looked fierce just now. Yu Yang was taken care of by their daughter in a blink of an eye. The two could not help laughing. Yan Mengjiao made a fuss for a while and did it next to Yu Yang and listened to Yan Tianzuo's question, how old are you? Yu Yang immediately said I was 19. Just listen to Yan Tianzuo said again and again, good. Followed him and immediately asked again, what are your future plans? Yu Yang replied immediately after hearing this. I now want to finish high school. As for other things, let's talk about Yan Mengjiao later. But know what Yan Tianzuo is thinking. Yan Tianzuo has always had an idea in his heart. What a pity. At such a young age he has such a kung fu. Look at the look in his eyes when he was shooting just now. This child will definitely not be simple in the future. If I can have such a capable person under my command, that is really even more powerful. So he spoke out to test Yu Yang, to see if he wants to step into the underworld now. At this moment Yan Mengjiao was talking about her father. He is still in high school. And now people have their own societies. Yan Tianzuo thought to himself, how can such a person be willing to live under the table? Chapter 57. I thought to myself, it seems that Meng Jiao has a good eye, next to Yan Defang. I thought it was really strange, I just didn't want to do it. Just pointed a gun at your ginger vase and smashed it. You are still taking a high look at others at this moment. How could he understand Yan Tianzuo's mind? Yan Mengjiao was very happy when he saw that his father had changed his attitude. At this moment Yan Mengjiao asked Yan Tianzuo, Dad. I don't know what you're going to do with the Wei family's gang of boys. Yan Tianzuo snorted and said, how can I let go of these boys? Dared to kidnap my daughter. At this moment Yu Yang spoke on the side and said, Uncle. How about leaving this matter to me? Yan Tianzuo asked in a daze at the time, and I leave it to you to solve it. Do not know what you are going to do. Yu Yang said with a cold snort, Uncle. In fact these guys are mainly directed at me. The reason is that Xie Tianba of the Crazy Tiger Gang issued a killing order in the arena, also to me. It's time to settle the account with them. It is because they issued a chasing order so many people came to me. Since they dare to provoke me, my next plan is to use the Wei family to help, and then prepare to listen to Yan Tianzuo of the negative Mad Tiger Gang. Took a breath of cold air, thought. Really, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The tone is too big a school club since it dares to follow the old gangs in the society. Rivalry. It seems that it is still too young and the hair is still tender. He thought about it again. Since he is our Uncle Mengjiao's boyfriend. So let him. So messed up. Thinking of this he immediately said. Yu Yang. It's not that easy to think negative without adding help. Although I heard our family Meng Jiao tell me you also set up a society, but yours must be a school club. Did you know? The Crazy Tiger Gang and the Wei Family Gang are both time-honored gangs in Huanghai City. Yan Mengjiao also said next to her, yeah Yu Yang, just take this matter away. Leave it to my father to deal with it. Yu Yang immediately guessed after listening to it. Yan Tianzuo's thoughts. He immediately said, Uncle, I am not casually talking about it. I said this is what I have thought about for a long time. Although the club I established has not yet officially entered the society, it is only a school club. It is still difficult to compare with the formal gangs in the society. Don't think I'm just a school gang, but for now, my gang number has reached more than 150 people. Yan Tianzuo was shocked again after hearing this, thinking to himself, can develop such a large community in the school. This kid will definitely not be in the pool in the future. At this moment Yu Yang continued. I know, although I now have more than 100 people. But compared with those old gangs my number is still much worse, and other aspects compared with them are also a lot worse. But don't forget, Uncle, people like us are the least likely to be guarded. I am going to find out where Wei Ping lives in the next step. And then led someone to kill quietly, when he did not take precautions. Although he is already a time-honored gang in Huanghai City, but he couldn't think of it either. Can someone directly touch where he lives? Uncle, what do you think of this idea? Yan Tianzuo thought, oh, it seems. This kid is really not simple. There is such a small age. The strategy seems to be in. There will be a great person on the rivers and lakes soon. Thinking of this he immediately clapped his hands and said goodbye. It seems that the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. The new generation replaces the old. But Yu Yang, remember, Wei Ping, that old guy, is also scheming. You must still be a society that has not been in and out of society. Pay attention. I just heard Yu Yang say, Uncle, I have to ask you one more thing. Yan Tianzuo heard that. Okay, what can I do to help? I just heard Yu Yang say that your uncle still needs your help to inquire about Wei Ping's residence. I'll leave the rest to me after I find out. Yan Tianzui heard that this matter was wrapped up in me. At this moment I heard Yan Tianzuo say, do you want me to send you some more people? Yu Yang immediately said that his uncle was no longer needed, as long as you find out where you live in Weiping and let me know. Yan Tianzuo said after listening, okay. You see this, patronize and talk, it is noon. Having said this he immediately ordered people. Let the kitchen put a banquet, will other brothers. All called over. I want to introduce my future son-in-law to them. Soon the kitchen began to prepare meals. Yan Mengjiao. Seeing that his father and Yu Yang were talking so speculatively, he was also very happy and had been snuggling next to Yu Yang, and after a while, someone came in and said the meal is ready. Yan Tianzuo immediately stood up and said, let's go, let's have dinner at the stupid restaurant. And then they came to the restaurant. While eating, Yan Mengjiao kept putting vegetables in Yu Yang's bowl. His mother Lu Xiaohui looked at the sight and thought, my daughter's character has been relatively strong since she was a child. I really did not expect that he could one day willingly take care of a man. Yan Defeng looked beside him and his thoughts were broken. He usually relies on martial arts to be stronger than me and bully me, this time to find a boyfriend. It seems that my days in the future may be enough. He thought again that I can't do it and he has to quickly establish a good relationship with my future brother-in-law. At this moment Yan Tianzuo stood up and said to the crowd, I would like to introduce to you today one person. He is my future son-in-law named Yu Yang. The crowd applauded and applauded together. All came to give Yu Yang a drink in a blink of an eye. Yu Yang can drink more than a pound of wine, but Yu Yang didn't care at all. Yan Mengjiao next to her looked at it, but she was a little unhappy. She thought to herself, what are you doing? So many of you drink him one. Are you trying to get people drunk? Thinking of this he immediately stood up and said to everyone, Yu Yang, he has been drinking a lot. I drink the following wine for him. Everyone laughed and said when they heard it, come here. Mrs. Not happy. The crowd dispersed, returned to his desk. Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao ate for a while and felt almost the same. Yan Mengjiao pulled her hand. Yu Yang said, are you full? Yu Yang said immediately, full of food. As soon as Yan Mengjiao heard that, I'll take you to other places when I'm full. Chapter 58, The Temptation of Beauty. After speaking he greeted Yan Tianzuo and his wife. Let Yu Yang out. Let Yu Yang back and came. The room he lives in. Two people came to the room, Yan Mengjiao said. Usually this building is where I live. Yu Yang was beside him and said to him that you are really extravagant living alone in a building. Yan Meng smiled sweetly and said to go. Take you to my bedroom to see. The two walked to the door of a room and Yan Mengjiao pushed open the door. Yu Yang looked inside. On the wall opposite the room hung a mouthful of health care. There is a sofa in the corner. Also throw a lot of plush toys on the ground such as bears. A kind of bunny. Yu Yang looked at it and said to Yan Mengjiao, you kinda like plush toys. Yan Mengjiao dragged him into the room, came to the bed and sat down. I heard Yan Mengjiao say, Yu Yang, let me ask you one more question, would you like to let you be my boyfriend? Yu Yang listened. I actually want to agree in my heart, I thought. If you can take such a beautiful daughter-in-law, is also quite good. But he was afraid that Yan Mengjiao was playing tricks on him. After he really had feelings for him, Yan Mengjiao will leave him again. So he didn't speak and Yan Mengjiao was anxious when he didn't speak. Immediately speaking of Yu Yang. I really like you. Yu Yang said with a sigh. I really do not know which of your words is true. You have been trying to make fun of me. Yan Mengjiao hugged Yu Yang after listening to it and said, I really wanted to tease you at the beginning, but then I found out again. I really fell in love with you. Yu Yang saw Yan Mengjiao's tears almost falling. He is the most unseemly girl to cry. Not to mention the role of such a big beauty. At that time he also held Yan Mengjiao in his arms. The two people's lips slowly stick together. Yu Yang has been in close contact with a girl for the first time since he descended the mountain. At this moment his cell phone rang inappropriately. The two separated. Yu Yang reached out and took out his mobile phone from his pocket to take a look. It was the call from Chi Mengru that Yu Yang hurriedly answered. Heard Chi Mengru say on the other end of the phone, where did you go? Yu Yang felt the phone call from the eldest lady. A head has two heads. As soon as he heard Chi Mengru's question he immediately said, I am helping others heal. I have to go back in a while. Chi Mengru only said a word to let him go back quickly and then hung up the phone. Waiting for Yu Yang to hang up the phone and look back at Yan Mengjiao. Looked at him suspiciously and asked who it was just now. So fierce. Yu Yang immediately said that it was my cousin. Yan Mengjiao did not ask in detail. Said to Yu Yang, why don't you stay with me tonight? I have something good for you. Yu Yang looked at Yan Mengjiao. I thought what a tempting proposal this is. Maybe I took off my virgin hat at night, but he thought again. If I don't go home tonight, I may not think about it tomorrow, and then he suppressed the impulse, said to Yan Mengjiao. Forget it, I still go back. Yan Mengjiao was stunned when she heard this, thinking that this stinky boy will do. I was so tempting him. He did not even agree to stay. He couldn't help but glance at Yu Yang again, but he immediately asked again, you are so anxious to go back. Who called you? Yu Yang immediately said, I am staying at my cousin's house. Has never stayed overnight, so just now my cousin just called me. Yan Mengjiao's heart was filled with boredom at that time. I thought that the woman who called him just now was really his cousin. He thought again in his heart that Yu Yang might have something inconvenient to tell him, so he didn't ask any more questions, threw a wink at Yu Yang. Speaking of that, since you are going back at night the reward will be gone. Originally you saved me today and I was going to reward you. If you confirm that you want to go back then this reward may expire and become invalid. Yu Yang felt blood dripping from his heart when he heard this, thinking to himself. What a good opportunity so wasted, since I have promised Chi Mengru to go back at night. How can you break your word so? He said ruthlessly, void it. I really want to go back, there is something. Yan Mengjiao could not tempt him at first sight. I thought that this stinky boy's concentration is good, I am such a beautiful big beauty to tempt him. He still wants to go back, it seems that something really happened. So he said, well, I will drive you. Said this, the two walked out of the room and went to the garage. Yan Mengjiao drove a red Ferrari sports car. Said to Yu Yang, get in the car. Yu Yang also got into the car and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Soon Yan Mengjiao drove Yu Yang to the door of Qigongguan. As soon as Yu Yang saw the place he said to Yan Mengjiao, I will go first. After he finished speaking he pushed open the car door and walked down. At this moment Yan Mengjiao called out Yu Yang from behind. Yu Yang just walked to the door. Hearing Yan Mengjiao calling him from behind he immediately stopped, looking back at Yan Mengjiao. A few steps ran to Yu Yang and hugged Yu Yang. Before Yu Yang could speak, he heard Yan Mengjiao say it. You don't talk and let me hold it for a while. Yu Yang stood there and didn't move. Yu Yang didn't notice at all at this moment two girls were looking at them from the window on the second floor. The two girls, one is Qi Mengru. One is his cousin Yu Xiaoying. At the beginning Yu Xiaoying stood in front of the window and looked downstairs. He saw a Ferrari sports car parked downstairs and got down a young man in the car. Yu Xiaoying thought, could this be Yu Yang? He just watched Yu Yang approaching the gate. Another girl got out of the car and quickly came to Yu Yang and hugged him. Yu Xiaoying wondered, who is this girl? He turned his head and shouted at Qi Mengru, cousin, come and have a look. Come and see who is that. Qi Mengru and so on came to the window to go to the next look. At this time Yan Mengjiao had just separated from Yu Yang. Quickly ran to the side of the car, opened the door to do it, and then closed the door and walked away. Chapter 59. Only then did Yu Yang enter the courtyard through the small door next to him. At this time Yu Xiaoying upstairs saw that Yu Yang entered the courtyard, turned back and asked Qi Mengru. Is he the Yu Yang that my uncle said? Qi Mengru heard that. It was him. Yu Xiaoying asked curiously, is the girl next to him his girlfriend? Looks quite beautiful. Qi Mengru stomped her feet angrily at that time and said, huh, this stinky boy. I called him just now and he said, in helping people to see a doctor, even dared to lie to me. After speaking Yu Xiaoying said, let's go down and find this kid to settle accounts. Yu Yang also came into the room at this time. He walked into the room and was about to go upstairs when he watched Qi Mengru angrily pull Yu Xiaoying down. Yu Yang ducked to the side, and so on Qi Mengru. He wanted to go upstairs after the two of them came down with Yu Xiaoying. At this moment I heard Qi Mengru shouting, a big bad guy. Yu stopped Yu Yang for a moment. Asked, is something wrong? Qi Mengru heard it. Yu Yang, you are a bodyguard. Running away without a shadow, even lied. Yu Yang thought to himself that he did this by himself. It was indeed wrong. Although he didn't understand why his master let him go down the mountain to protect the girl. But he felt that no matter what he was always a bodyguard. Yu Yang thought to himself, isn't this Saturday and Sunday, at home? And there will be no surprises. But it's really wrong to lie to Qi Mengru. Yu Yang thought, let him say a few words. Just listen to Qi Mengru and then say, Yu Yang, if you do not want to be the bodyguard, I do not force you. I will call now. Let my dad fire you. Yu Yang was also a little unhappy after hearing this, said immediately. I admit that I lied really wrong. If you don't want me to be the bodyguard, then I will leave right now. Do you think you hired me as a bodyguard? How much did your family spend? I tell you, if it wasn't for my uncle who made an agreement with my master before that let me go down the mountain to protect you, I still do not want to come. Qi Mengru. After listening to the pale face at that time he pointed at Yu Yang and said, what? You said that our family hired you as a bodyguard for no money. Well, I will call now. Ask my father. In the end has not given you money. If you give it you have to accompany it at double the price. Without waiting for what Yu Yang was saying he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Qi Weifeng. As soon as the phone is connected he immediately asked, Dad, how much did you pay when you hired Yu Yang as a bodyguard? Qi Weifeng on the other end of the phone asked Mengru for a moment, how do you remember asking this? After listening to Qi Mengru tell me immediately about Dad, did you spend any money on hiring Yu Yang as a bodyguard? Qi Weifeng said after being silent for a while. We hired Yu Yang to be a bodyguard without spending a penny. Qi Mengru was also stunned when she heard it, immediately asked why. I heard Qi Weifeng sighed and said on the other end of the phone. Now I have something in the company here. I will have time to go back and talk to you slowly when I am done. After he finished speaking he hung up the phone. This time Qi Mengru was dumbfounded. I thought about it, I didn't even charge for the protection of others. No wonder he did this. At this moment Yu Xiaoying next to him saw Qi Mengru's expression. I know what Yu Yang just said may be true. Yu Xiaoying spoke next to him. Cousin, what you said just now is a little heavy. Do not fire people at every turn. Although Yu Yang is your bodyguard he should also have a private space. I have a suggestion, I don't know if you want to listen to it. Qi Mengru wanted to apologize to Yu Yang but was embarrassed to speak. Heard next to Yu Xiaoying. Ask him. He immediately asked what the idea was. Just to see Yu Xiaoying said to Yu Yang again. Yu Yang, I will talk about my idea, how about you listen? Then Yu Yang took a look. Yu Xiaoying is slim, a melon face, a pair of big eyes, high nose, bridge, red lips, looks very beautiful. He looked and did not know, but he felt from the bottom of his heart that this girl was pretty good. So as soon as he heard Yu Xiaoying's question he immediately said. Please say. I heard Yu Xiaoying say to Qi Mengru first. Still like what I said just now, although Yu Yang is your bodyguard. He has to have his own space, and can't stay by your side all day. My opinion is every Saturday and Sunday when staying at home. You can give Yu Yang a holiday, he can do whatever he wants, but during school Yu Yang must not leave you beside you. What do you think? Qi Mengru nodded after listening, followed him and turned around again and said to Yu Yang, what do you think of this proposal? Yu Yang thought to himself. This idea is not bad, but I have free space on Saturday and Sunday. Thinking of this he also nodded. Said so be it. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that it was good she did so, and then he said to Qi Mengru, okay. The two of you apologized to each other. Qi Mengru took a few steps and came to Yu Yang and said, I'm sorry I was too angry just now. Yu Yang said it right away. I also have something wrong, just shouldn't lie to you. Yu Xiaoying looked beside him. Speaking of this does not help, right? Just like that Yu Yang and Qi Mengru got back together again. Qi Mengru introduced it to Yu Yang. This is my cousin. Yu Xiaoying. Will live in our house in the future. Yu Yang knew that the girl's name was Yu Xiaoying. Qi Mengru said jokingly after the introduction. It seems that you two are still a family, both surnamed Yu. From now on we have another girl in this book named Yu Xiaoying. A few people sat on the sofa and chatted for a while and then had dinner. They went back to their rooms to sleep, in the blink of an eye to the second day. Yu Yang also received a call from Yan Mengjiao. It turned out that Yan Tianzuo had already investigated Wei Ping's residence. Yan Mengjiao etc. will not settle. After the address of the residence was sent to Yu Yang he asked again, do you need me to help? Yu Yang said after listening to it, no need to leave other things to me. Yan Mengjiao said uneasy after listening, if you think it doesn't work I will also take our Yangjiabang people to help you. Yu Yang said after listening, you don't care about this matter. He didn't even dare to send someone to plot against me without joining the gang. I want to take revenge myself, and this is also my first time in the community, in the society, to go to war. First of all I will take the Wei family as my stepping stone, you can see it. Chapter 60 The Merry Wei Ping. Yan Mengjiao paused and said to Yu Yang, I will also prepare my people if there is any need for help, call me right away. Yu Yang was good as soon as he heard it. When the two hung up Yu Yang immediately made another call and went out. The phone is officially called. Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. The phone was quickly connected and Deng Heitao on the other end of the phone said. Brother Yang, is something wrong? Yu Yang. Speaking of you and Fan Yongchun waiting for me at the school gate tomorrow morning. Deng Heitao agreed and then ended the call. And soon arrived the next morning. Yu Yang finished his breakfast, came to the school gate of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School. Seeing that Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao have come. And then Yu Yang found a more secluded place, stood up and said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao, called you two out today. Is a major event. Fan Yongchun hurriedly said, if Brother Yang has anything to do just say it. I heard Yu Yang say. At first the purpose of establishing a society is to let everyone live a good life. First develop in the school and then slowly extend the tentacles into the society. I called the two of you over today just to discuss the matter with the two of you. The two were very happy to hear it. The two have long thought. Can be a real and social community, there is a rush. So today the two of them heard Yu Yang and called them over, two people. I thought that day has finally come. Both of them are guessing in their hearts which one will Yu Yangwei take first. The gang is operating. Thinking of this, Fan Yongchun couldn't hold his breath and asked Brother Yang. Just say it, let us do it. We will do what you say. Just listen to Yu Yang said. You two must be curious which gang will I take first. The two said in unison after listening, yes. Just look at Yu Yang said happily. The first thing we want to move today is Wei Jiabang. After listening to the two they both gasped and Deng Heitao immediately said, Brother Yang. This Wei Jiabang is a well-known time-honored gang in Huanghai City. Brother Yang, you are sure you are the first? Are you going to deal with them? Just listen to Yu Yang said. Even the old-fashioned gang, there is nothing remarkable. As long as we beat the Wei family to help, absolutely. Can successfully walk out of the Yellow Sea No. 1 Middle School. From now on we will also have a place in the Yellow Sea underworld. Deng Heitao asked very strangely beside him. Brother Yang, so many small gangs. Why do we have to move the Wei Jia gang? Wei Jiabang is already a time-honored gang. The members of the Hero Hall are all from Huanghai No. 1 Middle School, the first time to deal with such a behemoth Wei Jiabang. I'm afraid not. Yu Yang was happy. Speaking of which, though, rest assured, I think Dong Wei Jiabang has long thought about it, and then he will. Wei Jiabang. Someone lay in an ambush trying to kill him. These have been said again. I have now found a secret residence of that old boy Wei Ping. So the reason why I called you two today is that I plan to do this. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang has already planned, he said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. Deng Haitao led New Delhi 2 people, led 8 people to find out which one is Wei Ping's industry. As soon as you hear, go in and give me a hit immediately. After smashing, leave the scene as soon as possible. The speed must be fast, and then to his headquarters. Make a fuss, give him a trick, to prevent this old boy from being at his residence, to keep guards. Let's make this noise. He will definitely send someone, to deal with the smashed industry. Then wait for you to go, the headquarters of their Wei family gang. Just hit a few times. And then withdraw immediately. This old boy will definitely send. The subordinates went to the smashed industry and their headquarters, so you are done. These things have to be evacuated immediately after, and when doing it, all covered. 2 people finished listening to a thumbs up. When it comes to Brother Yang, it's a good way. Just listen to Yu Yang said again. After doing these things, you immediately find a place to hide. Don't want. Let them discover. After listening to the 2, they nodded again and again and said, Brother Yang, don't worry. Yu Yang was still a little worried and asked again. Do you know about where? Wei Jiabang's industry. Deng Haitao heard that I know where. Yu Yang said yes after hearing this. Then you 2 go to prepare first, we will start this afternoon. Deng Haitao promised to leave first. Yu Yang called Fan Yongchun and said, we are also ready to prepare, hands. In this way, in the afternoon, more than 150 members of Hero Tang all dispatched Deng Haitao. And New Delhi 2 people led 7 or 8 people, to do their business. The rest followed Yu Yang, and Fan Yongchun went straight to Wei Ping's secret residence. This Wei Ping is also wily. He deeply knows to come out to mix. Sooner or later one day must be returned. In order to leave a way out for himself, he was in the urban area of Huanghai City. There can be a relatively remote place about 20 to 30 miles away. Built a villa. This place is really not known to most people. He built a villa here, when it's all right. He came here to live for a while. In addition, there are 3 of his women here. This kid don't look at someone who is almost 60 years old. Also very lustful. You don't see him hiding here quietly. He thought that no one knew about it unknowingly. How does he know? The entire Yanjiabang was launched along the left side of the sky. 200 or 300. Member, in inquiring about his residence, it should be the old boy unlucky. When all the members of Yanjiabang were looking for him, he also unknowingly sitting in the car swaggering, came to his villa. How could he know? Not far from the headquarters of the Wei family gang, and in the distance he is in the city of Huanghai, lives near this villa. All have Yan Jiabang's eyeliner staring at them. As soon as he left, someone immediately reported the news to Yan Tianzuo and Yan Tianzuo. And quickly let Yan Mengjiao Zhang tell Yu Yang the news. Wei Ping just arrived here. 3 women came out of the room. Chapter 61. The battle begins. 3 people came to Wei Ping. This old guy doesn't care there are people next to him reaching out, put the 2 women in his arms. He turned around and said to his subordinates, what should you do? There's nothing wrong here, the gang agreed. Went to the house on both sides and played mahjong. Wei Ping hugged the 2 women, followed by 3 people into the room. To the room Wei Ping just sat down. One of the 3 women pressed his shoulders behind him, the remaining 2 side 1. Beat his leg. These 3 women are carefully selected by him in the bath center. Tuina massage, and the bed kung fu are good. When he was enjoying it, his cell phone suddenly remembered. He hurriedly reached out and took out the phone, just picked up. Just listen to the person on the other end of the phone and say in a panic, Brother Ping is in a bad situation. Wei Ping said angrily, what's the matter? Make a fuss. Just listen to the person on the other end of the phone saying that our bar was smashed by others. Wei Ping was stunned when he heard it. Do you know who did it? I heard the person on the other end of the phone say I don't know. All the people who came were covered. Wei Ping said angrily when he heard it, let me check, to see who did this thing in the end. The person on the other end of the phone agreed. Hang up the phone. This side just hung up the phone not more than 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Wei Ping picked up the phone again, just put it in his ear. I heard the person on the other end of the phone said in a panic. Brother Ping is in a bad situation and some people are messing around. Wei Ping also faintly heard on the phone. Came out on the other end of the phone, smashing things and fighting sounds. Wei Ping hurriedly asked, who is coming? He listened to the other end of the phone as soon as he finished asking. The person screamed and then there was no sound, only heard the noisy voice on the other end of the phone. This time he was pissed off. I stood up with a sigh of relief. The 3 women standing beside them were frightened, shivering straight. Wei Ping took a few steps to the outside. Shouted loudly Lu Biao. At this time everyone was playing mahjong in the room. Heard Wei Ping's shout. One of them listened. Said, you play first, I'll go see what Brother Ping called me. After speaking he walked out of the room and said in front of Wei Ping. What's the matter with Brother Ping? Wei Ping said immediately, Lu Biao. You immediately take a dozen brothers, go to our night drunk bar. Someone dared to break ground on Tai Sui's head. Be sure to find out who did it. Lu Biao knew something was wrong. As soon as he heard it he agreed. And immediately shouted at the people in the houses on both sides. You all stop playing. Someone is making trouble in our bar, in the rooms on both sides. The humanities did not play mahjong anymore and all came to the courtyard, have asked what happened. I heard Lu Biao say. Follow me to a dozen people. On the line the rest of you stay to protect the boss. After speaking he called a dozen people and went out. Wei Ping here itself is so 40 or 50 people. This time let Lu Biao take away more than a dozen, but there are still more than 30 people left. Waiting for Lu Biao to bring people to the night drunk bar to see. Oh, it's too miserable. This bar was smashed into a mess, the table overturned. The speakers were also smashed and the glass was all smashed. All the people lying on the ground. He is in a hurry. Randomly find an injured person. Do you know which gang these people are from? This person did not know when he heard it. We were unprepared when they came. We are cleaning ready to open at night. This group of people rushed in. This group of people is too fierce, everyone in the hands. An iron rod. As soon as he came in he started smashing things. We come to stop people. They will fight with an iron rod regardless of how many of them are there. However, we are not prepared at all. Not yet. When we get the guy, has already been knocked down by all of them. Lu Biao hurriedly ordered Zhang and others to be sent to the hospital. Think about the flow mark. Who are these people under? Thought for a long time. He did not want to understand. Suddenly he patted his forehead with his hand. Speaking of bad, this must have been premeditated. I took a dozen people. There will be no one there as soon as you walk Pingay. Will they be bad for Brother Ping? This kid is usually the military division of wiping. What is usually he makes up his mind. He took a look today, immediately guessed, and then he thought about it calmly. I will go to the Love Hotel to have a look, to see if I think too much. Thinking of this he hurriedly led people again, came to the Love Hotel. When he came here to see with the same night drunk bar, was smashed into a mess, he knew it was not good, which is planned. He has just arrived, the night is not drunk there, to see the bar was smashed. He thought who was drinking too much and was crazy, but he stole it. A look at the Love Hotel here, he knew it was wrong, cannot be so coincidental both sides at the same time. Thinking of this he hurriedly led the people. Go back, he shouted at the people behind. Go, let's go back to protect Brother Ping. Let's talk about Yu Yang and Fan Yongchun with more than 100 people. Went straight to Wei Ping's villa and came. At this moment Deng Heitao called him to tell him. He has been able to treat people with cattle. Get everything done, including them hiding nearby. Also saw someone with someone. Come and check. As soon as Yu Yang heard it. Well, you find a place to hide first. Don't let them find out that we did this thing. Deng Heitao heard it. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. And then the two ended the call. Soon Yu Yang came with people, the door of the villa. Look at Yu Yang jumped over from the door. Yu Yang jumped over and opened the door first. Fan Yongchun and more than 100 people behind also entered the yard. When there is movement in this yard in the house next to it, people did not care. I thought it was Lu Biao back. Chapter 62 The Smart Yu Yang. At the same time people in both rooms rushed out of the room, and wait for these people to come outside to take a look, startled. Everyone thought in their hearts, God, why so many people? Wei Ping also came out of the room at this time, said to Yu Yang. Who are you? When Yu Yang heard this he said to Wei Ping, "Who I am? Didn't you want to kill me 2 days ago? I am Yu Yang. I came to you to settle accounts today." Look at Wei Ping laughing and saying, "Boy, you told Yan you are so big. Not afraid of the wind blowing the tongue. Take revenge on me. You came just in time. Those people I sent out last time, where have all gone? Have you all been poisoned by you? You dare to come to the door today, then I will kill you to avenge my brothers." As soon as Yu Yang heard about Dao wiping, "It's just you people, still want to arrest me. I tell you there are not many people on your side. Did you also send some people to see if the property you were smashed was not?" Wei Ping was stunned when he heard it, thinking to himself, he did all these things. If he really did it, this kid has such a strategy at a young age. If given time, this is still worth it. Thinking of this, he made up his mind he must keep this kid Zhang here today. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, "Very brave, you dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head. Don't look at how few people I have here. Since you're here today, don't leave." Saying this, he directed at the 20 or 30 people who had just come out of the room and said to me, "Don't let this kid go, kill him." Yu Yang glanced at the back and waved his head. Said, "Call me. These 20 or 30 people are miserable. More than 100 people here." There were only a few dozen people on Wei Ping's side. Within 5 minutes all these dozens of people were knocked to the ground. At this moment, when Yu Yang took another look, he found that wiping was gone. Yu Yang wondered, where did this kid go? He thought about it carefully. There are so many of us. Someone has blocked the door. He certainly did not run. Where did Wei Ping go? After a long time of trouble, he saw more than 100 people on Yu Yang's side. He knew the dozens of people under him. Not at all. He rolled his eyes and had an idea. He deliberately said a few harsh words at Yu Yang, and then let those dozens of people help him resist. Taking advantage of the fight on both sides, he took advantage of the chaos and hid in the room under his bed, thought to hide a pistol. "As long as you Yu Yang dare to come in, I will shoot you in the head." Yu Yang saw that Wei Ping was gone. The door is guarded. He definitely couldn't get out. He knew that he might be hiding in the room. Yu Yang did not dare to enter the room rashly. He knew Wei Ping is in the dark, he is in the light if he goes in. If Wei Ping hides in a corner and shoots him, won't he be finished? What should Yu Yang do if he doesn't come out? Thought about him, patted his forehead and thought, "Okay, wiping, aren't you coming out? I have a way to get you out." Thinking of this, he quietly called Fan Yongchun and said a few words in his ear. "You tell other people. Don't move. I'm afraid Wei Ping has a gun in his hand. Otherwise he wouldn't be so confident just now. I'll bring it out now." You led all the brothers and quietly retreated to the door, so as not to accidentally hurt others for a while, as soon as Fan Yongchun heard about Brother Yang. "Can it work? In case he does have a gun in his hand?" Yu Yang said happily. "It's okay, I'm not afraid if he has a gun, as long as it doesn't hurt. The other brothers will be fine." Fan Yongchun had no choice but to promise to say that Brother Yang must pay attention. Yu Yang nodded. Fan Yongchun waved his head at the more than 100 people, and then put his hand on his mouth again, making a near sound motion, followed him again. Call over a few small leaders, lying beside their ears, and told them. Zhang Yu Yang again told them what they meant just now and asked them to hide quietly at the door. Although he had already winked at this group of people just now, also made a gesture. After all, there are too many people, more than 100 people. In case there is a far away and can't see clearly, he called over a few small bosses again. These people each lead their little brothers. Quietly came to the door. Fan Yongchun also brought some people back to the door. Yu Yang was relieved when he saw it. Shouted Wei Ping into the room, "If you have the ability, come out and hide in the room as a shrunken tortoise." Wei Ping thought, "No matter what you say, I won't go out. As long as you dare to enter the room, I will shoot you." Yu Yang shouted for a long time but did not see Wei Ping come out. Yu Yang deliberately said, "Yes, if you don't come out, I will take someone to rush in even though you have a gun in your hand. You can only kill one person with one shot. We have more than 100 people here. I think you can kill a few and you will have to be caught." Wei Ping took a deep breath at that time, thinking that he was right, in case he really wants to let others rush in regardless of the life and death of these people. "I'll have to be caught by then." Wei Ping thought about it again. "I rushed out. While he's not ready, give him a shot. I really don't believe he can dodge bullets." By this time the 3 concubines next to him were already frightened, pulled together. Trembling, Wei Ping couldn't care about them anymore, shouting to Yu Yang outside. HMPH, don't think I dare not come out, I can come out now. Saying this, he took a few steps, and when he came to the door he raised his hand to look outside, and the bang was a shot. Yu Yang was already prepared to finish shouting. He hid aside, so Wei Ping also missed this shot. Wei Ping also came out at this time, said to Yu Yang, "Boy, let me tell you, you don't get too complacent too early." While talking, he said with a gun in his hand that I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, you can still be more powerful than bullets. I will kill you with this gun today. While speaking, he pulled the trigger with his hand. Just wanted to shoot, and at this moment Yu Yang raised his hand a little coldly, rushed over to Wei Ping's wrist. When Yu Yang saw Wei Ping coming out, he was already prepared, stretched out his hand and took out a silver needle from his body. He had expected Wei Ping. The dog jumping over the wall may be desperate. As soon as Wei Ping raised his hand, Yu Yang took the silver needle in his hand. With a flick of the hand, just hit on Wei Ping's wrist. Wei Ping shivered in pain. This silver needle can be used both to treat diseases and also to be used in peacetime. Chapter 63, The Arrogant Wei Family Gang. The gun also dropped. Yu Yang walked over, reached out and picked up the gun, walked to Wei Ping and said, "From now on, never again. Wei Jiabang, give up all your territory and then you leave the Yellow Sea." Wei Ping stared at Yu Yang. At this time he was already in pain. Whole body is sweating. As soon as he heard it, Yu Yang asked him to give up all the sights and leave Huanghai City. Then he gritted his teeth, squeeze out a few words from the gap between the teeth. "Yu Yang, don't even think about it. Sooner or later one day you will have retribution. As long as I have 3 inches of anger, I will avenge this." Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. "Do not give up the sight, right? Look at your age, is not too young, so old, or go home and rest." Talking, he pulled the trigger. According to Wei Ping's other leg slammed a shot. Wei Ping cried out in pain, gritted his teeth and said, "Surnamed you. I will seek revenge on you." Yu Yang was good as soon as he heard it. "Then I am waiting for you as long as you have the ability." After that he said to Fan Yongchun, "Let's go," and left Wei Ping's villa with someone. After he left, Wei Ping's 3 concubines came out of the room. Wei Ping looked in front of him. Wei Ping's legs are abolished. The 2 hurriedly called an ambulance, sent Wei Ping to the hospital. Say Yu Yang, think about it. Simply do not do too endlessly. While Wei Ping is now injured, we hit the Wei Jiabang headquarters in one go. He told Fan Yongchun. Fan Yongchun also agreed to do so, and then Yu Yang called Deng Haitao and New Delhi again. And then Yu Yang went straight to Wei Jiabang headquarters with all the members, and killed him, and soon came to Wei Jiabang, the headquarters of the Wei Jiabang. The headquarters is in a building. When Yu Yang and the others came here, Yu Yang looked up, with a plaque on it. It says that although the rivers and lakes are big, Wei Jiabang is vertical and horizontal. Yu Yang snorted coldly, said a good big tone. Wei Ping, this old guy. The ambition is not small. Yu Yang looked at these words more, and the more he looked at them, the more they were not pleasing to the eye. The toes sprang up as soon as the breath was lifted, the iron rod in the hand held high. According to this plaque, slam is a click. A stick will be this plaque, to be broken from above, fell directly. Shattered. At this time the people inside the building also heard the movement outside, and someone came out to take a look. The plaque hanging on it was smashed by someone. This person knew at a glance that Yu Yang and the others were not good and shouted at them. "Let's help, the main event is not good." Someone came to smash the field. While shouting, he turned and ran inside. At the same time other people also rushed out when they heard the movement. Someone hastily ran upstairs to deliver the letter. After a long time of trouble, Wei Wentong is here today, is sitting upstairs. Someone hurried upstairs and knocked on the door. When it comes to less helpers, the big thing is bad. Someone is making trouble outside. Wei Wentong didn't care at all when he heard it. Went to the door, opened the door and said to the outside, "What's so great shouting? Are we Wei Jiabang still afraid that they will fail? Which minister also came to make trouble? Just call me. Just listen to this person," said in a panic. "Is not it? He smashed all the plaques we hung upstairs." Wei Wentong heard what? He smashed the plaque, and I'm going to go out and see who this person is. As he spoke he came down directly from the upstairs, came outside. With a finger Yu Yang said, "Who are you? Why do you want to make trouble without our help?" Yu Yang heard, "Who are you? You do not know me. Didn't you send someone from Shanghai to kill me some time ago?" Yu Yang said. Wei Wentong listened, was stunned. Think about it. He still can't remember. Speaking of, I don't know what you're talking about and I don't know who you are, just tell me why you smashed our plaque. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, he forgot about me so quickly. I am Yu Yang. Wei Wentong heard that you are Yu Yang, then you came just in time. Today I happened to catch you and give it to the Crazy Tiger gang. And then I can get the reward. Yu Yang was delighted. Asked who are you? As soon as Wei Wentong heard it, you still don't know who I am. My father is Wei Ping, the leader of the Crazy Tiger gang, and I am the leader of the Young gang. My name is Wei Wentong. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, you'd better take a look right away. Your father now, he should be disabled. Wei Wentong heard it at that time. I felt that something was wrong. I thought, did he ginger my father? How's it going? Or he deliberately took the painting to scare me. No, my dad went to him today. There is a villa built by myself. This place is still relatively secret, no one knows about it. I don't believe he can find it. He recognized it when he thought about it. Yu Yang is frightening him. He said to Yu Yang, don't use words to scare me here. I can't be fooled by you. No matter what you say today, you will not be able to leave. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. I also told you the truth since you don't believe it. Since you don't believe it, then I can't help it either. To tell you the truth, today I am here to completely destroy your Wei family. Wei Wentong heard the good boy. You have such a big tone and you still want to kill us without helping. Today I will let you know how powerful our Wei family is. He was just about to order someone to do something with Yu Yang's side. Just then the phone on him suddenly rang. I don't know what happened, but his heart skipped a beat. An ominous foreboding suddenly came to my mind. Took out his mobile phone from his pocket and saw that it was his father Wei Ping who had called him. Is he in a hurry? Then I put it in my ear and said, Dad. What's up? The Yu Yang we sent people to kill 2 days ago brought people to our unaffiliated headquarters, also smashed the plaque. Do you think this kid is funny? Just scared me. You are already disabled. I was really almost intimidated by him. Before he finished speaking, I heard Wei Ping on the other end of the phone say, you go now, you are not his opponent. I don't know how this kid knows where I live. Just brought someone here, and then he brought Yu Yang to him. The thing was said again. After speaking, he said, I never dreamed that he would dare to call our headquarters all of a sudden. You go, we will find a chance to take revenge later. The reason I'm calling you is to get you to the hospital quickly. I'm afraid you are at the headquarters. I thought that this kid might lead someone to our headquarters, did not expect him to go so fast. Wei Wentong was dumbfounded when he heard it. Said to the other end of the phone, Dad. How could we throw away our headquarters so easily? Afraid of what he will do. We have guns at our headquarters. Wei Ping on the other end of the phone heard it. Are you crazy? Although we have guns, you dare to disclose it in broad daylight. Shoot. The use of guns is the most taboo among gangs and gangs. Chapter 64, Gang Union. What's more, in the urban area, do you want to provoke a severe crackdown from the state? Don't say it, go away. Wei Wentong heard it. But our hard work for so many years is here. Wei Ping heard it. Leaving the Green Hills, not afraid of no firewood to burn this revenge. And leave now. Wei Wentong saw Wei Ping so resolute. He also had to promise to hang up the phone and pointed at Yu Yang. Today's revenge will be avenged as long as I have Wei Wentong's 3 inches of anger. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Fan Yongchun just wanted to lead someone to chase after him. Yu Yang said with one hand, let him go. Fan Yongchun heard about Brother Yang. I'm afraid it will be troublesome to let it go in the future. Yu Yang listened. Said the rabbit also bites in a hurry. After all, we have just entered the society now. If he really comes back to find trouble in the future and then fall into my hands, it's not too late to clean him up by then. Now the top priority is to stabilize our foundation. Fan Yongchun nodded again and again after listening, said, Brother Yang, or you consider it more comprehensive? Yu Yang said, okay, let's talk about it now. The Wei family helped the headquarters to finish off. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed up first. Then all the members of Huanghai City rushed up and fought with the Wei family. Wei Wentong also left, plus Wei Ping, who is not in the Wei family, as a leaderless group, was quickly dispersed. There are also many people who took refuge in the heroic Tang. At this moment, New Delhi and Deng Haitao also rushed over. All these people who took refuge in it were handed over. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao them. Let them tell these people what kind of organization Huanghai City is. This time the number of heroes Tang suddenly reached as many as 500 people, etc. Yu Yang approached the original Wei Jiabang's headquarters building. Take a look at the repairs here. Resplendent. He looked up on the wall in front of him. There is a rack with a stick on it. Yu Yang took a look at the stick. I liked it very much at that time. Yu Yang walked to the shelf and reached out and took the stick in his hand. This stick is all black, with a dragon-shaped pattern engraved on it. The engraving is lifelike on this stick. Yu Yang said with admiration again and again, good stick, good stick. Have a look at the original members of Wei Jiabang, surprised, said. This stick was our former gang leader, just use it to do it. No one has ever used this stick, the treasure of the town, to help, because it is too heavy. As soon as a member of the Hall of Heroes heard about it, he said, how heavy is this stick? When I heard this, I seemed to hear our helper say this stick seems to be 88 pounds. You can usually hold it, but if you dance it or not. The members of Hao Hantang finished hearing this person, said joking. This is definitely like looking into the bag and picking things out for our brother Yang. So easy. Everyone said in unison. Brother Yang gave us a practice trip. Yu Yang was also happy. Well, you stay away. Everyone spends a step back, which freed up a lot of space. Looking at Yu Yang's hands, grabbed the stick and bowed down to practice a trip. 36 strokes Dharma stick. After the practice, look at Yu Yang's anger do not show up and do not change color. Everyone applauded after reading it. Yu Yang said to the crowd, this stick will be our treasure in the future. If someone dares to come and make trouble, I will use this stick to drive him away, and I will give this stick a name. This stick is all black, which is also engraved with a dragon pattern. The name of this stick will be called Wujinpanlong stick later. Everyone heard another round of applause and applause. Yu Yang turned around and put the stick on the shelf behind him, said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. You take a look upstairs and downstairs. What are the things here? Something that was not added before, all discarded. The two promised to lead people away. Listen to Fan Yongchun after a while. Speaking of Brother Yang, I found a small safe and said. Saying that he came downstairs with the safe in his arms. Came to Yu Yang, put the safe on the ground and said, Brother Yang, this safe. There must be something good, which I found in an office. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Now a member of Hero Tang. And has developed so much, it is time to spend money. If there is really money in this safe, that's really nice. Said he said, stealing to other people, you all stay away. Is there any hidden weapon in this safe? Fan Yongchun. As soon as I heard that Brother Yang would let me come, or if there is a hidden weapon, what should I do if it hurts you? Yu Yang is fine as soon as he hears it. If there is a hidden weapon, I can also dodge in time. You step back. Fan Yongchun took a look, had to hide aside. Yu Yang came to the front of the safe, and attached the ear to the lock, listened carefully to the voice inside, to start unlocking. Opening the lock of the safe is really too easy for Yu Yang. Since childhood his uncle taught him, the theft of his uncle. Who is it? We will explain to ourselves later. Yu Yang's ginger ears were attached to the lock and listened carefully to the sound inside for a long time. There is no ambush of any organs, which opened the safe. Waiting to open the safe, Yu Yang took a look inside. This safe is divided into upper and lower 3 grids. Yu Yang found it on the top floor, 3 bundles of banknotes. Yu Yang roughly looked at the amount and probably had it 0.500000. In the second cell, Yu Yang found 2 more passbooks. The third grid has nothing. Yu Yang took the money and said, Deng Heitao, the money is handed over to you for safekeeping, dedicated to our gang's future expenses. Deng Heitao saw that Yu Yang handed him so much cash. Said Yang, brother, immediately, you can rest assured that so much cash is handed over to me. Are you not afraid that I will run away? Yu Yang said happily. If you and I can't believe it, who else can I believe? You are all my good brothers. Deng Heitao listened. When it comes to Brother Yang, don't worry, I will definitely use all the money for our gang, develop above. Let's talk about Wei Wentong after he left. Came to the hospital to see Wei Ping. Speaking of dad, how could the foundation we have worked so hard to create just hand over to Yu Yang? Wei Ping said to Wei Wentong after listening, how can the child be? Yu Yang is not the only one who offends our family. Crazy Tiger Gang, and it broke the rules of the rivers and lakes. He has just entered the society, just like us old gangs. Make a match. You just let him do it. It's definitely not just us who want to destroy him. Now we'll go to the Mad Tiger Gang to unite. To kill him together. What we lost will be regained. Wei Wentong heard that. When will we go to see Xie Tianba? Chapter 65. As soon as Wei Ping heard the news, it is not too late, we will go immediately. Wei Wentong heard, startled, said, Dad, your legs. The injury is so serious you don't need to take a good rest. Wei Ping said with a laugh when he heard it. What is the child's injury before? When your father and I just debuted. I have suffered a lot of injuries that are heavier than this. This injury is nothing, get ready. Immediately dare to go to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang to borrow Xie Tianba. Wei Wentong agreed, to prepare to go, and soon got a wheelchair. Let Wei Ping sit on it. The 3 concubines next to him also came to help Zhang Weiping, to get a wheelchair, let him sit. One of them was pushed. Several people out of the ward took the elevator to the downstairs. A few people rushed to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Waited until the entrance of the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. The doorman stopped them and asked who you are. At this time Wei Ping, who was in a wheelchair, spoke. Please go in and send a letter to the gang leader Xie saying that his old friend Wei Ping is here. The doorman looked at Wei Ping and thought. Isn't Wei Ping the head of the Wei family? Look at this old man in a wheelchair, it should be a leg injury. How could Wei Ping be injured? But he looked at Wei Ping and it didn't look like he was lying. I thought I'd better go in and send a letter to see what this old man means. Should not tell a lie, I have heard it long ago, our family helper. And a good relationship with Wei Ping. If I don't go in to deliver the letter in case it's really Wei Ping, then we thank the gang master still have to clean me up. Even if the old man is posing, and don't care about me. If he really dared to pretend to be Wei Ping, it is estimated that he is also an old birthday star who eats arsenic and seeks death. Thinking of this, he said to Wei Ping, well, you can wait here for a while and I'll go in right away to deliver the letter to our helper. After he finished speaking, he turned around. Went in to send a letter to Xie Tianba. Xie Tianba is sitting in the office. The messenger came to the door, knocked on the door. Xie Tianba, someone knocked on the door one day and hurriedly said who came in. This one pushed the door and walked into the office, said to Xie Tianba, helper. A person came outside calling himself Wei Ping and said it was your old friend who wanted to see you. Xie Tianba heard it, then let him in. Look at the said help master, he doesn't seem to be able to come up. Xie Tianba, but it's a bit strange, what does it mean if you can't come up? His leg was injured, he came here in a wheelchair and others pushed it. Xie Tianba was taken aback. Where is it now? The person who delivered the letter was in a cold sweat at the time and I thought I would be thankful for sending this letter up. Otherwise it will be troublesome, think here. He hurriedly said, now people are waiting for you downstairs in the company. Look at Xie Tianba again, without saying a word got up and left the office immediately. Came down from the upstairs, wait for him to go downstairs to see the deposit. Wei Ping in a wheelchair, he hurriedly came to the front and asked the big brother. What's going on here? Watching Wei Ping, tears came down at that time, said. Big brother is in trouble now and I came to you for help. Xie Tianba once heard that the Tao advanced into the house and said, and so on into the hall. Xie Tianba asked the big brother, how did you hurt Weiping in this leg? Took a breath and said, love. My leg was hit by that child Yu Yang, and then he will add fuel to the matter to say it again. He only said how domineering Yu Yang is. Deliberately want to disrupt the order of the rivers and lakes. Take the initiative to provoke trouble, people like him. Except that it is definitely a serious problem for the confidant. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to add such a sentence. Xie Tianba said with a pat on the table. This Yu Yang is so arrogant. How can people like this stay? Followed him closely and said to Wei Ping, brother, don't worry about this hatred. I will give you a hug. Wei Ping was secretly happy after hearing this. I thought this fire was burned by me, he thought again. No, I have to burn another fire. Thinking of this, he went on to talk about my brother. This Yu Yang is broken if the rules of the rivers and lakes are like him. Isn't that messed up? People like this should give him a very profound lesson. Destroy him and let him get out of Huanghai City. If this person is not removed, there will be chaos. He dared to attack me today and he dared to attack other gangs tomorrow, if this goes on. If it goes on like this, it will not take long before it will attract the attention of the state. I am afraid that this will lead to catastrophic disaster, thanked Tianba. After listening, he pondered for a while and asked the big brother what to do according to your opinion. Wei Ping used our old rules as soon as he heard about my suggestion. If there are any people who do not understand the rules on the rivers and lakes, when it endangers our collective, It should be attacked in groups to completely obliterate him so that his warriors could not stand up. Brother, you are our Yellow Sea City, the boss of the biggest gang. Why don't you invite us right away? The Yellow Sea is all the big and small gangs together. Hold a gang meeting, then send an invitation to Yu Yang, to see if he dared to come. If he dared to come, it can be said that he is timid. And then all our gangs unite together, put pressure on him to dissolve Hao Hantang, and then leave Huanghai City and never come back. If he did attend the meeting, at that time we have so many gangs to put pressure on him together. I don't believe it. He alone dared to fight against so many gangs. When the time comes, let him disband the hero Tang in public, and then apologize for letting him leave Huanghai City. If he dares not to listen, we will abolish him, as long as Yu Yang is solved the people under him. That is nothing. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xie Tianba and said, "What do you think, brother?" Xie Tianba thought about it and said it was good to do this. I will send letters to the major gangs. It is scheduled to hold a gang meeting in Wanghailu after half a month. Wei Ping heard good. That has to send someone to the kid next an invitation. Xie Tianba was right when he heard it. Thank Tianba, I thought in my mind, who should do it well. He was thinking about it just at this moment. Someone came over to talk about the helper. Leave this matter to me. Xie Tianba looked up. This person is also a small leader of his men surnamed Dong, called Dong Fang. Xie Tianba said at a glance, Dong Fang, are you going to deliver a letter? Is it dangerous? Said to say is to send invitations, but in fact is to go under the gauntlet. The guy named Dong Fang, don't worry, as soon as he hears about the gang leader Liang Yu Yang didn't dare to do anything to me. Chapter 66 11 Gangs. Xie Tianba said, okay, then it's up to you to send this invitation to Yu Yang. Soon Xie Tianba wrote the invitation, and handed it to Dong Fang. And wrote invitations to other gangs. This time the 11 major gangs were invited all at once, which are among the 11 major gangs. Yan Jiabang. These 11 gangs are not only gangs in Huanghai City. Among them there are also around Huanghai City. How many cities? Only when Yan Tianzuo, the head of the Yan family gang, received the invitation. Surprised, I thought that these guys must not have a good intention to invite. Yu Yang apparently passed away in the past to hold some inter-gang meeting. In fact, it is Hongmen banquet. Even this Yu Yang is Meng Zhao's boyfriend. I cannot care. Followed him and immediately asked someone to call Yan Mengzhao over. When Yan Mengzhao came over and entered the hall, she knew something was wrong. A look at Yan Tianzuo's face looks like a puddle of water. Yan Mengzhao asked, Dad, what happened? Yan Tianzuo looked at Yan Mengzhao and said, you do it first. Yan Mengzhao pulled up a chair and sat across from the table. He just sat down and immediately asked again, what happened to Dad? Yan Tianzuo stretched out his hand and handed the invitation to Yan Mengzhao. When it comes to Mengzhao, look at this first. Yan Mengzhao reached out and took the invitation and opened it. Also said in surprise, what do these guys want to do? Certainly there is no good wine without good wine. Yu Yang would be in danger once he went. You quickly think of a way, Dad. Yan Tianzuo was a little anxious when he saw Yan Mengzhao. He hurriedly said, Mengzhao, you do not worry. With Yu Yang's temper he will definitely attend this meeting. In fact, I quite value him. Such a young age. As soon as he entered the society he dared to attack the time-honored gangs. I have long been disgusted with these guys. Yu Yang has done a good job. The same, he also got into trouble this time, but whatever. Since Yu Yang is my future son-in-law, it is impossible for me to ignore it. I'm afraid that this kid doesn't know the danger. When the time comes, if you are unprepared, participated in this meeting, I am afraid there will be unexpected. What I mean now is that you immediately send a letter to Yu Yang. Told him to pay more attention when the time comes, bring a little more people in the past. Yan Mengzhao said after listening, good Dad, then I will go now. After speaking he hurried out of the room, out of the red Ferrari sports car. Rushed to the headquarters of the Hero Hall. Yu Yang has since replaced Wei Jiabang. Negative later. He occupied the original headquarters of the Wei family gang. Zhang here is the headquarters of the hero Tang. The plaque above was also replaced by the Hall of Heroes. At this moment Yu Yang is leading all the members in the Hall of Heroes for a meeting. Yu Yang is planning the future development of the gang, and make some gang rules. In addition, he was in the safe in the original Wei Ping's office. The 500,000 yuan in cash was found, all of which were used for the future development of the gang. Just listen to Yu Yang said, if the gang wants to grow, Must be equipped with good weapons. First we have to buy some guns and bullets from the black market, and then buy some body armor or something. To prevent everyone from being hurt, in the event of a battle. The crowd cheered and applauded after hearing it. Someone shouted that Brother Yang was mighty. One person took the lead. This whole hall is filled with people. All shouted to Brother Yang mighty, Brother Yang mighty. At this moment Yan Mengzhao arrived. As soon as he arrived he was seen by the people who were patrolling outside. This person immediately walked to Yan Mengzhao and asked, who are you looking for? When Yan Mengzhao heard that she was going to deliver a letter to your boss, she said that his girlfriend was here. This one did not dare to neglect. I thought, alas. Is the sister-in-law here? This person immediately said, sister-in-law, you wait a moment and I will go in to deliver the letter immediately. This one called Brother Yang as soon as he entered the hall. Sister-in-law is here outside. Yu Yang hurriedly asked, where is it? The hand pointed out and now it is outside. Yu Yang hurried outside. Saw Yan Mengzhao standing there pretty. Yu Yang hurriedly walked over to Yan Mengzhao and said, why don't you just go in when you come? Yan Mengzhao rolled his eyes at him and said, you must be the boss of a gang now. I came here without saying a word and went directly into it. For a while your subordinates do not know thought. Which gang am I from? Smashing the field. After speaking the two looked at each other and smiled. Yu Yang immediately reached out and grabbed Yan Mengzhao and said, let's talk inside. As soon as Yan Mengzhao heard that it was good, I was about to find you for something. Soon two people entered the hall. The crowd shouted in unison. Good sister-in-law. Yan Mengzhao waved her hands at both sides and said, you are welcome. Yu Yang pulled Yan Mengzhao to the center. Then I asked Mengzhao, you just said you have something to do with me, what's the matter? Yan Mengzhao heard this before. Zhang Huanghai gang united 11 gangs. Half a month later a gang meeting will be held in Huanghai, invited Yu Yang. He explained why he came over the whole process. Yu Yang said after listening, okay. I will definitely go to this gang conference when the time comes. I'd like to see what tricks these guys want to do. After he finished speaking he suddenly remembered, but it seems that these guys haven't sent me invitations yet. Yan Mengzhao is also very strange, said yes. The voice did not fall outside and entered a person. As soon as he entered the hall he said to Yu Yang that someone outside Brother Yang wanted to see you. Said he was from the Crazy Tiger gang. To send you an invitation. When Yu Yang heard it he glanced at Yan Mengzhao and said if he sees it this is it. Then he turned to face it. Said the person reporting the incident, let him come in. The man promised to go out. After a while the Dong Fang came in from the outside. This guy came in and looked to both sides. Is shaking his head. Don't care at all. And then looked at the center to see where Yu Yang was sitting. Looking at this, Dong Fang did not look down on Yu Yang at all. Yu Yang saw Dong Fang like this. At that time the fire came up. I thought. This kid actually relied on him to be from the Crazy Tiger gang, so arrogant. Thinking of this he pressed the fire and asked Dong Fang. Are you here to send invitations? What about your surname? Dong Fang snorted as soon as he heard it. Speaking of you is Yu Yang. Chapter 67 Slipper slap in the face. This kid is very arrogant when he speaks. Can be pissed off the hero Tang everyone. Someone shouted to see our Brother Yang. Dare to be so arrogant. Beat him, beat him. Although these people said so but they did not move. All looked at Yu Yang as long as Yu Yang. In a word, these people will swarm. Beat this guy up. Just then I heard Yu Yang say, humph. Don't think you are from the Crazy Tiger gang. You can do whatever you want here, you have to figure out this but our hero Tang's sight. Look at Dong Fang laughing again, pointing at Yu Yang and saying, you are what kind of thing but also dare to teach the young master, do you believe it or not? Our Crazy Tiger gang can instantly flatten your hero Tang. Yu Yang felt pain when he heard this. Yu Yang said to the side fan, Yongchun Dang Haitao New Delhi. The three of you used to teach him how to speak. The three agreed upon hearing it, came over and surrounded Dong Fang in the middle. Dong Fang's heart is also a little scared, but she forced her composure and said to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, if you dare to touch my hair, I let you eat and walk around. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it he slapped him first 20. These three have been waiting for the fire to beat him. Yu Yang is speaking. Yu Yang had just finished speaking and the three of them went over and caught them one by one. Dong Fang's hair, Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao. Took off the shoes. Good guy, when they slipped the room was filled with a strange smell. Yan Mengzhao frowned. I thought that these two boys will not use shoes to beat people, right? Yu Yang was also taken aback. I thought these two guys I let them, palm mouth. They shouldn't use shoes to give this guy a slap in the mouth. Waiting for Yu Yang's deposit to see almost no fun, the two will take off their shoes. Look at Dong Feng almost did not vomit, looked at Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao with a look of horror on their faces, thought. These two guys are too bad, even took off his shoes and hit me. Thinking of this he shouted at Yu Yang. Yu Yang, you are so brave. I will definitely let you repay this revenge 10 times and 100 times in the future. Fan Yongchun heard that I will go to you, on his left. On the face he is a soul. All of a sudden his head was hit from the left to the right, just turned around look at Deng Heitao his is another soul. Hit his head back to the left again. Just these 2 times this kid's face suddenly swelled up, this time. Dong Feng was really scared. I thought about these guys. Absolutely anything can be done and a hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. I will write down today's revenge first. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Anyway, at the gang meeting half a month later, you are finished. Thinking of this he shouted hastily, stop fighting, stop fighting. I'm blind offended. Yu Yi. Yu Yang waved his hands at Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao. Said okay, don't fight. The two of them flashed aside. Yu Yang said at a glance, didn't you say you came to send invitations? Where is the invitation? Dong Feng was beaten by the 2 blows just now. It's not easy to speak and his face is swollen. Like a pig's head. Even the teeth are active, but when he heard Yu Yang ask him where the invitation was, he hurriedly stretched out his hand from his arms and took out the invitation, said enduring the pain, please post here. Someone next to him took it and handed it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang sneered after reading it. After opening it, said to Dong Feng to go back. Tell Xie Tianba that Yu Yang will definitely attend the gang meeting in half a month. Dong Feng thought, as long as you participate there will be 11 gangs. I'm afraid you'll never be able to escape. Thinking of this he felt happy for a while, said to Yu Yang then I'll go back first. Yu Yang nodded then watched Dong Feng stand up, walked out of Hero Hall headquarters. When everyone saw that his face was so swollen they burst out laughing. Dong Feng heard the anger in his heart. I thought that you don't have to be complacent then I think Yu Yang will only be unlucky, you have to finish playing too. Soon he returned to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. He had just arrived at the door with a handle and he didn't recognize him at first. Just as he was about to walk in front of the door someone stopped him and said, who are you? Do you know where this is? Dong Feng was so angry. We'll take this anger from Yu Yang and sprinkle it all on the door. Get out of here, I don't know Lao Su so soon. The person who was scolded at the time was also confused, so take a closer look. Speaking of Yo Master Dong, didn't you go to send the invitation? How did this happen? Dong Feng heard that I fell. Can't you? Get out of the way, I'm going to see brother Xie. This one is not very happy, don't ask. This Dong Yi went to Yu Yang's place. To send invitations will definitely suffer. Suffered a loss there and came back and sent Zhang Huo to me. The man thought to himself, who deserves to keep you in peace. So domineering kicked the iron plate this time, right? The person who thought of this door hurriedly moved aside. Dong Feng's uncle came in angrily. In the hall, said to Xie Tianba, I have sent the invitation back. Xie Tianba's deposit was taken aback when he saw it. Asked Dong Feng, what's wrong with your face? Dong Feng heard it. It wasn't that Yu Yang who fought. Thank Tianba for listening. Speaking of, oh, why did he hit you? Look at this kid again and say to Xie Tianba, thanks brother, this Yu Yang is extremely rampant. They simply look down on our Crazy Tiger Gang. When I sent the invitation he opened it and read it, he said with a snort. What 11 gangs are bullshit. I will step on all their families in the future. Thank Tianba for listening. Slapped the table and said, Yu Yang's ignorant junior, so arrogant. Dong Feng loves music in his heart, thought Yu Yang. This time I made it difficult for you to tell the difference. At this time I heard Xie Tianba continue to say, your face is swollen like this, go to the hospital first. All medical expenses will be reimbursed by the gang for you. Dong Feng happily agreed. Went to the hospital. Wei Ping said from the side, how about big brother? I will say that this Yu Yang is usually domineering, he didn't even pay attention to you. Xie Tianba said this Yu Yang must be eradicated. Wei Ping thought to himself, the fire is on fire. Yu Yang, what should I do with you this time? Chapter 68. This time it will definitely kill you, can solve the hatred in my heart. At this moment I heard Xie Tianba say, it is already late. Saying this he called his subordinates in, told the kitchen to cook ready to put on a table and wiping, they eat first. After a while someone came in and said, "The kitchen has prepared meals," asked if it's served now. Xie Tianba turned around and said, "Big brother is not afraid to calculate the account, let's eat now, and everything else waits until the gang meeting in half a month, solve." And soon went to another room, start eating. Wei Pinger sit in a wheelchair, pushed by his concubine. In the process of eating there is a person who has no intention to eat and his eyes are always on. Wei Ping's 3 concubines were spinning around. This person is Xie Tianba's son Xie Wenken. The former Xie Wenken has not been to school since he was beaten by Yu Yang at school, has been staying at home. Tonight he also came to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. When he was eating he saw the 3 women beside Wei Ping, has a bit of beauty. At that time the kid was in no mood to eat. I thought to myself, how can I get these 3 women? But he paid careful attention. He felt that these 3 women are not what fuel-efficient lamps, is not a peaceful master, during the meal. From time to take the eyes looked at. The crowd and the 3 women are also more exposed. Xie Wenken thought there is a door. It seems that these 3 women want to get started, should not be difficult to think of. Here he rolled his eyes, remembered. Immediately picked up the glass and said to me, "Uncle Conway, a cup. I wish Uncle Wei a speedy recovery." Said this and came to Wei Ping's side. Wei Ping said very happily, Well, when 2 people were drinking Xie Wenken. This kid is courageous enough." He touched it lightly with his hand. Next to him, one of the women. The woman looked back at her, not only did not say anything but threw a wink at him. Xie Wenken thought, it seems tonight, it is no problem to take it down. Thinking of this he happily returned to his table. And then eat. Poor Wei Ping does not know yet, he has been put on a green hat. He thought that Xie Wenken was very sensible. Because these 3 women are nothing in themselves. Serious woman, is also not flat redeemed in the bath center. When Wei Ping was injured the 3 women brought them together and said nothing. This old guy now has a leg injury, there is no way to be happy. It seems that the 3 of us have to find another one. Just met Xie Wenken tonight, wait until the evening when Xie Wenken. It's really daring. Quietly came to the yard where Wei Ping lived. It happens that one of Wei Ping's concubines is called Chunxiang. In the yard Xie Wenken hurriedly walked in and said, "Auntie." Chunxiang looked up and said, "How did you come? Are you not afraid of being seen?" Xie Wenken heard about the aunt. "I came here tonight to find you, have a heart-to-heart talk." The one called Chunxiang heard that. "Are you not afraid of being caught? Your uncle found out." I heard Xie Wenken say, "And you don't say I don't say. How can others know? And I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. And here is not a place to speak. I have prepared wine and food in my room. Let's go to my place for a drink, how about a chat?" Saying this he came up and pulled Chunxiang with his hand. This woman itself is not a serious person. Being pulled by Xie Wenken he was half pushed. Followed him away. "Let's turn back and talk about Yu Yang." When Dongfang left, Yan Mengjiao said to him, "Yu Yang, what are you going to do? What can Yu Yang do when he hears that? Since they called the number publicly, I'd like to see what tricks they can play." Yan Mengjiao must not underestimate the enemy when she hears it. 11 big gangs. Although we Yanjiabang will not stand on their side, even if we are not on their side, there are other 10 gangs. The total number adds up to several thousand people. If we rely on this and them, the confrontation is definitely to hit the egg with the stone. This meeting can be attended but must make careful arrangements. Nominally said to be a gang meeting, in fact it is Hongmen banquet. Everyone heard it and said it was right. Brother Yang. Sister-in-law is right. But Brother Yang, don't worry. No matter what, we will listen to you, we will do what you say. Everyone was talking in a hustle and bustle. Yu Yang raised his hand and interrupted everyone's words. This time it is indeed the Longtan Tiger Den, but even if it is Longtan Tiger's den, I have to make a breakthrough. We can only advance in this matter and not retreat. If we pass this off, we'll definitely be there, a big face on the road. On the contrary, if this time we fail, we will be doomed, so you all. If there are people who don't want to take this risk, you can withdraw now and I won't blame anyone. When everyone heard it, the writing voice said, Brother Yang, you take us as who? Even if the front is the Knife Mountain oil pan, we have to break together. We actually joined the gang. It will not be easy to retreat. Brother Yang is so interesting to us, how can we encounter difficulties? Then proceed to retreat. Brother Yang, you can lead us to do it, no matter how many gangs he is. Since we dare not stand up to our hero Tang, then fuck him. And then look at everyone said in unison. Yes, fuck him together. Yu Yang was moved by seeing the crowd. He remembered. When he just came to Huanghai City 2 weeks ago, or a poor boy who is nothing. No one who came to Huanghai City knew. Did not expect in this short half-month time. He also set up a gang with so many such loyal friends. Yan Mengjiao. I saw that there were so many people supporting Yu Yang. Even in the face of difficulties she will never give up. Yan Mengjiao is also very happy. Just to see Yu Yang stand up and clench his fists at everyone, said everyone. Now that you have decided go down with me Yu Yang no matter what. Well, I will not let you down this time. We must win this station. Whoever wants to oppose us how Hantang we will beat them forever and cannot turn over. Chapter 69 Finding Yu Yang. Yu Yang raised his hand and made a downward gesture to say yes. Now that everyone has decided half a month later, to participate in the gang meeting together. We now have to hurry to prepare. We must first strengthen our equipment. He called Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun to say this. You two take the time to buy some stab-proof clothing, and some guns. If you want to win the battle you have to improve our equipment for 2 people. Promised to say Brother Yang handed over this matter to us, you can rest assured. Yu Yang said after listening, okay, let's stop here for today's meeting. Now the meeting is over, you are busy with your own business. After he finished speaking he turned around and said to Yan Mengjiao. Mengjiao, you go back first. I have to go home. Yan Mengjiao pouted her mouth when she heard it. Speaking of people just saw you. You drive people away. Yu Yang said with a big head when he heard it. How can I have it? I really want to go back but also seize the time to practice. So as not to meet the gang meeting in half a month, I have no way to deal with it. My Yulongju has recently been vaguely about to break through to the next level. I will see if I can directly train my royal dragon art to the 4th floor in the last 2 weeks. Yan Mengjiao burst into tears when she heard this. Said that well, since you still have to practice when you go back then I will give you a look. Yu Yang said after listening, okay then let's go now. After speaking the two walked out of the building of Hero Hall, got into the car. Yan Mengjiao started the car. Net Flag Mansion opened very quickly. At the door of the villa Yu Yang said to Yan Mengjiao, go back and drive carefully. I went first. Yan Mengjiao nodded and said reluctantly. I watch you go in first and then I go. After he finished speaking he suddenly leaned over on Yu Yang's face, kissed gently. Yu Yang felt that the half of the face that was kissed by Yan Meng was numb and crisp. Yu Yang turned around and said, I'll go in first to take care of Yan Mengjiao. Nodded. Yu Yang pushed the door and got out of the car, closed the door and then waved at Yan Mengjiao, turned around. Entering the yard, Yan Mengjiao kept seeing Yu Yang entering at the door, which started the car to turn around and go back. Yu Yang. Entering the room, Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were both sitting on the sofa watching TV. When Qi Mengru saw it, Yu Yang came in and wanted to ask where he was today. How did you see no one all day? This Qi Mengru does not know when it started. As long as you can't see Yu Yang for half a day. He always felt as if something was missing. When Yu Yang didn't come back he was with Yu Xiaoying, said that this kid does not have the appearance of a bodyguard. You don't know where to go to fool around now. Yu Xiaoying said to Qi Mengru when she heard it, it's like a dream. I haven't seen you for a day, you see how many times you've talked about it. Don't you always say that this guy is a big bad guy, a big pervert? How come I didn't see him this day? You don't seem to be happy at all, it's like you've lost your soul and you don't have Qi Mengru's spirit at all. When I heard of it, where did you find it? Miss Ying, you dare to make fun of me. When Yu Xiaoying heard it he called out to hit the sky and said, I don't have it. Isn't it all right? Give him a holiday every Saturday and Sunday. No matter what he does as long as he doesn't do illegal things. As soon as Qi Mengru heard it he said, I don't care, he is my bodyguard anyway. Come back later to see how I clean up this kid. Now it doesn't matter at all. Qi Mengru just finished speaking and Yu Yang came back not long after. What about Yu Yang? In the past 2 days, because of his feeling of his royal dragon art, vaguely touched the threshold of the 4th floor, is about to break through. So he thought to himself, if Yulongju can really break through to the 4th floor these 2 days, I will have a better chance of winning when I wait for the gang conference in the future. So he hurried into the room while thinking about it. When he passed in front of Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying he didn't say hello to the two of them, he went upstairs directly. He didn't even hear Qi Mengru calling him from behind, but Chi Mengru was so angry that when he reached out and picked up the pillow from the sofa it was a hammer. While typing he said in his mouth that I will kill you and I will kill you. You big badass big pervert, since this lady called you. You dare to ignore it. Watching Yu Xiaoying next to her she said angrily and hilariously, okay Mengru you are so old how come you are still like a child? Maybe people were thinking about something so they didn't hear you calling him from behind. I believe he didn't ignore you on purpose. Yu Xiaoying didn't even think of it and he really let him guess. Yu Yang hurriedly went back upstairs to practice the royal dragon art still thinking in his mind. Some things that may be encountered at the gang meeting in half a month. At this time, a person came in outside. When I moved outside I heard Chi Mengru scolding the big bad guy and the big pervert. This person said Mengru as soon as he came in from the outside who messed with you. Where is the big satyr? The two looked up, and at the same time called out that Sister Lu is you. It was the city criminal police brigade who came. Chen Lu Yu Xiaoying hurriedly stood up and said, oh Miss Xiao Lu why did you have time to come here today? Chen Lu sat on the sofa and said, I'm here today to find Yu Yang. Before he finished speaking Chi Mengru suddenly stood up and said about this kid. Did you do something bad outside and you came to catch him? Yu Xiaoying also hurriedly asked Sister Xiao Lu if you were looking for Yu Yang. When he saw Chen Lu's face his face turned red, said no I just came to Yu Yang to help. Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. At the same time there is a question mark in my heart I wonder what happened to Chen Lu today. Said that I came to Yu Yang for help why are you blushing? Chen Du looked at him Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru both looked at him with a very strange look. Chen Lu asked hurriedly. Mengru why did I hear you scolding the villain as soon as I arrived at the door who is the pervert scolding? Chi Mengru heard it. HMPH scolding Yu Yang. It's not that he ran all day long without a shadow. Yu Xiaoying said beside him. Mengru ah this is not to blame Yu Yang. Chapter 70 Is it a genius doctor? Chi Mengru said when she heard that. You'll speak to the big bad guy. I'm angry and ignore you. I'm going to help Sister Lu call that kid down. After he finished speaking he turned around and ran upstairs after a few steps. Yu Xiaoying looked at it shook her head and said, oh my cousin she is like a child even if she is so big. Watching Chi Mengru came to the door of Yu Yang's room. My heart was suffocating and the sound of knocking on the door was relatively loud. Clap clap clap. Yu Yang entered the room as soon as he came back. Has been practicing. Just then he heard someone knocking on the door outside the house. Who is Yu Yang thinking? At this moment Chi Mengru outside heard that there was no sound in the room. I thought this stinky boy won't fall asleep right. Thinking of this he increased his strength a little more, knocking on the door and yelling at the big bad guy. Yu Yang heard Chi Mengru's voice inside. Yu Yang thought this eldest lady doesn't know what she wants to do, so he hurried to the door and opened the door, said don't knock. Why is someone chasing you from behind? When Chi Mengru heard that he said do you think I would be happy to knock on your door? But I'm not looking for you. Someone is looking for you. Yu Yang asked who is it? As soon as Chi Mengru heard about it she went downstairs to see who it was. When Yu Yang heard this he thought to himself what was wrong with this eldest lady. Look at Chi Mengru's head held high after finishing speaking like a general who has won a battle. Turned around and went downstairs. Yu Yang thought it was true someone was looking for me or this eldest lady deliberately playing tricks on me to make fun of me. He couldn't think about it at first but then he thought again what if someone really looks for me? Forget it let's go down and have a look anyway it won't take long. Come back later to continue practicing. After thinking about it this way he still walked down and came to the living room. Look up. Chen Lu is sitting on the sofa. Yu Yang immediately said that Sister Lu you are here. Chen Lu turned around and said to Yu Yang. You stinky boy where have you been all this time? Didn't you say last time that there would be 2 or 3 more? I haven't seen you for so long. So I'm coming to you today. When he said this sisters Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying listened what did they think? 3 times. Could it be that Yu Yang has that kind of relationship with Sister Lu? Thinking that these 2 people looked at Yu Yang and Chen Lu with a very strange look. Chi Mengru cursed secretly in her heart stinky hooligan. It's only been a little while since I came to Huanghai City since I've got Sister Lu all done. Sister Lu is also about this matter and you came over and asked it publicly. At this time Yu Yang and Chen Lu didn't know. Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. The thought in their hearts it is estimated that if they knew about it. I'm afraid the 2 will be completely speechless. Of course Yu Yang knew what Chen Lu was talking about. Yu Yang thought that love is also my fault, has been busy with the things of the hero Tang for so long, and did not have time to treat Sister Lu. I guess he is also in a hurry, so let's chase it here. Thinking of this, he said immediately. Sister Lu is my fault. I forgot to tell you last time, but you don't have to worry about it, even if the treatment is discontinued. Have any effect. Because I have some things in this period of time, so I didn't have time to spare time to treat you. All of a sudden Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were dumbfounded when they heard it. They glanced at each other and thought at the same time. Germany has been making trouble for a long time, and these two people talk about the treatment of illness. Fortunately the two of them didn't know what we were thinking if we knew. What do you think? Morning dew for a day, this is a little bit of peace of mind. Yu Yang turned around and said to Yu Xiaoying. Miss Ying, do you have a pen here? Let me use it. Yu Xiaoying said immediately. Some and some finished, and immediately entered his own house. Brought the pen. Yu Yang found another paper and wrote a prescription for Chen Lu, and handed it over after writing it, and said that you should follow this prescription to take medicine. Eating will have a little effect. Tomorrow is Monday, I have to go to school. I will feed you acupuncture on Saturday and Sunday. Chen Lu reached out and took the prescription in his hand, folded it up and put it in his pocket, and then said to Yu Yang, okay, I'll drive over to pick you up next week. And then said to sisters Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying, I'm here today to find Yu Yang to treat me. I'm leaving first. There are still some things in the team, I have to go back and deal with it. The two nodded. Yu Xiaoying thought about me and Sister Lu in her heart. Have known each other for 2 or 3 years. Is there something wrong with him? Yu Xiaoying thought that she should be sick. Go to the hospital to see. How did you find Yu Yang to watch it? Is this Yu Yang? And an extraordinary doctor. I just listened to my father tell me. Said that Yu Yang's kung fu is very powerful. I didn't expect that he would be able to practice medicine. As for Chen Lu's disease, since he didn't say it, there must be something to hide. So thinking about it this way, he didn't ask, but he was in his heart. Suddenly remembered something. Yu Xiaoying is also a very powerful woman, helped his father at the age of 20. In Donglin's company, when the general manager, he came to Huanghai City this time, was caught by the branch in Huanghai City. What company? This company is amazing, but in Pinghai province, famous, specializing in real estate development. The company name is called So Real Estate Company, Limited. The thing he thought of in his mind just now was that he was in the business field. Met a good friend, surnamed Chen, called Chen Xinue. He and this Chen Xinue are the same. I have known each other for a long time and have a very good relationship. The grandmother of his friend Chen Xinue had rheumatoid arthritis. Many hospitals have no way to treat Yu Yang. Can he be cured? He made up an idea in his heart. If there is a chance, he must take Yu Yang to his friend's house to show his grandma's legs. Thinking of this, he asked Yu Yang that you can still practice medicine. Yu Yang feels pretty good about Xiaoying. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoying's question, he immediately said that Miss Xiaoying, I know medical skills and my medical skills were taught by my uncle. Yu Xiaoying thought to herself when she heard Yu Yang finish. Anyway, experts and professors in many hospitals have not cured them. If I take Yu Yang over there in case it gets cured. I also helped Chen Xinue. At this moment Yu Yang yawned at him. Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru's second daughter said, I'm going to bed first. Chapter 71, Testing the Stab-Resistant Suit. After speaking, he turned around and went back to his room to sleep. Slept until midnight and he had a dream. Dreamed of being in a very large palace. He got married a lot of women. He looked carefully even among these women, and Qi Mengru Li Dongmai. He looked at other women again, and Guo Weiner Yan Mengjiao and the nurse Kuang Yushang he met in the hospital. There are still some that he is not very familiar with. Some of these women pinched his shoulders and some beat his legs, and one holding grapes, feed him, to the night into the bridal chamber. The room has a very large round bed. Not to mention how happy she was this night. Just when he was happy, these people in front of him suddenly all disappeared one by one. When he saw that the women in front of him had disappeared, he stretched out his hand and wanted to grab him. He also woke up from the dream. When he woke up, he felt something was wrong and took off the quilt to see the German race. I thought that love is a waste. I thought it seems that I really have to find a woman. He remembered what Yan Mengjiao thought. This Yan Mengjiao does not know whether I can make it or not. Although he repeatedly told me that he would not make fun of me, he was still a little worried. And then I wanted to take care of him. Let it take its course, how to love, how to go. Thinking of this, he reached out and touched the phone from the side and looked at the time. It's more than 5 o'clock in the morning. Quickly got out of bed and put on clothes. Went to the toilet and went to the backyard to practice boxing, and it was 6:30 in the morning. Wait until he returns to the house. After eating they went to school with Chi Mengru as usual, the middle of his time on Saturday and Sunday. I went to give Chen Lu acupuncture again. In the blink of an eye half a month passed and this day came to the gang meeting, the day it was held. Yu Yang didn't go to class that day. Just made a phone call to that Principal Yang. Let him help him take a leave and it's done. And then he arranged for others to protect Chi Mengru. Everything is ready, just waiting to go to that gang meeting at noon. And then he came to the headquarters building of Hero Hall. At this time Fan Yongchun Deng Haitao New Delhi, and all the members of the Hero Hall have arrived. Yu Yang moved here. These people shouted to Brother Yang together. Good guy, hundreds of people shouted together. The sound is deafening. Yu Yang waved at everyone. And Deng Haitao entered the hall. Yu Yang said to everyone at the epicenter, said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao first. The stab-proof clothing that you bought last time. Have all the equipment arrived yet? Deng Haitao immediately mentioned Brother Yang. All these things have been stolen. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, take these things, send it to everyone. Today I do not want any of our members to be injured. Deng Haitao agreed, saying, Brother Yang, these things are in the warehouse upstairs. You and Fan Yongchun New Delhi, the three of you. Take down some guns first. The three promised to go upstairs, moved 2 large boxes, came to Yu Yang. Put the box on the ground, and when it comes to Brother Yang you see that this is where the guns are. Said these 3 people will open all the boxes. Yu Yang asked with a nod, have the bullets arrived? Fan Yongchun heard that the bullets have arrived. Yu Yang said good. First reached out and took a pistol from the box and handed it to Deng Haitao, said. This gun will be yours to use in the future, and then reached out and took out a gun. And handed it to Fan Yongchun. When it comes to this gun is yours. And then he sent the remaining guns one by one. Of course this gun. Not everyone has it. Only high level have. Wait until all the guns are all finished and bullets are also issued. Yu Yang ordered again. Also to take down the defense blessing, first bought 50 pieces. Because people are running out of supplies. When Deng Haitao and Yu Yang said. Yu Yang, let's just listen to that, and then we go to contact him to order a lot. Watching, Yu Yang stretched out his hand and picked up one piece first. Put it on and said to Deng Haitao, go get a knife, I want to try the quality of this stab suit. Deng Haitao looked horrified. Said Brother Yang, which line? How can I let you try? Or let me try it? When everyone heard it they all started talking. Yes, Brother Yang. You are our boss in case the quality of this stab-proof suit is not very good. If you are injured will it be troublesome? Yu Yang waved his hand and said to everyone, I just want to try the quality of this stab-proof suit. If the quality is not good, you all put on. Really, in the time of the rush, this stab-proof suit doesn't work, it probably will. Seriously injured. Will die. For everyone's safety. I'll give you a try on the quality of this stab-proof suit, don't worry. Nothing. Everyone was moved by Yu Yang's words when they heard it and thought to themselves, where can I find such a good boss? At risk. To test the quality of stab-resistant clothing. Everyone still wants to say something. Yu Yang waved at everyone and said, we don't need to say anymore. And then turned back and said to Deng Haitao, you are now looking for a knife over here, to be faster. Deng Haitao, I was afraid when I heard Brother Yang. You said if the quality of this stab-proof suit is not very good, what should I do if it hurts you? Yu Yang said happily, Deng Haitao is not a mother-in-law, why is he like a woman? Hurry up and don't waste time. Deng Haitao saw nothing, had to find a knife. What a coincidence, he turned around and saw a person next to him. Holding a knife in his hand. Deng Haitao came to this person, reached out and took the knife over and said, borrow this knife to use it. This person is also a member of the Hall of Heroes. Just joined in not long ago. He saw Deng Haitao borrow a knife from him. He quickly nodded. Look at Deng Haitao with a knife and come to Yu Yang and say, Brother Yang, I'm going to be scum. As soon as Yu Yang heard that he was so fast he had to work hard. Deng Haitao's hand trembled and he did not start after waiting for a long time. Yu Yang said oops when he saw it. I said, Deng Haitao, you are a scumbag. When Deng Haitao heard about Brother Yang I was still a little afraid. As soon as Yu Yang heard it he said, oh it's alright, you come quickly. Chapter 72 Gang Conference. Deng Haitao saw Yu Yang standing there waiting. He bit his teeth and said, a ruthless brother Yang. I'm going to be slag, you have to be prepared. Yu Yang nodded, looking at Deng Haitao. A few steps came to Yu Yang's front and the shoulder of the knife was facing Yu Yang's chest. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Deng Haitao is nervous. I closed my eyes and said silently in my heart, God bless the quality of this stab-proof clothing is very good, just listen and do it. He is stabbing the knife on the stab-proof suit. The back steel plate is blocked. Deng Haitao opened his eyes and saw that Yu Yang was all right, so he was relieved. Everyone looked at Yu Yang with a sigh of relief, nodded again and again and said good. Immediately contact to buy another 500 pieces. All the brothers in our hero Tang will be sent one. Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun agreed, ready to wait for the gang meeting after the end. And then go to do this thing to buy stab-resistant clothing. Yu Yang was very satisfied after testing the stab-resistant suit, and made some careful arrangements. In a blink of an eye it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Yu Yang took Deng Haitao and New Delhi with them, and a dozen people came. The Huanghai where the gang meeting was held is here. Yu Yang waited here to take a look. The bosses of many gangs came to the originally scheduled time at 9:30 a.m. When Yu Yang came it was almost 11 o'clock. Yu Yang thought it was intentional. You are not so many gangs united together. Suppress me. Then don't blame me, then you wait for me for a while. So he was deliberately late for more than an hour. Yu Yang looked to the side and saw Yan Mengjiao and Yan Tianzuo, father and daughter. Yu Yang hurriedly walked over and said, Uncle, I'm not too late. Yan Tianzui heard that you didn't come late this time is just right. The boss of other gangs take a look. At the same time I thought this guy is crazy enough. No wonder Xie Wenken wants to clean him up. But everyone thought in their hearts, what is his relationship with Yan Jiabang? At this moment Yan Mengjiao came over. Said quietly to Yu Yang, don't worry. Today we also brought the few people who went to assassinate us last time. As a hostage of Xie Wenken. This old guy really wants to use the name of the gang conference to treat you. We Yan Jiabang and they are not finished. Yu Yang looked at the eyes Yan Mengjiao looked at him, were full of love. Yu Yang was also moved at the time. When it comes to Mengjiao, don't worry. Yu Yang immediately said thank you. Yan Mengjiao rolled his eyes at him and said, hate that you are still so detached from me. He was talking to Yan Mengjiao here. I felt that someone was staring at him with bad eyes. He turned around and saw it not far away. Wei Ping, Wei Wentong and his son. Just to see Wei Ping and Wei Wentong's father and son staring at him with bad eyes. If the eyes can kill, it is estimated that Yu Yang has long been unloaded 8 yuan. Just then Xie Tianba saw that all the gangs had arrived, said to everyone, since everyone has arrived, let's go in now. While speaking, a group of mighty people banned Huanghai. Huanghai Tower in the Yellow Sea City, but his boss of a famous hotel is also a simple character. Due to the gang meeting being held here today, the entire hotel has been packaged down. There is a particularly spacious private room on the 2nd floor. Specially set aside as a venue for gang conferences. In the center of the box is a large round table. This room is furnished, or according to the kind of restaurant layout in ancient times. There is also a big health care hanging on the wall. There is also a bow built in the lake filled with withered parts. Put a chair on top of the table. This chair is priceless. On the back of the chair 2 dragons are engraved vividly. The owner of Huanghai spent a lot of money when he got this chair. Get it back to do the treasure of the town store, this time to hold a gang meeting. The owner of Huanghai deliberately took this chair out. Everyone came in and greeted each other and took a seat. Yu Yang didn't say a word, he reached out and pulled a chair and sat down first. Yu Yang thought to himself, anyway, you don't have a good impression of me today. That today I will be arrogant in the end. While watching Yu Yang sit there, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit the fire and sucked it up on its own. One of them couldn't stand it anymore and said something. Yu Yang, what are you? What etiquette do not understand? You have the face to be the master of a gang. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Each of them glared at Yu Yang. Yu Yang was happy when he heard what this man said. Said, oh, then how is it called qualified to be the master of the gang? What does it mean to understand etiquette? Is it that you are all targeting me and I have to greet you with a smile? Is this called understanding etiquette? And then look at the angry face that turned red and white. Yan Mengjiao listened to it, thinking that Yu Yang did the right thing. Yan Tianzuo also secretly praised with thumbs up, thinking good things. In the face of so many gangs. Not afraid at all, if you can get through this difficulty. This kid will definitely not be in the pool in the future. My daughter can follow him, we will be relieved. Yan Tianzuo looked at Yu Yang and liked it more and more. At this moment Xie Tianba, who was next to him, was secretly happy when he saw it, thinking about Yu Yang. You are crazy, the more crazy you are the better, you will be out of luck for a while. This thanked Tianba, but this time I didn't have a good intention and wanted to use it. All the gangs in one fell swoop to Yu Yang to defeat, when I just came in. This old guy put forward that everyone can't bring an entourage. Only one person can come to the meeting. Xie Tianba thought. There is a saying that it is a double fist and it is difficult to beat a four-handed hero. I am afraid of many people. I don't believe that Yu Yang can escape from the hands of the bosses of so many gangs. There are so many of us, even if he is lucky enough to get out of this room. Outside they also arranged a lot of people bright in the sun, this time South Africa. He saw that Yu Yang was so strong he attracted everyone's fire. When he saw that Yu Yang was so strong he was secretly happy, thinking, Yu Yang, you are really an old birthday star who eats arsenic and seeks death. Chapter 73 Gang Alliance. Thinking of this, Xie Tianba said to the crowd, you do not worry. Sit down for a while, what is going on after the gang convention starts. Besides, everyone sat down after hearing this. Wait until everyone is seated. Yan Mengjiao came behind Yu Yang. Xie Tianba took a look. Said to Yan Tianzuo, I said, Mr. Yan, your daughter Shi, why are you so close to Yu Yang? Yan Tianzuo Shin thought that you should not follow me with this set. I thought in the end I see when you can install. Thinking of this, he immediately said, I'm afraid you don't know yet, Yu Yang is the girl's boyfriend. Everyone thought after listening, no wonder this Yu Yang is so arrogant and he has Yan Jiabang supporting him for a long time. Xie Tianba asked immediately after listening. Oh, that Yan boss, it seems that you are on Yu Yang's side. He said the words of the remaining 10 gangs present. Have all said yes. Xie Gangju is right. Yan Tianzuo thought to Shinli. Xie Tianba, this old guy. This is deliberately pulling hatred for me. Think of this, Yan Tianzuo. Sneered in my heart. I thought, don't look at how many of you are. I may not be afraid of you if you are today. Moved Yu Yang a hair. Even if I fight, my old life has to end with you. Thinking of this, he just wanted to speak at such a time. Yu Yang spoke. This thing today has nothing to do with Yan Guofu. You have everything directed at me. I came today, I am not afraid. I am afraid I will not come. Today this matter has nothing to do with Yan Guofu. Just his few words Yan Tianzuo praised in his heart after listening. I thought Yu Yang is really good enough for a hero. In front of so many gang bosses, was not afraid of Yan Mengjiao at all. The more I look at Yu Yang, the more I like it. I thought no matter what, anyway, I don't care who dares to move Yu Yang today, I will never finish with him. Just then I heard Yu Yang speak again. The gang meeting you held today. Don't you just want to unite to suppress me, Yu Yang? In that case, then let the horses come over, what you want. Why bother so much? Let me get started in a while. There is still something to do. Xie Tianba said with a pat on the table. Yu Yang, I tell you, a black sheep like you. You must be abolished immediately. If you are acquainted now the field is closed, then disband the hero Tang, get out of the Yellow Sea forever. Come back again. And then he said to everyone, what do you think? Just say it right away. Looking at Wei Ping. Said immediately, thank the boss. You're the largest gang in Huanghai City. I do have a proposal. Let's set up a gang alliance. We support you as the boss. All gangs must join. If this alliance does not join, then we will be together. Destroy it. From now on all our gangs must be united. If anyone dares to stir up trouble at will, let's gang up and attack it together. Xie boss do not know how my proposal. Xie Tianba heard it and was secretly happy. I thought if I really became the boss of this gang alliance, by that time I can cover the sky with only one hand in Huanghai City. When Wei Ping finished speaking, other gangs also have rich congratulations. Yes, then we will support Xie boss together to be the general leader of the gang alliance. In the future all gangs have to be assigned to him. Who dares to ignore provoking trouble and attack them in groups? Xie Tianba immediately stood up after hearing this. Said to the crowd, Meng, you thank someone for my love, then I am determined not to attack. Since everyone pushes me to be the general leader of the gang alliance, then I will now announce that the gang alliance is now established. Now you can join immediately. He just finished talking about other gangs. One after another stood up and said to Xie Tianba, I want to join, I also join. In the blink of an eye, in addition to Yan Tianzuo's Yan Jiabang and Yu Yang's Hero Hall. Sitting without moving, the remaining 10 gangs have all joined the so-called gang alliance. Xie Tianba saw that Yan Tianzuo did not move. He said immediately, "Yan boss, don't you plan to join our alliance?" Yan Tianzuo said as soon as he heard it, "This matter is of great importance. I can't be the master alone, I have to go back. Discuss with your brothers before making a decision." Xie Tianba thought to me less to follow this set. What can not be the master? Obviously you just want to fight against us with Yu Yang. But he thought of Yan Jiabang again, the power is also very large. Really tore the face the words of war, although we are united together. If you really want to destroy Yan Jiabang, we have to pay for it. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Well, Mr. Yan, then the door of our gang alliance is always open for you and you are welcome to join at any time." Yan Tianzuo immediately stood up and said, "Thank you boss, there is one thing I don't understand, want to ask you for advice." Xie Tianba, I heard that. Boss Yan, don't be polite, if you have anything please say. Yan Tianzui heard it. I caught a few people here, the former these people want to kidnap my daughter and assassinate Yu Yang, the results were all caught. After questioning, they are all members of your crazy tiger gang. Thank you boss, how do you explain this? Xie Tianba was stunned when he heard it. I thought no wonder these people. All of them are not alive or dead but not dead. I was caught by this old guy after a long time of trouble. It seems that this matter is not easy to handle today. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and clasped his fists at Yan Tianzuo. Boss Yan has this thing. Is it wrong? Yan Tianzuo thought to himself, the old boy is less pretending to be garlic with me. Thinking of this, he said immediately, "Is that someone from the crazy tiger gang who brought you here to have a look, don't you know? If not, then I will immediately execute all these people in front of everyone." Xie Tianba thought to himself, "This old guy is too powerful. Today even brought all these people over, in front of everyone. If this thing is said, if let others know, it's us, because of Yu Yang. Wen Kun was beaten because of this. To trouble Yu Yang, shake these things out. But it's not good for me, it seems that I think today. How can Yu Yang not do well?" Thinking of this, he thought to himself that he could not, this thing I cannot admit. Just say I don't know, I want to see what Yan Tianzuo can do with me. Chapter 74, the battle begins. He made up his mind and said immediately, "Help Master Yan, then you can bring people up. I also really want to know who sent these people over there." Yan Tianzuo thinks you can pretend. I see, how long can you pretend? Thinking of this, he said, "That's fine. Then I will immediately order people." And pressed those people upstairs. After he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone, then called his subordinate downstairs and waited for the call to be connected. Yan Tianzuo said to the phone immediately, "And bring those people upstairs." The person on the phone agreed and hung up. After a while, all these people were pressed upstairs. When these people came in, Xie Tianba looked up. All of these people were injured one by one. One by one's face was blue and purple. He saw that these people were sent out by the former. These people came in and saw Xie Tianba. All fell to their knees one by one. When it comes to help the Lord save us quickly. Xie Tianba came up when he saw the fire, turned around and said to Yan Tianzuo, "I said, Gang Master Yan, what's going on? Why are these people injured?" Yan Tianzuo sneered when he heard it and said, "Thank you to the leader. They are going to send someone to arrest my daughter to kill Yu Yang, was caught by me. Do I still have to be polite to them? Do you think I am easy to bully someone?" Xie Tianba heard it. "How can you be sure that these people are sent by me? Listen to it along the left side of the sky," said, "This is still false." "You mean I'm framing you myself?" Xie Tianba said, "In front of so many people. I will ask these people now. You also listen to the end to see if I said it." Speaking of which, he immediately said to one of them, "What's the matter with you?" This person just looked up and was about to say, "Didn't you send us to get the shark Yu Yang? And then the young master asked us to capture Yan Mengjiao alive." Just as he was about to say that, he looked at Xie Tianba, winked at him. He was stunned. Just listen to Xie Tianba said. "Don't be afraid, just say whatever you want. Be sure to tell the truth. This person is also very smart, you know." Xie Tianba is not letting him say which he sent. I heard Xie Tianba continue to say, "Who sent you to arrest Miss Yan? Isn't that your young master?" This person immediately said, "Yes, that was sent by our young master." Yan Tianzui listened to his thoughts. this old fellow is so cunning. At this moment I heard Xie Tianba continue to ask, who did you guys make like this? I heard this person immediately say that it is Yu Yang. That day our young master sent us to follow Yu Yang. I didn't expect that Yu Yang happened to be with Miss Yan, as a result we are about to do it. To kill Yu Yang. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. One person more than a dozen of us all fell to the ground. Look at some of our legs, was beaten by him. I didn't expect Miss Yan Mengjiao to misunderstand we are going to kidnap her. Only then did all of us be arrested at the Yan Jiabang headquarters. Xie Tianba turned around and looked at Yan Tianzuo after listening. Boss Yan, I believe you should have heard it. This matter has nothing to do with your Yan Jiabang. Is a matter between our crazy tiger gang and Yu Yang. Why did you Yan Jiabang put a foot in the middle? Summer is happy. Said thank you help lord, you were so forgetful, I told you just now. Yu Yang is our Mengjiao boyfriend. What if you want to Yu Yang, what about my daughter? Xie Tianba heard that. Oh Yan Tianzuo, don't you want to fight against all of us? Wei Ping next to him also spoke. Help Master Yan advises you to persuade quickly. Your daughter quickly leave Yu Yang. Today he is difficult to get out. The gate of Huanghai Tower. As soon as he finished speaking he saw Yu Yang raised his head. Watching him say something. I think your idol a bare leg is not enough, isn't it? It seems that I played lightly last time, thank Tianba for a listen. Speaking of madmen, I advise you to be honest. Otherwise no matter how powerful you are, you can't get out of this door today. Yu Yang laughed and said, Xie Tianba, you won't save your guts, relying on the multitude of people, even if you really won today. There is no radiance on his face, but unfortunately you can't win either. Xie Tianba, don't think I don't know why you want to deal with me. No, or because I beat your son Xie Wenken. He molested female classmates in school. It seems that I was beaten lightly. If it falls into my hands next time I must give him up. Xie Tianba slapped the table after listening. Yu Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Although the former you beat Wen Kun, but I have never bothered with you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, did not care about me. The former sent someone to trouble me. After being defeated by me, what kind of Zhonghu order did you issue? Now you say you don't know. You fool, a 3-year-old child. Just these few words. Xie Tianba's face turned red and white. Speaking of Yu Yang. I issued the Zhonghu pursuit order, but you said that you sent someone to trouble you before. Then I don't know, and possibly Wen Kun. Behind my back I don't know what to do. This matter will wait until I go back, will ask clearly. As for you, just can't wait, I will. To check this out, to give Master Yan an explanation. Besides, I issued a chasing order, this thing. Because I found you to be extremely arrogant, so I issued a gang hunt order. I want you to know that it is amazing. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Yes. You say you don't know anything, but issued a Zhonghu chase order. Come and kill me, don't you think what you're saying is a bit contradictory? Xie Tianba heard it. Yu Yang. No need to say any more. You are a gang just entering the society, was actually active. Against the old-fashioned gang. Provoked trouble. Do you know what the consequences of this will be for you? If you go on like this, will definitely attract severe crackdowns from the state. You alone will take us all. Will be implicated. Today you have to publicly announce the dissolution of Hero Tang. And then cut off one grain and left Huanghai City never to come back, as soon as Yu Yang heard. I advise you, preferably still. Or disband your own gang, or listen to me later. From now on what I say about Huanghai City will be counted. What a shit alliance. Wei Ping heard it. Boy, what are you? I advise you to keep current affairs as Junji or else. Next year today is your anniversary. Yu Yang listened and sneered at him. Speaking of Wei Ping, it seems that I didn't play enough last time. Watching Yu Yang slap the table with his hand as he speaks. Go up vertically, and immediately came to Wei Wentong, who was pushing a wheelchair in front of Wei Ping, stepped back in fright. Chapter 75 Master Yu Yang hurriedly said, what do you want to do? Wei Ping showed a frightened expression at first, but he thought again later in front of so many people. How dare he treat me? Yu Yang walked up to Wei Ping without saying a word. As soon as he lifted his leg and kicked the ginger wheelchair, it flew out. Just hit the wall behind. His leg was already injured and he fell again, making the old guy scream in pain. Wei Wentong broke out in a cold sweat next to him. Looking at Xie Tianba's face flushed with anger next to him, pointed at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, I think you really don't want to. which of you will take down this arrogant kid? Xie Tianba's voice just fell to the side. Came out a big one. The height can be about 1.8 meters. There is a long scar on the left face. This is also famous on the road in the Yellow Sea. The master of the kitchen knife door, surnamed Lu, called Lu Tianchong. This one has been holding back since just now. I want to compete with Yu Yang and listen to Xie Tianba. Say which one will take Yu Yang down. This person usually feels that he is not ambiguous. Try this hairy boy, what can he do? And then watch him come to fight in front of Yu Yang. Speaking of Yu Yang, you are so bold. Even dared to do it in front of everyone. Let you know today that I, Lu Tianchong, are powerful. As soon as Yu Yang heard it. Where did you come from? I have never heard of it at all. Lu Tianchong was furious when he heard it. Said then today I will let you hear and hear. Look at him holding out 2 fingers. Running towards Yu Yang's eyes plugged in. Watching Yu Yang flash to the side. Dodge this one. And then he raised his leg. According to Lu Tianchong. Silver face stock is a kick. If this kick is kicked, Lu Tian long legs will be abolished. Lu Tian took a long look. Yu Yang kicked him in the face. Watching him suddenly dodge to the side, dodged Yu Yang's leg. And then the two intervened and hit the illusion together. This Lu Tianchong really has 2 strokes, but it's a lot worse than Yu Yang. And soon he will die. One did not pay attention, let Yu Yang turn around behind him. Just listen to Yu Yang say go out. After he finished speaking he flew. Is kicking this guy's ass balls. All of a sudden Lu Tianchong was kicked from the room to the outside. Thumped and fell to the ground. Just now, this guy feels his whole ass balls. The hole is wood, he couldn't get up there. Everyone saw a burst of chaos. Xie Tianba took a look. Thought Germany, let's not bother. Let's just get rid of him together. Thinking of this he looked at Yan Tianzuo. Watching from the side, he said immediately. Yan boss, you confirm that you want, and do it right with all our gangs. Yan Tianzuo thought. I don't care how you are. If you want to be Yu Yang, how? Risk it my old life. Also depot my daughter and Yu Yang safe. Just then I heard Yu Yang speak. Uncle Yan, this is none of your business. You leave quickly with Meng Zhao. Yan Mengzhao gave up after listening. Said a few steps before Yu Yang. I want to be with you today no matter what. If anyone wants to tell you how to say this, he reaches out. Pulled out a knife from his waist, and then he went on to say, first ask me if the knife in my hand will answer. This knife is a treasure knife. Is Yan Mengzhao's 16th birthday, given to him by his master, blowing Maori recognition, cutting iron like mud. The name of this knife is Lightning Cloak. Yu Yang was moved when he saw it this time. Yu Yang said immediately, Meng Zhao, I have nothing to deal with these people, I am enough. Yan Tianzuo came over and pulled Yan Mengzhao aside. Yan Tian left thinking, I want to see how Yu Yang's ability is. If he is really unstoppable, then I will take another shot. Yan Mengzhao looked. Yan Tianzuo pulled him aside. He said immediately, Dad, what are you doing? If Yu Yang really has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, what should I do with your daughter? Turn left along the sky. When it comes to children, you can rest assured. These people can't help Yu Yang. I believe my vision, and later if he really died. It is not too late for us to make another move. Yan Mengzhao was relieved. When Yan Mengzhao's father and daughter were talking, Xie Tianba and everyone have rushed to surround Yu Yang. Yan Mengzhao looked forward to that heart and it was all mentioned in her throat. Yu Yang thought to himself, no, so many people hit me. One. Playing for a long time is definitely not as good as mine. They must also have an ambush outside, if I waste all my energy here. When the time comes to their people, all rushed up. I'm afraid I will also suffer. Thinking of this he looked up just to see the wall. Hanging bow and arrow. Yu Yang thought to himself that he was so tired that he had a weapon. Thinking of this he punched a person in front of him and flew out. Followed closely to see him leaning against the wall. Go up vertically, a hand to pick off the bow first. The body just fell down. Looking at his feet suddenly. Stepped on the wall. So vertical. Climbed up. Followed him closely, stretched out his hand and pulled out the eagle feather arrow from the Jianyu lake. Put the arrow on the bow. Swish, an arrow shot out. The arrow just shot in. On Wei Wentong's shoulder, because this power is too powerful. After the arrow hit Wei Wentong's shoulder, took his body to fly, and nailed it to the wall behind him. With this one hand all the people were stunned. Yan Tianzuo thought to himself that I really did not see the wrong person. It's not easy to say that there is no 10 years of hard work. Also cannot reach this state. Yan Mengjiao looked at him and didn't care about that, shouted at Yu Yang that he played well. All these boys will be fixed to the wall for him. Yu Yang turned around and smiled at him, nodded and said, I also have this meaning. Xie Tianba saw that everyone was shocked by Yu Yang. He immediately continued to speak to the crowd. There are not many swords in that sword lake. Everyone goes up with me. Yu Yang took a look and said something good. Followed him up vertically. Drilled half of his body into the Jianyu lake. Reached out and took out 3 arrows, in the process of the body falling down. He kept shooting arrows out. There is 1 person for every arrow fired, was taken flying nailed to the wall. The boss of 10 gangs in the blink of an eye. All nailed to the wall. The arrows in the quiver also finished shooting. Xie Tianba looked at it and thought that this kid is too fierce and unexpectedly exceeded my expectations. I thought anyway there are so many people below us, don't be afraid of him. Thinking of this as soon as he reached out and took out his cell phone he wanted to make a call. Chapter 76. When Yu Yang saw Xie Tianba he wanted to call. Yu Yang sneered and said stop fighting, listen to what's going on downstairs. Yu Yang was stunned when he said Xie Tianba. Just now when he saw Yu Yang he was very powerful, patronizing scared did not hear the movement downstairs. Now he listens downstairs as soon as he hears it. The mess is like a pot of porridge. Even Yan Tianzuo was stunned and thought to himself what was going on. After a long time of trouble Yu Yang was well prepared when he came to the meeting today. He knew deeply in his heart that if today's matter can't be done right he will be saved. He put a bug on his body when he came. Let Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao lead the crowd if they are at peace with each other, forget it if they hear it. Said that when it was overturned you would lead people to rush in. And then ordered New Delhi to lead some people. Bet it came from the Crazy Tiger Gang headquarters in the direction of Huanghai, on the way. To prevent their headquarters from sending people to support them. When Yu Yang entered, Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao secretly brought people close to Huanghai. Deng Heitao saw that there were many people from other gangs outside. In order not to be discovered by them, Deng Heitao separated the people so he brought 12 people with him when he came. The others are on another street not far from Huanghai. Some dress up as beggars and some dress up as peddlers selling things. When he heard the sound of fighting came from the earphones, he knew that Yu Yang had already gotten started with the bosses of those gangs. He immediately said to one of the people next to him, hurry up with the letter gun. It turned out that when they came they also brought a salute. Agreed as long as a little gun. Everyone rushed to save Yu Yang and Huanghai. In order not to be seen this one he even wrapped his clothes with his clothes. So those who have seen it do not know what is under the clothes. Look at Fan Yongchun as soon as he reached out and took the salute and took out the lighter. Immediately put the salute on the ground and lit it. Suddenly heard the bang. Exploded in the air with a bang. A member of the Hall of Heroes in other places listened. Come on, save the boss. And then see that everyone is copying the guy who went straight to Huanghai and rushed over. When these people rushed over, Yan Jiabang's people knew at a glance that it was a man from the Tang dynasty. Yan Tianzuo had already told them in advance if they had a fight. Someone rushed in, you do not block, to help when necessary. So when these people saw it, the people of the heroic Tang rushed over. One by one all stepped aside. The other 10 gangs are out of luck, they haven't waited for the order without 1 o'clock preparation. These people still don't know that their boss has already been given to the wall by Yu Yang, how can they issue any orders? When the heroic hall everyone rushed to the top. Because these people are not mentally prepared at all. This time was beaten by falling flowers and flowing water. The most important thing is that they met Hao Hantang, some people wearing stab-proof suits. Obviously the knife has been cut, but only made a sound of thinking. All of a sudden Uncle Knife slipped to the side and these people panicked even more. As for the group of people in Hero Tang, some young people saw these people slashed at them and they slipped to the side and couldn't cut them. These people also deliberately pretended to be gods and ghosts, talking about heaven and earth and Taishang Laojun will show up soon. This time made everyone panic. I thought that this group of people in the heroic hall would even chant mantras. After reading it, the knife really can't cut it. This time these people were quickly scattered. Xie Tianba, who was upstairs, heard the sound of fighting downstairs. I walked to the front of the window in a few steps and it was silly to look down. Just to see Yan Jiabang's people retreated to the side. The 10 gangs, also afraid of attracting severe crackdowns from the state and did not dare to bring more people. Was originally 11 gangs. He saw that Yan Jiabang's people had retreated to the side and no one was hurt. He knew it was over. I thought that I didn't need to ask Yan Tianzuo. I had known to bring a few more people here. Thinking of this, he turned around and pointed at Yan Tianzuo. Yan Tianzuo has your opinion. It seems that you have been wearing a pair of pants with Yu Yang. As long as I am thankful for Tianba, I will avenge this revenge. Yu Yang heard from the side. Xie Tianba has arrived now. Do you still want to leave? Xie Tianba sneered and said, Yu Yang, do you think I'm going to be completely unprepared? While he was talking, he reached out and took out his mobile phone from his pocket and quickly sent a message out. It will take a while for your people to rush in when it comes to Yu Yang. I have already arranged reinforcements. It will come soon. Who will have the last laugh? Yu Yang heard the same and said with a sneer, thank Tianba. Yes. Your reinforcements. I'm afraid I can't come anymore. Xie Tianba was stunned when he heard it. I thought to myself, what does this kid mean? Is this deliberately to scare me, or did he also arrange for someone to intercept my people on the road? Xie Tianba thought this kid is young. If there is such a strategy, he will be amazing in the future. He just thought of this, his cell phone thought. At this time, Xie Tianba was most afraid of hearing the ringtone of his mobile phone. He was afraid that what he heard one after another would be bad news. He calmed down, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and listened to the other end of the phone. As soon as he picked it up, came the sound of fighting. He knew he was completely finished. Just then I heard someone say on the other end of the phone, the helper is not good. We met Hao Hantang on the way to support. When Yu Yang and the others left New Delhi, took more than 100 brothers, came to the Crazy Tiger Gang, the only way to go to Huanghai. With bags of antler nails in the car, all scattered on the road. After a while, New Delhi saw the drive coming from the opposite side. Several vans and trucks. New Delhi thought, hey brother, Yang is a cow. It's really predictable, they really came. When the driver of the car walking in front noticed that there were a lot of antlers on the road, it's too late to hit the brakes. The front wheel just pressed on the antler stud and the car tire was punctured. The driver slammed on the brakes. Because the tires of the car were flattened, the car suddenly lost its center of gravity, slanted to the side because the driver stepped on the brakes too fast. It didn't roll over. The car behind didn't know what was going on, but the car in front stopped. This time a few more cars hit the antler nails. All the tires are punctured. There is a person sitting in a car behind. This person is none other than Xie Tianba's son, Xie Wenken. It turns out that Xie Tianba called Xie Wenken when he was going out today. Although we have made a plan today in order to prevent accidents. In case something happens, you wait for my message and then bring someone to support. As soon as Xie Wangkun hears about Dad, don't worry. Chapter 77. Catching Xie Wenken alive. Dad, actually I think you're making a big fuss. What's so great about that Yu Yang? I don't believe 11 gangs can't help him. Xie Tianba heard it. Children, you want to think so, you may be wrong. There is a saying is to be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Wait for my information. Remember? No. Xie Wenken nodded. This guy promised very well on the surface, but in his heart he was very disdainful to think that Yu Yang would not make it twice. I don't believe that 11 gangs can't cure Yu Yang. So when Xie Tianba left, he went to the yard where Wei Ping lived. Mixed with Wei Ping's 3 concubines. Just look at one of the women. With his back facing Xie Wenken, this guy is standing behind this woman, ramming vigorously. At this moment the mobile phone placed next to him suddenly thought about Xie Wenken and was startled. I was thinking, what information is this? Could it be that something happened to them when they were dealing with Yu Yang? Thinking of this, he quickly finished a few times and went to the side. He was dumbfounded when he picked up the phone and looked at the information. This information was sent by Xie Tianba and it said, a few words are written on it. Come to support quickly, there is danger. Xie Wenken felt that his head was buzzing for a while after reading this information, and he didn't sit on the ground thinking to himself. This Yu Yang is so powerful that no one from the 11 gangs can deal with him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took the clothes from the side. The 3 women looked at Xie Wenken's face. You know, there must be something wrong, one of the women asked courageously. Xie Xiao, what happened? Xie Wenken said while putting on clothes. Now my father and they may be in danger in Huanghai. I have to quickly send reinforcements to support them. These 3 women were dumbfounded when they heard this, thinking, is this Yu Yang so powerful? The 3 people thought, if Wei Ping, that old guy, has 3 advantages and 2 disadvantages. This Mad Tiger Gang leader thanked Tianba. If something happens again. What about the 3 of us? This Xie Wenken. Is a womanizer left his father thanked Tian but he is nothing. The three of us discussed how to do it. The three of us should leave quickly so as not to be implicated by them. One of them said we can't just go. In case they kill Yu Yang. Wei Ping the old guy knew that the three of us ran away and he would definitely look for us in Huanghai City. Let's just take some money and hide in the dark. Wait a minute, can Kan Weiping and Xie Wenkan come back? If they can come back, we will quietly put the money back to its original place. If they don't come back after a while, then the three of us will leave Huanghai City quickly. The three began to prepare after discussing. This Wei Ping is usually more cunning. He will not have a lot of money in the bank because he is not at ease. He feels that money is safest on his own side, although the former headquarters of Wei Jiabang was robbed by Yu Yang. Found some money in it, but that money is only part of it, in his secret villa. And a lot of cash. This time he came to the Crazy Tiger gang and brought all the money with him. This time it was better, it was cheaper for these three women. Let's talk about Xie Wenkan with more than 100 members of the Crazy Tiger gang. Went straight to Wanghailu here and killed it. How do you know it was halfway there? Suddenly encountered the ambush of the hero Tang. When the tires of several cars in front were all punctured by antlers. Haven't waited for the people of the Crazy Tiger gang to react and then look at the members of Hantang. As soon as they swarmed up, they fought with the members of the Crazy Tiger gang. Xie Wenkan in the back of the car. To see this kid was frightened, the soul flew. To see the members of the hero hall are all brave. This kid thought Nima, these people are too fierce. Although the number of people in Hero Tang is slightly smaller than the number of the Crazy Tiger gang, the people of the Crazy Tiger gang want to rush over for a while. Is impossible. Xie Wenkan see this, how to do. Just then the man driving the car spoke. Young master, you must not get off the bus, I'll get off. To deal with this group of people. The driver who drove the car was Xie Wenkan's bodyguard. The surname was Jia. Called Jia de Biao. This guy can have 2 strokes. With a large iron knife in his hand. He reached out and picked up the knife from the side, pushed the door, and he came down. Came to the front, just met a member of Hao Hantang. This kid is chopped with a knife. This one saw someone slashing at him with a knife. He thought, anyway, I'm wearing a stab-proof suit so I can scare you. Thinking of this, I tilted my head to the side to avoid it and took the knife with my shoulder. Jia de Biao thought, are you not courting death? Block the knife with your shoulder. I'll go down and fly with this knife, you can't take off your arm. He just thought of this and the knife was soon cut when he said it, and when he heard a clang, Jia de Biao was stunned for a moment. He was stunned for a moment and then looked at the music and said, haha, you can't cut it, you don't know it yet, But they are all magic and have practiced the magic of King Kong, not bad. This one just forgot this trick is okay to fool people who don't know. How can you fool Jia de Biao? Jia de Biao knew it at a glance. I thought for a long time that he was wearing a stab-proof suit, and I said, how dare he use his shoulder to deliberately expose this knife to me. Jia de Biao thought at the time you were wearing a stab-proof suit. The fake label is small, you are wearing stab-proof clothing, I can't chop you off, I chop your head. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, yes. Then I'd like to see if your head is also hard to look at the knife. He covered this head as a knife. This person saw that the move just now did not assist Jia de Biao. Seeing Jia de Biao slashing at him with a knife, he hurried to the side and fought with the fake German standard. How can he be a fake German opponent? Just hit a few tricks, he was not paying attention. Jia de Biao just earned it and he chopped with a knife behind him. Seeing this is dangerous. At this moment a knife was stretched out beside, and the knife of the fake German standard was framed. The person who came is Niu Deli. The frightened soul flew away. Looking back, it was Niu Deli. He hurriedly said, thank Niu Zhe. Jia de Biao saw Niu Deli holding his knife. Said immediately, you are courting death. According to Niu Deli is about. Niu Deli flashed to the side and played with Jia de Biao. I can't look at Niu Deli in the name, I'm not his opponent, let's just do it in order to save trouble. Let the brothers get on together. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted at the back. We all give me together. Came up at once more than a dozen members of the Hall of Heroes. This time the fake German standard can be a bit unbearable. One did not pay attention and was cut twice in the back. This kid could no longer stand. Thump fell to the ground and let go of the knife. Jia de Biao's injury, other people may panic. Soon these people were scattered and surrendered. Xie Wenkan was found in the car behind. Xie Wenkan saw that all their people were scattered. He just wanted to drive away. Chapter 78. How could he run? He had just started the car and the members of Hero Tang arrived. Niu Deli ordered to surround the car. This time Xie Wenken was frightened and hid in the car. Not moving looked at Niu Deli outside in horror and shouted at the car. Come out quickly, otherwise we will catch you out, but it will cost you your life. Xie Wenken still insisted on thinking at first, anyway, if I don't come out you can't do anything about me. As long as I lock the door you have nothing to do. Thinking of this he closed the car window to death. The doors are also locked. No matter how Niu Deli shouted outside he just kept silent. Niu Deli took a look. This kid does not come out. Niu Deli thought to himself, good boy. You don't come out, do you? Well, let me see how long you can last. Thinking of this he reached out and took out a pistol from his arms, facing the window as a shot. The glass was shattered all of a sudden and the bullet was next to Xie Wenken's head, flew over and shrank the boy's neck in fright. I heard Niu Deli shouting outside. Don't you come out yet. Xie Wenken can't think of it. It seems that it is not easy to stay in the car anymore and they have guns in their hands. Thinking of this he said to the outside, don't shoot, I'll come out now. After speaking he pushed the door shiveringly and came down, and Niu Deli pointed a gun at him and asked. Who are you? What a brave man. Since dare to oppose our brother Yang. Your boss Xie Tianba, it is estimated that it is over by now. I advise you to surrender quickly. Follow our brother Yang will never treat you badly. Xie Wenken was stupid after listening to it, thought. Is it true that my father had something wrong with them? Thinking of this he blurted out, what happened to my dad? Niu Deli heard that. Xie Tianba is your father. Are you the Xie Wenken? Xie Wenken thought, how can I tell it? I want to admit it or not. Had to bite the bullet and nodded. How I am Xie Wenken. Niu Deli thought to himself, okay, let's just grab this kid. In this way if brother Yang encounters any trouble he can still use this kid as a hostage. Thinking of this he said at the back, let me grab it. And soon came over a few people while Xie Wenken was caught. Niu Deli looked at this side, has finished. Let people take Xie Wenken to look stupidly at Heilu. Besides, Yu Yang should use his sword on Huanghai Tower to take down the others except Xie Wenken, after the other gang bosses were all nailed to the wall. Xie Tianba wanted to work hard when he saw it. I thought that there are so many people outside of us. Your 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, but he thought, well. Who knows that the people outside him have been taken by Yu Yang's hero hall. Has been called 708 off, when he heard the sound of fighting outside. At that time he stepped back and sat on the chair behind him, his eyes staring blankly in front of him. I thought it was over. At this moment Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao have already taken other gang members under them. All were beaten, surrendered, ran and wounded. The 2 were worried that Yu Yang hurriedly came upstairs with someone. As soon as the 2 came up they immediately called brother Yang, brother Yang. Yu Yang heard that Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao hurriedly agreed, I'm here. The 2 hurried and came to Yu Yang and asked. Brother Yang, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Yu Yang said after listening, I was not injured. At this time the 2 people noticed it and glanced to the side. When I saw that the corners of the 2 people's eyes twitched a few times I thought to myself. This is too exaggerated, isn't this all done by brother Yang? Thinking of this the 2 turned around and looked at Yu Yang with admiration, and others saw it. And at the same time watching Yu Yang was stared straight by these people, coughed a few times and said, what are you 2 staring at me? I don't have any flowers on my face. Look at Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao, who both gave thumbs up and said, brother Yang, you were really good. These people, how did you nail them all to the wall? At this time Yan Mengjiao, who was beside her, looked happy. There are so many people looking at Yu Yang with admiration. He was happier than Yu Yang. I thought my boyfriend is amazing. Thinking of this he took a few steps forward and reached out Zhang Yu Yang. He held his hand and said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heidao. You 2 didn't see how powerful he was just now. Just these people went up together, not all of his opponents were nailed to the wall by him with arrows. Followed by him, and he nailed all these people to the wall with Yu Yang's sword just now and said it again, and what he said was really vivid. Yan Mengjiao has his own little abacus, he is. Thinking that some people have just joined the Hall of Heroes not long ago. He did it on purpose today. How Yu Yang defeated the gang bosses. Said this thing in front of everyone, which means that he is giving Yu Yang a face. In other words, the bosses of so many gangs are not as good as Yu Yang. What happened to unite? In the end was it all defeated by Yu Yang alone. They were also pinned to the wall. Yu Yang was dumbfounded by Yan Mengjiao. He understood what Yan Mengjiao meant. I thought to myself that you are not giving me a face, you are giving me hatred. If this matter was spread and didn't know, they thought it was me, Yu Yang, relying on himself to bully other people on the Dao twice. But Yan Mengjiao's words have already been said. Forget it, love how to drop. Everyone should listen. After Yan Mengjiao finished speaking, they shouted in unison, long live brother Yang, long live brother Yang. When Yu Yang saw it, he hurriedly waved at these people. Yu Yang turned around and charged. Xie Tianba said, what a shit gang alliance. From now on the Yellow Sea is what I say. Thank Tianba, you'd better disband your gang quickly. Leave Huanghai City. Never to come back. And then he said to the people on the wall who were being stared at, and you better not do wrong with me in the future. What mistake did I, Yu Yang, make to bring you together today, to deal with me, but you didn't think of it? All of you united, still defeated by me, pinning you all to the wall today is a lesson for you. If anyone dares to oppose me in the future, don't blame me for being rude. At this time each of these people is already pale. And some have fainted. Xie Tianba stood up and said, Yu Yang, you can't even think about it. You're a society that has just entered the society. Turned out to be against us old-fashioned gangs. Don't watch you beat all 10 of our gangs today, tell you. There are people outside people, there are days outside the sky, sooner or later you will have retribution. He just said that New Delhi came in outside. Came to Yu Yang and said quietly, brother Yang, guess who I caught? Yu Yang froze for a moment and asked who. New Delhi said happily. I captured Xie Wenken, the son of Xie Tianba, the boss of the Crazy Tiger gang. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, hurry up and press in. New Delhi went out quickly and brought Xie Wenken in. When Xie Tianba saw that Xie Wenken was caught, he was dumbfounded. Before Yu Yang could speak, he hurriedly said to Yu Yang, as long as you let my son go, I agree to any conditions. Chapter 79, God of War. Yu Yang turned around and saw that Xie Tianba seemed to be much older than before. Just listen to Xie Tianba followed and said, Yu Yang, as long as you let Wen Kun, I will promise you any conditions you put forward. Don't you want me to leave Huanghai City? Well, from now on I will announce the dissolution of the Crazy Tiger gang. From now on there will be no Crazy Tiger gang. I don't know if what you said just now counts. Yu Yang was happy when he heard this, thought to himself. This saves me a lot of trouble. Even if Xie Tianba does not back down, he has to fight to the end with them. It will really bring him some trouble. Crazy Tiger gang must be a time-honored gang. If you really want to fight with their hero Tang. Although Yu Yang is not necessarily afraid that they will eventually annex the Crazy Tiger gang. But Xie Tianba's admitting defeat saved Yu Yang a lot of trouble. If you let him really destroy the Crazy Tiger gang, it will really bring him a lot of trouble. This time Xie Tianba conceded defeat and the clouds were scattered all day. Yu Yang said immediately, what I said just now counts. Naturally, I wonder if what you said will count. Don't stay for a while, I'll let Xie Wenken go. After you leave you will bring someone to oppose our hero Tang again. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, Xie Tianba hurriedly said, Yu Yang, you can rest assured that what I say absolutely counts. To be honest, don't look at me planted today, but I serve you. There is this strategy at a young age. I just thought about it, I planted in your hands is not wrong. Your strategy is stronger than that of our older generation, so I serve you. As long as you release Wen Kun, I will immediately retire from the arena from now on and will never appear again from now on. Yu Yang nodded and said, yes, then I'll let him go now. Speaking of which, he hurriedly ordered New Delhi and Deng Haitao and others, said immediately released Xie Wenken. Deng Haitao, they saw the boss spoke. Quickly untied the rope tied to Xie Wenken. Xie Wenken came to Xie Tianba as soon as the god let go and said, Dad, are you really going to disband our Crazy Tiger gang? This gang, but you poured all your heart and soul into it, so disband it, are you willing? Xie Tianba said with a look. Don't say it, that's it. Now that I have spoken out, from now on, no longer the Crazy Tiger gang. Let's go back and pack up and leave Huanghai City immediately. Xie Wenken saw that Xie Tianba had already decided. This thing can no longer be changed, he will not say. At this moment Xie Tianba turned around and said to Yu Yang. You Gangju do not know whether we can leave now. Yu Yang saw that Xie Tianba had announced the dissolution of the Crazy Tiger gang. As for him, there is no more embarrassment. Xie Tianba waved his hand and said, you can leave. Soon Xie Tianba took Xie Wenken and his son to leave. What did Xie Tianba say when the two returned to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger gang, and what did he do? Summoned the other members of the Crazy Tiger gang. Announced the dissolution of the Crazy Tiger gang from now on in the arena. No longer the gang of the Crazy Tiger gang. When everyone heard that, why did the helper? Why disband? Xie Tianba said after listening, do not have to say more. From now on you go your separate ways. I'm about to leave Huanghai City. Some of the people have roughly guessed why Xie Tianba wants to disband. Crazy Tiger Gang. Look at this, meaning 11 gangs have not been able to cure Yu Yang. Maybe they also failed. Do these people think this Yu Yang is so powerful? Even the 11 gangs have not been able to cure him. Besides, after Xie Tianba finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room, and Xie Wenkan packed some things with him. Xie Wenkan and his wife left Huanghai City. Everyone from the Crazy Tiger Gang saw the boss and left, and they all dispersed. One of them can be angry. This person thought, Xie Tianba, you old useless thing. What 11 gangs? I think they are all a bunch of wine bags and rice bags. This is the former who gave Xie Wenkan an idea at school. The kid who wanted to kidnap Chi Mengru was anxious to call her arms, because he was kicked by Yu Yang at the time. This kick was very serious, and I came back and lay on the bed for several days, so he has always held a grudge against Yu Yang. Thought, as long as I'm still alive, I'll have to find Yu Yang and take this revenge. Thinking of this, he found a few people who usually have a good relationship with him. After discussing it for a while, he also left Huanghai City and defected to the other gangs to the back. This kid came to seek revenge for Yu Yang. Say Yu Yang. After Xie Tianba left, said to Xie Tianba, Uncle Yan, let's leave here too. Looking along the left side of the sky, Yu Yang is more and more happy. I still think Meng Zhao has vision. This kid is too fierce, so many gangs are united to suppress him today. He was not even the slightest fear, but also the opposite. Defeated them all. Thinking of this, he immediately mentioned Yu Yang. Now no one should leave, let's change a box immediately. Set a table for you and have a good congratulations. You see, this has been playing for a long time and I haven't eaten lunch yet. He said that Yu Yang really felt a little hungry. So he did not shirk a few people and changed a box, went to set wine to celebrate. The waiters in Huanghailu were dumbfounded. So many people are still fixed on the wall. This is full of blood on the ground and on the walls. These waiters whispered. A discussion said, let's not talk about it. These people are all social gangsters, kill without blinking an eye. Or quickly get these people off the wall. Soon these waiters spent a lot of effort to get the bosses of those gangs off the wall one by one. Some have already fainted. Wait for these waiters to get the bosses of these gangs off the wall and draw their swords. Followed by sending them to the hospital, and waited until the latter were discharged from the hospital, and some disbanded the gang, swore never to mix underworld again from now on. I feel scared when I think of Yu Yang. Some people did not disband the gang after they went back, but they also swore that they would never oppose Yu Yang from now on. Yu Yang has completely established his position in the underworld. In this war, many people also took refuge in the hero Tang. This time Hao Hantang has added several hundred members. This time the number of Hao Hantang reached as many as 1,500 people. This time Yu Yang picked the top 10 gangs by himself, the name of Yu Yang for a while. As long as it is people who mix outside, no one does not know. Because he picked 10 gangs, someone gave him a nickname called God of War. Chapter 80 Shy Yu Yang. At this time Yan Tianzuo looked at Yu Yang and liked it more and more. I thought that he would only come to Huanghai City for more than 2 months. At that time I wanted to pull him in. No wonder he shied away and said he was in school at that time. Unexpectedly, in this short period of time, he will develop a small gang that is not yet in the mainstream into a behemoth. Very soon. Wait until the leeks are served. Yan Tianzuo poured a glass of wine and said, first. This first glass of wine is to congratulate my future son-in-law Yu Yang. Yu Yang also quickly stood up and said, Uncle Yan, I dare not be, but I still take the blessing of your old man, and you have your old man standing beside me to cheer me on. So I have the strength to set up 10 wrong gangs. Yan Tianzuo laughed when he heard it. I thought I didn't expect him to be very young. He has extraordinary strategies and he is very humble. It's so rare. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Yu Yang, you should not be too modest. I didn't help much today. Yan Mengzhao stood up beside her and said, Yu Yang, Dad, you two are welcome, and then said to Yu Yang, why are you always doing so much? From now on we are all a family, and I heard that right along Tianzuo. Meng Zhao is right, let's toast. He finished and looked again. Everyone stood up together. Together they drank the wine in their hands, followed by someone who came to toast Yu Yang frequently. Yan Mengzhao thought to herself, if so many people really come to toast Yu Yang one by one, that had to get him drunk. He couldn't think of this and he quietly pulled Yu Yang with his hand, whispered, are you full? Yu Yang nodded. Speaking of being full, Yan Mengzhao said it as soon as she heard it. Then let them eat here first and I will take you to our house. After he finished speaking he stood up and came to Yan Tianzuo. Said, Dad, you eat first. Yu Yang, he drank a lot of wine. I went out for a walk with him along the left side of the day, heard all right. And then he came to Yu Yang again and pulled Yu Yang out of Huanghai, came to Yan Mengjiao's car. The two got into the car and Yan Mengjiao started the car and drove over to Yan Gongguan stupidly. The two soon arrived. At this time no one at home. The two got out of the car and came to the upstairs where Yan Mengjiao lived. Yan Mengjiao turned around and said to Yu Yang, I'll take you to take a bath first. Just played with them for a long time and drank again. It is estimated that you are sweating, change your clothes. I helped you wash it. Yu Yang looked up at Yan Mengjiao. Look at Yan Mengjiao's charming face. The long eyelashes flickered, like a small brush in Yu Yang's appreciation. That red lips looked delicious. Yan Mengjiao looked at him. Yu Yang looked at him with two eyes. His eyes changed, showing Yan Mengjiao, my heart is pounding. At this moment Yu Yang blurted out, I want you to wash with me. Yan Mengjiao groaned when she heard it. HMPH, you are necrotic, I will not accompany you to wash it. Said this and pulled Yu Yang to the bathroom. Fill the bathtub with water. Turned to Yu Yang and said, I said you shall let me help you undress today. Talking he reached out to unbutton Yu Yang's clothes. This Yu Yang, don't look at the flowers. He grew up so big and he has never been intimate with a girl before. So he saw that Yan Mengjiao really wanted to help him undress. Yu Yang was also embarrassed, stepped back and said, I'll do it myself. Yan Mengjiao was happy when she saw it. This time he laughed because the trembling branches made Yu Yang look straight. Yan Mengjiao was happy for a long time, straightened up and said to Yu Yang, Yo did not expect to see you, usually quite bold. I didn't expect you to be shy. Don't tell me you're still a virgin. Yu Yang gave up after hearing that and said, I was still a virgin, okay. Yan Mengjiao listened. I really said that, I thought. So many female students in your class, you have long been with others. No wonder you were so shy just now. Speaking of which, he said mysteriously to Yu Yang, you will stay with me tonight. There will be good things for you. After speaking he also gave Yu Yang a mischievous wink and said, then I'll go out first, you undress yourself. And then take a shower. Yu Yang got excited when he heard it, thought to himself, would be something good for me, wouldn't it? What about himself? At this time Yan Mengjiao had turned around and walked out and took the bathroom door. Followed by Yu Yang, took off his clothes, raised his legs and stepped into the bathtub. When he entered the bathtub with a shot of hot water, not to mention how comfortable it was. At this moment Yan Mengjiao came. He quietly came to the door. He just touched the door handle. I heard Yu Yang say something. If you want to see it, look at it in an open and honest way, don't look at it secretly. Yan Mengjiao pushed the door and walked in, saying, I hate it. People are so close to you, found you are a bunny ears. Who wants to see you ugly dead? I'll take your clothes out and wash them. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was no longer necessary, I had already washed Yan Mengjiao for a moment. When he looked into the bathtub he was happy with a puff. After a long time of trouble Yu Yang just took off his clothes, thought. Such a big bathtub, just let me take my clothes in and wash them. So he put all his clothes in the bathtub. Yan Mengjiao said happily at the time when she saw it, I said you. The bathtub is specially used for bathing and washing clothes. There is a washing machine. Yu Yang said to Yan Mengjiao when he heard it, what is this anyway, this bathtub is so big. It's okay to put the clothes in and wash them. Yan Mengjiao heard it, come on, you still give me the clothes. I take it out and use the washing machine to help you wash it and then dry it. After speaking he involuntarily picked up all the clothes from the bathtub and took them out. After a while Yan Mengjiao came back, and when he opened the bathroom door Yu Yang looked up. Yan Mengjiao also changed her clothes. Wearing a suspender, the hair is also scattered on both sides of the pointed ends. He entered the bathroom, closed the door and said to Yu Yang, looks good. Yu Yang felt dry mouth when he saw it. He swallowed and said it was good. Seeing that Yan Mengjiao also took off her clothes, she lifted her leg and stepped into the bathtub. Soon when the two of them finished taking a bath, Yu Yang carried Yan Mengjiao to the bedroom and put it on the bed. Yan Mengjiao hooked Yu Yang with her hand. The two fell on the bed together. Look at Yan Mengjiao's lips. As soon as Yu Yang lowered his head, the two kissed for a while. All felt out of breath and then separated. Just kissing Yu Yang is not enough. When he wanted to go deeper, Yan Mengjiao held down his hand. Looking at Yu Yang with both eyes, said affectionately, Yu Yang, I want to keep the first to us. Is it okay to get married that night? In addition to this the other can be. Yu Yang also nodded and said, well, it depends on you. Yan Mengjiao smiled sweetly at Yu Yang after hearing this. When it comes to I really love you. After he finished speaking he bowed his head and held it. Yu Yang took a breath of air in his life. At the beginning what Yan Mengjiao did was relatively not skilled, but it didn't take long for him to learn by himself. Learn to cut a musical instrument, and later the two became Arabic numerals 6 and 9. Yu Yang usually listens to Fan Yongchun and Deng Heitao at school. A lot of things about this aspect, so he will be self-taught today. Used it. Chapter 81 Concert. In the end the two of them did everything that the remaining couples should do, except that they did not break through in the last line of defense. Yan Mengjiao fell into Yu Yang's arms and said, will you stay with me tonight? Yu Yang wanted to agree in his heart, but he suddenly remembered his previous agreement with Qi Mengru. In addition to giving him 2 days off on Saturdays and Sundays, he can't go out at other times. He has lost faith today. If he is going to stay at night, I really don't know that eldest lady. What should I say about him? Thinking of this, Yu Yang said to Yan Mengjiao, no, I can't stay here at night, I have to go back. Yan Mengjiao heard that. Why did you want to go back? Whose house is the place where you live now? Last time you said it was your cousin's house. I don't think so. The last time a woman called you, who was that woman? Yu Yang paused after hearing Yan Mengjiao's series of questions. When it comes to Mengjiao, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, it's not my cousin's house, I work as a bodyguard in his house. Yan Mengjiao heard it. Why did you work as a bodyguard at his house? Just relying on your ability, do you still use it as a bodyguard for others? Besides, how can my boyfriend be managed by others as a bodyguard? Just quit your job over there and I'll give you double your salary to protect me. Yu Yang shaves his face with his hands after listening to it. Mengjiao's nose said, you still use people to protect you? No ordinary person really can beat you. Yan Mengjiao is so spoiled that I want your protection. Yu Yang said after listening to Mengjiao, I have no way to quit my job over there because I was ordered by my teacher to go down the mountain to protect the eldest lady of that house. In fact, I don't know why my master let me go down the mountain to protect such a little girl. I actually don't have any salary to protect her. Yan Mengjiao exclaimed, ah, what happened to your master? How do you get to protect an employer who doesn't get paid at all? Yu Yang shook his head and said, I don't know why my master and his old man did this, but I know that since he did it, he must have his intentions. Yan Mengjiao immediately asked after hearing that, did your master say how long you would protect him? Yu Yang immediately told me when my master came down the mountain, let me protect him for a year. Yan Mengjiao said yes after listening, since it was your master who asked you to go down the mountain to protect others, then you will protect him for 1 year, and after 1 year you will be my bodyguard. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, then I'll go back first, and Yan Mengjiao followed closely and said, I said, Yu Yang, you protect that eldest lady. You protect that eldest lady. People say that love is born over time. You can't be inseparable from others when the time comes. Yu Yang was delighted. How can it be said? Besides, they are rich family daughters and I am a poor bodyguard. There is nothing. How dare you go after others? Yan Mengjiao said after listening, that's fine. If you dare to betray me one day, then I will castrate you, and then I will go to the monkhood and become a nun myself. Yu Yang couldn't help pinching his legs after hearing this, thinking to himself, I have to pay attention. Such a girl who dares to love and hate can't be offended. Thinking of this, he hurriedly mentioned, Mengjiao, don't worry. Even if it is true, no matter how many girls I have an affair with, I will not abandon you. Yan Mengjiao was happy when she heard it and kissed Yu Yang on the cheek. But unfortunately this girl has been carried away by the joy and did not pay attention to what Yu Yang painted just now. No matter how many other girls I have an affair with, I will never abandon you. He didn't pay any attention to this loophole in Yu Yang's words. Followed by the two getting dressed, Yan Mengjiao drove Yu Yang back to Qi Mansion. Keep watching Yu Yang enter through the small door next to him. He just turned around and left. Yu Yang walked to the door of the room and heard someone talking inside. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. I heard Qi Mengru say that concert tickets are so hard to buy, what should I do? And then heard Qi Mengru say, it's alright, I'm looking for a friend. To see if you can get 2 more, so that Yu Yang can also go with us. Qi Mengru heard that, cousin. Why let the big bad guy go with us? Qi Mengru said after listening, he is your bodyguard, there will be so many people at the concert. Since he is your bodyguard, he should follow along to protect your safety. At this moment Yu Yang approached the room. Qi Mengru looked up just in time to see Yu Yang. Speaking of Yu Yang, stop for me. Yu Yang just wanted to go upstairs, heard Chi Mengru shout. He knew in his heart that it might be difficult to end this matter today. As he expected, he followed Chi Mengru's question. I didn't come to class today. Where have you been fooling around? Although our family hired you as a bodyguard for no money, at least you were ordered to go down the mountain by your teacher. I didn't promise you all last time you can only go out on Saturdays and Sundays. You can't leave at all times during school. Did not expect you today. And ran away without a word. If you don't want to be the bodyguard, just say so. Yu Yang knew he was wrong. So no matter what Chi Mengru said about him, he remained silent all along. Yu Xiaoying looked beside her and said, Mengru, Yu Yang left today without telling you it was his fault. Since he went out in such a hurry, I believe he must have something wrong. Get things straight first, but don't blame Yu Yang. Yu Yang glanced at Yu Xiaoying with grateful eyes. I heard Chi Mengru say next to me, cousin. You helped this stinky boy speak again. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that Mengru was not, I helped Yu Yang speak. Yu Yang went out in such a hurry, there must be something urgent. If he really leaves for no reason, of course it was his fault. As soon as Chi Mengru heard about Yu Yang, why did you want to go out today? What does Yu Yang want me to say? Can I tell you that I went to fight with the other top 10 gangs today? Yu Yang thought to himself, how can I put this matter away? Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and remembered it. Said to Chi Mengru, today I suddenly left without telling you. It is indeed my fault. But I did encounter an emergency. Someone got sick and asked me to treat him, so I didn't go to school today. Chapter 82. After Chi Mengru heard it, she was dubious, but he did not delve into the matter. Said to Yu Yang, then I will trust you once. In fact, he is not really angry, he is just dissatisfied with Yu Yang what he promised him last time. He also knew about Yu Yang's establishment of a club in the school. He was just afraid that Yu Yang didn't ask him to leave and go out to do something bad. After getting along for such a long time, he felt that Yu Yang was sometimes though. I still like to be angry with him if I don't have a good class in school. But although Yu Yang founded a club, he never bullied female students. On the contrary, after he founded the society. There are people who bully girls in the school, and other clubs are also wiped out by Yu Yang one by one. So in his heart, although Yu Yang was a bit naughty at times, he didn't listen to the class well. But this person is still not bad in quality. At this moment Yu Xiaoying also spoke, Mengru, since Yu Yang is going out to treat people, then forgive him. This time Chi Mengru didn't want to get into this matter, so she nodded. Speaking of next time I'll see how I clean up you. At this moment an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Our family hired someone as a bodyguard without spending a penny. Is there any reason for me to clean him up? If he gets angry and quits it seems like I can't take him. Thinking of this, for some unknown reason his heart felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, how could Yu Yang know what Chi Mengru was thinking? He saw that Yu Xiaoying was helping him out of the siege and Chi Mengru stopped talking. Yu Yang thought, Sister Xiaoying is so good, I lied to lie to him, right? But this matter cannot be told to them. Thinking of this is also a tangle in Yu Yang's heart. Yu Yang is more optimistic. After thinking for a while, there was nothing he could do, so he simply put the matter behind him. When three people stood there, no one spoke. Yu Yang scratched his head, smiled at Yu Xiaoying to ease the atmosphere. And then he said, Miss Ying, I heard you talking about a concert just now. Who wants to hold a concert? Chi Mengru spoke from the side. That Yao Wenyu is going to hold a concert, and it's in Huanghai City. He is my idol, but unfortunately I can't buy tickets. My cousin still looking for a relationship just bought a ticket. Yu Yang was stunned after listening to it and asked who Yao Wenyu is. After listening, Chi Mengru looked at Yu Yang with a very strange look and said, I'm afraid you're not from an alien, you don't even know who Yao Wenyu is. Yu Yang also used one, why do I need to know who Yao Wenyu is? Looking at Chi Mengru. And then I heard Yu Yang say, why do I know him, but I can't eat it and I can't drink it. Chi Mengru gave up and said that you are a big bad guy, you are not allowed to say that my idol is not good. Today's children generally like to chase stars. Especially if he slandered the idol he most admired in his heart, then he may go up and fight with you. Yu Yang grew up in the mountains since he was a child, how could he know who Yao Wenyu is? If Yao Wenyu's fans knew what he said just now, it is estimated that spittle could drown him. Yao Wenyu is a very popular singer in the mainland. He not only sings beautifully but also looks very beautiful, so he is also the dream lover of many men. Even girls like him very much, that beautiful singing voice. It just so happens that he is also a singer that Chi Mengru likes very much. So today I heard Yu Yang say this to Yao Wenyu, he quit, he rushed up and scuffled with Yu Yang. looked at Yu Xiaoying next to him and shook his head thinking, oh, these two are so big, why are they still like children? Yu Yang looked at Qi Mengru and rushed towards him with claws and claws. While dodging, he did not speak honestly. Didn't I just say it? What's wrong? What about your idol? Can worship him as food or as water? If you can make money by worshipping him, you can, he said Qi Mengru. Let alone do it, and said to him, see how I clean up you today. And then watched Qi Mengru come to Yu Yang and reach out to grab him. Because Qi Mengru is shorter than Yu Yang, so he came to Yu Yang and grabbed him. Yu Yang looked down just to see the scenery inside his collar. In the middle is a deep ravine, the trace that peeked out from the edge of the pink hood. Yu Yang's eyeballs from the snow-like skin almost didn't pop out. Just at this moment, Qi Mengru pushed him just behind Yu Yang and there was the sofa. Yu Yang fell back on the sofa. Qi Mengru saw Yu Yang fell on the sofa. He jumped forward and pounced on Yu Yang. Regardless of whether it is 3721, it is a pinch at Yu Yang. Yu Yang has practiced kung fu and Qi Mengru is a girl. This hand pinched Yu Yang as if tickling him. At this time Yu Yang was just lying on the sofa. Qi Mengru looked down and pinched him. Did not feel that he had gone out at all. Yu Yang's eyes stared like a light bulb, staring at Qi Mengru motionless. Qi Mengru was pinching hard as if something hit his a. The dream is like thinking, what is it? Thinking of this, he reached out and grabbed it. It was incredible. Heard Qi Mengru shout, what? Jumped off Yu Yang's body with a rub, blushing like an apple, and said angrily at Yu Yang. You big badass, big pervert. I showed Yu Xiaoying next to me and I was stunned and wondered what happened to this Mengru. Why did he run to the side and still blushed? When he heard Qi Mengru scolding Yu Yang as a big villain and a big pervert, Yu Xiaoying thought, no way. Did Yu Yang do something to Xiaoying just now? He thought wrong again. I didn't see him move just now, but Mengru kept pinching others. After thinking about it, he didn't even understand what was going on. Watching Yu Yang sat up from the sofa and said with a bitter look on his face, Sister Xiaoying, if you see a dream as if he is teasing me, you don't care if you are next to me. This time Yu Xiaoying was also dumbfounded. The two who were tricked by the two were the two monks and she couldn't touch the top of her head. At this moment Qi Mengru next to him quit when he heard what Yu Yang said. When it comes to you big villain, big pervert, you still say that? After he finished speaking, he turned around and said to Yu Xiaoying, cousin, this kid is necrotic, he just said to him just now. He wanted to say it again but was embarrassed. His face became even redder. Yu Xiaoying asked Mengru, what's the matter with you? After a while Qi Mengru said bitterly, cousin, this kid just played a hooligan. The 83rd Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying looked at the head as big as a bucket and said to the two of them, you two are so big, why are you still like children? Qi Mengru said unconvinced, HMPH, cousin, just speak to him. He's dead, he just looked at me. Yu Xiaoying thought to herself, no wonder Mengru made such a big fire. Just then Yu Yang said, hello, don't blame me. You threw yourself on top of me, such a beautiful beauty. How can I still have no reaction at all when I move around? Qi Mengru listened beside him. I don't know why when Yu Yang said this his heart pounded, thinking. I thought I was the best beauty in his heart. Thinking of this his anger disappeared at the time and he said to Yu Yang, huh, you can talk. Forget it this time if there is a next time. I'm definitely not finished with you. Yu Xiaoying took a look. This matter has passed and he has nothing to say. Yu Yang, who was on the side, quickly changed the subject and asked Sister Xiaoying, when is the concert you just mentioned? Qi Mengru heard the word, oh, I just patronized and quarreled with this kid and almost forgot about it. Cousin's concert will start next Saturday. We only have one ticket now. What should we do? I really want to see it. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, alas, I can't help it. I'm looking for someone to see if I can buy it again. Said Yu Yang on the side. Miss Ying, would you like me to ask for help? Qi Mengru listened to it, looked at Yu Yang and said, humph. Do you think Yao Wenyu's concert tickets are so easy to buy? My cousin can't buy them. Can you have a way to buy them? Yu Xiaoying. As soon as he heard about Dao Mengru, Yu Yang, isn't he also kind? This ticket is so hard to buy, even if he can't ask, it's not surprising. Yu Yang didn't take it to heart after hearing what Qi Mengru said just now. Yu Yang knew that Qi Mengru was still angry with him about what happened just now. Just then Yu Xiaoying spoke. It's getting late, I have to go to bed first. He stood up. After that Qi Mengru also stood up and turned around and said to Yu Yang before leaving. Big villain, tomorrow is Saturday. In order to punish you for running out without telling me today, so you are fined not to go out this week. After saying this, Qi Mengru stared at Yu Yang with two eyes, for fear that Yu Yang would say the word, no. His dream is as he thought. What if he really doesn't listen to me and has to go out? Our family hired him as a bodyguard for no money, or I will talk to my dad tomorrow about giving him a salary. Just when he was thinking about it, he heard Yu Yang say it. Okay, I'm definitely not going anywhere these 2 days. Hero Tang has just occupied the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang and Yu Yang himself wants to visit tomorrow. Yu Yang saw Chi Mengru not letting him go out. In fact, Yu Yang felt that Chi Mengru was pretty good in his heart, but sometimes he had a little eldest temperament. Yu Yang also knew that since his master asked him to come down the mountain to protect this girl, he must have her intentions, or else he would have quit long ago according to his character. So he thought so he agreed. When Chi Mengru saw Yu Yang's promise, he felt happy at the time, then turned around and went upstairs to sleep. Yu Yang saw that he was left in the living room. He also went upstairs and went back to his room to sleep. In a blink of an eye, the morning of the second day. After breakfast, Yu Yang, Chi Mengru and Xiao Ying sat in the living room chatting. Since Chi Mengru's mother was away from home for a while, there were only 3 of them left at home. And a nanny. Several people were talking when someone knocked on the door. Chi Mengru quickly stood up, went to the door. As soon as the door opened, she said, "Sister Lu, why are you here?" It wasn't Chen Lu, the captain of the Huanghai City Criminal Police Brigade, who came outside. Chi Mengru said, "Quickly come in." Yu Xiaoying also quickly stood up and said, "Xiao Lu, is you? Why are you free today?" Chen Lu turned her head and glanced. Yu Yang said, "This is not coming to find. Didn't you come to Yu Yang to give me acupuncture?" Just at this moment Yu Yang spoke. "I said that there might be no way to pour wine for you today." Chen Lu asked very strangely, "Why?" Yu Yang glanced at Chi Mengru and said, "He won't let me out." Chen Lu heard it, glanced at Chi Mengru and asked if Mengru was the case. Chi Mengru thought that the brat must have done it on purpose. "Did you say that for a while so that Sister Lu would not be misunderstood?" Sure enough, Chen Lu asked. "I said Mengru, what is going on between you two?" Chi Mengru said, "Sister Lu, isn't he my bodyguard? He has to protect me when morning dew hears it. Isn't it Saturday and Sunday? If you don't go out to school, why do you still need his protection?" This time Chi Mengru was asked. Yu Xiaoying, who was speechless, came over to help Chi Mengru and said, "Xiao Lu." Nothing. Yu Yang and Mengru were a little awkward. "You actually asked Yu Yang to see a doctor for you, then of course he can go out with you." I said, "Mengru, are you right?" Looked at Yu Yang next to him, showing a very proud look, and made a face at Chi Mengru, but Chi Mengru was very angry. "I hate it so much that my teeth are itchy thinking that I will make you proud and I will see how your handle will fall into my hands when I see it." Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Chen Lu, "Sister Lu is right. This kid must be my bodyguard. He always runs out at every turn. Isn't that bad? If I leave him alone, he will run away without a trace. What should I do if I encounter danger?" Chen Lu, as a criminal policeman, has a particularly vicious vision. When he saw that Chi Mengru was talking, something was wrong and he didn't ask any questions. Just said to Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru, "Then I and Yu Yang will go first." After saying that, he and Yu Yang left, and Yu Yang made a face at him when he walked in front of Chi Mengru. "That means it's not what I want to go out this time. It was Sister Lu who came to me to help her heal," stomped Chi Mengru angrily. Before he could say anything, the two had already walked out of Zhongmen and closed it, and soon Yu Yang and Chen Lu came to his house again. As usual, Chen Lu went to take a shower first and let Yu Yang wait in the living room. After he took a bath, he put on his clothes and the two came to the bedroom. Yu Yang still massaged him first and waited until the skin of this Chen Lu was red. Yu Yang let him go and performed acupuncture for him. After a while waiting for the acupuncture to finish, Yu Yang just put away the silver needles. Chen Lu suddenly remembered the phone that Chen Lu put aside. He was startled. At first he thought there was something else, he had to go out. When he took a look at the phone, it showed that it was a good friend of his. Tong Yakshuan called him. He hurriedly answered it, put it in his ear and listened to the other side of the phone. "Does Xiao Lu have time today? Today's sisters' reunion is short of you." Chen Lu heard that. "I just have time. Where is it?" At this moment I heard the other side of the phone say in Huanghai Lu. At this moment another woman's voice suddenly came out on the phone and said, "Hurry up, if it's less than 10 minutes you will be fined 3 drinks. 84 The little kid who came from. After listening to Chen Lu, she hurriedly said, Okay, I immediately finished speaking and hung up the phone. Said to Yu Yang, "Today my friends are gathering, you will come with me too. They have a lot of people who are not simple. There is a shop owner, and many are bosses of big companies. You can't be a bodyguard forever. Getting to know these people will also be of great benefit to your future development in Huanghai City." While he said this to Yu Yang, he changed his coat again. And then said to Yu Yang, walk away for a while and go late, those girls will really make me punish myself for 3 cups. If I go very late, how much wine should I drink? These guys are all crazy. Yu Yang, mentally grateful to Chen Lu for a while, thought to himself. Sister Lu is really thoughtful, how should I repay him in the future? Thinking of this, he saw that Chen Lu had already walked out and he hurriedly followed. Chen Lu locked the door and left him open in the white QQ, and Yu Yang went straight to Huanghai Lu. When Yu Yang came to Huanghai Lu again, he was very emotional and thought to himself, pick the top 10 gangs here, a dream come true. Thinking about the scene at that time, it is really thrilling. If you are not careful at that time, you may be doomed. I came to Huanghai City by myself in a short period of time. And also have 2 beautiful sisters and sisters, good brothers. Yu Yang walked into Huanghai Lu while thinking about going with Chen Lu. When 2 people took the elevator to the 2nd floor, they heard it as soon as they arrived at the door of the private room. Someone said, it's still 2 minutes away, it's still 2 minutes away. He seldom comes to our meetings at ordinary times, but this time he finally came and he was late. We just got him drunk today. The others will get him drunk today as soon as they hear it, right? Chen Lu thought to myself that I didn't overtime. In case if it exceeds the time, let these guys get drunk. That would be really troublesome. Thinking of this, he quickly raised his hand and pushed open the door of the box, saying, I'm here. Said this, he raised his hand and said, but look good, I'll be there in just over a minute. Yu Yang looked into the room and felt dazzled at the time. There were a total of 4 beauties in this room. These 4 women usually have a better relationship with Chen Lu. These 4 women are named Chen Na and Hao Yuji, Tong Yakshuan and Lin Xiaomei. Just then this woman named Lin Xiaomei happened to see Yu Yang and he asked right away, hey, I said, Chen Lu, where did you get such a little guy from? Is this your boyfriend? Ouch, didn't you see it? You are still old cows eating young grass, and this young man is not very old at first glance. Chen Lu stared at Lin Xiaomei and said, I said, Lin Xiaomei, what nonsense are you talking about? This is my godfather. Saying this, he stretched out his hand and pulled Yu Yang in front of everyone and said to everyone, let me introduce to you, this is my godbrother surnamed Yu, called Yu Yang. Tong Yakshuan also spoke at this time, hey, I said that Chen Luqing is good for his younger brother, isn't his younger brother doing it? After speaking, the girls burst into laughter. Chen Lu laughed and scolded, you gangsters, he is really my brother. Tong Yakshuan heard it, right, it's your brother, I didn't say it wasn't. The girls burst into laughter after hearing this and took Yu Yang aside. I thought to myself, God, these women are too fierce, how dare they say anything. At this moment Chen Lu Yu Yang said, come and do it to me. Ignore them, these guys are usually crazy, used to it. He was also afraid that Yu Yang would have a bad impression of these women, he said quickly. These women don't look dishonest, but they are usually pretty good people. Others saw that Chen Lu pulled Yu Yang to his side and they said, no. I said, Chen Lu, you are not funny. You said that we are usually very good sisters. You can't occupy it alone. You think he should be still young, how old are you, little brother? Look at these women again, all of them are surrounded by Yu Yang. Some asked for age and some asked Yu Yang for a phone number. Yu Yang has become immune to beauties since he went down the mountain for so long because of the girls who appeared beside him. Without exception are all the best beauties such as Qi Mengru, Li Dongmai, Guo Weiner and Yan Mengjiao, etc. Morning Dew saw that these people were all gathered around. He immediately stood up and said to the crowd, I said, what do you guys want to do? Don't frighten people, I tell you he is really my god brother. I said, why don't you believe it? And he is still a genius doctor, haven't you noticed any changes in me? After listening to this, everyone looked at Chen Lu in unison to see what was different about him. At this moment one of the women named Hao Yuji said something and saw it. To see why your face is flushing red. Let the little handsome guy make you cool. The crowd burst into laughter after hearing this. Chen Lu said angrily, Hao Yuji, what nonsense are you talking about? I was cured by Yu Yang and my body is better than before. Tong Yakshuan heard that he was still a genius doctor. To see that he should be less than 20 years old this year, how good he is, don't brag for him. As soon as Chen Lu heard that, if you don't believe me, let my godfather check you one by one, and the others followed suit, I said. Sister Zan will let this little brother check for you. Everyone said in unison, yes, come and strip first. After speaking, everyone burst into laughter. When Tong Yakshuan heard it, he said to the crowd, you bastards, all give me peace, I'm going to check my body now. Chen Lu did it on purpose and wanted Yu Yang to show his hand in front of these women. If he can make friends with these people, it will be of great help to him in the future. After Tong Yakshuan finished speaking, these people all quieted down before watching Tong Yakshuan turn around and say to Chen Lu, "Then let the genius doctor examine me." In fact, Tong Yakshuan's heart is also dubious about Chen Lu's words, thinking that he can be a genius doctor for such a small child. Where can he go? I want him to check it out for me to see if he can check out the problem. Because Tong Yakshuan suffered from lumbar disc herniation and has not been cured in major hospitals. The doctor's advice to him is to do surgery, but the risk of surgery is great, so he did not do it. This disease has plagued him for more than 2 years. For more than 2 years he has been tortured by this disease very painfully, so he only wanted Yu Yang to show him today, he thought. If it is really like what Chen Lu said, he is really a genius doctor who can cure this disease, that would be really good. Chapter 85. Thinking of this, he said, "Little brother, to Yu Yang, then you can check it for me." Yu Yang took his pulse first and then listened to him. "You have nothing wrong with the rest, but you have a lumbar disc herniation. If I'm not wrong, this disease has been around for about 2 years and you have suffered a lot in these 2 years, Tong Yakshuan thought to himself. Did not see that he really had 2 strokes. Do not. Chen Lu, what he said just now is true. Ah, this Chen Lu is too powerful. Where did he find such a god brother? He is still so young. Just thinking of this, he quickly said to Yu Yang, "Can you help me cure it?" Yu Yang nodded and said yes. The other 3 had surprised expressions on their faces after listening. Because they are usually very good sisters, Tong Yakshuan has the disease of lumbar disc herniation. A few of them know it. Today when I see Yu Yang, I know the pulse. And then look at those few all looking at Chen Lu. That means, where did you get this person from? Look at the age of this year is not 20 years old. How can there be such a powerful medical skills? And then look at Chen Lu's proud. Just listen to what he said right away. I just said that, you still don't believe it. At this moment I heard Yu Yang say, "Turn around and hold the table with both hands. Lift the shirt up." This time no one of the 3 women joked. Seeing that Yu Yang was going to treat Tong Yakshuan, all the people stopped talking. While watching Tong Yakshuan do as he was told, he lifted his clothes and put his hands on the table to hear Yu Yang turn around and say, "Is there any liquor?" Just listen to someone who immediately said that there is a bottle of liquor immediately. After speaking this, one walked to the door, called the waiter, asked for a bottle of liquor and took it to the house. Came to Yu Yang, handed the liquor to Yu Yang. Yu Yang reached out and took the liquor in his hand and said to Tong Yakshuan, "Sister, please take your pants down a little." Tong Yakshuan felt his face burning after listening to it, thinking that this kid can really cure diseases. Or are you trying to take advantage of me? He was thinking about it and then saw one of the women named Chen Na stood up and came. Said behind Tong Yakshuan, "I said, Tong Yakshuan, the genius doctor asked you to move your pants down a little, why don't you move? What? Shy? Come on, let me help you." Finish speaking. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he ripped off Tong Yakshuan's pants. This time dragged him to his heels, and when everyone watched it, it was a burst of laughter. Turned Tong Yakshuan back angrily and glared at this group of people. Look at this group of people and then hold back their laughter. I was stunned when I showed Yu Yang next to me, thinking, to God, these women are too fierce. Tong Yakshuan has taken off. Since he took it off, even if it is mentioned again, it is meaningless. Turned around and put his hand on the table again. Just listen to Yu Yang said. Sister estimates that there will be a little pain in a while, you bear with it. Tong Yakshuan nodded. Sigh. Look again. Yu Yang opened the bottle cap and said 9 fell on his hand. Then he reached out and took out the lighter from his pocket. The wine in his hand was lit, and in an instant Yu Yang's hand was covered with flames. Seeing everyone gasping for breath, they all thought in their hearts, God, how painful this must be. Chen Lu was also frightened. I thought I had known that he would have to pay such a big price. I shouldn't have come up with this idea. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, are you all right? Just look at Yu Yang, look back at him and say with a sweet smile. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. He just finished speaking and then looked at him and raised his hand, and patted it down at Tong Yakshuan's waist. Tong Yakshuan felt the waist at that time, came a burning sensation. And then look at Yu Yang, the hand flipped up and down and patted on Tong Yakshuan's waist. At the end look at Yu Yang again, and you can hear it as soon as you push your hand hard. The sound of a bone repositioning. Tong Yakshuan groaned in pain, looked at Yu Yang again, took a sip of white wine from the side and poured it into his mouth. Then turned around and sprayed all the liquor in his mouth onto Tong Yakshuan's waist. I heard Yu Yang say it right after, sister, try it now. Tong Yakshuan thought that this is good. I went to so many big hospitals and they were not cured. Let him cure me so easily. He really couldn't believe it and was stunned there. The girls burst into laughter after reading it and some of them said, "Hey," I said, "Tong Yakshuan. The genius doctor has cured you of the disease, why are you still poking around there? Do you still want the genius doctor to give you another shot?" Tong Yakshuan came back to his senses, hurriedly lifted his trousers, tidied up his clothes and turned his head. Said to the other three, "You are just a dog who can't spit out ivory." At this moment Chen Na said unwillingly, "I said, Tong Yakshuan. We finally had such an opportunity today, and then let the genius doctor help us to have a look. As soon as Tong Yakshuan hears about it, you should take a look. If it doesn't work, let the genius doctor give each of you another shot." The girls laughed again after listening, and then they heard someone say, "I'm afraid the genius doctor won't be able to stand it, he's still so young." After speaking, "Look at it," these women all looked at Yu Yang with their eyes, and Yu Yang looked straight. Yu Yang suddenly had a feeling that he was like a little sheep and these women were like wolves for 4 weeks. Staring at him at this moment, Chen Lu stood up and said, "What do you all want to do? Don't scare Yu Yang." After listening to the girls, they coaxed and said, "Do you see it? Some people are not happy." At this moment I listened to Tong Yakshuan speaking on the side. I said, "Yu Yang, who did you learn your medical skills from? I have been through so many large hospitals, have not been cured. I didn't expect to let you relieve my illness for more than 2 years in a while." After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang just told him that his waist has been cured. Tong Yakshuan can't bend over at first. Yu Yang told him it was okay, he really couldn't believe it. He gently bent down, has been bending, his hands can touch the toes. He did not feel any pain in the waist, he believed. He hurriedly walked over to Yu Yang and said, "Thank you very much." After speaking, look at him again and turn around from the bag he was carrying with him. Took out the checkbook and wrote a series of numbers on it, then tore it off and handed it to Yu Yang for everyone to see, which says 20,000 yuan. Yu Yang shook his head and said, "Sister, I can't take this, you are all good friends of Sister Lu. I cannot receive this money." Chen Lu looked at the side, said, "Sister Zhan, you collect the check first. Yu Yang just cured your lumbar disc herniation." Chapter 86. We are all good friends and I am very happy to see you recovering today. Yu Yang also spoke by the side, "Sister. Sister Lu is right, I will not charge you a penny for medical treatment today." The other three heard the word, "So how can we be embarrassed? How can we let the genius doctor help us see for nothing?" At this moment Hao Yuji spoke, "So be it. After a while after dinner we went to buy some clothes for the genius doctor." After he finished speaking he turned his head and said to Yu Yang, "Little brother, this time you can't shirk anymore. If you shirk us again I'll be embarrassed." Chen Lu did so when she heard that it was good. In this way Yu Yang also checked the 3 people who were physically sick. Yu Yang, who should prescribe the medicine, wrote a prescription. The treatment of Yu Yang also shot one by one, all of them have been treated. This time they gave them a lot of fun and they asked Yu Yang for contact information one after another. Tong Yakshuan said to Chen Lu, "I said, Chen Lu, where did you know such a powerful little brother? It seems that he is not big this year." Chen Lu hurriedly said, "Sister Zhan, he is still in high school, just 19 years old this year." Tong Yakshuan heard it. "Speaking of Chen Lu, you are really amazing. With such a brother it is like having a private family doctor." At this time Hao Yuji inserted a sentence next to him and said, "I said, little brother. You are so powerful in medicine, if you open a clinic there will definitely be a lot of people who come to see your doctor." When Yu Yang heard this he thought to himself, "That's right. When I set up the club I was thinking that one day I could slowly clean up and create my own business, to live a life of excellence, and then let the people around me have a good life." Thinking of this he hurriedly said that it was just that I was still in school. But I still really think so. In the future I will open a small clinic for everyone to hear. Said one after another the genius doctor, "If you open a clinic what would you do? In spite of the difficulties we will definitely help." Yu Yang hurriedly said after hearing it, "Then thank you sisters in advance." As soon as the girls heard it. "You see the genius doctor, the man is so small and capable and so polite. Do you have a girlfriend?" Yu Yang nodded and said yes. When Chen Lu heard Yu Yang's words beside him, for some reason he felt very lost in his heart. I thought that he had just come to Huanghai City not long ago, since he has a girlfriend. Who will his girlfriend be? Just then the waiter began to serve them. A few people chatting while eating, and just like that Yu Yang and these 4 women are also familiar. The 4 people that Yu Yang knew later really helped him a lot. In the process of eating Tong Yakshuan suddenly said something, "Right, I said, the genius doctor. I almost forgot that singer Yao Wenyu was coming to Pingzhong for a concert soon. 2 days ago my friend gave me 2 tickets because I was busy and didn't have time to watch it. I heard you say you have a girlfriend just now. I happen to have 2 tickets here, you can go to the concert with your girlfriend. The time happens to be next Saturday just so you don't have to go to school. Yu Yang is not interested in this concert at all, he suddenly remembered. How was Chi Meng last night, what Yu Xiaoying said? They only bought 1 ticket. Yu Yang thought, I can take these 2 tickets back to Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru. Tong Yakshuan had already taken out 2 tickets from the bag beside him and handed them over. Yu Yang reached out his hand, took it over and said, thank you Sister Zan. What did Tong Yakshuan say when he heard that? You just cured the disease that has plagued me for more than 2 years and I haven't thanked you yet. Soon a few people finished their meal while chatting. Tong Yakshuan proposed to go shopping together to buy gifts for Yu Yang. Everyone paid the electricity bill and went straight to the Yellow Sea building. Among the 5 people only Yu Yang is a boy. It really seems to be a little green in 1,000 flowers. Everyone waded into the Yellow Sea building and went straight to the men's clothing, and so a few people came to the men's clothing area. The shopping guide saw that so many girls were accompanying Yu Yang, a boy, to buy clothes. The shopping guide secretly guessed who this was. Look at his dress, does not look like any rich boy. Ah. Look at these girls wearing very simple people. These 5 women may be his sister or something, the shopping guide guessed randomly. Look at a few people who are already picking clothes for Yu Yang. A few people picked a piece of clothes and let Yu Yang die. When Tong Yakshuan picked a suit for Yu Yang, Yu Yang tried it on, and after Yu Yang put it on in the fitting room, several women looked at it and thought, Yu Yang put on this dress. I feel that the temperament has changed, although the size is only medium. Putting on this dress made his temperament change a lot. How Yuji took a look at the side and said that it is true, Buddha relies on gold clothes and people rely on clothes. This dress makes Yu Yang really wear it out of temperament. Tong Yakshuan also nodded and said, our little handsome guy was born. The others who read it are also praised again and again. The shopping guide on the side looked at it with great admiration, thinking that this young man just didn't wear this dress, have not yet felt anything. Now put on this suit like a white-collar worker. Yu Yang was stared at by them. Why are they staring at me? I have no flowers on my face. At this moment Tong Yakshuan said that the shopping guide bought this dress. This shopping guide heard another burst of joy, and at this moment they bought even clothes and pants. Has already exceeded 10,000 and he can get a lot of commissions. How Yuji next to him looked at Yu Yang's clothes and pants. Let Tong Yakshuan and the others choose them. He was secretly anxious, thinking, what should I buy him? Suddenly he remembered what right. Although they bought him all the clothes and pants, they were only worn outside and she hadn't bought her underwear yet. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to the shopping guide, to pick a few more underwear. He bought a few sets of underwear for Yu Yang and he even bought his underwear. When the bill was paid, several people came out of the Yellow Sea building carrying large and small bags in their hands, but none of these things are bought by them. All they bought for Yu Yang just came out of the Yellow Sea building. Tong Yakshuan said again, how about we go to KTV tonight to sing? Chen Lu said on the side, you play first, I will send Yu Yang back first and I have to go back to the game for something. When everyone heard that since you and the genius doctor have both left, it's not interesting for us to play. Then we will go back first. So everyone dispersed. Chen Lu drove Yu Yang to the door of the flag mansion. Yu Yang got out of the car and Chen Lu turned around and left. Yu Yang came to the door with a large bag and knocked on the door. It happened that Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying heard someone knocking on the door downstairs. Chi Mengru hurried over, opened the door and looked up at Chi Mengru. What? Was taken aback there. Chapter 87. Are you being raised by a rich woman? He looked up and looked at Yu Yang and almost didn't recognize it. Just when he was stunned, he heard someone say something out of nowhere. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a handsome guy like me? Chi Mengru heard this and then she came back to her senses and said, why, you're the only handsome guy. At this time Yu Xiaoying heard the movement at the door and came out. Who is it? Yu Yang immediately said that Miss Xiaoying was me. Yu Xiaoying looked up, but also immediately asked Yu Yang, you are? Yu Yang also came in. At this time Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru saw that Yu Yang was still carrying a large bag in his hand. Just heard Yu Yang say that this is all given by others. Chi Mengru listened with a look of worry on her face and immediately asked, who would give you so many famous brand clothes? Look at you. It should be no less than 10,000. When he said this, he reached out and grabbed the bag in Yang's hand to open it, turned back to Yu Xiaoying and said, cousin. You see there are still inside. Saying this he took out all the clothes in the ginger. Yu Xiaoying came over and was surprised after reading it. Just as Qi Mengru turned around and said to Yu Yang, "What have you been doing all day? Who sent these clothes? Since you are my bodyguard I have an obligation to ask. The origin of your clothes. Where did you get so much money to buy this dress? Did you go out and do something illegal?" Yu Yang immediately called out to the sky when he heard it and immediately said to me, "Miss. What can I do wrong? Didn't I go to see a doctor for Sister Lu? These clothes are really from people." Qi Mengru asked immediately after hearing it. "You said it was all right from someone else who would give you such high-end clothes. Are you treating Sister Lu all day? Did you go out and do something bad? You said these things were given by others. Were they given by women?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was right these were given by the woman he just finished speaking, Qi Mengru was at that time, jumped up and said, "I know. I know why they gave you these clothes. The woman who gave you the clothes must be a rich woman. Have you been taken care of by others?" Yu Yang said with a black line on his forehead. After hearing this I said, "Don't talk nonsense. I am a dignified 7-footed man. Will I be taken care of by others? Besides, who do you take me for?" Yu Xiaoying said it immediately after listening to it. Mengru should not be wronged. Yu Yang listened to him. Qi Mengru turned around when she heard it and said that you are still protecting her cousin. As for his clothes, all of them are famous big brands. You see his clothes are very expensive, even his underwear, and said that it was given by a woman. You said that if he hadn't been fostered, who would have given him such expensive clothes? Yu Yang said immediately after hearing it. I said, "Why do you have to think that I was taken care of by a rich woman? Can't these things be given to me by me to see a doctor?" Yu Xiaoying also spoke next to her. Yu Yang. "It's okay, don't worry and say it slowly." Yu Yang went on to say, "I'm going to give Miss Lu acupuncture today." Just after acupuncture his friend called him to say there was a party. So Sister Chen Lu took me there. During the meal. His friends have some physical problems that I have to treat. They said they wanted money but I didn't. They felt embarrassed and bought me these clothes. Qi Mengru was dumbfounded after hearing this, thinking to herself. It seems that I misunderstood him, but he wanted to apologize to Yu Yang but felt embarrassed. At this moment Yu Xiaoying turned around and said to him. I said, "Don't wrong him, how could Yu Yang be such a person?" Qi Mengru said as soon as he heard it, "Even if he is not such a person, am I not worried about him? He must be my bodyguard." Just then I heard Yu Yang speak again. "There is one more thing, I think both of you should be very interested." Qi Mengru heard the spirit and immediately asked, "What is it?" "Could be a rarity, you said we would both be interested." When Yu Yang heard that it was intentional, he wanted to be pissed off like Mengru. He said deliberately, "Because you misunderstood me just now, so I decided not to tell you." Qi Mengru became angry when she heard it and said, "HMPH, I don't care. Do you have any good things that I am particularly interested in? Right now I am only interested in one thing, and that is Yao Wenyu's concert tickets. I'm not interested in other things at all." Yu Yang said happily, "Oh, you're really not interested?" Qi Mengru turned around angrily and ignored him. Yu Yang said deliberately, "Alas, there are people who are not interested, so I will not take out this ticket, so I should throw it away." Qi Mengru turned around when she heard it and immediately said, "What did you just say?" Yu Yang asked very strangely, "Didn't you just say you weren't interested?" Qi Mengru became angry when she heard it and said, "You are deliberately playing with me, right? I'll just say my cousin took so much effort to just buy one. How can you have your big badass big pervert even dared to lie to me? See how I clean up you." After speaking he stretched out his hand towards Yu Yang and grabbed it. Yu Xiaoying watched from the side thinking that these two really look like children. Just as Qi Mengru stretched out his hand, Yu Yang raised his hands high and said, "Look what is in my hand." Qi Mengru looked up. How big were the two eyes at that time? "Speaking of you, right away, where did you get your tickets?" Yu Xiaoying was also stunned when she saw it from the side. "I immediately asked Yu Yang who gave you this ticket." And then see Yu Yang put the ticket in his pocket again, turned around and said to Yu Xiaoying, "This is when I went to see a doctor for Sister Chen Lu's friend today, and one of them gave it. He said that his friend gave him two and he didn't have time to look at them, so he gave them to me." Qi Mengru next to her jumped up and said when she heard the music, "You big villain, why did you tease me just now?" Yu Yang immediately said when he heard it, "How could I have, Qi Mengru, who you just said you were not interested in him? I also said just now that I am not interested in anything but tickets." Yu Xiaoying next to him saw that the two had a tendency to quarrel again. He rubbed his temples with his hands and said helplessly, "I said, can you both Don't be like a child after such a big person. Chi Mengru said to Yu Yang when she heard it. Since you have tickets we can go to the concert. I will not care about you. And then he turned around and said to Yu Xiaoying cousin. Since we already have tickets let's go to the concert together next Saturday. Chapter 88 Gang Migration. This made him so happy. At this moment Yu Yang reached out and took out the 2 tickets from his pocket and said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying. Didn't you still lack 2 tickets before? I'm not interested in this concert. I'll give you both tickets. At this moment Chi Mengru was talking. My cousin already has 1 ticket plus you 2, that's 3 tickets. When the time comes to go to the concert you have to go with Yu Yang as soon as you hear that I have to go. Chi Mengru, of course you are my bodyguard. What if you don't go? What if you encounter a bad guy? Yu Xiaoying also said next to it, yes. Just now there are 3 tickets, the 3 of us can go together. Yu Yang said after listening, okay then the 3 of us will go together. After a while Chi Mengru's mother Lu Akan also came back. And then began to eat dinner. After dinner they went back to the house to sleep. On the second day Yu Yang went to the headquarters building of Huanghai again. When he arrived he picked 10 gangs last time and a lot of people joined the hero Tang. Yu Yang was very happy when he saw it and immediately called Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao to ask about the annexation of the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Since Yu Yang picked 10 gangs that day he left the rest to Fan Yongchun, Deng Haidao and New Delhi. New Delhi and Deng Haidao listened to Yu Yang's questioning. Deng Haidao said about Brother Yang. Xie Tianba returned to the Crazy Tiger Gang that day and immediately disbanded the gang. Leading Xie Wenkin has left Huanghai City and now the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang has been completely occupied by us. As soon as Yu Yang hears that it is good I will go to see it now. Soon he Fan Yongchun, Deng Haidao and others came to the headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Yu Yang and took a look. The place thought. This place is relatively remote. Relatively speaking it is much better than the city of Huanghai. Yu Yang thought why not move our Huanghai headquarters to this place. Thinking of this he immediately called Fan Yongchun and the others and said to everyone. I think this place is quite good and the place is relatively large. I want to sign our Hero Hall headquarters here. Everyone nodded and said yes. At this moment Deng Haidao said, Brother Yang, I have one more thing to ask you. Yu Yang hurriedly asked Deng Haidao if he had anything to do. Just tell him. Just listen to Deng Haidao said. Brother Yang found a lot of vans here when we occupied the Crazy Tiger Gang, and motorcycles. Yu Yang heard, stood up and said, where is it? Take me to see. Deng Haidao was in the backyard as soon as he heard it. After speaking he led Yu Yang to the backyard. When Yu Yang arrived the backyard was too big. There were more than a dozen vans and nearly 100 motorcycles parked. Yu Yang took a look. Immediately speaking, those of you who know the car repair will get this car over and repaint it. It is also convenient to get a few fake police cars out and we will do things in the future. At this moment New Delhi was talking. Brother Yang, I know a car repairer. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, I'll leave this to you. And then he turned around again and said to Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao. If you can drive other cars the beauty picks one. It is also very convenient to act again in the future. For the other motorcycles each of the following leaders will be assigned one. The other members will gradually have to allocate cars in the future. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haidao were happy when they heard this. They have also become car owners, which they never dared to think about before. It's good to be able to eat enough, and I still don't have a bicycle to go to school or walk on 2 legs. Now there is actually a van, although it is just a van, it is a car anyway. When these things are done, Yu Yang announced that he will sign in the headquarters of Hero Hall from now on. The original Crazy Tiger Gang headquarters here. In this way the original headquarters of the Crazy Tiger Gang has become the headquarters of the Hero Church from now on. In the blink of an eye Yu Yang stayed outside for another day and only returned to Chi's mansion at night. In a blink of an eye the second morning is to start school again on Monday. Yu Yang and Chi Mengru are getting ready to go to school again. Chi Mengru is driving his Porsche sports car in front and Yu Yang is riding a bicycle in the back. The two came to the campus of Huanghai No. 1 Middle School one after the other. Yu Yang was seen as soon as he arrived at the school. Yu Yang has now become a man of the hour in the school. Now he is the biggest club in the school, the boss of Hero Tang. All the other gangs in the school were defeated. The more important thing was that Yu Yang also set up a club. Unlike other school clubs all day molesting female students to fight. On the contrary, this Hero Tang established by Yu Yang does not allow any member to bully female classmates. In addition, if there are other clubs in the school to come here to make trouble, the hero Tang will unceremoniously drive them out of the Yellow Sea. No. Huanghai School. So the club Yu Yang established in the school won the hearts and minds of the people. More importantly, some students also heard that even the principal was polite to Yu Yang. So no one dared to provoke Yu Yang. Yu Yang and Chi Mengru have just arrived at the school today, and many people said, "You see, that is Yu Yang, even though he is only medium in size. The figure is relatively thin, but he can play. Oh. Has anyone seen Yu Yang before?" After listening to these people, they stared at Yu Yang with two eyes. There may be a person next to the popular bat, I thought. Yu Yang, sooner or later I have to clean up you. The person next to him is the monitor fisherman. The one who is officially in the same class as Yu Yang. He was looking at it, and when a man came over behind him, he saw that the man was behind the fisherman and patted his shoulder with his hand, which frightened the fisherman and turned him around. Just look at a person standing in front of him. This person can probably have a 1.75 meter or so and a particularly coquettish girl in his arms. When the fisherman saw this man, he immediately said that I said, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Listen to this one. Said immediately, "I would like to ask you, I passed by this. It depends on you looking ahead here. What are you looking at here?" At this moment the fisherman suddenly felt that he was thinking, right, why didn't I use it? I used my cousin to diagnose and treat Yu Yang. The trouble for a long time, this person surnamed Zhuang, called Zhuang Zhihei. It is this fisherman, his cousin. He is also studying in Huanghai No. 1 middle school in class 5 of senior 3. Chapter 89 Conspiracy. Zhuang Zhihei's father is the director of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau, called Zhuang Wenqiang. Zhuang Ji and this kid are ignorant since childhood. Relying on his father as the director of the Public Security Bureau, this kid is at school. Often take advantage of female students as long as let him fancy. He will try all means to get it soft. He would arrange for someone to follow behind the girl after school. At night the girl will appear in his bed. Afterwards he also threatened others. My father is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Even if you called the police would not dare to arrest me. This kid is extremely rampant. So today the fishermen thought as soon as they saw him, if my cousin wants to be willing to take action to rectify Yu Yang. Don't look at what he is, the boss of the Hero Hall. After all, he is just a black guy. Thinking of this, he deliberately sighed and said, "Alas, cousin, I believe you should have heard of it. Recently this Yu Yang in the school can be said to have been regarded as a bully in Huanghai No. 1 middle school. Since he arrived at the school he has been against me everywhere. Did you see that it was him just now? Walked over, you see around a large group of people around. Isn't he the boss of the club? You see, he is more powerful than your cousin. And the school flower Chi Mengru and the school flower Li Dongmai seem to have a good relationship with him." The device and a cold smile after listening. "Cousin. Do you want me to take care of that guy named Yu Yang? Of course I know what you said just now. Didn't Xie Wenqin get beaten up by Yu Yang just because he molested Chi Mengru? But that Chi Mengru I took a fancy to. I installed and fancy a woman she dared to touch. Cousin, we will see you on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria after school at noon today. I have something to tell you. Don't you want to fix Yu Yang? Then first of all you have to promise me one thing." The fisherman nodded when he heard it, and he was so happy in his heart that he thought about Yu Yang. Yu Yang. I'd like to see how long you can jump up. After speaking, the device box turned around and hugged the woman in his arms, turned around and returned to his class, and the fisherman also returned to class 2 of senior 3. Soon the class bell rang, starting the morning class time. Yu Yang sat in his seat. This time he didn't sleep. "I have been thinking about something. It's coming soon after school at noon. Yu Yang and Chi Mengru Li Dongmai, coupled with Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao New Delhi, and a few people dared to have a meal in the canteen. The fisherman also came to the canteen directly to the 2nd floor of the canteen. The 2nd floor of the canteen. The food is slightly better than the bottom. Relatively speaking, the food will be a bit more expensive for students who come to eat on the 2nd floor. Are those fishermen with relatively wealthy family conditions. As soon as they came to the 2nd floor, they took out their mobile phones and called his cousin Zhuang Zhihei. Soon the installation and in one of the boxes came out, waved at the fisherman and said, "I'm here." The fisherman immediately hung up the phone. Came to Zhuang Zhihei in front of 2 people into the private room. The fisherman looked inside the private room. There are several students who have a good relationship with the device box at ordinary times. In addition, he also saw the woman who was installed and hugged yesterday. This woman's surname is Bai Bai Tianli. The family is doing a small business when he came to Huanghai No. 1 middle school to study. Met Zhuang Zhihe when he knew that Zhuang Zhihe's father was the director of the Public Security Bureau. He thought that the eighth sister would set up peace, so he took the initiative to post it. After being known by his parents not only did not object but on the contrary supported his daughter to do so. So this day Bai Li and Zhuang Zhihe got together. And so his real nuclear device, and together he discovered that this device box is more than a woman. Although he knew that Zhuang Zhihe did not love him, he still followed Zhuang Zhihe. Because he knew that if he left the device box he would have nothing. As soon as the fisherman and the device entered the box, Zhuang Zhihe immediately said to everyone, "Let me introduce to you. This is my cousin named Fisherman." His father was the mayor of Huanghai City. Yu Bingnan was standing as a woman during the day, and when he heard that the father in front of him was the mayor, he couldn't help but glance at the fisherman. All this was seen by the device box. He didn't say anything and immediately said that his cousin would do it quickly. While talking, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to the fisherman. The fisherman waved his hand and said, "Cousin, I don't know how to smoke devices, and when I heard that, fisherman, you should not install it with me, went outside. Didn't you still draw it? Why did you learn to be good when you got to school? Come on, smoke one." The fisherman blushed when he heard this. "Well, since my cousin said so, then I would be more respectful than to obey," and he reached out and took the cigarette. The installation and listening to Yil said that this is right, and then he immediately called the waiter to order a few dishes and some drinks. This must be a school. The wine is still not sold and the food will be served soon. Several people have a meal while eating, chatting without a meal, and the fishermen are secretly anxious. He didn't know what Zhuang Zhihe asked him to do. What did he want him to do? After a while he couldn't help it anymore. After a while he stood up and said to the device and said, "Cousin doesn't know what you said today to let me promise you a condition." Installation and listening to the fisherman's questioning, he immediately said that, "Cousin, you sit down first. Am I not going to tell you about this next?"